Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 393 to Chapter 410. Suyu was ready to run. He activated the Jade Talisman. As for the stone statue's intention to cancel his Jade Talisman's ability to travel, Suyu naturally didn't know. If he knew, he probably wouldn't care too much. Perhaps he would cry, but he could still convert dead spirits. Now that Minghe was seriously injured, she might not be able to catch up to him. After cutting off Minghe's arm, Suyu didn't think of taking her arm away. He was afraid that this female immortal wasn't dead and would use some means to find him. After destroying 3 Xinwen in succession, Suyu Siavul was also heavily injured. He had to go. In the city, some geniuses ran away. Suyu didn't chase after them. Now there were almost 20 sun and moon dead spirits in the city. If these guys could survive, then they would have heaven-defying luck. He might not be able to kill them even if he wanted to. If they couldn't survive, then they would be buried in this ancient city. At this moment, rays of mysterious light shone from his body. Not only that, but there were other things. He killed a large number of mountain seas, Lingyan also killed many, and the sun and moon killed too. Under such circumstances, the benefits he obtained were naturally astronomical. Minghe watched as he passed through the ancient city and was about to leave. She roared, her face ferocious. Her arm was actually cut off by a Lingyun. Suyu. With a loud roar, Suyu wanted to respond. He didn't mean to respond, but he couldn't help it. But at this moment, the Xinwen word trembled violently. It trembled so violently that for the first time, it felt like it was about to shatter. Suyu felt like his head was about to explode. The feeling of responding instantly disappeared. He was terrified. F*ck. He looked at Minghe. Minghe had a strange look in her eyes. Her lips were trembling as if she was using some secret technique. Suyu. It was like a demonic voice piercing his ears. Suyu was shocked. If he had responded, what would have happened to him, he didn't know, but it definitely wouldn't have ended well. Never underestimate these top powerhouses. Suyu admitted that he had been careless. F*ck. Cursing angrily, Suyu roared. Before he left, he swung his saber once more. Why are you calling me father? Pucci, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and Minghe looked at him in shock. It was impossible. The mind-bewitching spell had failed. Not only did she fail, but she also suffered some backlash. How could this be? With a murmur, Suyu's figure disappeared completely. Minghe stared blankly at the direction where he disappeared, then looked around. The dead spirits of the sun and moon were charging towards them, their faces full of grief and helplessness. This is troublesome. The ancient city was showing its might. At this moment, in the entire ancient city, there were more than 20 sun and moon undead spirits. Screams rang out incessantly. A large number of experts who entered the city were killed. This was hell. In the distance, a heavenly dragon roared. With a honglong sound, several sun and moon undead spirits were sent flying. Minghe, not a Ji, lightning fire. The sky dragon roared, gather together and guard an ancient house. Quick, otherwise we will all die. For suns and moons, if they guarded a house, there was still hope. But once they were scattered, even if they were at the suns and moons, they might be killed by so many sun and moon undead spirits. There were too many. And just as he shouted, a figure gradually appeared in the sky above the city lord's mansion. In the back hall of the city lord's mansion, the stone statue opened his eyes again, looked at the sun and moon undead spirits floating in the air, and suddenly said, "Go back." In the sky, the undead spirit looked down at him. "Go back." The stone statue shouted again, "What does the dead soul's world want to do? My clan's disciples are being slaughtered." At this moment, the undead spirit actually spoke. Yes, it spoke. The undead spirit actually spoke. The floating undead spirit looked down at the stone statue again. According to the ancient rules, when my clan is killed, I can naturally leave the dead soul's world and kill the invading enemy. You want to stop me? The stone statue looked at him. It's not time for you to appear yet. Those who are killed are only some early and middle stage sun and moon undead spirits. You shouldn't have appeared. The enemy still hasn't shown any traces. I want to find him myself. The undead spirit's whole body was shrouded in darkness, and his death aura was restrained. At this moment, only the death aura overflowed in the city lord's mansion. In the great hall in front, Tianhe's face was solemn, and he clenched his wine cup tightly, trembling slightly. He was also shocked. A top-notch expert of the dead soul's world, he shouldn't be invincible, but he was definitely not weaker than him. He was a dead spirit in the sun and moon ninth tier, or even the peak stage. The stone statue opened his eyes, and the expression in his eyes changed. In the next moment, a ray of light shot toward the undead spirit. I don't want to say it again. Go back, or else I'll kill you. In the air, the undead spirit couldn't avoid this ray of light at all. With a puff, his body was penetrated, and a large amount of death aura overflowed. The undead spirit's figure trembled, and he was also shocked by the strength of this stone statue. Too strong, he was at the peak stage sun and moon ninth tier. Even if he really encountered an invincible opponent, he shouldn't be so useless. Moreover, this was the dead soul's world, where the death aura was so dense that even an invincible opponent would be a little afraid. But now, he was easily defeated by the stone statue. The undead spirit didn't persist, and said coldly, since that's the case, then I'll leave. But so many people have died here. I believe that Wan's eternal beings will soon come. Eternal beings don't enter the dead soul's world. Once they enter, the one who comes again won't be me. Or, when those living beings kill those sun and moon ninth tier dead spirit commanders, I'll come again. At that time, you won't have a reason to stop me. Go back. The stone statue didn't say anything else, and only this cold shout was heard. It's not time for you to come out, so don't talk nonsense. Annoying, the undead spirit didn't say anything else, and once again entered the main hall. In the main hall, under the stone statue, a passage appeared, and a dark aura erupted. The undead spirit didn't say anything, and his figure disappeared on the spot. The passage closed. The stone statue closed its eyes, guarding this passage as usual. Troublesome, these guys were all very troublesome. Back then, Xiao Longwu directly barged in, and almost killed himself. And now, that Suyu killed a large number of dead spirits, killed the sun and moon ninth tier, and caused a riot in the dead soul's world. Troublesome, the stone statue didn't care anymore. Go ahead and kill. If those powerful dead spirits were drawn out, you'd all be crying. And at this time, Tianhe, who had never communicated with him before, suddenly sent him a sound transmission. Esteemed ancient powerhouse, the city is in chaos now. Do you need me to do anything? Tianhe had been in the city for 180 years, and had become the puppet city lord for 180 years. He had never communicated with the stone statue before. But today, he had taken the initiative to communicate. The stone statue didn't want to talk to him at first, but after thinking for a moment, it opened its eyes. I can't leave this place, and I don't want to move. I'm just a petrified statue, and the existence of the holy city is eternal. No matter how much you cause trouble, it's none of my business. But, remember, if you want to borrow my strength or the power of the dead soul's world to kill the eternal, then you will have to pay the price of death. After saying this, the stone statue closed its eyes, no longer paying attention to him. This was a small warning. He didn't care how Yu and Xiao Longwu schemed, and none of the stone statue guardians cared. But, if you used them to kill the eternal, you would also die. At that time, you would all be killed. Think about it carefully before making a decision. Tianhe nodded and didn't say anything else. This was the first time he communicated with the stone statue. Although he already knew of his existence, the stone statue had never taken the initiative to find him, and he didn't want to disturb this stone statue of an unknown age. It was right that he was powerful. Even though the powerful dead soul had disappeared, the heavenly destroyer city was still in chaos. However, at this moment, the heavenly destroyer city was still in chaos to the extreme. Countless dead spirits appeared, geniuses were killed one after another, and experts fell one after another. There were some powerhouses who were unwilling to die and killed the undead spirits. A sun-moon expert was surrounded by 3 dead souls. At the last moment, he roared and swept out with his spear. With a loud boom, the spear broke, and he died. But the 3 dead souls were also killed. With a loud boom, 6 sun-moon dead souls appeared in the sky, and there were even mid-stage sun-moon experts among them. The expert from the blood-fire demon race cursed. Fuck. Chi, you bastard. Even he couldn't help but curse, let alone the others. But they were all dead. The dead sun-moon expert held the broken spear and looked at them with a smile on his face. What's the point of cursing me? I'm about to die. I'm so unwilling. I'm the sun-moon, am I supposed to just watch them kill me and not fight back? As for what happens after I die, who cares? At least I killed the dead souls that tried to kill me, at least I killed my enemies and the dead souls that tried to kill me. Lei Hua of the Thunder God race roared, bastards, don't kill the sun-moon dead souls. Damn it, killing them will only attract more dead souls. Someone said crazily, then protect us. Protect us, understand? Lei Hua, Minghe, Long Do, you only care about yourselves, but what about us? If you don't protect us, we don't want to die in vain. If we die, we will kill all the dead souls. We will die together. Crazy, we will die, but will you all be fine? If you don't protect us, we will start a massacre. If the dead souls want to kill us, should we just wait to be killed by them? Impossible, Lei Hua was enraged. Long Do of the Sky Race yelled, everyone, gather. Come over, stop killing. This wasn't the time to be calculative. They needed to be protected, otherwise, these people would go on a killing spree when they saw that there was no way out. Dead souls of the same level were usually no match for them. After all, they were dead. But you killed him, kill one, come two, you can't kill them all. If this went on, stronger ones would be drawn out, and they would all die. At this moment, the seriously injured Minghe spat out a mouthful of blood and muttered, soon, a mirror appeared in the void. Minghe's face was pale as she said, Master, the dead souls are rioting. We are trapped, and so is Dao Qing. Master, she was asking for help from the Dao monarch. The Dao monarch was one of the top monarchs. His status was not low, and he was also powerful. At this moment, an eye appeared in the mirror. The eye pierced through the void as if looking over. When that eye appeared and emitted a mighty pressure, the entire city fell silent for a moment. At this moment, a death light exploded from the city lord residence, splat. Humph. A muffled sound was heard. The eye shattered, and the mirror shattered. Minghe was shocked, she looked down at the city lord residence. The dead soul that had appeared before reappeared in the sky above the city lord residence. Tianhe's voice came from the city. Don't act recklessly. If you attract the invincible realm power, the ancient city will have a corresponding expert. Do you want to die? Minghe's eyes suddenly moved. She said hurriedly, Tianhe, send us out. You can do it. We will repay you handsomely. The divine, demon, and celestial dragon clans will repay us handsomely, or let us take refuge in the city lord residence. One expert after another quickly converged on Long Do of the dragon clan. Minghe was no exception. The plan to ask for help from the Dao monarch had failed. The eye belonged to the Dao monarch, but it was a long distance away. The Dao monarch was still in the celestial realm, and it would take time for him to arrive. They could not hold on any longer, and even if the Dao monarch came, could he break into the ancient city? Even if he did, what if the dead soul of the invincible realm was drawn out? They would all die. At this point, it was better to ask for Tianhe's help. Tianhe said indifferently, I am the master of the ancient city. I cannot interfere with the activities of the dead souls. As for the city lord residence, I cannot protect you. Sorry, everyone, find a place to hide. Suyu was really ruthless. Together with Lu Wenyan, he destroyed Yi Baishan's Shenwen. After killing so many sun and moon tears, Yi Badian would die. Otherwise, he would probably jump out and scold the descendants for being unfilial. His Shenwen was prepared to be used to advance to the invincible realm. In the end, it was destroyed by his disciple and grand disciple, just to kill a group of sun and moon tears. In the past, none of these sun and moon tears were in the 9th layer, and Yi Badian could easily kill them all. Now, Suyu and Lu Wenyan destroyed 7 of his Shenwen. At this moment, even Lu Wenyan only had 7 Shenwen left. Paying such a price to kill these people, Tianhe did not know if it was worth it. Anyway, the master and disciple did it and ran away after killing them. Now, these guys were in big trouble. Sun and moon tears were constantly being killed. The sun and moon tears that entered the city were originally close to 20. 4 of them were in the 9th layer, and there were 15 sun and moon tears from other clans, adding up to 19. Now, Suyu killed 2, Lu Wenyan killed 1, and 6 were killed by the dead spirits. 9 sun and moon tears died, the sun and moon tears were destroyed. It had been many years since so many sun and moon tears had died on the All Heavens battlefield. So many died at the same time, and it could be traced back to decades ago. This was not counted as dead spirits. Dead spirits did not count. To be honest, Xiao Longwu killed many back then. Outside the city, Bing Hong also died. He was besieged by many sun and moon tears. This was probably the heaviest casualty in 50 years, and a large number of geniuses were killed. And Mindian of the god race, Lanning of the demon race, and Tian Duo of the origin demon race escaped, but at this moment, they were being chased by the dead spirits in the city, and might not survive. A large number of geniuses were killed, and at this moment, the Heaven Hunter list kept darkening. One after another, in these few days, more than 30 geniuses died on the Heaven Hunter list, at the same time. The outside world was also extremely shocked. The Heaven Hunter list changed. At this moment, the change was very big. First on the Heaven list, Suyu, battle record, killed a 4th layer sun and moon tier. First on the Earth list, Lu Wenyan, 1st layer Ling Yun, 72 years old, human, Xia province. Battle record, killed a 5th layer sun and moon tier, nearly killed a 7th layer sun and moon tier. Yes, the 5th layer sun and moon tier, Lu Wenyan killed a 5th layer sun and moon tier dead spirit. He was old, but no matter how old he was, his true strength was currently only that of Ling Yun's 1st layer, the kind that had just broken through. He shattered Shunwen, forcibly broke through, and killed a 5th layer sun and moon tier, skipping so many levels, and at the age of 72, he was still on the list, first on the Earth list. It was also because he was old. Otherwise, he would be the first on the Heaven list. The Heaven Hunter list had his aura, and there was no need to collect it anymore. Lu Wenyan had been on the list decades ago. It was probably the first time that a 70-year-old human was on the list. The whole world was shocked. Ling Yun killed a sun and moon tier, not even the 1st layer sun and moon tier. Of course, there must be something they didn't know. However, no matter what, whether it was a trap, an ambush, or a scheme, Ling Yun could kill a sun and moon tier, which was unprecedented. In the whole world, people kept asking about the Heaven Hunter Pavilion through various channels. Soon, they got the answer. Suyu and Lu Wenyan hid in the ancient city, self-detonated Jibation Shinwen, killed a sun and moon tier elite, and trapped Ming He and a group of sun and moon tier elites. Now, a large number of sun and moon tiers had fallen. Just the number of sun and moon tier dead alone reached 10. Among them, Bing Hong of the Snow Gods died outside the city. Who killed him was still investigating, a group of unknown people. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion was also judging, and didn't dare to approach because there were many sun and moon tier elites fighting there. However, the matter of Suyu and Lu Wenyan could be determined. That axe was too conspicuous. Suyu killed people with an axe, and so did Lu Wenyan. It was easy to conclude that these two had detonated Jibation Shinwen. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such great power. Crazy, who didn't want Jibation Shinwen? But now, it was detonated by these two wastrels. To be honest, even if they killed a lot of sun and moon tier elites, a group of people saw the conclusion and secretly cursed. Waste, King gave Shenwen to an invincible realm expert or a sun and moon tier elite, and you could buy 2 or 3 sun and moon tier elites to help you kill people. 1 Yibation Shenwen was enough to buy a sun and moon tier elite, right? You paid, and someone would help you kill, but these two were so wasteful, lunatics. Now, they were probably seriously injured, and maybe even dead. Not to the extent that their names were still on the list. In short, few people who saw the result felt sorry for those experts who died. Instead, they felt that these two prodigals were really prodigals. Was Jibation Shinwen destroyed? On the side of the human clan, perhaps Jibation Shinwen was the strongest. At this moment, even the king of the great Qin dynasty at the border was cursing. Lunatics. Idiots. If you want to kill people, hand over Jibation Shinwen, and someone will definitely be willing to do it. If you insist on detonating Shinwen to kill people, while cursing, they were also helpless and sighing. Shinwen was really ruthless. While being ruthless, it also showed that they didn't trust others. Since no one would help me, then I'll kill them myself. As for Yi Baishan's Shenwen, so be it. I'll kill them first. At this moment, the king of the great Qing dynasty was also helpless. He transmitted his voice in all directions and shouted, "Those who are in seclusion are out. Get to work. Xiao Wushan, come back. Landlord Zhu, come here. Someone, inform Wang Hu and Lu Han to quickly come from the human realm." They had to inform them. They had killed so many elites and trapped a large number of elites in the ancient city. No matter what, they had to guard the territory of the human realm. Otherwise, it would easily attract a large number of elites to besiege the human clan. Moreover, they didn't know where Su Yu and Lu Wenyan were now. Waves of invincible aura penetrated heaven and earth. In the eastern battle zone, some of the human invincible warriors woke up from their seclusion and were still a little confused. A great battle had broken out? Soon, the invincible warriors flew toward the defense line in all directions. The army began to move toward the defense line, preparing for a great battle. The human realm was preparing to prevent a great battle from breaking out. And Su Yu, at this moment, had already left the city. Outside the city, there was still a great battle. In the air, a demon god swept in all directions, punching a sun and moon away, and another sun and moon exploded, boundlessly powerful. Mohe of the Origin Demon Clan, an existence close to the 8th tier of the Sun and Moon tier. Even if many Sun and Moon tiers surrounded him, he still paid a huge price at this moment. A Sun and Moon tier elite's physical body exploded. If not for the Dark Shadow's timely intervention, he probably would have already died. And Mohe's head was pierced by a sword, Origin Chi exploding, and his head exploding. Origin Demon invincible. Mohe roared crazily and angrily. He was someone who wanted to prove his Tao and become invincible. How could he be killed here? No way, but there were too many. There were too many Sun and Moon tiers. The Dark Shadow and Yi Hongyan were both top elites, one of the pillars of the Ming Constabulary. Together with the other Sun and Moon tiers, they formed a formation to surround and kill this peak 7th tier Sun and Moon tier elite of the Origin Demon Clan. The Demon King will come. Madonna is still in the city. He roared. The Demon King of the Origin Demon Clan would definitely come because the number one genius of the Origin Demon Clan was still in the city. He hadn't died and wouldn't be abandoned. Just like how the human clan wouldn't abandon Qin Feng. Yi Hongyan and the Dark Shadow ignored him. You'll die first. At this moment, they also sensed Su Yu's presence. Yi Hongyan shouted, "Go, an invincible being will come soon. Leave quickly and return to the human realm." How ruthless. She finally knew why Su Yu dared to say that he would trap and kill those Sun and Moon tiers. Now, the city was sealed, and the aura of death was thick. However, they saw 9 Sun and Moon tiers fall. Just as she thought this, there was a boom, and another Sun and Moon tier collapsed. 10 Sun and Moon tiers, 10 Sun and Moon tiers died in the city, and a Sun and Moon tier elite died outside the city. Too ruthless. Apart from Yi Badian, there hadn't been so many Sun and Moon tier elites die in the last few hundred years, especially when there were Sun and Moon tier elites. So you watched from afar, and said, "Can I kill them? Can I kill them? Get some benefits." Yi Hongyan shouted, "Get lost. Be careful of their dying counterattack." Crazy, Lu Wenyan wants to kill them, and you also want to kill them? Do you really think that the Origin Demon race at the peak of the Sun and Moon tier is easy to deal with? Their dying counterattack is very strong. Just now, a Sun and Moon tier elite was destroyed. So you didn't waste words. He looked at a circling light spot in the sky, and quickly said, "Senior, come here for a moment." The Sun and Moon tier elite that had their bodies destroyed were very weak at this moment, and their willpower barely formed a human shape. "Me? Yes." The Sun and Moon Shadow Guard said no more, and quickly flew over. Meanwhile, Su Yu quickly sketched in the air, and a drop of blood appeared. He quickly dripped it onto the light spot, wanting to reconstruct his body. In the blink of an eye, a physical body appeared. Very weak, only the strength of 1,000 June, terrifyingly weak. Su Yu shouted, "Senior, do you know the awakening technique?" "Yes." The elite that had just recovered his physical body answered subconsciously. Suyu quickly said, activate the technique, awaken. Sun and Moon seemed a bit surprised, but didn't say anything. Instead, Suyu produced a large amount of heavenly essence energy. It quickly wrapped around his body. Senior, I will impart to you the Heavenly Dipper 36 forging art. Opening the aperture with Heaven Yuan Qi is the easiest. The Sun Moon tier elite didn't know what to say. He quickly consumed a large amount of Heaven's origin energy and began to reforge his body. This Heaven's essence Qi was very gentle, different from ordinary Heaven's essence Qi. It was similar to the Heaven's essence fruit. One Heaven's essence fruit could open 5 or 6 apertures. At this moment, 1 portion of Heaven's origin energy had been consumed. 2 portions, 3 portions, 4 portions, in the blink of an eye, he had consumed more than 10 portions. Sun and Moon were shocked. No need. I'll go back to the human realm and cultivate slowly. The Great Ming Constabulary didn't have that many heavenly origin fruits even after so many years of accumulation. In the blink of an eye, he had consumed more than 10 pills, and he had only unlocked 60 apertures. If he wanted to master the enlightening technique, he would need so many heaven essence fruits. Suyu ignored him and continued to inject a large amount of Heaven's essence Qi. Since reinforcements are here, why would I care about this? His body was destroyed, and he had to cultivate again on his own. How long would that take? He didn't want to owe too much. He injected a large amount of Heaven's essence Qi. Sun and Moon didn't know what to do. They could only absorb, open apertures. After consuming nearly 30 portions, all the apertures in his body trembled. The cultivation of the enlightening technique was complete. It was unbelievably fast. The price was 30 heavenly yuan fruits in exchange for a 15 kilograms heavy fruit. Open the dual Wu aperture fusion technique's aperture again. No need, really no need, listen to me. Suyu shouted, don't waste time. That guy is about to be killed. Your body is too weak. How are you going to run later? Sun and Moon can't even take it with them. Helplessly, Sun and Moon could only open apertures again. Dual Wu aperture fusion technique's apertures. Suyu continued to inject large amounts of Heaven's essence Qi, and the apertures continued to be opened. In the blink of an eye, the dual Wu aperture fusion technique's apertures were opened, and another 7 or 8 Heaven essence fruits were consumed. Wasted, his heart ached. This Sun and Moon powerhouse's heart ached. What a waste, so much, just to rebuild my body. Give them to me, I'll go back and slowly cultivate. These things are all treasures of heaven and earth. But at this time, Suyu didn't give him a chance to speak. Cultivate for me, open apertures, close apertures. After learning the aperture fusion technique and the enlightening technique, he would quickly step into the Xianxia realm. In this way, after returning, with Sun and Moon's experience and the Sea of Will, he would be able to recover quickly. At least, he would be able to skip the time of opening apertures. Suyu helped him open some apertures again. Without any nonsense, he took out a storage ring and threw it to Sun and Moon, who had quickly stepped into the Xianxia realm. There are 36 heavenly spirit forging techniques inside. Senior, you may be able to open your apertures again and cultivate a top heaven class cultivation technique. There are also a few sets inside. In addition, I have prepared 100 heaven essence fruits for Senior. I hope that Senior can successfully forge a strong body and enter the Sun and Moon realm again. Sun and Moon looked at him in a daze. He didn't say a word because he had forgotten what to say. How many, 100 fruits, did you rob the heaven essence fruit tree of the celestial race and the Shen race? And at this moment, with a loud bang, a Sun and Moon fell. Yi Hongyan quickly put away the corpse and shouted, what are you waiting for? Go, hurry up. Ning also flew over quickly. He glanced at Suyu, then at the Sun and Moon of the Dark Shadow Guard. He said in a daze, and Lu, you are in the Xianxia realm? They didn't have time to care about this during the battle. Wasn't his body just broken? Why was it in the Xianxia realm? Damn it, was it not broken? If it was not broken, it was not only in the Xianxia realm. What was going on? At this moment, he was killed. It was time to run. The invincible realm might come soon, and Suyu didn't say much. He quickly said, Seniors, please leave. I'm leaving too. Huh? Ning hurriedly said, you're not coming with us, no. Suyu gritted his teeth. If I go back now, Wan Wudi will force me to hand me over. I'm not afraid. I believe Chief Xu won't hand me over. But this way, the Ming residents will be hated by some people, including some invincible realm humans. I don't want to make things difficult for you. I'll continue to wander the battlefield. I won't implicate the Ming residents. If I go back, my fate will be in the hands of those invincible realm humans. I won't go back. Even if I die, I will control my own fate. I'm willing to die. Thank you, seniors. Thank you, the Ming residents. Thank you, Chief Xu. Suyu cupped his hands. The mountain is high and the road is long. Seniors, have a safe journey. I will go back, but not now. Farewell. As Suyu spoke, he turned into a breeze and disappeared. Gone, even if I go back, it won't be now. If I go back now, one invincible realm will force the humans to hand him over. To hand him over or not, the invincible realm is in trouble, the Ming residence is in trouble. Why bother? Why put my fate in the hands of others? I'll continue to wander the battlefield. I will go back, but not now. Suyu left, Yi Hongyan and the others watched him leave. Soon, Yi Hongyan sighed, gritted her teeth, and said, go quickly. Kill all the bystanders. He's right. If he goes back now, it might be even worse. Once invincible realm hands him over, even the Ming residents can't protect him. Let's go. Such a genius, the humans might not protect him, he was too good at stirring up trouble. This time, it would probably shake the Wan realm. Ling Yin alone had killed dozens of Sun Moon tier elites and dozens of Wan geniuses. If he didn't die, the Wan realm wouldn't be at peace. An expression of struggle appeared on the Dark Shadow's face. In the next moment, he roared, and his speed was boundlessly fast. In all directions, some hidden elites were instantly killed by him. Several Sun and Moon tier elites quickly searched the surroundings. Previously, the Dark Shadow guards at the peak of the Mountain Sea realm had killed many people, but there were still some alive. The Dark Shadow even personally caught a white-masked elite, and before he could speak, he crushed him to death. People from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, he didn't care. He killed them first. He quickly crushed everything, erased all traces, stirred up origin chi, and destroyed all evidence. Yi Hongyan and the others also quickly began to kill. Some of the well-hidden fellows were killed. After a moment, they gathered again. Yi Hongyan took out a jade talisman, and shouted, you guys go first. I'll shake the space here so that even Invincible can't turn back time. Hurry! The 13 Dark Shadow guards didn't say anything, and quickly fled with the Sun and Moon tier elite who had just recovered to the Wansha realm. When they came, they were prepared to all die in battle. When they left, they had killed 2 Sun God high-stage cultivators, but one of their own had been completely destroyed. However, that person didn't seem the least bit sad at all. Being led away by the shadow, he whispered, Commandant, so you gave me 100 heavenly origin fruits and a bunch of heaven-tier cultivation techniques. He told me to go back and repair my fleshly body. I ate a few dozen heavenly origin fruits earlier, and it was the first time I realized how simple cultivation could be. The Dark Shadow was silent. F*CKU, you're still showing off? Trash, 7 against 1, and your body was destroyed. When we go back, give me some of your things, too extravagant. He felt a little jealous in his heart. The Dark Shadow guards were not famous. Forget it, this guy's body was destroyed. You should feel bad. Is there a need to show off? Is it glorious to have your body destroyed? Consuming more than 100 heaven origin fruits. Madman. The remaining 100 must not be wasted like this. It's too wasteful. The 13 of them were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared. After they left, Yi Hongyan gave a low shout and threw a jade talisman. The space shook, and time and space became chaotic, making it difficult for Invincible to track down Suyu. Suyu was too careless. Invincible can trace the direction you ran in. She felt that Suyu was too careless, and Suyu, who had just run west, had already turned north. Not only that, along the way, Suyu burned his aura and shattered it as he fled. He didn't underestimate Invincible. Not only that, but Suyu even threw away some of the spoils of war he had seized when he saw that they were too good. This was to prevent elites from taking advantage of this opportunity to find out where he was going. Apart from his own belongings and some corpses, he destroyed everything. As for those corpses, he quickly extracted their blood essence and burned them. He didn't need these, the blood essence was extracted, and the corpses were also very precious, but he didn't want them. After the blood essence was extracted, he quickly consumed it, and then purified himself. As for the corpses of the Sun Moon tier, Suyu couldn't deal with them at the moment, so he quickly gathered them together, preparing to find a place to hide them. He would come back when he had time to avoid being tracked. Very soon, he took out a storage ring. He looked around, and actually neared the Broken Heaven Valley again. Suyu turned again, ran to the Broken Heaven Valley, found a place, dug a hole, and buried the storage ring. He put everything that he couldn't deal with in here. This included the corpses of the 2 Sun Moon tier elites he had killed at the city gate, as well as the corpses of the peak stage of the mountain and sea realm he had killed, and also some of the treasures he had seized from Jiuxian and Mindian, and the others. He would come back when he had time, and if he was discovered, he would just treat it as if he had lost it. Things that didn't belong to him, so you didn't feel too at ease taking them away. Then, after determining the direction, Suyu quickly ran toward the central region. He went to the Star Sea, where the demonic beasts were separated, and it was easier to hide than the other directions. As for Lu Wenyan, Suyu didn't contact him again. Previously, they had agreed that after killing people, they would find their own way out. Lu Wenyan himself said that he didn't need Suyu to care about him, and that he would make arrangements for himself. As for Suyu, there was a large amount of mysterious light of heaven and earth in his body at this moment, so he had to find a place to cultivate in peace. As for how many people died in the ancient city, whether they all died or not, that was none of his business, and just as Suyu and the others fled, a few more suns and moons crashed into the ancient city. Added with the 2 outside the city, there were 21 elites of the Sun Moon tier, and 6 of them were at the high level of the Sun Moon tier. At this moment, 14 of them had died. In the ancient city, there were still 7 Sun Moon tier alive. 4 of them at the high level of the Sun Moon tier were still alive, but the remaining 3 were in imminent danger. Minghe was the same, and she was on the verge of dying. She was seriously injured by Suyu's self-detonation of Tu Shenwen. In this battle, 14 Sun Moon tier elites had died, and outside the ancient house that they were guarding, more than 30 Sun Moon dead spirits were madly attacking them. A large amount of death chi spread, causing these suns and moons, and even the high level of the Sun Moon tier, to continuously rot and decay. Dead end, despair. Minghe was in despair, and so were Long Do and the others. They had been tricked miserably. They had originally thought that it would be an easy mission, but in the end, the 2 prodigal sons of the Shenwen faction self-detonated many Yibadian Shenwen, killed the Sun Moon tier, and released a large number of dead spirits. It was over. Even if the invincible ones came, it would be very difficult for them to survive. Suyu. Cries of resentment rang out one after another. Every expert who died would shout the same thing, Suyu, you bastard. He was even more murderous than Yibadian and Xiao Longwu. In order to kill them, that guy actually abandoned Yibatian's Shenwen. That was the hope of proving the invincible ones. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be willing to do so. So you didn't have to kill them. Since he could break out of the city, it was obvious that he had already left. This time, it was even possible that he had deliberately come again, and the appearance of Lu Wenyan should have also confirmed this. In fact, he had already left long ago, found Lu Wenyan, and borrowed Yibatian's Shenwen. How much did he hate them to make such a choice? Long Do and the others couldn't understand. You had already left, so why did you return? You paid such a huge price just to kill them. Was it really worth it? Minghe kept coughing up blood, and the blood had turned black. She said mournfully, Suyu must die. He is more ruthless than Xiao Longwu, more talented. If he doesn't die, once he proves the invincible ones, the calamity of the One of the Heavens will begin. This was the calamity of the One. That guy was too murderous, so murderous that even now she was afraid. In a situation where he could leave, he detonated 2 Yibatian's Shenwen to seriously injure her, and even delayed her for a while, taking the risk to stab her. If such a ruthless person didn't die, it would really be a calamity. In Suyu's eyes, she only saw hatred and indifference, without any emotion. This person must die. Puff, she coughed up another mouthful of black blood. Minghe regretted it. I probably won't live for long. Suyu, you are so ruthless. Tushin went to seriously injure me. Is it really worth it? At this moment, she turned to look at the heavily injured Dao Qing, gritted her teeth, and transmitted her voice, I can't hold on much longer. Later, kill me. Avenge me. You must kill that guy. Dao Qing's eyes trembled violently. Kill me. Minghe transmitted her voice, Dao Qing, you must kill him. If he doesn't die, you will. I see a sea of blood, a mountain of corpses. Kill me, become stronger, and avenge me and Jiushuan. Cough, 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 black blood spread out again. Dao Qing's eyes were complicated and a little sad, Minghe of the Sun and Moon 7th tier, she could be considered half a master to him. His grandfather didn't have time to teach him. Most of the time, it was this grandfather's disciple who taught him, and now, he had to kill her. Master, Dao Qing could kill Silver Armor without mercy, but at this moment, he was really in despair. He didn't want this to happen, Minghe transmitted her voice and shouted, quick, the stronger I am, the more benefits you will get if you kill me. Otherwise, how can you compare to the others? You are not as good as Madonna, not as good as Zhang Wushuang, not as good as Xian Wuji, not as good as Suyu. If you don't kill me, you will never be able to avenge us. Dao Qing gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he punched her head, and with a boom, her head exploded, one punch after another, all around, the people were dumbfounded. As for Dao Qing, his fists were covered in blood, and his body was covered in blood. Like a crazy demon, he punched again and again. Minghe didn't fight back, didn't block, and let him kill her with one punch after another, boom, a grand sun shattered. Woo! A mournful howl, a howl filled with grief and indignation, resounded throughout the ancient city. Dao Qing was like a madman, incomparably crazy. He grabbed the half-dead body, knelt on the ground, and roared, I killed my master with my own hands. Suyu! The mournful howl resounded throughout the world. Suyu, you killed my lover, and forced me to kill my master with my own hands. This enmity is irreconcilable. Minghe had fallen. Minghe had fallen, the third sun moon Gao Zhong fell at the hands of his own disciple. In the ancient city, another dead spirit of the seventh layer of the sun-moon realm appeared. However, no one cared anymore. So what if there was one more or one less? Long Dou's expression was unsightly as he looked at the dead Minghe. Her half-crippled body was no longer as bright and beautiful as before, no longer as awe-inspiring as before. Dead, even if he was an invincible disciple, even if he was a great cultivator of the seventh layer of the sun and moon realms, he still died a miserable death. Damn it! De Ji cursed and said furiously, she deserves to die. Being killed by a specter is still better than being killed by Dao Qing. Damn it! Another specter has appeared. Others didn't care or didn't dare to say it, but he dared. He was not afraid of the immortals. Dao Qing lowered his head, mourning silently and not saying a word. De Ji was a little annoyed and stopped cursing. Since he was already dead, what was the point of cursing? At this moment, a cloud descended, however, it wasn't as big as he had imagined. If it was a normal kill, it definitely wouldn't be this big. However, when he killed Minghe, there were too many unexpected factors. There were too many combined factors, and Minghe's strength had declined greatly. After attaining the Tao, his strength began to transform. After killing Silver Armor, he was already very close to the Mountain Sea realm. But now, he instantly stepped into the Mountain Sea realm. Furthermore, the aura was still growing stronger. This cloud contained a large amount of willpower, as well as some special energy that increased his strength. His divine apertures merged, and the sea of will expanded. Rumble, his willpower trembled, and a moment later, his Tao reached the second layer of the mountain and sea realm. After a while, he reached the third layer of the mountain sea realm. At this time, the power of the clouds dissipated. Third layer of the mountain sea realm, Long Dou glanced at him, but didn't say anything. De Ji cursed again, idiot. A 7th-tier sun and moon realm cultivator is dead, and he's replaced by a 3rd-tier mountain sea realm cultivator with a weak foundation. All the geniuses are suppressing their cultivation bases, so what's the point of advancing? In any case, he didn't like it. The rewards from the heavens were good, but they rose too quickly. These geniuses did not have much time to suppress their realms, so the benefits were not as great as they imagined. Stabilizing one's realm after attaining the Tao required a lot of time. Moreover, would it be useful to exchange a 7th-layer Sun-Moon for a 3rd-layer Mountain-Sea Cultivator? The 7 layers of the Sun and Moon realms were existences that had a chance to prove themselves as invincible existences, but the 3 layers of the Mountain and Sea realms, just wait. Daoqing was still silent and did not speak. De Ji scolded again, Ming He is a stupid woman. She has just been wounded by Suyu. If she dies too quickly, maybe Suyu will be killed by the aid of the rules of this place. If that happens, F***ck, Ming He is dead, maybe Suyu will get something out of it. As soon as these words came out, Dao Cheng's expression changed. He raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, he opened his eyes and looked at him. De Ji glared at him and shouted, "What are you looking at? Am I wrong? The time between death is too short. Stupid, you should at least wait for a period of time before the rules of heaven and earth decide that Suyu has nothing to do with it. If you die now, maybe Suyu will get more benefits than you." How stupid. If Ming He hadn't died after a while, then Suyu wouldn't have been the cause of her death. However, Ming He had died in such a short time. The All-Heavens battlefield had its own rules of heaven and earth. Perhaps the rules of this place would determine that the person who killed Ming He was Suyu, which would help Suyu. How could De Ji not curse? Daoqing spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't speak, but he was filled with grief and indignation. Impossible, was it possible? It was still possible. Long Do shouted, "Shut up. De Ji, when are you going to stop cursing? Hurry up and stop him. Do you want to die?" 15 out of the 21 Sun and Moon spirits were dead. Now, only Long Do, Lei Hua, and De Ji were at the highest level. As for the Sun and Moon spirits, there were 5 of them now. In addition, there were more than 20 other Sun and Moon spirits. De Ji was also crazy. He sneered, "Die? Die for what? If I really die, I will slaughter all the spirits here. We will die together." The Blood Fire Demon clan was crazy. He wasn't afraid. "Suyu, good job. Ruthless." De Ji gritted his teeth, really ruthless. I don't know who killed Mo He and Bing Hong. It definitely wasn't Yi Hongyan alone. The human race is ruthless too. So you should learn from Lan Tian and betray the human race. He should join the Blood Fire Demon race and kill to his heart's content. De Ji also felt that Suyu was suitable to join the Blood Fire Demon race, just like the Blood Fire Demon race at Mount Starfall. Kill to your heart's content. There were 3 other Sun and Moon spirits beside him. One from the Silkworm Dragon race, one from the Mountain Breaking Ox race, and one from the Golden Lion race. The 6 Sun and Moon spirits were covered by the aura of death. Hearing De Ji's words, their expressions darkened. Daoqing stood up and looked at the others. He looked at Long Zhan and the little Golden Dragon, then at Tian Duo who had just escaped and a genius of the Golden Lion clan. He said in a deep voice, "It will be difficult for us to escape from this place. If this continues, we will all die. The ancient city is too dangerous. Even an unrivaled existence alone wouldn't dare to come here recklessly. Only multiple unrivaled existences can instantly break through the ancient city's seal and take us away. Only then will we be safe." He looked at the geniuses. "We are all the descendants of the unrivaled existences. We will burn our blood essence to summon the attention of the unrivaled existences and let them discuss whether we should join forces to break through this ancient city." He looked at the geniuses and said coldly, "Otherwise, we can only wait for death here. When the Sun and Moon spirits are dead, we will be next. No, we might die even faster. Can you still endure the corrosion of the aura of death?" The descendants of the unrivaled existences still had a chance to survive. Summoning the unrivaled existences to save them, one wouldn't do. As for the celestial race, they wouldn't send many immortal kings to save Daoqing. That wasn't realistic. They could only save themselves. Long Zhan's eyebrows darkened. He said, "It will be difficult. Of course, we can call Moto Na. His master and ancestor are both unrivaled existences. With him, we will have more power. The demon kings of the Origin demon race are extremely powerful. If we have 2 unrivaled existences from the Origin demon race leading us, our chances of survival will increase greatly. The geniuses started to save themselves. Compared to the sun and moon spirits, it was easier for them to communicate with the unrivaled existences and ask them to save them. As for the sun and moon tiers, the unrivaled existences might not break into the ancient city for them. Where's Modona? Everyone looked around, but he wasn't here. Deji was also depressed. He came this time to join in the fun, and he also wanted to save Modona. In the end, Modona still hadn't appeared. Just as he was thinking, a person with long purple hair and withstanding the aura of death walked around the dead spirits of the sun and moon. He said calmly, "I'm here." Everyone looked at him, dumbfounded. At this moment, Modona looked even more powerful, as if he had broken through to the next level. He walked among the dead spirits with a relaxed expression, feeling even more relaxed than the sun and moon spirits. Modona looked at them. While the dead spirits were attacking the sun and moon spirits, he instantly broke through the blockade and barged in. Deji said in shock, "You're Lingyan level 9? Yes. Modona nodded slightly. "Greetings, Demon Monarch Deji." Deji looked at him and said dumbfoundedly, "You're Lingyan level 9. No, you can fight the sun and moon now?" "I can't." Modona said calmly, "Escape from the early stage of the sun and moon. The sun and moon are too strong." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Escape from the early stage of the sun and moon. You're Ling Yun. This elite of the origin demon race was too much of a genius. While others were fighting with their lives on the line, he might have obtained a fortune in the ancient house. "So you left?" Modona looked around and asked, "Is he okay?" "What do you mean?" Deji said grumpily, "He ran away. He has a jade talisman that can travel through the ancient city." "He ran away." Modona nodded slightly. "It should be. People like him are very difficult to kill. This is how the world is. The more talented you are, the harder it is to die. Gathering the fortune of heaven and earth, surviving hundreds of battles is invincible." Deji punched away a sun and moon dead spirit and said angrily, "I heard you chased after him before. Why didn't you kill him?" Modona smiled faintly. "Why should I kill him? He was weaker than me before. Killing him is useless. No reward, no achievement, no training. Killing is not the goal. The blood-fire demon race's ideology is different from mine. I don't kill for the sake of killing. My goal is to become invincible, to become the strongest among the invincible. I killed Suyu for benefits, to become stronger. Not to kill for the sake of killing. Suyu is much more ruthless than you." Deji didn't mind being refuted. In fact, even though he was a sun and moon level 7, he didn't see Modona as a junior. If this guy improved a little more, he would be a real sun and moon. "You might not be able to beat him now," Deji said and then smiled. "Not necessarily. That guy doesn't have Yubation Shenwen. He shouldn't be your match." Modona didn't care. He looked at the others and said faintly, "If you want to leave the ancient city, you will need invincible help. But you also know that there were invincibles who attacked the ancient city and died." He paused and then said, "At least 5 invincibles will attack and break the city instantly. They will capture us and leave the ancient city. Otherwise, if the strongest in the ancient city is drawn out, none of us will live." "At least 5, Dao Qing said, "My grandfather, the Dao King, will attack." Long Zhan thought about it and said, "The heavenly dragon race will send a dragon king." Little Golden Dragon said weakly, "My grandfather will attack." The Golden Dragon race's grand elder, this way, 3 invincibles would attack. On the side, Tian Duo hesitated and said, "My ancestor? I don't know if he will attack for me." Modona didn't care. "It's fine. The origin demon race will send a demon king. The celestial race, demon race, and dragon race all have invincibles." Modona looked at the god race. Lei Hua was still there. He said faintly, "Lei Hua Supreme, what about the god race?" Lei Hua frowned and looked around. Almost all the geniuses of the god race were killed, even An Mindian was unlucky enough to be killed. The top genius of the god race, Zhan Wushuang, didn't come. As for him, it would be very difficult to get an invincible to attack for him. Of course, the Thunder God race's patriarch might help. It couldn't be 100% guaranteed. As for the experts of the smaller races, it would depend on luck. It was possible for an invincible to save you, but it was normal not to save you. While they were talking, the Mountain Sea Realm experts in the room screamed as they were completely corroded by the death aura and died on the spot. As for those geniuses, they all used large amounts of Heaven's origin energy to dissolve the death aura. This was the power of family background. Without a background, no matter how strong they were, they died here. Modona didn't say anything more. He thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll ask the Demon Kings to attack. I'll try to get 2 Demon Kings to break the ancient city and save us." Then he looked at the others. "The rest of you, good luck. If you're lucky, you might live. If you're unlucky, then there's nothing you can do." As soon as he finished speaking, a drop of blood seeped out. Outside, the dead spirits became even more frenzied. Modona didn't care. He looked at the others and said indifferently, "Summon yourselves. If you can't communicate with Invincible and call for help, then accept your fate." As soon as he finished speaking, the drop of blood began to burn. Suddenly, a powerful aura seeped in from outside the city. In the city, the dead spirits became more and more violent. However, this aura didn't penetrate the ancient city, so it didn't attract the dead spirit who had broken the Tao King's eye. Modona's lips moved slightly as if he was transmitting his voice. He was talking. The others also burned their blood essence to ask for help from Invincible. More and more experts died. Some of the geniuses of the various races also ran out of Heaven's origin energy. They were covered by a large amount of death aura and died instantly. Only the geniuses of the top races with a lot of Heaven's origin energy continued to hold on. After a while, there were only 11 people left in this powerful ancient house. 6 were Sun and Moon Realm experts, and the other 5 were Modona, Tian Duo, the 2 dragons, and Dao Qing. At this moment, De Ji suddenly stomped his foot. There was a loud boom. A figure was kicked out from the foot of the wall and slammed into the wall with a bang. It slowly slid down. The floating earth spirit quickly turned into a man and hurriedly yelled, "Don't hit me, don't hit me. I'll call for help. I'll call the earth spirit patriarch to save me." De Ji looked at him in surprise. "The floating earth spirit of the 5 elements race?" Long Do also said curiously, "You're still alive?" Strange, this guy was still alive. There were no 5 elements race experts to protect him, and he didn't seem to use Heaven's origin energy. He was still alive, and he was hiding quite well. Because he didn't cause trouble, the Sun and Moon Realm experts found him but didn't kill him. But this guy was full of chi. Strange, how is he still alive? At this moment, even Modona looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Floating earth spirit, your earth escape technique is unusual. This place can't use earth escape. How did you get into the wall?" The floating earth spirit laughed dryly. "I was lucky. Not as good as you, Modona, and not as good as Tian Duo. I'm still far from it." As he spoke, Modona said thoughtfully, "Don't tell me you killed some 5 elements race experts and integrated their hearts of 5 elements? You want to combine the 5 elements, and now you have some results. Have you integrated some of the 5 elements race's origin?" All around, everyone looked at the floating earth spirit. As for the floating earth spirit, it cried out, "No, absolutely not. I didn't kill my people. I'm not lying to you. Of course, I did integrate some of the 5 elements origin. They were given to me by the other races. Believe me." Modona didn't say more. The others didn't say anything either. If he killed them, there was no need to say anything. He could just kill them. If he gave them to them, what did the 5 elements race want to do with the floating earth spirit's origin? Did they want to combine the 5 elements? The 5 elements race was one of the top 100 races, but the 5 elements were not harmonious, so they didn't rank high. However, once a Lord of 5 elements appeared in the 5 elements race, the 5 elements race could definitely fight their way into the top 10 of the top 100 and become one of the top 10 races. The 5 elements race had some invincibility. But now that they were scattered, a single race could enter the top 100. With the 5 elements race combined, there were probably more than 10 invincibility. Including the floating earth spirit, there were only 12 experts left here. In fact, in the entire ancient city, apart from some residents, these 12 were probably the only living people. Even many of the residents had died this time. The death aura was too heavy. The dead spirits didn't kill them, but they would be devoured by the death aura and die prematurely. The floating earth spirit didn't say anything else. He quickly formed a 5 elements array and began to chant for help. He was sorrowful, so tragic, he didn't get any benefits this time, and he had to summon the patriarch to save him. These people began to save themselves. The door of the ancient house was blasted open by the sun and moon dead spirits again. Long Do and the others unleashed their power and repelled the enemy again. The death aura on their bodies grew thicker and thicker. The 3 sun and moon non-strong races obviously couldn't hold on much longer. If this continued, 3 more sun and moon would probably die. There were fewer and fewer people in the huge ancient city. While these people were saving themselves. In Broken Sky Valley, Suyu had escaped for a while. Suddenly, a huge cloud descended. Suyu was dumbfounded. What's going on? They're giving me benefits again, how strange. After thinking for a while, he was a little surprised. Could it be? Minghe is dead? It wasn't strange that she was dead. Suyu had seriously injured her to kill her. Unexpectedly, he didn't kill her and actually gave heaven and earth a reward. This was strange. He hadn't thoroughly studied the rules of the All Heavens battlefield yet. He was just thinking about it before. They really gave a lot of good things. This time, the reward was not heaven and earth mysterious light, nor was it heavenly origin chi. It was a ball of golden liquid. It didn't fuse into Suyu's body. It seemed to hesitate for a moment, then stopped in his sea of will and automatically found a place to lie dormant. What's this? Suyu looked at that thing, and after a while, he murmured, Sun Moon Mystic Yellow Liquid? Damn, it can't be this, right? But I can't use it. This thing was used by sun and moon tears to strengthen their acupoints. Not sun and moon tears, it wasn't very useful. Instead, because the acupoints were too strong, they couldn't be combined. This was only suitable for sun and moon tears. UF** King rewarded me with this? Suyu took a look. It was quite a lot, about 10 drops. It was really a lot. According to the Hunting Heaven Pavilion's price, 3 drops of sun and moon blood essence for 1 drop of sun and moon mystic yellow liquid. Heaven and earth mysterious light. 1 drop of sun and moon blood essence for 1 wisp. Killing that 4th layer sun and moon cultivator previously gave Suyu about 20 wisps of heaven and earth mysterious light, and now, assisting in killing Minghe, the reward was about 30 drops of sun and moon blood essence. This was even more profitable than killing that 4th layer sun and moon. 2 Shenwen pills weren't dropped for nothing. Suyu was delighted. Calculating, just the sun moon mystic yellow liquid and heaven and earth mysterious light were worth 50 drops of sun and moon blood essence, which was equivalent to killing 5 early-stage sun and moon cultivators. Moreover, they might not be bought even with money. Killing and arson was a golden belt. Suyu was secretly delighted and quickly fled. He couldn't stay here anymore. The heaven and earth reward had just come, and it would be troublesome if he was seen and targeted by others. Fortunately, he was on the Sea of Desire plane. It was difficult for elites to encounter him. This was a good way to avoid trouble. Minghe is dead, that's good. I don't know if he was killed by the dead spirit, or because he was angered to death by me. Suyu thought. Soon, the Sea of Will trembled and scolded, Stop. Harry Ball, if you eat again, I'll kill you, pinch you to death, and let you slaughter everywhere. In his mind, Harry Ball ate until his mouth was full of oil. Hearing this, he quickly stopped and hid in the God magnifying hammer. I've been discovered, I can't eat anymore, but I still want to eat, it's so fragrant. The fragrant Sea of Will was filled with good stuff at this moment. Sun Moon Mystic Yellow Liquid, Heaven and Earth Mysterious Light, a part of willpower, a part of the shattered Shenwen fragrance, and the Heaven and Earth Shenwen that was previously rewarded was shattered, and there was a large amount of Shenwen fragrance. In short, there was one word, fragrant. It was so delicious that it wanted to sleep, comfortable, and Suyu, after cursing for a while, wanted to complain. This thing doesn't work from morning till night and only knows how to eat. I'll eat you to death, believe it or not, I'll pinch you to death one day and let you kill people. After eating so much, I don't see you advancing. You've been in Lingyan for so long, but you still haven't reached the mountain sea realm. Trash. Little Harry Ball felt this resentment and hid in the God-magnifying hammer, secretly feeling sad. That's right, it seemed like a long time. Forget it, little Harry Ball remembered that the first time he entered the 100 Dao Pavilion with Harry Ball hadn't advanced to soar yet. February 14th. It was now the middle of July, almost July 15th. Thinking about it, it had been 5 months. 5 months, Harry Ball had already reached Ling Yun, but it was still Ling Yun. It was a little slow. Little Harry Ball was deeply shocked and hid in the God-magnifying hammer, not coming out. Go to sleep, I'll eat when I wake up. I'll advance when I'm full. I'm still young, there's no rush. I'm still a baby. After comforting itself for a while, little Harry Ball fell asleep and didn't care anymore. Just as Suyu was escaping, outside the ancient city. Someone was coming. He wasn't invincible. Invincible didn't come so quickly and needed time. Some invincible ones were still in this world, while others were being watched by the invincible ones of the human race. They all needed time to rush over. Looking at the closed gate of the ancient city, the person who had just arrived looked for a while. He smiled, and in the next moment, a saber light silently hit the city wall. Boom, the city wall collapsed. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 powerful undead appeared. They stood by the city wall and looked at the people outside the city. The aura of death began to spread out of the city. A very special undead appeared. It looked at the people outside the city and said coldly, Xiao Long Wu. Outside the city, the person holding the saber glanced at the undead and smiled. You know me? Seems like you're a remnant of the slaughter back then. Xiao Long Wu, how dare you destroy the holy city? The undead said coldly, you're courting death, you talk too much nonsense, you can't come out. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, if you destroy the holy city again, I'll kill you. Xiao Long Wu's expression changed slightly, and he quickly retreated. As he walked, he said, it's a misunderstanding, I cut the wrong person. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. The stone sculpture had spoken, that thing was very evil and very powerful. Don't provoke it. As for the relationship with the undead, it was also very complicated. They seemed to be at odds, but both sides were maintaining the existence of the holy city. It was better not to provoke this guy. The undead could not leave the city, but it was hard to say who. The city wall quickly recovered. As for the undead, it glanced in the direction where he left and gradually dissipated. However, the 7 or 8 sun and moon undead that appeared did not leave. They all rushed toward the center of the city to kill the living. Xiao Long Wu had run away, but those people could not run away. In the city, the stone sculpture secretly cursed, he was the one who scolded them just now, this Xiao Long Wu, I'm a stone man. If it was in the past, with my temper, I'll go out and hammer you to death. These bastards of the human race, they're all looking for trouble. If they really provoked the incredibly powerful dead spirit monarch, did they really think they could not do anything to him? Of course, Xiao Long Wu only wanted to kill these elites in the city. He slashed once and then ran. Otherwise, this guy would not have it easy. He did run, but soon, there was an angry roar from inside the city. There was a loud boom. Among the 6 sun and moon undead, the Golden Lion tribe's sun and moon self-detonated, directly killing a large number of undead. This also caused another 4 or 5 sun and moon undead to appear. In the city, the number of sun and moon undead reached 40, a terrifying number. In the ancient house, there were still 5 sun and moon undead. At this moment, Lei Hua suddenly transmitted his voice. These two can't hold on any longer. If they can't, they will definitely self-detonate, kill the undead, and attract more undead. The 2 Sun Moon tier elites were from the Mountain-Breaking Ox tribe and the Dragon Silkworm tribe respectively. It was obvious that they could not hold on any longer. As for the prodigies, the difference in strength was also obvious. At this moment, Moda was fine, and achieving Dao was not a big deal. The floating earth spirit was still calm, but Tian Duo, the little golden dragon, and Long Zhan were a little weak. Their heavenly origin chi was also almost depleted. Long Do glanced at them, and transmitted his voice. Do me a favor and control them. Let Long Zhan and Long Wuyo kill them. Even if they get some heavenly origin chi, it would be good. The dragon tribe will send 2 dragon kings to help. The 2 of you, do me a favor. If they were controlled, the reward for killing them was not much. It was about the same as killing a heavily injured elite. Killing a few sun and moon for a little reward was not worth the loss. However, at this time, they could not care so much. Getting some heavenly origin chi was also good. Moreover, these two were about to die, and they would definitely self-detonate later, causing a large number of undead to die. It was better to be killed, and it would only attract 2 undead. The dragon tribe would send 2 dragon kings to help. Lei Hua did not have much of an opinion. In any case, the god tribe did not have any prodigies here. Meanwhile, De Ji thought for a moment, and said, "That's fine. Moto probably disdains to kill them. As for Tian Duo, his ancestor might not come. Don't worry about him. Whoever helps will kill them." Long Do quickly transmitted his voice to Long Zhan and Long Wuyo. The 2 dragons hesitated, but soon chose to agree. They could not hold on any longer. Let's kill them. Even if it was just heavenly origin chi, it would at least reduce the death aura. After killing the sun and moon, there was still a large burst of origin chi, and the explosion of Shenwen's remaining charm. It would be enough for them to hold on for a while. So many sun and moons had died, but they were still alive. It was all because of the burst of origin chi and the Shenwen's remaining charm. Just as the 3 sun and moons were about to attack, the silkworm dragon race elite suddenly jumped out of the ancient house, roared, and self-detonated. With a smile and a ruthless intent, he looked at the people in the house. "Do you really think I don't know what you're thinking?" With a shrill howl and continuous explosions, 3 or 4 sun and moon undead were killed by him. Lei Hua and the others ignored him and quickly attacked. With a rumble, an incomparably large bull was pressed down by them and controlled. The mountain bull roared, "What are you doing?" As for the silkworm dragon race expert who had self-destructed, he was about to disappear into thin air. He couldn't help but curse when he heard this. "Idiot, don't you understand?" He had already seen that these fellows were secretly communicating with each other. They seemed to be preparing to do something. Even if he died, he would not satisfy them. Only this idiot of the mountain-breaking bull race could not see through it. With some satisfaction, he smiled. The silkworm dragon race elite was completely dead. A beam of sun and moon light fell. Of the 21 sun and moons, only 4 remained. Moments later, the huge stupid bull was killed by the 2 dragon race elites with some anger and unwillingness. Another beam of light fell. As expected, the reward from the heavens and earth was some heaven's origin chi. It was quite a lot. Killing a sun-moon was only rewarded with a bit of heaven origin energy. To the experts of the great races, it wasn't worth it at all, just like Suyu. However, at this time, it was good to have heavenly origin chi as a reward. Long Zhan and Long Wuyo also quickly began to absorb the death aura. At this point, there were fewer and fewer living beings in the huge ancient city. 3 sun and moons were barely able to defend the ancient house, waiting for the invincible to come to help. When they entered, there were hundreds and thousands, dozens of sun and moons, dozens of mountain seas, and hundreds of Soar and Ling Yun. But now, almost all of them were dead, and the invincible still had not come to help. It was not that they did not want to, but that some of the invincible were being held back. The human race also knew that these people were trapped in the ancient city. At this moment, some changes were happening at the border region. North of the East Rift Valley. The great Qin Emperor held his spear and looked at the Dao King who had just rushed over from the celestial world and smiled. "Dao King, let's go have a drink. Don't be in such a hurry. Are you tired?" The Dao King was silent for a moment and then slowly said, "State your conditions." The great Qin Emperor laughed. "Simple. Xiao Longwu will prove his Dao, and you will help me stop the war god." The Dao King was silent for a moment and then shook his head. "I can give up my Dao, but I can't stop the war god." The great Qin Emperor slightly nodded and smiled. "Then don't chase after Suyu. He can give up his Dao, but he can't compare to Suyu." The great Qin Emperor was speechless and said, "Don't target Lu Wenyan. That guy killed Jibation Shenwen, so his potential is limited. Even if Jibation Shenwen still has some left, he has already killed more than 10 of them, and Shenwen's combat technique is also destroyed." The Dao King thought for a moment. "My branch will not target Lu Wenyan." The great Qin Emperor smiled. "That's good. Take care, Dao King." The Dao King did not say anything and shattered the void, disappearing on the spot. The great Qin Emperor shook his head. forget it. Suyu is too ruthless. He killed his way to the top of the heaven list, and he is frighteningly young, unlike Lu Wenyin. Hoping that Wan will not kill Suyu is unlikely. This guy, in order to kill him, Wan will probably give up on killing Xiao Longwu. Sigh. If I had known, I would have kicked him back to the human realm after killing those guys and getting to the third place on the heaven list. Now, it's difficult, the Ming constabulary's people all retreated. They did not see Suyu, so they probably knew the result and ran away. Now that he ran back to the human realm, it would be strange if Wan did not force him to hand him over. Let's talk about it after the storm has passed. A moment later, the great Qin Emperor's figure flashed and appeared in front of someone. He looked at his arrogant grandson, and then at his current sorry state. Before Qin Feng could speak, he sighed, useless guy, disgraceful. Scram. Bang, he kicked out, and before Qin Feng could say a word, he was kicked thousands of li away, instantly falling into the human realm passage. With a shrill cry, he disappeared from the All Heavens battlefield. The great Qin Emperor sighed, how sad, you look fine, but no one wants to kill you in the ancient city. How shameful, I can't wait for my grandson to be hunted by Wan. That's prestige, that means Wan is afraid of you, that means your talent is heaven-defying, that means even Wan is afraid of you. In the end. Sigh, why did I feel that my grandson was not bad before? He killed many mountains and seas, including Qin Feng of the Qin family. How honorable. The other invincible experts would say that the great Qin Emperor's grandson was amazing. Now. Sigh, let's not talk about it. Why doesn't Wan chase after my grandson? He lost the first place on the Earth list. How embarrassing, the great Qin Emperor felt desolate, he was getting worse with each generation. That's not true. My grandson who was on the heaven list was not that weak, but, forget it, let's not compete. He killed Jibaishan's Shenwen, and that was not his true ability. My grandson didn't kill Shenwen, the great Qin Emperor comforted himself. Not bad, my grandson is not that useless. At least he is stronger than the Tao King's grandson. Killing the seventh-layered sun and moon. Nonsense, he killed Ming He, at least my grandson didn't kill his own teacher. The human race will not have a day of peace. These words rang out in his heart. If he did not kill Suyu, Wan would not be at ease. Where did that brat run off to? The ancient cities shook, and the suns and moons fell. Armies gathered at the borders of all the war zones, in case a war of 10,000 worlds suddenly broke out. The central war zone was the territory of the demon race. Because of the Star Sea, the natural defense line, there was not so much tension. In addition, the demon race had not been unified, so the border was the most unorganized. In the All Heavens battlefield, the sky was round and the earth was square. The four great races occupied the four sides, the gods, immortals, humans, and demons. In the central region, because of the vast Star Sea, it was more difficult for other races to survive. There were many demon races, and there were also many sea demons. The most important central region was occupied by the demon race. Of course, in terms of strength, the demon race was also very strong. The dragon race was the strongest, but the dragon race did not consider themselves demons. Other than the dragon race, the other demon races were very scattered. No powerful demon race could unify them. Compared to the 36 prefectures of the human realm, at least there was a common front. The demon race was more chaotic than the human race. In fact, there was no pure unification or peace in the All Heavens One. On the demon race's side, the original demon race suppressed the other demon races and could barely unify them. As for the blood-fire demon race, they often acted on their own, pretending to obey but secretly disobeying. Similarly, the god race was similar. As for the immortal race, the division within the immortal race was not so clear. Unlike the gods and demons, the immortal race was more like the human race. However, there was a special immortal race among the immortal race. In fact, it was similar to the other immortal races. However, the ancient immortal race was said to have been passed down from ancient times. Of course, it was not as clear as the original demon race and the primordial god race. Within the immortal race was more divided by the immortal King Dao domains, not by race. This was the current situation of the various powerful races. However, although these great races were chaotic, they had one thing in common when facing the human race. That was that the human race could not activate the domain suppression. This was something they had to do. The human race was powerful. In ancient times, it was possible that they were the rulers of the all heavens one. Some of the ancient races knew this. However, since the human race had lost its position as the overlord of the all heavens, it was impossible for them to unify the all heavens one again. No race wanted to be the vassal and slave of another race. The human race had many invincible beings. Although there were no acknowledged human emperors or half-emperors, the great Qin king, and the others, they were not weak either. There were many invincible realm experts, as well as many suns, moons, and mountains and seas. Under such circumstances, there was no suppressive force in other domains. Once the human race activated the suppressive force of the domains themselves, the human race would no longer be able to restrain them, and they would once again rise above the all heavens one. Therefore, all clans had a standard for dealing with the human clan. The human clan could be strong, but the premise was that there could never be an invincible realm civilizer. Absolutely, it was like that 50 years ago, and it was still like that 50 years later, when Suyu ranked first on the heavenly list and Lu Wenyan ranked first on the terrestrial list. Han Tan prepared to start the faculty of theology in the human realm to inherit Shen Wen's method of splitting. The lineage of the fifth generation was once again watched by the all heavens one. The lineage of the fifth generation, or rather, the lineage of the origin of the Shen Wen lineage, had 6 descendants: Lu Wenyan, Han Tan, Chen Yong, Bai Feng, Su Yu, and Wu Jia. As for Xianxia, Zhao Ming, Yu, and Hu Ping, although they were also part of the Shen Wen lineage, they were not direct descendants. The direct descendants should be on the side of Lu Wenyan and the others. Moreover, the strength and combat strength that these people had shown, including their potential, were not as terrifying as the lineage of the fifth generation. Suyu fled the ancient city, but Lu Wenyan returned to the territory of the human clan. He was old, and after destroying Yubation Shen Wen, his threat was not as great as before. Of course, it was not completely non-threatening. At least he still had a few pieces of Yubation Shen Wen. But without a system, without a combat skill, he was much less of a threat than before. No matter what, at this moment, this lineage once again became the focus of the all heavens one. Among them, the most important was Suyu. Suyu fled, disappeared, and his whereabouts were unknown. At this moment, many people were paying attention to him, including some experts of the human realm. Xia Province. Great Xia Civilization University. Wan Tianxing saw the latest list, the Skyhunter list. First on the Sky list, Suyu, second on the Sky list, Modo Na, third on the Sky list, Zhan Wushuang, fourth on the Sky list, Daoqing, fifth on the Sky list, Mingyu, sixth on the Sky list, Xian Wuji, seventh on the Sky list, Long Yingyue. The Sky list was constantly changing. The most obvious change was the addition of Suyu and Daoqing. As for the 2 dragons who had killed the mountain-breaking bull clan, they were not on the Sky list. Their battle records were strong, but the Skyhunter list did not just look at battle records. It also looked at potential. Suyu killed the 4th layer of the Sun-Moon realm and became number 1 on the list. It was not simply because he had killed the 4th layer of the Sun-Moon realm, but because the Heaven Hunting list had judged his potential and given this result. Suyu had the potential to become invincible. Great hope. As for Daoqing, he was 4th not because he had killed Minghe, but because Daoqing had undergone some transformation. This led the Skyhunter list to judge that he was 4th and had a chance of becoming invincible among the younger generation. Of course, it was not clear how the Skyhunter list measured Lu Wenyan. And now, Lu Wenyan had also been pushed out of the Earth list. Daoqing was on the list. Originally 18th on the Sky list, he had fallen and occupied 1st place on the Earth list. Originally 18th on the Sky list, a member of the ancient Heavenly Abyss clan. Like Mingyu, who was 5th on the Sky list, they were both ancient. The ancient Heavenly Abyss clan was also famous. Back then, Yi Badian had been killed by an invincible from this clan. Back then, there were 2 invincibles who fought with Yi Badian. One was killed, while the other killed Yi Badian and left with heavy injuries. The one who left was from the ancient Heavenly Abyss clan, and he was most proficient in curses. And now, the genius of this clan had fallen from the sky list to the first place on the earth list. Wan Tianxing looked at the names and fell into deep thought. Killing a Sun Moon Tier 4, of course, he knew that this was a coincidence. It was possible this time, but it did not mean that it would be possible next time. However, even if it was just a coincidence, it also meant that Suyu had become much stronger. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand the self-destruction of Sun Moon Shenwen. This guy's sea of will was definitely not weak. It might be comparable to some weaker mountains and seas. Sea of will was strong, Shenwen was strong, and his physical body was not weak either. Suyu, Ling Yun against a mountain and sea. He had originally thought that when he stepped into Ling Yun, the battle would begin. But now, it seemed that was not necessarily the case. This guy's mountain and sea was definitely not the weak mountain and sea he had imagined. It might be an extremely powerful mountain sea realm expert. Perhaps it was the kind that could defy the sun and moon. That was very frightening. Wan Tianxing looked at the list and fell into deep thought. As for Suyu being hunted, he did not care too much. The All Heavens battlefield was very big, and there were all kinds of mysterious places. Even if an invincible wanted to hunt someone down, it would be extremely difficult. At this moment, he was more concerned about Lu Wenyan. After self-destructing Yibatian's Shenwen, what did this guy think? Next, would there be any changes on Lu Wenyan's side? As for Suyu, let him be. If he continued to struggle, there was a high chance that he would not die. I saw him fighting a mountain and sea in Ling Yun in the human realm, so there was a high chance that he would come back alive. Now, this was the only thing he could think of. Spending 100 years of his lifespan was more or less useful. If this guy came back, when would he start fighting a mountain and sea? That might be the breaking point of the war. Lu Wenyan. Suyu, Wan Tianxing fell into deep thought. Perhaps, this is the fuse of war. But right now, the human race still cannot make up their mind, and there are too many constraints. There are many people who want to hand over Suyu and Lu Wenyan, or let them fend for themselves. Wan Tianxing paced around the room and murmured, could it be that Suyu is the one to activate the explosive point of the Great Xia Prefecture? Is he the one to start the chaos of the human realm? Could Suyu come back in a short time? At least for now, there was no way he could come back. Or had he gone back to the human realm? He wasn't sure. Fortunately, he had left something in Suyu's body. When he came back, he could feel it. Perhaps, when Suyu stepped into Xia province again, it would be the breaking point of the war. 2 lines. One is in the battlefield of the heavens, and the other is in Xia province. Xiao Longwu leads that line, and I lead this line. Wan Tianxing murmured to himself. So, should he launch these 2 lines together, or should he launch Xia province first? He looked beyond Xiaoxingge, at the Faculty of Theology, and at Hong Tan. For a long time, he couldn't come to an accurate conclusion. Everything was out of his control. Suyu had disrupted many of his plans, including Zhou Pelong's. Because of Suyu, he had also attracted a lot of attention. This was not in line with his expectations. Suyu was really troublesome. I still need to focus my attention back. Wan Tianxing murmured. Now it seemed that Suyu was the focus of attention. Should he think of a way to get this guy back? This is troublesome. This guy may think that it won't be too late to come back after launching Xia province. But if he doesn't come back, he may not be able to launch the war. What a contradiction. Wan Tianxing thought over and over again. Soon, he looked at Hong Tan again. Maybe. I have to trouble you, you were almost beaten to death. Will that guy come back? If you can't do it, you can beat by phone. Number 1 on the heaven list. What's the use of being number 1 on the heaven list? It's too ostentatious. After complaining, he sensed the situation in the city again. Xiao Longwu was not there. Xiao Houyi had led a group of people to the battlefield of the heavens. As expected, the city was also full of demons. In addition, the new students had arrived, and there were many experts on Wan's side. Wan Tianxing smiled faintly. They were quite bold. These guys actually wanted to spy on him. These days, there were actually experts from the god and demon clans spying on him. They were really bold. They were all recorded in a small notebook, including some of Wanzhou's people who might have contacted them. They were also recorded in a small notebook. Xia province had really become a den of thieves. Very good. At this moment, a voice-transmitting talisman vibrated. Wan Tianxing looked at the place where the talismans were placed. There were 8 or 9 of them, and one of them was vibrating. Wan Tianxing took it out and glanced at it. He quickly replied, "Continue to lie low." On the other side of the voice-transmitting talisman, a chubby youth replied, "Continue to lie low? Old one, why do I feel that I've been exposed, but everyone is watching me and not making a move?" "Not exposed. Don't worry. That's impossible." Jia Mingzhen said curiously, "It's true. Old one, I feel that I've been exposed. Why don't I go back? I feel like a pack of hungry wolves is watching me." "It's fine. If you've really been exposed, just lead them to Xia province." "All right then." Jia Mingzhen put down the voice-transmitting talisman helplessly and fell into deep thought. "I haven't been exposed, why do I feel like I've been exposed? There really seems to be people watching me recently. Troublesome. Is Old One reliable? I still want to go back. The days outside are so hard." Sigh, at the same time. Ming Constabulary. Zhu Tiandao and Niu Baidao were drinking tea and chatting. There was also a list in front of them. Zhu Tiandao did not look at it. He took a sip of tea and said after a while, "You saw it. That kid flew away after being released. He might not dare to come back to Ming Constabulary." Niu Baidao nodded slightly and said helplessly, "I thought he would at most go out and have a look. At most, he would go to visit his father. I didn't expect that kid to be so ruthless. He killed so many people just by going out. I should have thought of it. When he left Xia province last time, he killed a bunch of people." Zhu Tiandao said calmly and quickly added, "If he comes back now, I might not be able to stop him if he's really forced. It's better that he doesn't come back." Niu Baidao nodded slightly and asked, "You bet that he will succeed?" "I'm not sure. It's hard to say." Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, "Who can say for sure? Even if he really reached Yi Baixian's level, he might not succeed. If even Yi Badian failed, then there's a chance. Moreover, I think that although the Shunwen sect is strong, it's not as strong as the warrior sect." Niu Baidao nodded and said, "What should we do now?" "What do you mean? Should we continue to send reinforcements?" "Send who?" "You?" Zhu Tiandao looked at him and said with a smile, "Old Niu, how about you go?" "Me?" Niu Baidao laughed dryly and said, "Forget about me. I'm already so old. If I go now and encounter the Invincible Realm experts, won't I be sending myself to death? I've dealt with some of the Invincible Realm experts in Wan in the past. They know me. It's not convenient for me to go." Zhu Tiandao sneered and said no more. He quickly said, "It's useless to go now. You might not be able to find him no matter where he is. He's not trapped somewhere. He has his own legs and can run." Then, Zhu Tiandao pondered for a moment and said, "That's not the most important thing right now. It's the situation in Xia province. Xia province is getting more and more chaotic. I think it will explode sooner or later. We're just next to Xia province. Once it gets chaotic, the Ming Constabulary will also be affected." Niu Baidao nodded. "What do you mean?" "I can't get up." Zhu Tiandao stood up with his hands clasped behind his back. He sighed and looked to the north where Xia province was. He said softly, "Get ready. Xia province is in chaos. Even if we don't intervene, we have to deal with the aftermath. These guys in Xia province are all stubborn. Suyu is the same. He wants to solve everything by himself. He doesn't trust others and doesn't want to ask for help." Niu Baidao also looked to the north and nodded. "Okay, I got it. By the way, don't you care about Suyu? How? Do we need to bring his father back?" "No. The Great Qin King and the others are still there. It's not that dangerous." Zhu Tiandao said quickly, "In addition, get ready to send some people to the Starry Mansion. It's about to open." Niu Baidao nodded. "Okay, I got it. As for you, are you really going to use Xiao Longwu's chance to prove your Dao?" Zhu Tiandao looked at him and said in surprise, "What do you mean?" I'm still too young. I don't have the chance to prove my Tao at all. Niao Baidao continued to nod. Amen, I know. I knew you wore open-crotch pants when you were young. By the way, what's your experience wearing open-crotch pants when you're over 200 years old? What? Zhu Tiandao looked at him and asked curiously, Old Niao, what's wrong with you? Niao Baidao smiled and said, Nothing, just a little curious. I'm really curious. Don't think too much. I'm just curious. Between you and Xiao Longwu, who is stronger? What do you mean? Zhu Tiandao said unhappily, What are you talking about? Have you lost your mind because you're old? Not really. Niao Baidao sighed and said, Stop pretending. Let's be honest with each other. I admit that I'm at the 9th layer of the Sun-Moon realm. I've been using the revolving turtle blood to hide my strength. Raising so many revolving turtles is all for the sake of hiding my realm. Alright. Can you tell me about the experience of wearing open-crotch pants when you're over 200 years old? Zhu Tiandao looked at him and said after a while, You're in danger now. Niao Baidao nodded and said, I know, but we're on the same side, aren't we? Niao Baidao smiled and said, I'm just curious about a few things. First, how did you do it? Second, why did the landlord do this? Third, do you have any hope of succeeding? Zhu Tiandao said wearily, Don't give me that. Old Niao, I don't understand what you're saying. If you're at the 9th layer of the Sun-Moon realm, then you should prepare for the matter of proving your Tao. What are you thinking about all day long? Niao Baidao smiled and said, I'm not thinking about it. I'm thinking that if there's a chance, I should also prepare for it. Actually, I feel that your chances are very high. Being able to enter 15,000 June at the age of 9, it's already been over 340 years. I'm afraid you've already reached the extreme of the extreme. Can Xiao Longwu really match up to you? Old Niao, are you hysterical? No. Niao Baidao sighed and said, I discovered it a few years ago, but I didn't say it. Today, I'm saying this because I feel that you might use this opportunity to prove your Tao. If necessary, these old bones of mine can still block it for you. I don't think my chances are high, but yours are. Zhu Tiandao laughed and said, Don't even think about it. The one who entered 15,000 June at the age of 9 is my big brother. I'm 200 years younger than him. Niao Baidao nodded and said, Alright, let's not talk about this. You might be a premature baby. I clearly remember that you were born 7 months after your father came back from the heavenly battlefield. It's probably because of your premature birth that your mother died after giving birth to you. What a coincidence. After your brother's death, your father didn't have any children, and a lot of things were missing from the treasury. Your father was a stingy person who was used to being a poor man and treated a dime like a treasure. It's really strange that something went missing from the treasury. Niao Baidao shook his head and said, Forget it, let's not talk about this. We still have to think of a way to deal with Suyu. Otherwise, this kid really won't be able to come back. Zhu Tiandao just looked at him and didn't say a word. After a while, he said, Old Niao, when did you become so talkative? Are you really getting old? Are you going to retire? It's still early. Niao Baidao laughed and said, Don't think about these meaningless things. I don't mean anything else. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. If you don't believe me, you can keep me here. You're muddle-headed. You're an expert of the same generation as my father. Niao Baidao nodded and laughed. He stood up and said, Then I'll go back first. You. I won't talk about you anymore. Anyway, do as you see fit. After Niao Baidao left, Zhu Tiandao looked at him silently for a while and shook his head. He smiled and also disappeared. Old man, you're already so old, but you still like to talk nonsense. My pitiful big brother. Sigh, he died at the age of 9. Heaven is jealous of him. With a sigh, Zhu Tiandao disappeared. Big brother was too pitiful. Everyone in the Wan region knew about this. Old Niao must have lost his mind. He actually had such a strange thought. Could it be that he was suffering from old age amnesia? In the Myriad worlds, people were discussing Suyu. They were discussing Daoqing, Lu Wenyan, ancient cities. Suyu, on the other hand, found a familiar place at this time. An ancient city, yes, an ancient city. In this area, there were a few ancient cities. He knew about this. Previously, Huang Tang and Qin Feng were not with him. They each escaped to an ancient city. On the Sea of Desire Plain, there were actually 3 ancient cities. Sky Destruction Ancient City was in the middle. At this moment, Suyu walked in another direction. After escaping for a while, he actually saw a second ancient city. Heavenly Cloud. This was the name of this ancient city, Heavenly Cloud Ancient City. Suyu's heart was slightly moved. He needed a safe place to cultivate. Maybe, this place was suitable for him. A very good place, the ancient city was actually very safe. At least, that was what Suyu thought. As long as he didn't cause trouble, it wouldn't be a big problem. Moreover, if he hid in the ancient city, even if Wu Di really found his location, he might not dare to come to the ancient city to kill people. A good place. How about I hide for a few days? Suyu looked at the ancient city in front of him. Compared to Sky Destruction Ancient City, there were people coming and going here. It wasn't affected much. Perhaps because Sky Destruction Ancient City was sealed, a large number of homeless people came here. There were many more people here. If I enter the city, I have to be more low-key this time. I can't be too conspicuous. Suyu thought that if he wanted to be low-key, it would be best for him to disguise himself. However, the city lord was very strong. He didn't know if there were any taboos. It would be troublesome if he disguised himself as someone from a race that the city lord hated. He glanced at the city gate. What race did they dare to come here? If they dared to come here, then he would disguise himself as someone from the same race. It shouldn't be a big problem. After looking for a while, there didn't seem to be any taboos. There were even humans here, Suyu thought about it. His muscles swelled and his face changed slightly. He looked a little older. Soon, he looked like a strong man, a strong human. It was common for warriors to hang around here. In terms of strength, Suyu had completely sealed off the Sea of Will. Soar Warrior. His body was originally at the Soar Realm. Soon, Suyu awkwardly walked towards Cloud Sky Ancient City. At the gate, there were still soldiers guarding. There were also 9 city gates. Suyu didn't even look at the main city gate. It was better to be low-key. There was nothing good about the main city gate. Moreover, last time in Sky Destruction Ancient City, he didn't use much of the 9 defensive circles and only broke one. Cloud Sky Ancient City was a bit different from Sky Destruction Ancient City. Perhaps the city lord here was a bit more tyrannical. The soldier guarding saw him and felt that he was unfamiliar. He directly said, "Enter the city, 30 to 36 rings. You can find a house for free. The other places are sealed off. If you want to enter, you need to pay enough resources. Otherwise, you are not allowed to enter. Killing is not allowed in the city. You are not allowed to destroy the ancient houses." Then, the soldier coldly said, "Especially you humans, you are not allowed to cause trouble in the city. Don't think that you humans can all learn from Suyu." Obviously, Suyu's matter had spread. He made a mess in Sky Destruction Ancient City. Cloud Sky Ancient City also specially increased their vigilance. They began to warn the humans not to cause trouble and not to think that everyone was Suyu. Suyu nodded and laughed, "Of course. I will go in and rest for a few days. I will come out soon." "Sir, I heard about Suyu's matter. How is Sky Destruction Ancient City now?" He really didn't know about this. After losing the ranking, he didn't have any source of information. The soldier directly ignored him. But at the city gate, a creature laughed and said, "How can it be? A lot of people died." Someone saw from afar that the radiance of the sun and moon was constantly being destroyed. However, it seems that an invincible expert has arrived. The specific situation will probably be decided in 1 or 2 days. "Brother, the geniuses of your human race are really fierce." Suyu chuckled and said, "Of course. But forget it, that's a genius, it has nothing to do with me. We better not get close to him, lest we get implicated by Suyu. That guy has caused some races to look at me strangely these past few days. It's as if the human race is all crazy like Suyu. It's hard to get along." The creature that answered before had a strange appearance. He had 7 or 8 horns on his head and looked a bit strange. At this moment, he also laughed and said, "That's right, this Suyu is really ruthless. He killed until the heaven hunting list changed again and again. It's been so many years, but this is the first time in recent years. The last time was during the era of the human races Yibatian." Suyu smiled and didn't say anything. He nodded and walked into the city. The strange multi-horned creature also followed and said while walking, "Human brother, do you need to buy anything when you enter the city this time? I am familiar with Cloud Sky Ancient City. I am also familiar with any houses that don't have living beings living in them and have low death energy." Suyu smiled and said, "Don't, I'm poor, I can find it myself." "Brother, don't stare at me. Although this is my first time coming to Cloud Sky Ancient City, I have been to other ancient cities and can be considered an expert. Don't trick me." The multi-horned creature smiled and said, "How is it a trick? It's just trying to make a living. It's hard for small races like us to survive. Unlike the large races like you human race, it's much better. That's a genius or someone with a background. Those of us without a background and haven't joined the army can only make a living by licking blood from the edge of a blade." Suyu shook his head. "After so many years in the All Heavens battle arena, this is it. I don't know when I'll be slapped to death by an expert." This time, a large number of people died in Sky Annihilation Ancient City. When I heard the news, even I felt a chill. Sigh, the All Heavens battle arena is in chaos, there's nothing I can do. One person and one creature chatted for a while. The multi-horned creature didn't talk to Suyu anymore and quickly left the city. It seemed that he was looking for a second sucker to see if he could get some resources. As for Suyu, he wasn't in a hurry to find a place to stay this time. The last time he went to Sky Annihilation Ancient City, it was at night and there weren't any shops open. This time, it was daytime, and many shops were open on the streets. Moreover, business seemed to be pretty good. Some were opened by residents, while others were opened by small races. These small races would also open a few shops to exchange for resources they needed. In the All Heavens battlefield, although the ancient city was a dangerous place, as long as one didn't go too deep, didn't kill people, and didn't stay for more than 3 days, it was actually safer than anywhere else. Suyu looked for a while and didn't find anything good, so he didn't care too much. Soon, he found an empty house and looked around. He entered the house and prepared to digest what he had obtained this time. The moment he entered the city, a voice rang out. The layout was similar. There was also a stone statue in the rear hall of the city lord's mansion, but it was different from the one in Sky Annihilation City. The stone statue in Sky Ancient City was a woman. At this moment, the woman opened her eyes and looked in Suyu's direction. Suyu's figure seemed to appear in her eyes. She saw Suyu and saw through Suyu. Suyu could hide from the sun and moon, but he couldn't hide from Invincible. The woman looked at him for a while and closed her eyes. Hopefully, he wouldn't cause trouble in Sky Sacred City. This should be the human Suyu they were talking about. He actually came to Sky Sacred City. This made the female stone statue a bit depressed. Just go and harm that guy in Sky Annihilation City, don't harm me. Didn't the human race like to harm that side? Maybe it was because the name was too arrogant. Sky Annihilation, Sky Sacred City was so good, the female stone statue thought about this and closed her eyes again. She didn't want to be like that guy, talking about life with the experts from the dead spirit world. It was too boring. Just when Suyu entered the ancient house. Outside Sky Annihilation City, many majestic figures appeared. Without much communication, a demon god appeared. He also had long purple hair and his loud voice broke through the seal of the ancient city. Open the gates. Silence. Tianhe didn't reply. The purple-haired demon god said indifferently again, open the gates. Although the dead spirits are strong, they can't stop us. If we really break the city, chaos will arise. That's not what you and I want. With that, he punched out, the gates shook. A moment later, a special dead spirit appeared. The purple-haired demon god said indifferently, although the dead spirit world is strong, don't provoke the original demon race. The original demon race has an eternal being who has turned into a dead spirit and is also the monarch of the dead spirit world. Now, the emperor is welcoming him back. Does the dead spirit world want to start a war with the original demon race? The dead spirit looked at him and said, "The holy city is the place where the dead spirit race receives. The original demon race is useless here." The purple-haired demon god's aura soared into the sky. He said coldly, "Don't force me to slaughter your dead spirit race. Outsiders don't know, but do you think we don't? Although there are many dead spirits, how many eternal beings are there? Do you believe that from now on, I will seal all your ancient cities and no one will be allowed to enter? Unending dead spirits." The dead spirit was still indifferent. "Sealing the holy city will still be the same. How dare you?" The purple demon god let out a light shout, and the dead spirit exploded. A moment later, an even stronger dead spirit appeared. The death energy was extremely dense. At this moment, the radiance of the sun and moon fell in the city. The purple-haired demon god said coldly, "Monarch of the dead spirit? Do you really want to force this king into the dead spirit world?" At this moment, invincible realm experts appeared all around. With the Tao King, the dragon race also had invincible realm experts. The immortal, demon, dragon races, and the five elements race, the dead spirit's voice was a little hoarse. After looking for a while, he said lifelessly, "Choose one of the two. Leave the sun and moon or those geniuses. The holy city has its rules. No dead spirits return without blood." The purple-haired demon king was silent for a while. "They aren't the ones slaughtering the dead spirits." "I know." The dead spirit said calmly, "But this is the rule. Otherwise, the monarch of the dead spirit will not be the only one here." The demon king of the original demon race said coldly again, "My race's demon emperor is about to break through." The monarch of the dead spirit was silent for a while. "Choose one of the two, to choose or not to choose. Who else is alive? Dragon race, god race, sun moon, and blood fire devil race were just killed by me." Was Deji dead? The purple demon king was silent for a while, then said, "All right, let's choose a genius." As soon as he said that, a heavenly dragon king said coldly, "Moge, my dragon race's long doe is still inside." The demon king tilted his head and looked at him. "Then you go in and save him." The dragon king remained silent. The god king did not come from the god race, so there was no need to worry about it. The undead monarch said indifferently, "This is the first time. I'll give you some face. Next time, it won't be so easy." As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of death covered the entire ancient city. Rumble, 2 suns and moons were destroyed. Outside the city, the invincible realm experts remained silent. Even the dragon king of the dragon clan did not say anything at this moment. Sun and moon or geniuses, Long Do and Lei Hua were both at the 7th level of the sun-moon realm. They were extremely powerful, but they were outsiders, after all. Those geniuses were their descendants. This time, the sun and moon both fell. The death spirit monarch laughed lightly, turned into a shadow, and gradually disappeared. The sun and moon dead spirits in the city also disappeared. The city gate was opened once again. At the cost of the death of 21 suns and moons, they came to kill Suyu. Suyu did not die, only leaving a mess on the ground. The invincible realm experts did not enter the city. They were all waiting outside the city. After a while, in the city, a few geniuses, covered in wounds, walked out of the city. Daocheng, Madonna, Tian Duo, Long Zhan, Little Golden Dragon, Floating Earth Spirit. In the huge ancient city, only they were left. Looking back, the geniuses all had complicated looks in their eyes. The invincible realm experts that they summoned chose to sacrifice the sun and moon to appease the anger of the Death Spirit clan. They did not choose to forcefully break into the city to rescue. This setback might be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Cloud Sky Ancient City. In a small old house, because it was only the outer area and it was daytime, there was very little death energy. It did not affect Suyu at all. After being busy for so many days, Suyu finally had a moment to rest. Sitting cross-legged on the blue stone floor, Suyu pondered for a moment before he stopped thinking and began to cultivate. Digest his harvest this time. The first thing he needed to digest was naturally the heaven and earth mysterious light. This thing had a very good body forging effect and was obtained from killing the sun and moon. There were a total of 20 strands, which was very valuable. For an ordinary cultivator, 1 strand was enough for them to forge their body once. Unfortunately, Suyu was not an ordinary cultivator. At this moment, Suyu had completed 22 casts and 23 casts was almost there. His 22 casts was stronger than an ordinary cultivator, no, a demon god warrior's 36 casts, so it consumed a lot of energy. Even though he was close to 23 casts, Suyu still consumed a strand of heaven and earth mysterious light to complete 23 casts. His body shook. Breathing technique. Suyu found that this breathing technique was more useful than the immortal race's longevity method. If he did not need to use the longevity method to absorb the heaven's energy, then it would be the best. The longevity method had a weakness, awkwardness. The sky connecting aperture kept spurting out energy. Cultivating in private was fine, but cultivating like this in front of others was extremely embarrassing. But the breathing technique he learned from the stone sculpture was different. It was a natural feeling. Now, among the cultivation methods that Suyu learned, there were two special ones. One was the breathing technique, the other was the dead soul orifice reversal method. These two methods did not need the acupuncture points to cooperate. They were very special and felt that even one could learn them. It has to be said that in today's cultivation methods, universal cultivation methods did not exist. But this time, Suyu learned two kinds of skills. The cultivation techniques that he had learned previously were all converted into the cultivation techniques of the human race, and they were not universal. And this time, he obtained two cultivation methods in the ancient city, which made Suyu very happy. Of course, at this moment, while forging his body, he was thinking whether every ancient city had such stone sculptures? If so, then this Cloud Sky ancient city also had them. Will there be benefits when forging? He might have gotten a lot of benefits in the Sky Destruction ancient city, but he hadn't gotten anything here. Forget it, let's keep a low profile. Suyu silently reminded himself to keep a low profile and not be reckless. Now that Wudi might be looking for him, he couldn't be too reckless. Anyway, the ancient city couldn't run away. If there was really something good, it wouldn't be too late to take it later. Continue cultivating. The heaven and earth mystic light was constantly being consumed, and a large amount of heaven essence chi was also being consumed. This time, he had spent a lot of heaven essence chi, and he had given a lot of sun and moon to the shadow guard. He had also absorbed a lot of heaven essence chi in the hall. At this time, Suyu only had a little more than 100 copies. However, Suyu still had a lot of blood essence that could be refined. He was in no hurry. He was already in the All Heavens battlefield, so why would he be afraid of not having enough heavenly yuan chi? What a joke. If that didn't work, he could kill a godfiend team. There would be plenty of heavenly essence energy there. If that didn't work, he could find a mountain break bulls camp and kill a group of mountain break bulls. The cost-performance ratio was quite high. Suyu was in no hurry. He continued cultivating his body. He combined the vibrations technique with his breathing technique to vibrate and cleanse his body. Not long after completing the 23rd forging, Suyu consumed 3 wisps of mystic light and completed the 24th forging. At this moment, he still had 16 mystic lights left. The consumption was huge, it was much more than ordinary cultivators. Suyu wasn't surprised at all. With such a powerful body, it was normal to use it more. It would be abnormal if he didn't use it more. It would be great if the remaining 16 mystic lights could help him complete the 5th forging. Time passed bit by bit. The sky darkened. And at this moment, it was officially human time. Year 351 of the Peace Calendar, July 16th. It had been almost 2 months since Suyu left the Ming residence. He left the Ming residence with an 8th forging body, and his willpower was only sore. Now, Suyu's body had already reached the 26th forging and was undergoing the 27th forging. A loud rumble sounded. In the room, the deathly aura dissipated. And in Suyu's sea of will, all the mystic lights had been consumed. He didn't reach the 28th forging that he expected. He only completed the 27th forging and used up all the mystic lights. The further he went, the harder it was. His body had officially reached the 27th forging. Later on, he had to reach close to 5 wisps of mystic lights before he could complete the 1st forging. Suyu shook his head. The consumption was too huge. 5 wisps, according to the Sky Hunter Pavilion's price, that would be 5 drops of sun and moon essence blood. Killing 1 sun and moon essence blood would allow him to forge his body twice. Stop fooling around, I still have 45 forging. If I need more later, I would have to kill at least 20 to 30 sun and moon essence blood. Of course, I'm talking about the first stage sun and moon essence blood. Alright, in fact, he really killed that many this time. Even though he wasn't the one who did it. It didn't seem to be that much, so you laughed at himself. If everyone learned from me, one's sun and moon essence blood would all be dead. Forging one's body required killing dozens of sun and moon essence blood. If he killed all of one's sun and moon essence blood, it would probably be enough for some people. Sigh. Actually, he could also slowly forge his body. The effect of using heavenly essence chi was actually not bad, but Suyu couldn't wait. He needed to quickly strengthen himself. Now, he had just completed the 27th forging. And Suyu's strength was actually also terrifyingly strong. The explosive power of his physical body had already reached the strength of more than 23,000 apertures. Close to 24,000. If he opened the yang apertures, the increase in strength of Shenwen would be about 30,000. Strictly speaking, this strength was not much different from some of the weaker third-stage mountain sea cultivators. Purely in terms of physical strength, Suyu was confident that he could fight them. But in the infinite worlds, the weak mountains and seas were not the goal that Suyu and the others were pursuing. For example, Madonna's physical strength was at least 100,000 apertures. And this was before, when the opponent was only Lingyun 7. What about now? Moreover, 100,000 apertures was only the minimum. Madonna could kill the 7th stage mountain sea cultivators, and he killed the weakest ones? Coincidentally, there were the weakest ones for you to kill. How could there be so many weak 7th stage mountain sea cultivators for you to kill while you were at it? It was not accurate to use the weakest combat power to judge. The gap between mountains and seas is like heaven and earth. The gap between the sun and moon is even scarier. Suyu shook his head. This meant that Minghe, who was at the 7th stage of the sun and moon, was injured by the self-explosion of 2 sun and moon peak Shenwen. Then, when Suyu erupted with the strength of the 6th stage mountain sea and slashed down, he could only cut off the other party's arm. The other party was seriously injured, and his strength had been reduced by about 90%. Even if Suyu went all out and exploded, he still could not kill the other party. How strong was Minghe? Anyway, he was terrifyingly strong. In the past, Suyu would have felt that a physical strength of close to 30,000 apertures was very strong, but now, it was really just that. Without the sun and moon Shenwen, if he encountered Madonna now, even if he devoured the blood essence of the 6th stage mountain sea, he would probably be defeated by the other party. His strength could not compare to Madonna. In other words, on the heaven list, Suyu probably could not beat anyone. Including Dao attainment. Before Dao attainment, Ling Yunjing had killed someone at the 5th stage of the mountain sea. Now that he had entered the 3rd stage of the mountain sea, even if it was a little superficial because of his fast advancement, his strength had still greatly improved. Of course, Suyu did not know that Dao attainment was on the list. At this moment, he did not have that thing with him. The Heaven Hunting Pavilion's ranking was useful, but it was a bit of a scam. It was very annoying to keep targeting you. After absorbing the Heaven-Earth Mystic Light, Suyu did not stop. He continued to absorb the Heaven Essence Chi, willpower, and the lingering charm of Shenwen. At the same time, he repaired the Sea of Will. Previously, the Sea of Will had been seriously injured in order to shatter the Sun and Moon Shenwen. Fortunately, Suyu's Sea of Will had been tempered by the God-expanding hammer and was relatively stable. With the existence of the Golden Atlas, the damage was not serious. After absorbing a large amount of willpower and the lingering charm of Shenwen, Suyu finally completed the harvest of the heaven and earth reward in one night. As for his strength, he had officially stepped into the 2nd level of Ling Yun. He could no longer suppress his willpower. Suyu actually did not want to advance and continued to temper. In the end, after tempering for a long time, he really could not compress it anymore. His willpower advanced to the 2nd level of Ling Yun. That was good. Willpower was still very useful. Disguising one's identity, preventing detection, and using the Shenwen all required strong willpower. If one's willpower was not strong enough, such as self-destruction, the Shenwen would not be able to do it. This time, the Shenwen at the peak of Sun and Moon didn't have strong enough willpower to control it. Otherwise, Suyu could easily kill Minghe with 2 Shenwen at the peak of Sun and Moon. The level of willpower had increased, and the Shenwen had also advanced a little. At this moment, Suyu had a total of 25 Shenwen. Blood, thunder, destruction, battle, kill, wind, change, beast, death, tribulation, tranquility, fusion, strength, battle, slow, saber, pressure, quake, in addition to the 5 elements Shenwen and a fire of inheritance. Among them, other than a few Shenwen that were still at the 2nd or 3rd level, most of them had entered the 4th level. Suyu's willpower, including the strength of the Sea of Will, was actually close to the Mountain Sea. Now, some of the Shenwen that he often used had entered the 4th level. A few of them even caught up later. The tranquility from the great Zhou King, the tribulation from the heaven and earth Shenwen, the change that he drew later, and the that had quietly advanced all entered the 4th level. 25 of them were all Shenwen of the human race. Teacher Jin Xing of the Ming Constabulary had once said that the more Shenwen of the human race, the stronger Shenwen would be and the greater the increase would be. Suyu had some feelings about this. His Shenwen was not weak. It was not weaker than the God-fiend Shenwen. In fact, it felt stronger. It's just that divine runic battle skills are far from complete. There are still 74 divine runes left, so I can't form a complete divine runic battle skill. A battle skill formed from 25 divine runes isn't as powerful as I expected, Suyu muttered. Perhaps this was the flaw of the human race's Shenwen. If it was not complete, it was not strong enough. If it was combined with some other races, perhaps the Shenwen would be stronger. Suyu only thought about this. In any case, he could not outline the Shenwen of other races. After digesting the gains this time, Suyu's combat strength increased by a lot. Very quickly, Suyu looked at his other gains. Along the way, he devoured some essence blood and opened a few more atlases. This also verified some of his previous thoughts. As expected, the opening of atlases was very interesting. At this moment, the page of the immortal race's atlases had changed. It was more complete. He had devoured the essence blood of the immortal race before, but it had not been complete. At this moment, it finally felt complete. Immortal race, Lingyan 7 race skills, immortal power possession, vitality rush, flesh rebirth, activated by essence blood, same as below, foundational essence skill, immortal essence skill foundational art, immortal apertures heaven's net champ foundational forging technique, heavenly immortal 36 casts foundational 9 transformations. Ancient Immortal 9 Transformations. This was the new page that Suyu had opened after devouring the 9 Xian essence blood. It was much more complete, including the foundational art and the foundational 9 transformations. Before this, there had been none. As expected, Suyu had guessed that the civilization master would open something different from the warrior. Now, Suyu believed it was really different. Not to mention the others, there was the foundational art. Warrior and civilization master were different. Only when they were combined would it be a complete page. This time, he killed the celestial race's civilization master, 9 Xian. There was one more celestial aperture heavenly net technique. Suyu was actually looking forward to it. He wanted to see if the celestial race's art and opened god apertures overlapped with his. Did they all overlap, or did they overlap a portion? The 5 elements race was considered a special race. They opened 180 god apertures, but none of them overlapped. So what about the celestial race? Suyu devoured another drop of essence blood. Celestial race's essence blood, 9 Xians. He had already dealt with Jiao Xian's quintessence blood. He was the only quintessence blood he had on him. The other quintessence blood didn't come from the experts he had killed in the ancient city, but rather, they had been prepared for this moment. He devoured 1 drop of essence blood. Very quickly. The atlases absorbed it. A moment later, a god aperture diagram appeared in the Sea of Will. 108 god apertures. It was stronger than what the human race had cultivated before. The human race had only opened 72 god apertures when they cultivated the art, while the celestial race had opened 108. Suyu quickly checked and was delighted. It was really different, they weren't all the same. Some overlapped, but he counted. There were a total of 32 god apertures that were different. This meant that he had discovered 32 different god apertures. As for the incantations that the human race had cultivated, the 72 divine orifices that they had opened all overlapped with the 5 elements incantation. so you did not think too deeply about what this meant. Perhaps the Five Elements race and the human race had some connection in the past. No matter what, he had discovered 32 new God apertures. This meant that his previous guess was correct. There should be 360 God apertures. Last time, he had only opened half of them, so he couldn't circulate them naturally. He couldn't find the Yin aperture or the complete primordial spirit aperture. As expected, I guessed correctly. Suyu's gaze changed. This meant that he should hunt the celestial race, demon race, and some other races' civilization masters. He had to discover their basic art and all the God apertures. Then he would open all the God apertures and circulate the art naturally to form a new art. Civilization master, it was rare to see one, Suyu sighed. He had been in the All Heavens battlefield for some time and had seen many geniuses of the various races. However, he had seen very few civilization masters. Only the celestial race and the celestial race were civilization masters. The geniuses of the other races were mostly warriors. A small number of civilization masters were also very weak. After killing the celestial race, Suyu had devoured it once and obtained an art. The result was trash. It overlapped with his Five Elements art's God apertures. Actually, there are still some civilization masters. I know of the Fire Crow race, the White Beaver race, and the Shadow race. There are also a large number of civilization masters, Suyu thought. He had killed a member of the Shadow race before, but that one was not a civilization master. This race was mostly civilization masters. The one he met last time was probably trash. If he had known, he would have gotten a drop of essence blood from the Shadow race he had left in the Ming constabulary. Fortunately, I'm not in a hurry. When I'm short of a few God apertures, I can try the civilization masters of the various races. Suyu thought. He felt that civilization masters were not as strong as warriors. That was his feeling. Perhaps it was because he had opened fewer God apertures than origin apertures. He had opened 360 origin apertures, so he felt that his physical body was very strong. Just by relying on his willpower and divine text, Suyu felt that he could at most fight against someone in the 8th or 9th tier of the Lingyun realm. If he was weaker than Xianxia, he might be able to put up a fight by relying on things like the soul expansion art. However, he wouldn't be able to surpass many tiers. Unlike the warrior Dao, he could cross many realms. Now, the civilization Dao has become a support. The warrior Dao is the main one. Right now, he was using his physical body to fight more often. Of course, the civilization engineer was very effective in assisting him, including the various Shenwen techniques. This was also one of the reasons why he had so many techniques. Suyu made a comprehensive assessment of his own strength. In the path of civilization master, he was probably between the 9th layer of Lingyun and the 1st layer of the Mountain Sea realm. The warrior Dao was between the 2nd and 3rd layer of the Mountain and Sea realm. All in all, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to defeat someone at the 3rd layer of the Mountain Sea realm. As for the 4th layer, it would be a little difficult. This referred to not relying on devouring blood essence. And in comparison, he was only weaker than Xianxia. If he devoured blood quintessence blood, he would be able to devour the blood quintessence blood of someone in the 6th tier of the Mountain and Sea realm. Although it would hurt his body to unleash the battle prowess of someone in the 6th tier of the Mountain and Sea realm, he would still be considered a mid-tier being. In terms of battle prowess, his limit should be close to the 7th layer of the Mountain Sea realm. However, there was a high chance that he would not be able to defeat his opponent. Without the 5th generation of Shenwen, my killing of the sun and moon is but a dream. His true strength is only comparable to a 6th layer Mountain and Sea realm cultivator. If it was the 7th stage, then he would have to flee. After absorbing and digesting the Great Harvest, Suyu's battle prowess had also greatly improved. Actually, he was much stronger than when he first left the Ming constabulary. The current Suyu truly possessed the ability to fight Xianxia. It wasn't like before, where he had to think of all sorts of ways to launch sneak attacks. Taking a deep breath, Suyu smiled. Not bad, it was already very good. Furthermore, there were still 10 drops of Sun-Moon Mystic Yellow liquid in his mind. This thing was also a treasure. He could use it at the Sun-Moon tier, but if he hadn't reached the Sun-Moon tier, that didn't mean that he couldn't use it. It could strengthen apertures. He did not use it under the sun and the moon because he was worried that if he used it, the acupoints would be too strong and he would not be able to merge them later on. He was also worried about Suyu, but if he used it at the crucial moment, he could strengthen his strength. It was just that it was a little difficult to merge the acupoints. There are about 100 portions of Heaven's origin energy left, and more than 300,000 human merit points left. At this time, Suyu didn't have much left. The remaining things were all hidden. In addition, he also had some mountain and sea blood essence. Most of them were from the Yunhu clan. De Xia province had nearly exterminated the Yunhu clan, but they had run off to join the Flying Tiger clan. Otherwise, the entire region would have been destroyed. Later, when Xiaohuyu made a deal with Suyu, he had given a lot of Yunhu clan blood essence. Suyu had used the rest to refine Heaven's origin energy, but he had kept the mountain and sea realm blood essence. All in all, he still had close to 100 drops, ranging from the 1st to the 9th level. The 1st to 3rd levels aren't very useful. I'll just refine them all into Heaven's origin energy later. Only the 3rd level and above will be of some use. I can use them to increase my strength. By now, Suyu could hardly care less about the early mountain and sea realm blood essence. Counting the harvest, digesting the spoils of war, and improving one's strength were also essential skills for geniuses on the battlefield. Every battle was for the sake of becoming stronger the next time. Battles that couldn't make one stronger were actually unnecessary and unnecessary. If it weren't for extracting Heaven's origin energy, Suyu probably wouldn't even bother to kill those below the mountain and sea realm, unless they were very strong and he needed their blood essence. This also proved that Moto couldn't be bothered to kill Suyu, because Suyu couldn't bring him anything. Similarly, if a weak god fiend was killed and couldn't bring Suyu any benefits, Suyu probably wouldn't bother to kill them either. But unfortunately, they could bring Suyu things, such as blood essence, which could be extracted into Heaven's origin energy. Since that was the case, he could kill them when he encountered them. His body trembled, and the blood chi was shaken away. At this moment, Suyu had a way to get rid of the blood chi. Previously, he had to go to the human race's Great Gold residence to cleanse his blood chi, but now he didn't need to. Suyu's origin aperture reversal, death chi corrosion. In an instant, all the origin energy turned into death chi, and the blood chi in his body was instantly corroded by him. Suyu finally discovered that this thing was actually a good way to get rid of tracking. The aura of death was the most evil of energies. How could there be blood chi when dead people killed people? At this moment, the death chi had a new function in Suyu's hands. Purification. Yes, purifying himself. It was very strange. But Suyu was indeed using death chi to purify himself. Death chi was very difficult to fuse with the powers of various races, mainly because they rejected each other. This could also prevent some people from leaving a tracking method for him. However, there was one place that Suyu didn't convert. His heart meant that he was still alive. If he really reversed his heart into death chi, Suyu was worried that he would become a dead person and truly become a dead spirit clan member. He estimated that his heart was probably fine, right? Under normal circumstances, even if someone was tracking him, they wouldn't leave anything in his heart. If that was really the case, he could explode his heart. Why would he need to track them? Therefore, at this moment, Suyu didn't use death chi to corrode his heart. But he didn't know that when he had this thought and death chi revolved around his heart, the little person lying dormant in his heart wiped its forehead in a very human-like manner, as if it was sweating. Soon, the little person went back to sleep. It wouldn't wake up unless it was stimulated or in danger. Just now, the little person had sensed danger. After dealing with the head and tail, using death chi to purify the remaining blood essence, and using flames to burn the remaining aura, Suyu took care of everything and heaved a sigh of relief. It's better to be careful. There were too many experts in the battlefield of heavens. There were all kinds of races and all kinds of methods. Minghe had called out to him a few times, and he had almost fallen into her trap. In this place, there was no need to be overly cautious. My strength has increased. Now, even one probably wants to kill me. Where should I go? Suyu fell into deep thought. He planned to go to the Star Sea, the territory of the demon race. But he didn't know much about the situation there. If he went there rashly, he was afraid of danger. It was best to have intelligence support. The Sky Hunter Pavilion was a good choice. Unfortunately, this organization was very dangerous. So you didn't dare to get too close to it. It was best to find other intelligence agencies to solve this problem. On the battlefield of heavens, are there no other intelligence agencies, and the Sky Hunter Pavilion is the only one? So you guessed that there should be other intelligence agencies. Otherwise, if the Sky Hunter Pavilion lied to everyone, wouldn't everyone believe it? Also, how was the Sky Destroyer ancient city now? Suyu was also eager to know the situation there. Had any Invincible Realm experts appeared? Which Invincible Realm experts had appeared? Outside, the sky was dark. Suyu didn't choose to go out. It was too conspicuous to go out of the ancient house at night. I want to keep a low profile. 27 forging body, still not enough. Looking at the sky outside, Suyu opened the door a crack, glanced at the deserted street, and quickly closed the door. He sighed. Only 27 forging body, which was only the 4th tier of Soar. I'm too weak. A fighter at the 4th tier of Soar can only fight an early Mountain Sea Realm expert. I have a long way to go. Sooner or later, chaos will break out in Xia province, and I'm not strong enough. This time, even if I can't lead the chaos over there, I need to have enough strength and confidence to help Bai Feng, Hong Tan, and the others, at least to save their lives. Tomorrow morning, I'll go investigate how to get some accurate information, and then go to the Star Sea. Thinking of this, Suyu didn't waste any time. He continued to cultivate. He began to forge his body with heaven's origin energy, and he breathed in and out. After using the heaven and earth mystic light, he felt that the cultivation of heaven's origin energy was very slow. Forget it, I'll just make do with it. The higher the level, the harder it is to forge my body. If I use heaven's origin energy, I can forge my body once in half a month. I'll just make do with it for now. Suyu felt helpless. This was like getting used to flying, and suddenly being asked to crawl. It was much slower, and he couldn't bear it. Forget it, I'll just make do with cultivating. Heaven's origin energy doesn't seem as fragrant as before. Not only him, but the little furball in his mind also thought the same. While Suyu was cultivating and waiting. Outside the Sky Destroyer ancient city. Several Invincible Realm experts received the geniuses of various families. Dao King glanced at Dao Qing. Seeing that he was silent, he didn't say anything. Soon, he looked at the ancestor of Moto Na, Demon King Emogu of the Origin Demon race, and said, Emogu, what do you think about Suyu? Emogu said coldly, the Eternal doesn't participate in these things. Dao King nodded, I know. If it's an ordinary person, no, even a genius, even a peerless genius, including people like Xiao Long Wu, we didn't pay attention in the past. If the Eternal killed indiscriminately, then the universe would have been in chaos long ago. The celestial race and the human race are still allies. The key to Suyu's death is not in killing Jiuxuan, not in killing so many suns and moons. To be able to kill so many suns and moons, it's his ability. Dao King said a relatively fair sentence. They didn't care about those below the Invincible Realm. Unless they were about to prove their Dao, but Suyu was different. Xiao Longwu had also killed many suns and moons, and the Invincible Realm experts didn't target him. Only when he was about to prove his Dao did the Invincible Realm experts target him. But Suyu had another identity. He was a genius of the Shenwen faction, a 5th-generation inheritor. Emoga thought about it and said, I know what you mean. When you came, you seemed to have contact with Qing Guang. What did he say? He wants to protect him, that's for sure, but Suyu isn't worth the protection of the entire human race's Eternals. So, if we kill Suyu now, he will only interfere in the dark, and won't go all out. Emogu was silent for a while, then said, Suyu must be killed. I agree with this. I'm not afraid of the human race having a few more Eternals, but if the human race's suppression power really activates, then the hatred of us killing our way into the human realm will soon be avenged. All the worlds will suffer from the human race's revenge. The human race was not broad-minded, everyone in the Wan knew this. Right now, they couldn't beat them, so they had no choice but to play dumb. The Great Qing King and the others were vengeful. When they first discovered that they could ignore the suppression power of the realm, they killed countless people, broke into many small worlds, and ran amok, killing and robbing. The human race's current predicament was also related to these fellows. Some of the smaller races were also afraid of being killed. None of the invincibles who opened the mansion were good people. Seeing that he agreed, the Dao monarch smiled and nodded. Then we will force the human race to hand over Suyu. On the side, Madonna suddenly said, if I were Suyu, I wouldn't return to the human race. Don't put your life in the mercy of others. He calmly responded to the invincibles, smiling faintly, Senior Dao monarch, if I were Suyu, I would choose to continue wandering the heavenly battlefield. If not, I would find a small world to hide in. In short, returning to the human realm is not a good choice. I haven't had much contact with Suyu, or rather, I only sensed him a few times but never met him. But I believe that if I were him, I wouldn't return to the human race. The Dao monarch pondered for a moment and said with a smile, yes, he is a genius after all. He has his own choice. Madonna, where do you think he will go? Madonna thought for a moment and said, the Star Sea, or the demon race, or a small world. The demon race is chaotic, and the strong are respected. The monster race is in turmoil, and the Wan nation is united. A small world is safer. In short, the probability of going to the eastern war zone of the human realm was not high. It was also unlikely to go to the immortal race or the god race's territory. On the side, Dao Qing, who had been silent, said in a low voice, Grandpa, your divination skill is very strong. Can you divine his current position? The Dao monarch shook his head, it's difficult to divine without a source. It's best if you can divine his position through his blood, hair, or something else. Of course, although he said that, he still tried. Soon, a Shenwen ring wrapped around his palm. After a while, the Shenwen ring shook, and the Dao monarch shook his head, I can't divine it. Besides, the space-time here has been destroyed, and we can't enter the city. It's even more difficult to divine Suyu. There was no way to reverse time and space. On the side, another demon king said lightly, isn't that simple? Suyu has a relative who is still alive. Capture his father and use his bloodline to trace him. If that doesn't work, we might as well use the time reversal technique to see if we can kill the Suyu from 19 years ago. After all, he's still young. If we use time reversal, there's still hope to kill him. The Dao monarch shook his head, it's best not to interfere with the time that has passed. Otherwise, it may cause the entire spacetime to go haywire, and the expert who uses time reversal is likely to die. This is the last resort. We can't use it carelessly. Find Suyu's father and trace him through his bloodline. It's a feasible plan, but the humans won't hand him over. Now, the best way was to find Su Long and track Suyu through his relationship with Suyu. The Invincible Realm experts discussed briefly and then dispersed without saying anything. However, the clans passed down secret orders. The Star Sea, the Demon Realm, and the Demon Realm were to investigate Suyu's whereabouts. If there were any unusual geniuses or special experts, they were to report it in time. A person like Suyu would not remain dormant. As Invincible Realm experts, as old geniuses of the past, they understood this all too well. If he really remained dormant, then there was no need to worry about it, because he would not have the chance to become stronger. A genius like Suyu could only rise in turmoil. It was dawn. Cloud Sky Ancient City was bustling again. The residents came out, and the shops opened. Suyu also walked out of the ancient house. As for the opportunities in the ancient house, he had lived in so many ancient houses and hadn't encountered any of them. He didn't care about these opportunities. Walking out of the ancient house, it was bustling outside. The news about the divine destruction ancient city was spreading among the people. It's terrible. Yes, it's a great tragedy in the heavens. More than 20 experts of the Sun and Moon realm, and several powerful figures of the Sun and Moon realm, all died this time. None of them survived. More than that, a large number of experts who were active in the area died too. I heard that 30% of the residents of the divine destruction ancient city died. It's really a field of corpses. Only a few geniuses survived. The rest are all dead. Yesterday, I heard that more than a dozen experts of the Invincible Realm went there and fought with the dead spirits of the ancient city. The battle was earth-shattering, don't talk nonsense. How could there be more than a dozen experts of the Invincible Realm? The divine destruction ancient city is not too far from us. If there were so many experts of the invincible realm, we would have been alarmed by the battle. Anyway, many people died. So many experts, there are many experts of the invincible realm there. In the city, the creatures began to discuss. It was a very strange scene. The goat talked to the leopard talked to a bird, and the bird talked to the insect. This was the battlefield of the heavens. In other places, it might not be so harmonious. But in the ancient city, they couldn't fight, and it was a safe place. Here, some hostile races might communicate peacefully. I heard that Suyu ran away. Even the invincible realm experts couldn't be caught. I don't know if there will be a war of the heavens this time. The Wan will surround and kill the experts of the human clan. It's hard to say. My brother sent a message that more than a dozen experts of the invincible realm of the human clan appeared in the East Rift Valley at the border of the human clan. Their aura covered thousands of miles. The human clan is still powerful. The other races may not dare to fight against the human clan. The human clan was still powerful. This time, more than a dozen experts of the invincible realm were guarding the border. The war in the border area was about to start. However, gods and demons had made up their minds to fight against the human clan now. More than a dozen experts of the invincible realm were not all. A conservative estimate was that there were about 40 invincible realm experts in the human clan. Only a few of them died when they opened the mansion. There were also some invincible realm experts who proved their way, and some invincible realm experts who occupied small worlds. There were so many superiors of the invincible realm. If a war really broke out, they couldn't kill them all. Once the invincible realm of the human clan broke into a big world, all living beings would be in misery and suffering. Now, the Myriad clans were not sure. It was not that they were not sure that they could destroy the human clan, but they were not sure that they could kill those invincible realm experts who had escaped from the human realm after breaking the human realm. There were some invincible realm experts who had proved the way in the human realm, but there were also some who had proved the way in the heavens, and some who had proved the way in the small worlds. Attacking the human race without absolute confidence would only bring about endless troubles in the future. If they were not, for sure, the human realm would be many troubles. Over 20 sun moons and dozens of mountain seas and Lingyun had died in one go. In all these years, there had been very few battles like this, and the ones who had caused such a result were one person, no, two people. For Ling Chen for Su Yu, many, and Lu Chen Ming. Chen of the Yu. From the two. These two humans were simply too ruthless. After killing so many experts in the ancient city, some villains began to consider whether they could imitate Su Yu in the ancient city and create another massacre. It was too classic. It was a classic case of the weak defeating the strong, a battle where the few defeated the many. The key was how to escape the ancient city and avoid being killed by the undead spirits. Many experts were reviewing this battle, hoping to use it as a reference. There were many ancient cities, and in the All Heavens battlefield, who didn't have a few enemies? If they could learn from Su Yu and kill their opponents, it would also be a victory. Su Yu was also listening. Someone even said that someone was selling a cultivation technique for Su Yu to avoid the undead spirits. Alright, there were scammers in Wan as well. Su Yu was convinced. Sure enough, there were no good people in the All Heavens battlefield. Some fellows looked weak and kind, but in reality, once they left the city, they could be robbers who killed and robbed people. So you didn't care about this. He continued walking along the street. He wanted to see how he could get accurate information. The information outside was too messy, and it was hard to tell the truth from the lies. For example, a dozen invincible cultivators fighting in the ancient city was obviously nonsense. He could sense so many invincible cultivators fighting in the ancient city. As he was looking along the street, an old human man's eyes lit up. He hurried forward and said, "Dao brother, you look unfamiliar. Are you new here? Which prefecture are you from? Dao brother, you are strong and unyielding. Are you a warrior from the Great Qin Prefecture or Dexia Province? You must be a powerful person." Su Yu glanced at him. When he was in school, his teacher once said that, unless they were from the military, they shouldn't trust humans on the All Heavens battlefield. Especially outside the human territory, there was no need to talk about races. It was normal for humans and demons to work together to kill gods. It was normal for humans and humans to work together to kill their own people. Similarly, it was normal for humans to work together with other races to kill humans. In the human realm, this was called traitor and Wanzu's traitor. In the All-Heavens battlefield, it was called survival of the fittest. The two were different, of course, they couldn't do this in the human realm. Otherwise, they would be killed without a doubt. The human race had a very powerful organization called the Evil Purging Army. It specialized in dealing with these people and killing experts who crossed the realm. The Evil Purging Army was directly under the leadership of the Invincible King and the others. In the human realm, doing this was courting death. At this moment, seeing this old man fawning over him, he was either a businessman or a scammer. Suyu wasn't experienced, but he knew how sinister people were. He said coldly, "Dao brother, you have a good eye. I'm from Dixia province. As for my strength, you must be joking. I'm just trying to make a living here." The old man laughed. "You're too humble." Suyu said directly, "Dao brother, what are you going to sell?" The old man forced a smile and didn't feel too awkward. He hurriedly said, "It's like this. My brothers and I went to kill a flying dragon a few days ago. Its inner core is very helpful to warriors. Coincidentally, one of my brothers was injured and needed money. We wanted to sell it to Wan, but we didn't want to help the enemy. After thinking about it, we thought it would be better to sell it to our own people." He smiled. "I can tell that brother is a top warrior. The inner core of the flying dragon has the effect of strengthening the body and transforming the vitality. The effects are not bad. Dao brother, are you interested?" Suyu glanced at him and said indifferently, "No need. The wyvern beast core has side effects." "Don't worry, brother. The price is negotiable." Suyu looked at him again and said, "This is my first time coming to Cloud Sky Ancient City, so I'm not too familiar with it. Can you show me where I can dispose of the stolen goods? If the price is fair, I'll consider this dragon core." Dispose of the stolen goods, these words were direct, but the old man didn't care. It was too normal. Hearing this, he hurriedly said, "Brother, you found the right person. In Cloud Sky Ancient City, there are 3 shops that have the most reliable reputation. The first, needless to say, is the Sky Hunter Pavilion." Suyu didn't change his expression, but he was secretly shocked. So daring, the Sky Hunter Pavilion dared to open a shop in the open. Thinking about it, it seemed to be no problem in the ancient city. Even if they knew there were people from the Sky Hunter Pavilion here, no one would find trouble. Second, the Thousand Territories Alliance. Third, the All Heavens Treasure Tower. Suyu didn't know too much about them, but the information Yi Hongyan gave him had some simple introductions. Suyu wasn't familiar with the All Heavens Treasure Tower, but he had heard of the Thousand Territories Alliance. It was an alliance formed by some small races. Small races meant that there were no invincible races. The Thousand Territories Alliance was formed by a group of experts in the 9th tier of the Sun and Moon realms. They were all masters of some small realms and dominated the small realms. Normally, they wouldn't leave the realms. Once a war broke out, in the small realms, even a few invincible experts couldn't do anything to them. Of course, the human race was an exception. The greatest wish of these masters of small realms was to advance to the invincible realm and become one of the top 100 races. With invincible experts in charge, they could consolidate the small realms and no longer have to worry about invincible experts entering the realms. Once they became invincible, the other party would be suppressed when they came to the realms. Even if 10 invincible experts went, they might not be able to kill an invincible expert in the small realms. The All Heavens Treasure Tower. He really wasn't familiar with it. The name was impressive, but it might not be a big organization. It might just be a small shop. That was normal. Suyu nodded and didn't say much. He said directly, "Let's go to the Sky Hunter Pavilion first. Brother, lead the way for me. I've sold some things, and when I have enough money, I'll buy the inner elixir of the flying dragon." The old man laughed dryly and said, "Brother, the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Everyone knows that they're black-hearted. Although the price is good, they don't like ordinary trash. They only give the standard price for things that are too good. If your things are ordinary, I think it's good to go to the Thousand Territories Alliance or the All Heavens Treasure Tower." If they like it, maybe they can increase the price a little. Those guys in the Sky Hunter Pavilion don't increase the price and just give it the standard price. They can't surprise us. Xiu smiled and said, I know, but, at least they have a clear price. That's enough. I've heard from a few of my brothers that sometimes their treasures are covered in dust. When they see it, they also take it as trash. There's no such rumor in the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Brother, you're a sensible person. The old man gave him a thumbs up, grinned, and didn't try to persuade him anymore. From the looks of it, he was also a sensible person. He didn't know if he was from the chaotic sky destruction ancient city. Xiu smiled and didn't say anything. He just casually said a few words. The general situation was like this, and it didn't matter if he was wrong. From the way the Sky Hunter Pavilion did things, it was normal for them to have a clear price. It was just that they were black-hearted. As for the rest, it was fine. Moreover, the Sky Hunter Pavilion master did information trading. If he went there, he might be able to exchange some information. As Xiu followed the old man inside, he casually asked about some gossip, such as the news about the Sky Destruction City. The old man didn't care. The whole city was gossiping about this today. When they were about to reach the Sky Hunter Pavilion, the old man said enviously, It's very troublesome for small characters like us. We even have to go to the Sky Hunter Pavilion personally to trade. I heard that the Sky Hunter Pavilion will provide one-to-one services for some important characters and top geniuses. They will provide you with a ranking list, and you can communicate with them as you wish. They will serve you 24/7. Sigh, there's no hope in this lifetime. If I become a sun or moon, I might be able to get a ranking list. Xiu was speechless, so, in their eyes, the ranking list was something that only important characters could have. That's true, not to mention that they could communicate with the Sky Hunter Pavilion at any time. There would be people coming to serve them at any time. No matter how dangerous it was, there would be people coming. It had to be said that it was quite important. However, Xiu had obtained a lot, so he really didn't think much of it. The geniuses he killed had almost all of them. In total, he had obtained at least 7 or 8 of them, but he had thrown them away. Obviously, those people he killed were all important characters in the eyes of this Soar Realm old man. Xiu smiled and said, I've also heard about that thing. I don't know if we can get one, I don't have any hope, but brother, you have a chance. I see that you're still young. In a few years, when you're strong enough, you might be chosen by the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Xiu smiled and said, I hope so. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of a relatively large shop. It was a 2-story shop along the street. The place was very big, and the door was wide open. The name of the Sky Hunter Pavilion was engraved with the text of will. It was also a type of ancient language, similar to the words on the city gates. One might not recognize it, but one would be able to understand it once they looked at it. Sky Hunter Pavilion, Cloud Sky Branch. Xiu directly entered. The first floor was a shop with a few tables. To his surprise, the tables were actually human style. There were also some sofas that seemed to be from the human race. The old man wasn't surprised. Humans produced many of these things, and they were cheap. It was normal for the Sky Hunter Pavilion to use human items. These fellows were very stingy. Races like the Celestials and God-Fiends liked to use treasures to forge tables and chairs. As for the Dragon race, they liked to use gold, silver, and jewelry to forge. They couldn't afford it, the human race's items were better. Not only were they cheap, they weren't degrading to use. When Xiu entered, a woman with cat ears quickly walked over and said sweetly, Customer, do you need help? Please sit down, let's sit down and talk. The Sky Hunter Pavilion's reputation is #1 in the Myriad worlds. There are only things that customer can't think of, but there's nothing that the Sky Hunter Pavilion can't do. So you wanted to say, Bulsh *T, I asked you to destroy the God-Fiends last time, but you ignored me. And in the Sea of Will, Little Furball also wanted to say, you cheated me, I've asked you for a long time why there are delicious Shenwen dishes to eat, but you ignored me. One man and one ball complained at the same time. The old man glanced at Xiu and said with a smile, Brother, I'll wait for you outside. If you're interested, we can negotiate the price of the Soaring Dragon Spirit Core. Xiu smiled and said, Thank you, brother. Don't worry. If the harvest is good, it's a small matter. As for the cat-eared girl, she waited for the old man to leave before saying with a smile, "Customer, our Sky Hunter Pavilion also has the Soaring Dragon Spirit Core. The price is reasonable. Customer, you can consider buying it from the Sky Hunter Pavilion. There's no need. Your items are too expensive." So you could not be bothered to waste his breath and sat down. There were a few other customers in the shop, and they were all served by women or magnetic creatures. The Sky Hunter Pavilion actually did not send masked men, shameless, they only know how to use these fancy things, so you casually took out a Wenbing forging material and said, "This is good stuff. I went through a lot of trouble to scoop it up from the bottom of the starry sea. I was nearly killed by 7 or 8 demons. Take a look. How much is this thing worth?" The cat-eared girl took a look and took out something that seemed to be used for appraisal. Soon, she examined the piece of black metal that Suyu took out. Then, she smiled politely and awkwardly and said, "Customer, this is just ordinary rainbow light earth steel. If you trade it for vitality liquid, such a large piece will be worth about 30 drops of vitality liquid." The price was very low. So low? Suyu cursed inwardly. Nonsense. To buy it in the human race, it would cost at least 200 merit points. You guys are indeed black-hearted to buy it for 30 drops of vitality liquid. Of course, he did it on purpose. Of course, he would not take out something too good. Somewhat displeased, Suyu asked, "How about adding a point?" The cat-eared girl smiled and said nothing. The Sky Hunter Pavilion did not increase the price, sell it or not, Suyu grumbled and cursed in the human language. Previously, they had communicated in the common language. He did not know if the cat-eared girl understood, but she did not say anything. "Then I'll sell it, but I don't want vitality liquid," Suyu quickly said, "I'm planning to go out and make a fortune." "You're selling information, right?" "I want to buy information on the Earthsea Divine Gold's origin, including the nearby danger level, production area, and whether there have been any recent disturbances. The more detailed, the better." He did not say he wanted information on the Star Sea, but he wanted Earthsea Divine Gold. It was a kind of forging material produced in the Star Sea. Only the Star Sea had it, and it was expensive. Suyu had learned about forging before, so he knew a little. This material could only be found in one area. The cat-eared girl hurriedly said, "I'm selling it." "Customer, please wait a moment." She quickly fiddled with the appraisal equipment and said, "Esteemed customer, there is a lot of information on this material. If you only know the origin and the nearby danger level, the fee is not expensive. But if you want to know the changes in the nearby area and the danger level, you need to buy a lot of information. The price is not cheap." "How much is all of it?" 10,000 drops of vitality liquid or 30,000 human merit points. Suyu looked at her silently. "F***CKU, your Sky Hunter Pavilion is a robber. I'm just buying some information, and you want to charge me 30,000 merit points." The cat-eared girl also had a smile on her face, but she was vaguely embarrassed. This was the price, and she had no choice. If he did not want to buy it, then so be it. It looked like he could not afford it anyway. She thought in her heart, but she said, "Customer, if you have the Sky Hunter list, or if you are a genius expert on the list, you can enjoy a 20% discount." Suyu said unhappily, "If I were one of those experts, why would I come to your lousy shop? I'd just ask the Sky Hunter Pavilion to provide one-to-one service." The cat-eared girl did not say a word, nor did she say anything. She could tell, Suyu complained, then said, "Forget it, I won't buy it from you. It's too much of a scam. This is my first time in Cloud Sky City. Give me a copy of Cloud Sky City's general information. I don't need any secrets, just the kind that is open to the public. The price is a little cheaper." "Yes, the standard price is 100 drops of vitality liquid." Cursing, Suyu paid another 70 drops of vitality liquid, sold the material, and left with a copy of the information. Walking out of the Sky Hunter Pavilion, Suyu was still cursing. In his heart, he was wondering if he should change his identity to buy some information later. Of course, he could not buy it from one shop. It was too expensive and too conspicuous. He would buy it from one shop at a time, buying a little from each shop, and piecing it together himself. This was to prevent the Sky Hunter Pavilion from finding anything unusual. This organization was not a good thing. At the very least, he had to find out the distribution of the forces in the star C region, their strength, the degree of danger, where he could get benefits, and where there were invincible realm experts. Walking out, he met the old man again. Suyu did not say much and haggled with the old man for a while. Finally, he bought the dragon core at the price of 40 drops of vitality liquid. A Soar Realm cultivator could produce 40 drops of vitality liquid in a few months. The price was not too expensive. According to the black market price, it was about 120 merit points. But for a Soar Realm cultivator, more than 100 merit points was not a small amount. It was not a small transaction. If he made the vitality liquid himself, he would not be able to cultivate for a few months. Didn't he fight to the death just to cultivate faster? After buying the core and sending the old man away, Suyu continued to wander the streets. At the same time, he looked at the information bought by the Skyhunter Pavilion. It was quite comprehensive. It was all public information. The City Lord of Cloud Sky Ancient City was also an overlord of the Sun and Moon realms. She was a woman, no, a female. She came from the Cyan Fox clan. There were many branches of the Fox clan. Last time, in Dixia province, they provoked Suyu and were almost wiped out by Dixia province. The full name of the Fox clan was Seven Color Bright Fox. That clan was not strong, and was almost wiped out by Dixia province. The Cyan Fox clan was one of the stronger clans of the Fox clan. There were no invincible cultivators in the clan, but there were many Sun and Moon realms. The Sun and Moon female fox of the City Lord's mansion had used some unknown method to become the City Lord of this place. As for her specific name, it was not clear. Everyone called her the Cyan Jade City Lord. This City Lord was more low-key and did not usually show his face. Suyu did not care too much about this. He was more concerned about the stone sculpture of the City Lord's mansion. Could he go take a look? He carefully looked at the information. The information also had some simple introductions. The rear palace of the City Lord's mansion could be entered, but not everyone could. If they were not geniuses on the Skyhunter list, then they were elites of the Sun and Moon tier. Only these people could enter the City Lord's mansion and observe the stone sculpture. Forget it. Suyu was very regretful. Then there was no way for him to enter. As for the few shops in the city, the more well-known Thousand Territories Alliance and All Heaven's Treasure Pagoda also introduced them. They did not belittle them too much, and Skyhunter Pavilion did not seem to treat them as opponents. Overall, their evaluation was okay. They also traded information, but it was not very accurate. It was only a rough judgment, and could not be trusted completely. All Heaven's Treasure Pagoda. Suyu finally knew its origin. It was also a large organization that was established earlier. Of course, it was not as early as Skyhunter Pavilion. This organization was established after the opening of the All Heavens battlefield, which opened 1,000 years ago. In the beginning, only the god and demon clans and some ancient clans opened the realm passageway. It was not until 400 years ago that the human race opened the passageway. The human race was not the first to open it. And All Heaven's Treasure Pagoda had been established for almost 1,000 years. Behind it was probably a powerful god and demon clan that was established after the opening of the All Heavens battlefield. Obviously, it was done by a large clan. As for which clan of god, demon, and immortal dragons it was, the information given by Skyhunter Pavilion did not specify in detail. In any case, it was not the human race. As for the function of All Heaven's Treasure Pagoda, it was similar to Skyhunter Pavilion. It might have been set up to resist Skyhunter Pavilion. Obviously, the effect was average. But All Heaven's Treasure Pagoda had something that was more famous. It was also a list, the Sun and Moon Dao validation list. No one dared to make a list for the invincible, but All Heaven's Treasure Pagoda made a Sun and Moon Dao validation list that was about to confirm the Dao. It only listed powerhouses at the 9th layer of the Sun and Moon realms. It was quite bold, and there should be an invincible supporting and inciting it. This list, among the top powerhouses, had a certain degree of circulation and popularity. This Skyhunter Pavilion did not make it because they disliked this list for being inaccurate. These days, there were a lot of insidious fellows, and the list had a lot of errors. It was not like the Skyhunter list, which was mainly ranked by divine weapons that covered the all-heavens battlefield. Suyu looked for a while, and he looked at it with great interest. Of course, if he did not see the list, ordinary people would not be able to see it. He had to spend money to buy it, and the price was not low, so Suyu did not buy it. After wandering around the city, walking and stopping, Suyu also found the location of those few shops. At the same time, he also listened to some gossip along the street. The incident in Heaven Destruction Ancient City was still very sensational. There was accurate news that all the Sun Moon tier elites died, and in the end, a few prodigies walked out. The Invincible didn't enter the city, and there was no great battle. As for which prodigies walked out, it was not a secret, and one would know by looking at the list. There were not many people who obtained the Sky Hunter list, but it was not that there were none. Cloud Sky Ancient City also had prodigies. According to the list, it was generally accurate. Moto Na, Daoqing, and the others were all alive, and not many survived. Suyu heard it, and was not surprised. Prodigies were hard to kill, that was for sure. And they had the support of the Invincible, just like Jiu Xian, who was actually unlucky to be tricked by Suyu, or else Jiu Xian would not have died. For example, and Mintian, who was almost out of the city, but unfortunately encountered Suyu, or else he would not have died. Alive, Suyu smiled. Not bad. Alive, then he would kill next time. At present, he was not afraid of these guys. Aside from Moto Na, who felt stronger than him, only Daoqing was at the third layer of the Mountain Sea tier. It seemed like it was caused by the Heaven and Earth's reward, so Suyu did not care too much. Quickly entering the third layer of the Mountain Sea tier should be because his willpower had improved, and his divine aperture had fused. There was a fourth layer of Shenwen, that was for sure. His willpower improved so quickly, probably because it was not forged, not solid. Daoqing, who could originally kill 5th layer Mountain Sea tier, was now able to kill 6th layer Mountain Sea tier, which actually lowered his potential. Whether or not he could kill 7th layer Mountain Sea tier was a big question mark. If Suyu did not forcibly suppress himself, entering 5th or 6th layer of Ling Yun would not be a problem. There was no need. When he reached 5th or 6th layer of Ling Yun, there would probably be no reward for killing 7th or 8th layer Ling Yun. It was quite good now, killing a few more, and he could accumulate rewards. In this place, the higher the cultivation level, the better. Among the geniuses, who did not suppress themselves to the point where they could no longer suppress themselves before advancing, the lower they suppressed, the more they could advance, and the greater the benefits. Daoqing did not die, and he even killed 7th layer Sun and Moon tiers. Interesting, Minghe was killed by him? And Long Zhan and Long Wuyo also killed 2nd layer Sun and Moon tiers. But their rankings did not rise much. It seems like they used their strength to kill, and did not put in much effort. Suyu silently collected this information, and also heard some things about the Star Sea. The Star Sea was not far from here. After passing Cloud Sky Ancient City, about 2,000 kilometers forward, it was the Star Sea. Calculating, it was about 10,000 kilometers away from the human race's main camp. It felt far, but in reality, it was not too far. It was just that there was the Sea of Desire plain in the middle, which was difficult for experts to cross, and they often had to take a detour. 2,000 kilometers, not far. Suyu calculated. If he was not in a hurry, it would only take 1 or 2 days. However, the Star Sea was very, very big. There were many small world entrances there. Among the monsters, the dragon race's dragon world entrance was there, and one could often see giant dragons there. They were also one of the overlords of the Star Sea, so he had to be careful. There were many branches of the dragon race, and there were also many dragon-type races. There were many islands in the Star Sea, some owned, and some without. And there were also ancient cities there. Information was gathered by Suyu, and Suyu went to a few shops and bought some simple information about the Star Sea, and also some information about the Celestial World, Demon World, and Divine World. He did not want to be noticed and discovered that he had gone to the Star Sea. That night, Suyu did not leave the ancient city. Instead, he began to compare the information in the house to determine where he should go next. I have to go to a place with more geniuses, a place with many good things, a place with many fortuitous opportunities, a place that the invincible won't go, so you constantly circled the area. It was best if it was like the Sea of Desire plain, where experts would get lost there. The experts he mentioned were at least the sun and moon, and the invincible. As for the mountains and seas, it didn't matter. If he couldn't go to the mountains and seas, it was really the territory of a group of weaklings, so what was the point of going there? For Suyu, he was not looking for a place purely to avoid being hunted, but also to obtain benefits and improve himself. After looking for a long time on a huge map, Suyu circled a point. It was a huge island in the middle of a sea. 9-Star Island. Suyu murmured, on the island, there is an entrance to the 9 worlds, which is also a rare sight. The 9 great races occupy the island, but they are not willing to give up the area where the passage is located, so it is quite chaotic. Even a member of the Thousand Territories Alliance doesn't have an invincible, but there are many sun and moon. Because of the existence of the entrance to the 9 worlds, invincible usually won't go there to avoid causing trouble. After all, it is the 9 worlds. 9-Star Island is not far from the Starry Mansion, so it can be considered an important strategic base. All the powerful races have some stations there, but they are not too strong, so as not to attract the hostility of the 9 worlds. That is not important. What is important is that because that place is relatively close to the Starry Mansion, and the Starry Mansion is about to open, sometimes some special treasures will appear there. Recently, many geniuses have gone there in advance to wait. Suyu rubbed his chin. That was a good place. The key was, would people guess where he was going? Geniuses all liked to join in on the fun, so he would go wherever there were more geniuses. This was common sense. He had run away from the ancient city, so it was also logical to go there. How about I find a place, create a massacre, and then go there? Suyu calculated for a while, but after thinking about it, he felt a little like burying his head in the sand. Forget it, if he went there, then so be it. There was an entrance to the 9 worlds there, and if it was really impossible, he could run to a small world to hide. There was no invincible in a small world, and if he hid, the 9 layers of sun and moon would not be able to find him, so it was safer. After figuring out his escape route, Suyu began to search for relevant information. He had to be prepared before going, in case he went in the dark, which would be boring. Just as Suyu was thinking about this, outside the Sky Destroyer ancient city, Daoqing sat cross-legged outside the city for a long time, then he stood up and walked in one direction. That way led to the Star Sea. Not far away, Tian Duo, who was dispelling the death aura, also suddenly stood up and walked in that direction. Behind him, Madonna had been reading information. Seeing him stand up and leave, he said indifferently, "You are going to the Star Sea?" "Yes." Tian Duo did not look back. Suyu is most likely to go there, either to the ancient city or 9-Star Island, or to the islands near the Starry Mansion. "I will go take a look. If you meet him, you will die for sure." Madonna said indifferently, "You are looking for him?" "No, I am going to train myself." Tian Duo said without turning his head, "If he's there, it'll be chaos very soon. His killing intent is heavier than anyone else's. I'll go train and strengthen myself." "Madonna, I won't lose to you." Madonna did not care that he left. He read the information again and murmured, 9-Star Island, the entrance to the 9 realms. It might be there. Invincible will not go there, in case the 9 realms retaliate. It is a good place. He nodded slightly, agreeing with Tian Duo's judgment. If Suyu wanted to go, it was very likely that he would go there. Madonna smiled. This time, not many people came. They are all old antiques. Boring. Zhang Wushuang, Xian Wuji, Mingyu. It will be interesting when you guys come. Suyu created a massacre this time, and the dead were all old antiques. What fun was there? None of the experts on the heaven roll died. How boring. Madonna smiled and took out a voice transmission talisman. I don't know if I can receive it. Whatever, he quickly sent out a message. Soon, he took out the Sky Hunter list. Tell everyone on the heaven roll that I am going to 9-Star Island. So you may go there too. Let's go and have some fun. Soon, the Sky Hunter Pavilion replied, Are you sure? Just guessing. The Sky Hunter Pavilion will find out yourself. Madonna replied. Then, he said, I forgot to mention. call Cursed Soul, who fell off the Earth list, and Qin Fang of the human race. It will be more interesting if there are more people. Yi Beishan's clan and Cursed Soul's Tianyuan clan are mortal enemies. If Cursed Soul doesn't go, it will be meaningless. Okay. The Sky Hunter Pavilion replied. The news was quickly passed to the geniuses through the list. At this moment, Suyu did not know that he only planned to go there, but the geniuses went there in advance to wait. Geniuses all had the same idea. Wherever there was chaos, where there were more geniuses, and where there was a way out, they would go there. It didn't matter if Suyu went or not. Once things got chaotic there, Suyu's chances of going would be higher. He had no choice but to go because all the geniuses were there. They didn't need to force him to go, they just needed to lure him there. As soon as the news spread, a large number of experts gathered on 9-Star Island. Suyu did not know that with just a thought, they had already prepared the place for him. At this moment, the geniuses on the heaven roll who had not shown up before also rushed there. Others were afraid of Suyu, but they were not. Killing a genius on the heaven roll was also their goal. After staying in Cloud Sky Ancient City for 2 days, Suyu finally decided to leave. There was not much use in creating another massacre here. Moreover, there was a 9th-layer sun and moon powerhouse in the city. Who knew if he was the same as the one in Sky Destroyer Ancient City? The Milky Way might not interfere, but it was hard to say for the Green Jade City Lord. Moreover, there were not many experts in Cloud Sky Ancient City. There was not much benefit in killing them. There was no point in killing for the sake of killing. If he wanted to kill, he should kill some elites or other races like the mountain-breaking ox that could provide him with a large amount of essence blood. Killing people here would only benefit the dead spirits. Before nightfall, Suyu walked out of the ancient city. Standing at the city gate, he looked back at the inner city with some regret. This time, he did not get a stone sculpture. Casting stone sculptures had its benefits, he knew this. What a pity. I will come back. Suyu secretly made up his mind. He came here but left empty-handed. He even spent a lot of resources to buy information. What a loss, sooner or later, he would earn it back, and at this moment, in the ancient city, the female stone sculpture opened her eyes as if she felt something. She silently watched the god of plagues leave. The human race had always been like this. In ancient times, they were overbearing. Now that they had declined, they were still so overbearing. This guy had not caused enough trouble in Sky Destroyer City. Now that he was leaving, he was still full of unwillingness. However, after a closer look, his strength had improved a lot. The female stone sculpture silently watched. His improvement was very big. Even if the human race had declined, it seemed that they did not lack geniuses. Suyu did not think too much about it. At this time, he followed the route he had checked and began to head towards 9-Star Island. Cloud Sky Ancient City was about 2,000 li from the edge of the Star Sea. After entering the Star Sea, 9-Star Island was still very far away. In the Star Sea, the distance between the two islands was very far. According to the map, 9-Star Island was tens of thousands of li away from the coast. The total distance was more than 10,000 li, and there might be many dangers along the way. It would take at least a week to arrive. After leaving Cloud Sky Ancient City, he walked westward, getting further and further away from the human race's eastern Rift Valley. Suyu did not have much nostalgia. On the human side, there were not many people worthy of his nostalgia. I wonder how Teacher Lu is doing. He seemed to have returned to the human race, and he didn't know if he would encounter any trouble. And his own father, Suyu knew that someone would definitely target his father this time. However, his father was still a soldier, a member of the demon-subduing army of Dexia province. He was invincible among the human race. If they dared to hand over a soldier to Wan, his father wasn't from the Shinwen faction. If that really happened, he wouldn't be able to stay in the human realm anymore. It was the same no matter where he fled to. Moreover, Wudi was not stupid. If he really handed over Su Long, the morale of the human race would completely collapse. If that happened, they might as well stop fighting. At the very least, the Great Qin Emperor and the others would not do such a thing. Dad probably won't be handed over, but I still have to be careful of Wan finding a chance to kill Dad or steal his blood, so you had some understanding of these methods. That day, he had seen Silkworm Destruction King and the others use a drop of blood to turn back time and track down the murderer. In short, Woody's methods were terrifying. Therefore, these days, even if Suyu concealed his identity, he would still deal with all traces of aura to avoid being targeted by Woody. The heavens battlefield was still as bright as ever. In the endless void, rings of stars shone on the earth. Every death of a sun or moon would cause a strange phenomenon of a star, sun, or moon falling. The radiation range was not large. But when Woody fell, the movement would be frighteningly big. However, Suyu had never seen it before. He hoped that he could create it a few more times in the future. At this moment, Suyu was still disguised as a burly man of the human race. He was extremely vigilant. As he walked, he looked around. In this environment, if he was not careful, anyone could be overturned. After Cloud Sky Ancient City, he was considered to be out of the Sea of Desire plane. Walking forward, there was no one, no city, no supply point. This more than 2,000 miles of land was called the Sea of Desire Coast. Because it was close to the Sea of Stars, it got its name. The Sea of Desire Coast also had dangers, man-made and natural. Night fell. Outside the wilderness, Suyu was not the only one hurrying. There were powerful living beings flying in the air, and there were living beings riding on demonic beasts. However, they were very far apart, and no one approached each other. At this moment, in the sky, there was another group of people riding a heavenly ship. At the bow of the ship, several young men and women stood there, overlooking the land and the Sea of Desire Coast. The celestial race, yes, from afar, Suyu recognized them. They were people of the celestial race. These people looked very young, and the people of the celestial race all had a bit of immortal chi about them. In truth, Suyu felt that the reason why these people looked so ethereal was because they had opened their heaven-opening apertures. Every day, they would pop, pop, pop. The so-called immortal chi was just a smokescreen. There were also light spots in the sensory jade. There were a total of 16 light spots, and there were quite a lot of people. They were not weak either. There were 3 in Shanhai realm, 6 in Lingyan realm, and 7 in the Soar realm. Soar realm was only the beginning of the All Heavens battlefield. On the heavenly ship, the people overlooking the land also saw Suyu. A human in the Soar realm. His strength is not bad. He seems to be at the peak of Soar. On the heavenly ship, the young men and women discussed with disdain and contempt. Here, no matter how strong a Soar realm was, it was only a Soar realm. Among the young men and women, someone laughed and said, "Not bad. He dares to travel alone in the Sea of Desire Coast. He should not be weak. He seems to be a fighter. If he's not from the Great Qin Mansion, then he's from Xia Province." It was easy to guess that on the human side, Soar realm fighters would only dare to come here from Xia Province and the Great Qin Mansion. Of course, it could also be some vultures of the human race, people who did not care about their lives in the All Heavens battlefield. Do you think he knows Suyu? At the mention of Suyu, someone sighed and said, "Jiao Xian is dead. That Suyu is really bold. I heard that immortal King Xuanhe. Be careful with your words." Behind them, an old man from Shanhai realm shouted and stopped them from talking about the immortal king. Soon, another Tao protector said, "When you go out, you must be careful. Don't rashly provoke a strong enemy. This includes the humans below. If you think he's a Soar, he might not be a Soar. Even if he's a Soar, it doesn't mean he's weak. Suyu is only a Lingyan realm, and that Lu Wenyan seems to have just entered the Lingyan realm." The Tao Protector lectured, "Some of you have just arrived at the All Heavens battlefield, and some have been there for many years. However, this is the first time most of you have left the Northern War Zone. The Celestial race occupied the Northern War Zone, the Celestial race occupied the Western War Zone opposite the human race, and the Demon race occupied the Southern War Zone. Cloud Sky Ancient City was a little to the north. The Celestial race usually took this route to the Star Sea. Indeed, as the Tao Protector had said, even if some of them had come to the All Heavens battlefield before, this was the first time they had left the Celestial race's territory. The Star Sea occupied an astonishingly large territory in the center of the All Heavens battlefield. Strictly speaking, the so-called 4 war zones were just the periphery of the Star Sea. However, the Star Sea did not affect the war between the races, because the Star Sea was in the sky, yes, in the sky. The Star Sea was suspended in the air, like a sea of stars. That was why it was named the Star Sea. It was a very special place. Below the Star Sea was a continent, a vast and boundless continent called the Seabed Continent. This continent was the main battlefield of the Wan War. The areas in the East Rift Valley were defended by their own forces, and only small-scale battles would take place. Large-scale battles usually took place on the Seabed Continent, which allowed the armies of the 4 war zones, including the experts, to arrive smoothly. On the sky ship, the young men and women were discussing. Below, Suyu slightly changed his route, avoiding the situation where he was directly suspended in the air. At this moment, on the sky ship, someone said calmly, "That human below, which prefecture are you from?" Suyu looked up, a little puzzled. Was he here to find trouble? Was he here to die? Well, one of the 3 Mountain Sea Realm experts should be at the peak of the Mountain Sea Realm, so it was not good to provoke him. However, Suyu was not too afraid. Hearing that vague voice, he became a little wary. "I'm from Xianxia province." As expected. In the air, the celestial who had asked the question nodded and smiled. It seemed that he was satisfied with his judgment. Just now, the few of them were discussing which prefecture this person was from. He said he was from Xianxia province, but someone insisted that he was from the Great Qin prefecture. Clearly, he had won. "You're going to the Star Sea?" the celestial asked again. So you could only reply, "Yes, I'm going to collect some things." "Would you like to come with me?" The celestial youth smiled again. "I'll take you with me so you don't have to hurry. The shore of the heavenly sea isn't that safe." "Of course, there's no need to worry. I just want to ask you a few questions about the human race, the Alliance of Immortals, and the treaty." Suyu was on guard. "I wouldn't dare to trouble you, Immortals," he said in a low voice. The youth smiled. "It's fine. It's very unfriendly for a human to refuse an invitation from an immortal. What do you think?" As the youth spoke, the Tao protector in the cabin behind him transmitted a warning. "Don't cause trouble. We're going to 9-Star Island to see the geniuses of the various races. Don't waste too much time with this human. Don't worry. I just want to understand a few things about the human race. We know too little about them. Many people from the previous generation went to the mortal realm, but we've never been there." The 3 Mountain Sea Tao protectors didn't say anything else, and instead used their willpower to probe Suyu. They still had to be careful. Nowadays, there were plenty of people who were hiding their true strength. Considering that the human race had just produced a certain Suyu, it would be best not to randomly strike up a conversation with a human. The Tao King had issued an immortal command that any lone cultivator of the human race was to be very careful and investigate whether or not they were Suyu in disguise. They weren't sure whether or not Suyu could disguise himself as an outsider. However, Suyu most likely had a Shunwen ring, which could allow him to change his appearance and disguise himself as a human. Humans still had to be on guard. Suyu was speechless. "I'll just go my own way. Why did you have to invite me? Immortals were all like that." Daoqing and Jiuxian had the same attitude before, inviting Suyu to the immortal world. Now that Jiuxian was dead, and Daoqing was dead, Suyu would kill him sooner or later. "You immortals are so hospitable, so many invitees just died, and now you want to invite me again." 3 mountain and sea experts. One is at the peak of the mountain and sea realm, one is in the 7th tier, and one is in the 6th tier. They weren't weak. In fact, they were very strong, 3 mountain and sea Tao protectors. In that case, all of the people here probably had some background, although not very strong. As for the Sun Moon clan, this was most likely their first time on such a long journey. If they went out often, they wouldn't have Tao protectors following them. Everyone knew that greenhouse flowers couldn't do much. Therefore, even people like Daoqing and Madonna didn't have Tao protectors following them. Of course, they all had powerful life-saving techniques, and could summon invincible ones if they were pushed to the brink. But it was hard to say whether or not they would come. As for those with Tao protectors, it was either their first time on a trip, or they really were silk pants. So you came to the conclusion that it wasn't very likely that all of these young men and women were silk pants. If they were strong enough, then it was most likely their first time on such a long journey. Having come to this conclusion, Suyu sensed what was going on around him, and then said, "Well, I'll have to trouble you immortals." He looked like he was unwilling to do so. The young man on the heavenly ship laughed, then waved his hand, causing a long sword to shoot toward Suyu. Suyu's eyes flickered, and he backed up. Soon, a broadsword was floating in front of him. The young man smiled and said, "Get on." A look of surprise appeared on Suyu's face as he stepped onto the sword. Inwardly, he cursed, "Idiot, you're using a profound-grade immortal sword to make it look like a divine weapon. Do you really think I'm ignorant?" The flying sword carried him toward the heavenly ship. The three mountain and sea realm experts once again carefully examined him. They didn't probe him too deeply, but instead made a general judgment. They also sensed that there was almost no danger. Either his strength was real, or he was stronger than them. The three mountain and sea realm experts didn't say anything. If he really was stronger than them, then there was no need to probe him. That shouldn't be a big problem. Soon, Suyu boarded the flying ship. It wasn't a small place. There was a deck on both the front and back, and there was a large cabin in the middle. It seemed like he could still rest. At this moment, the young men and women were all on the deck. There were some tables and chairs on the deck. From the looks of it, these fellows were quite relaxed, as if they were taking a stroll. Suyu even saw some tea that was still emitting steam, and there was a faint smell of alcohol. These immortals were probably drinking tea and chatting just now. They really knew how to enjoy themselves. Of the 13 young men and women, 6 were Ling Yun, and 7 were Sor. As for Ling Yun, most of them were in the early stage, 1 was in the middle stage, and 1 was in the late stage. Suyu felt that if there weren't a top powerhouse like Madonna, he could kill all of these fellows with a single hammer strike. "Greetings, immortals." Suyu clasped his hands. The young man who had communicated with him before smiled and said, "Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" "Human, Dexia Province, Xianxia." "Xianxia?" The young man who spoke to him said thoughtfully, "The most famous powerhouse with the surname Xing in Dexia Province should be Principal Xingping of the Dexia War Academy, right? Do you know Principal Xing?" Suyu hurriedly said, "Yes, no, I've seen him once. I'm considered a branch of the Xing family. Speaking of which, I'm the eldest grandson of the Xing family, and the same generation as Principal Xing's grandson, Qingyun Fai." Suyu quickly said, "Immortals, if you have any questions, Yunqi will tell me everything he knows." "I dare not. Slight the alliance of immortals." "Sensible." The young man smiled and pressed his hands together. "Sit down and talk. Don't be nervous. We have no ill intentions. If we do, a sore like you won't be able to help you no matter how vigilant you are." Then, he smiled and said, "My name is Yunsheng. Immortal Lord Yun." Suyu hurriedly said politely. Yunsheng smiled and said, "Sit down." "I dare not, sit down." Yunsheng repeated indifferently. Suyu sat down with an uneasy expression. Yunsheng and the others also sat down. The group of people looked at Suyu like he was a monkey. A young girl smiled and asked, "Human, where are you going to in the Starry Sea?" Suyu hurriedly said, "Xianxia Island. I'm going to collect some Earthsea Divine Gold. Earthsea Divine Gold is quite valuable, and Xianxia Island is not far from the edge of the Star Sea. It's not too dangerous there." "Xianxia Island?" Yunxing thought for a moment and chuckled. Indeed, Xianxia Island is rich in Earthsea Divine Gold. However, Xianxia Island may not be safe now. It's only 5,000 miles away from 9-Star Island, Suyu hurriedly said, "It's fine. There's not much danger near 9-Star Island. I've checked. The Thousand Territories Alliance has been maintaining order around 9-Star Island. As long as you don't cause trouble, there won't be much danger." Yunxing laughed, and so did the others. Ignorant, of course, this was what they had heard before. They saw that Suyu was alone. His status was probably not high, so it was normal that he did not know the situation. It was not safe near 9-Star Island now. A large number of geniuses were heading there. The more geniuses there were, the more dangerous it was. This was the law. Yunxing was too lazy to say anything. He asked again, "Do you know Suyu from Dexia Province?" Suyu had a vigilant expression. His eyes blinked. Yunxing said indifferently, "It's okay. So what if I know him? I know Daoqing. Do you think I'll take it out on you just because you know him? Moreover, we're not too familiar with Jiuxian Daoqing." Suyu exhaled and said carefully, "I don't really know him, but I've seen him once. When he was studying at Great Xia Civilization University, I went to Great Xia Civilization University and saw him once. At that time, he was only Qianjun. I didn't expect." Sigh. He sighed with some pride and sorrow. It's a pity that he went to Ming Constabulary. His relationship with Dixia province gradually drifted apart. Now, he's killing on the battlefield. I don't know if our human race's invincible relic brought him back. He definitely didn't go back. Yunxing smiled and said, "There's no need to say that. He didn't return to the human realm at all." As he said this, Yunxing continued, "It's said that Suyu is the human race's invincible relic. Do you know about it?" Suyu said awkwardly, "There are rumors, but I'm just a nobody. Who knows if it's true or not? Even those big shots don't know about it." As he said this, he added, "Immortal Lord Yun, I don't know much about these things. Even if you ask, I can't answer you. It's only because the human race and immortal race are allies. Otherwise, I wouldn't have boarded my lord's ship this time." Yunxing didn't care too much. Beside him, another young man said, "I heard that there's no suppression in the human realm. Is that true?" Suyu nodded. "Yes, some demons can use their full strength in the human realm. This is known by all. Have you seen the prefecture master of Dixia province?" Suyu nodded. "I've seen him on TV. It's like a photographic image. Milord Prefecture Master often presides over some beheading activities. Every time a large number of followers of Wanzhou are captured in the human realm, Milord Prefecture Master will personally preside over the beheading." As soon as he said this, these young people became interested. What a great killing! The bloody massacre monarch was indeed worthy of his reputation. A young fairy hurriedly said, "Isn't the bloody massacre monarch very cruel? Does he look very fierce?" Suyu said unhappily, "How could that be? Milord Prefecture Master is wise and mighty. How could he be cruel and cruel?" His expression was a little ugly, and he looked unhappy. The crowd didn't say anything. They had heard that Xia Longwu was the spiritual leader of Dixia province. It was normal for Suyu to refute him. As expected, the people of Dixia province were all very fierce. Asor actually dared to lose his temper under the gaze of so many powerhouses. The rumor that Dixia province was full of killing was true. These people seemed to have discovered a new continent. They were all very interested in the human realm. "I heard that a descendant of celestial King Tianyu went to the Dixia province civilization academy to study and was even prepared to marry Xianxia. Have you seen Crown Prince Xianxia?" "I have." Suyu nodded again and said, "His Highness Xia Huyu is also wise and mighty. He praised him against his will." Suyu secretly complained, "Is Xia Huyu really going to accept that young fairy? Be careful that she doesn't make fun of you every day." The status of a descendant of an immortal king wasn't low. Suyu had seen him last time, but he didn't pay much attention to him. Back when he was at the Great Xia Civilization University, the geniuses of those powerful races had come to the academy. He had also seen that young fairy, and her strength was only average. Celestial King Tianyu, Suyu remembered it. He didn't know if he was really prepared to befriend the human race or if he had a deeper plan. He had even sent a descendant to the human realm. He kept replying to these people's questions. They were all simple information. From the looks of it, these people had some understanding of the human race, but they couldn't quite match it. This time, they might have seen him for the first time. And these people were also chatting. They didn't chat too deeply, but Suyu could roughly hear some of it. They were all chatting in the celestial language, so Suyu could understand them. These 13 young men and women were all from the same immortal king faction. There were descendants of the sun and moon, as well as descendants of the mountains and seas. They weren't from the same family, but they came from the same faction. They came from a place called the Heavenly Jade Dao Academy. It was an organization similar to the academy. The Heavenly Jade Dao Academy. Suyu wasn't too sure about it. He didn't know much about the Celestials, just like how these people didn't know much about the human race. Unless they were taught from a young age, it was enough for them to grasp the knowledge of this world. During the conversation, these people mentioned Immortal Monarch Heavenly Jade a few times. That meant that they were likely under Immortal Monarch Heavenly Jade's faction. The celestial and human factions were somewhat similar. Immortal monarchs ruled a domain. However, it was a little different from the human race. The Celestials also had a half-emperor. Of course, this was how humans addressed them. They directly addressed them as immortal emperors. Immortal emperors were in charge of the immortal courts and ruled the immortal world. Usually, the immortal monarchs reigned supreme. At critical moments, they had to go to the immortal courts to listen to their orders. However, the immortal emperor of the Celestials hadn't appeared for many years. These people only briefly mentioned some public information. They weren't foolish enough to discuss secrets in front of Suyu. However, they mentioned 9-Star Island a few times, which surprised Suyu. These people were also going to 9-Star Island. 9-Star Island was so popular, Suyu didn't say much. It was normal for them to go to 9-Star Island. Maybe the Starry Mansion was about to open and there were many benefits. These people were going there to fish for benefits. The flying ship flew at a very fast speed. It didn't take long for the flying ship to reach 2,000 kilometers. Soon, they would arrive at the Star Sea. Before they arrived, Suyu saw a shocking scene. In front, in the distance, stars shone in all directions. The sky seemed to be decorated with countless stars, reflecting the void. The sound of the waves could be heard hundreds of kilometers away. An ocean floating in the air, an endless ocean floated in the air. They were about to arrive at the magical Star Sea. Suyu pretended to be calm. As for those Celestials, many of them hadn't seen the Star Sea before. At this moment, they were all exclaiming, "Star Sea! It's really an ocean floating in the air. Brother Yunxing, can we see the bottom of the ocean from below?" Yunxing said with a smile, "No, it's the underwater continent below. When you look up, you can only see the starry sky. You can't see the ocean, as if it doesn't exist. This place is very magical. We can't enter the ocean from below. We can only enter from the surroundings." So magical? Then has anyone tried to penetrate the bottom of the sea and enter the underwater continent from below? No. When you dive to the bottom of the sea, you might enter other small worlds but not the underwater continent. This is amazing. So beautiful. The scene before them was indeed beautiful. A boundless ocean floated in the air, decorated with stars. It was as if the stars were in the ocean. The waves rippled, and it looked beautiful. However, in the cabin at the back, a Tao protector said in a deep voice, "Beauty often hides danger. In the Star Sea, be careful. There are many demons hiding in the ocean. Also, there are many dragons here. They are very domineering. Even if we are Celestials, they will often kill us when we encounter them. There are other dangers in the Star Sea. Stay alert. Don't be careless." The Tao protector kept reminding the young men and women that this place was very dangerous. On Suyu's side, Yunxing said with a smile, "We're in the Star Sea. Heavenly Dawn Island and 9-Star Island are not on the same route. Brother Zheng, we can't send you off. Sorry to trouble you." Suyu thanked him, but didn't say anything else. He was telling him to scram. "That's good, I wanted to leave as soon as possible. If I followed these people, it wouldn't be good for me to go to 9-Star Island. If it weren't for the 3 mountain seas, I would have beaten you little immortal fairies and immortal lords to death. 3 mountain and sea realm experts would be a bit of a pain to deal with, especially the Peak Mountain and Sea Realm expert." Soon, Suyu got off the ship. By now, they had officially arrived in the Star Sea. The floating ocean was truly spectacular. Suyu was a bit shocked. How could such a vast and boundless ocean float in the air? There didn't seem to be anything supporting it. Suyu was shocked, but he was also a little excited. The Star Sea, the most famous thing in this place was the Starry Mansion. The Starry Mansion was about to open. According to previous calculations, it should open next year. However, it wouldn't be long before the various clans would select people to enter the Star Sea to get used to the environment, and then prepare to explore the Starry Mansion. I wonder when the Ming Constabulary and Xianxia province will select people. They said they'd finish their selection at the end of the year, and then they'll probably bring people here to get used to the environment. So you wasn't sure what sort of good fortune could be found in the starry mansion. All he knew was that this place had Milky Way sand. It was a good thing that could purify willpower. Without it, it would be very difficult to open the Sea of Consciousness pocket realm in Xianxia province, and one's willpower wouldn't be pure. With the Milky Way sand, the Sea of Consciousness pocket realm would be heaven for civilization masters. He watched as Xianxia and the others left, but didn't rush to enter the Star Sea. What a spectacular sight! The mortal realm also had 3 great seas, which he had never been to before. However, Suyu had the feeling that no matter how spectacular the mortal realm's seas were, they couldn't compare to this floating ocean. The All-Heavens battlefield is a magical place. Suyu sighed with emotion for a while and began to float and soar. No one else would have to fly to enter the sea. In front of him, the seawater slapped against the void, but it didn't fall. It was an extremely magical scene. Suyu kept flying in soar for tens of thousands of meters before he finally reached the same level as the sea. At this moment, he finally saw the true appearance of the Star Sea. In the sea, the stars seemed to be in the seawater, as if the seawater had swallowed the stars. It was beautiful, the surroundings were very quiet. At this moment, except for Yunqing's flying ship that was still flying high in the sky, there was no one else. How beautiful! While Suyu was thinking, in front of him, in the sea, a huge demonic beast suddenly leaped out of the sea and attacked the flying ship. A sword radiant shot out. In the flying ship, the celestial race powerhouses made their move. With a slash, they killed the demonic beast in the sea. At this moment, a bird's cry was heard. The next moment, an incomparably huge bird floated in the air, covering the sky and the sun. Its sharp beak pecked at the flying ship. A bang rang out as a huge hole appeared in the ship. Booms rang out. In the blink of an eye, the flying ship was destroyed, and the 3 mountain and sea demons grabbed the others and flew in soar toward the depths of the sea. Suyu stared in shock. What the hell? That was dangerous. They had encountered 2 mountain and sea demons as soon as they entered. These celestials were really unlucky. When Suyu saw that they were ignoring him, he quickly flew away. He touched his chest, and his little heart was thumping. It was really exciting. There are so many demons here. If I kill a few, no one will care, right? Licking his lips, Suyu smiled. What a great place. A moment later, he dove into the sea, transforming into a stream of water that vanished. I'm an aquatic demon. The sea is my territory. There were probably aquatic demons here as well. This place was perfect for aquatic demons to live in. What a great place! Not long after Suyu dived into the ocean, an aborigine appeared nearby and looked around. Soon, some water appeared on the aborigine's body. The next moment, the aborigine also turned into a water person and swam towards the ocean. Who said that the native couldn't do this? I can do it too. Floating earth spirit entered the water. 9-star island, here I come. After a while, more people appeared, some in the water, some in soar, and all of them flew toward 9-star island. Battles continued to break out. When 2 huge dragons flew over, the demonic beasts in the sea retreated, no longer attacking them. In the Star Sea, the dragon race was the strongest. In the Star Sea, geniuses began to gather. At the same time, some masked men from the Hunting Heaven Pavilion entered. Before long, more squads entered. Some were here to hunt geniuses, others to track Suyu's whereabouts. He dived into the sea. The Star Sea was filled with dense origin energy. As soon as he entered the sea, Suyu felt a strong resistance. The seawater was somewhat different from ordinary water. It wasn't too dangerous, but the resistance was much greater. Suyu dived down, turning into a stream of water. It was actually somewhat difficult to dive. He flew 10,000 meters into the sea. The seabed continent was also very high, giving him the feeling that the Star Sea was less than 3,000 meters deep. However, Suyu dived rapidly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Suyu felt that he had dived at least 10,000 meters. Logically speaking, he should have reached the seabed continent, but he still couldn't dive any deeper. Looking down, it seemed like a bottomless abyss. If he dived any deeper, he might accidentally enter a minor realm. So mysterious? Suyu was curious. What was this star sea? Was it so deep that it was unfathomable? If he dived any deeper, he might encounter an entrance to a minor realm at any time. This is a good place to temper my body. Suyu sighed inwardly. This was a good place. The deeper he dived, the denser the origin energy and the greater the pressure. This place should be good for tempering the body. He circulated his breathing technique and absorbed large amounts of origin energy. Soon, Suyu turned into a stream of water and scurried away. He could sense a mountain sea speck rapidly approaching him. Suyu didn't want to encounter a mountain sea expert as soon as he arrived. He had just entered the Star Sea, so he had to keep a low profile. But he had to admit that this place was really good. The seawater contained large amounts of pure origin energy. It was a good place to cultivate, provided that he could survive if he encountered a mountain sea monster. There seemed to be a lot of mountain seas here, and there might be an entrance to a minor realm at any time. Just as he was thinking, a vortex appeared in front of him. A palace that looked like a crystal palace appeared at the bottom of the water. How dare you? Back off. An expert in the crystal palace shouted angrily. Who are you? This is the entrance to the Cancer realm. You are not allowed to trespass. Suyu looked at the vortex and fled. Holy shit, I just arrived and dived for a while, but I already saw a realm passageway. This star sea was too strange. It was as if the sun and moon were scolding him. The distance was quite far, about 3,000 to 4,000 meters. Suyu sensing Jade didn't even sense it. The Tribulation Shinwen didn't jump much, probably because the other party wouldn't chase after him. Most importantly, the domain passageway is so close, why didn't you arrange for people to guard it? There were no patrols at all. They only arranged for an expert to be stationed at the entrance. It was not dignified at all. Look at the human race. At the entrance of the passageway, there were hundreds of thousands of soldiers guarding it. There were many mountain sea suns and moons. Invincible experts would appear from time to time. The passageway of the human race was truly extravagant. A small clan was indeed a small clan, the Cancer domain, the Cancer race, he seemed to have heard of it. It wasn't one of the top 100 races. In that case, with the 9 heavens of the sun and moon at most, a weak race was a weak race. With the sun and moon guarding the domain passageway, it could be considered impressive. Suyu quickly swam away. Within the crystal palace, a huge golden crab had a vigilant look in its eyes. Which clan's expert was he from? It didn't investigate clearly. Water Spirit Clan? If it wasn't for its sharp senses, especially in the sea, it wouldn't have discovered an expert sneaking over. Sigh. The Cancer crab sighed in its heart. This was the sorrow of a small clan. Especially since the domain passageway was actually in the Star Sea, it was even more troublesome. There were many experts here. Invincible experts often came over. Their Cancer race's domain passageway was at the edge of the Star Sea. Some experts liked to enter the water to take a look. In the end, it often encountered experts. If it wasn't for the Cancer old ancestor having peaked 9 heavens of the sun and moon race's battle prowess, the domain passageway was here, and he could kill his way out at any time. He could also borrow the power of this world and was comparable to invincible experts. Otherwise, this passageway would have long been broken by experts. The old ancestor was on the other side of the passageway, ready to fight at any time. The sun and moon Cancer sighed in its heart. Difficult, recently, there seemed to be more experts coming. It seemed like the Cancer race had to find a backer as soon as possible. It was at the entrance of the Star Sea. This entrance was one of the few entrances where the celestial race, human race, and demon race came more often. As for the celestial race, they usually went across the Star Sea. If they had to choose, they could only choose between the celestial race, human race, and demon race. As for the dragon race was too troublesome. Moreover, they were in the center of the 4 battlefields. Among the 5 strongest races, the human race wasn't the most dangerous. If they really fought, it was normal for the dragon race to be the first to be defeated. Coincidentally, they were on the side of the Star Sea. They were also the fastest to participate in the battle at the bottom of the sea. Unlike the other realms where the human race was blocked by the Sea of Desire plane, the celestial race and the other races had special places in front of them that blocked their way. It was still somewhat difficult for them to come over. The Cancer race thought about this. In the next moment, its heart trembled. In front of the Crystal Palace, a figure appeared. His aura was incomparably powerful, and his chi and blood were boiling. He didn't hide his whereabouts. His white clothes were like blood, and his hair was golden, but his eyes were green. The person walked leisurely in the water, and the seawater scattered. He walked to the door of the Crystal Palace but didn't enter. He said softly, "Is this the territory of the Cancer race?" "Yes. You are." The golden Cancer race's figure appeared. He took a look, and his gaze changed slightly. He quickly said, "Greetings, Lord Wushuang." The young man smiled. "Senior is the sun and moon, and I am only the mountain sea. How can I be called Lord?" Then he smiled faintly. "The entrance of the Cancer race, where Senior is near the East Sea passageway. Recently, I'll have to trouble Senior to pay attention to the whereabouts of a genius of the human race. If there is news, inform me immediately." Although the Cancer race elite was at the Sun-Moon tier, he was extremely fearful at this moment. He hurriedly said, "Lord wants to know the whereabouts of the human race's Suyu?" Inside, he was terrified. The elites of the God race actually came here, Zhan Wushuang, the former second on the heaven roll, and now third. 8th tier of the Mountain Sea tier, an elite that defied the Sun and Moon tier. He killed a Sun-Moon tier elite. He didn't just defeat or exchange blows with them. Instead, he truly killed a Sun-Moon expert. At the Sun-Moon tier, no matter how weak he was, he wouldn't be too weak. That was a matter of a few years ago. How strong was the Zhan Wushuang now? Zhan Wushuang's golden hair fluttered, and he said with a smile, "It's him. Senior should know what he looks like." Of course, he might not dare to come here with his original appearance. Just investigate a bit, and there is no need to pay special attention. If you meet him, Senior can contact me at any time. As he finished, a voice transmission talisman floated over. Zhan Wushuang smiled lightly, and said, "Senior, then I'll have to trouble you." "Not at all. If there is news, I will inform you immediately, Lord." Zhan Wushuang smiled, and didn't mind. He stepped into the air as if the huge pressure of the water didn't exist. He floated a little, and very soon, he stepped into the air and left, leaving the Cancer race's claws trembling. Zhan Wushuang, what a powerful pressure! Elites on the heaven roll, at the 8th tier of the Mountain Sea tier, were indeed more oppressive than the Sun and Moon tier. It wasn't that it hadn't seen the Sun and Moon before. It was one, and it was in the 3rd tier of the Sun and Moon tier. However, when it saw Zhan Wushuang just now, it faintly felt some danger. This feeling was very clear. Of course, it wasn't strange. As a member of the God race, and a primordial God race at that, the highest-ranked genius, he definitely had many tricks up his sleeves. It was just a small Sun and Moon race. If they really fought, it might not dare to say that it was stronger than Zhan Wushuang. Even if it was slightly stronger, the one who would die might not be Zhan Wushuang. Just as it heaved a sigh of relief, a little golden dragon dived into the water and shouted, "Cancer race, keep an eye on Suyu's whereabouts. If anything happens, report to the dragon race immediately." The Cancer race cursed inwardly, but it did recognize the sky. It quickly said, "Don't worry, Your Highness Wuyo. If I see Suyu, I will definitely report to the dragon race." "Good." Long Wuyo soared into the air. It didn't feel uncomfortable in the water. It was a dragon race, so what could the water do to it? There's no way out. After Long Wuyo left, the Cancer race felt helpless again. It was a Sun and Moon race, and if it returned to the Cancer race, it would also be an overlord, a king, and a patriarch. But here, it was just a gatekeeper. The key was that the Cancer race's deterrence was too weak. These guys, one by one, only alerted it brazenly when they reached the gate. If it was in the other strong races, they could go and try, they would be beaten to death. It wasn't like the big golden crab hadn't traveled outside before. Not to mention the passages of the strong races, there would be experts chasing it away the moment it stepped into their territory. If it didn't leave, they would kill it. If it went to the human race, the purging evil army would quickly appear. If it went to the celestial race, the immortal court guards would also quickly appear. If it went to the celestial race, it would be the same. If it went to the demon race, they wouldn't even chase you away, they would immediately send the madmen of the blood-fire demon race to kill you. In any case, it hadn't seen what the domain passages of the strong races looked like. It wasn't even clear where they were. Looking at the crystal palace that it resided in, it looked luxurious, but in reality, anyone could come and sit. Compared to luxury, safety was more important. It didn't give it any face. So you naturally didn't notice the scene in front of the Cancer race's domain passage. He was now carefully exploring, quickly avoiding elites when he encountered them. He didn't dare to rashly clash with the elites of other races in this vicinity. There were many living beings here, and once a battle started, it would be easy to be noticed. He also didn't know that Zhang Wushuang of the God race had come. That was an existence that defied the Sun and Moon race. In any case, Suyu was definitely no match for him. Even Madonna was generally no match for him. Zhang Wushuang's cultivation level was higher, the 8th layer of the Mountain Sea tier, and he had truly killed Sun-Moon tier elites with his own strength. Suyu continued to swim in the sea. After swimming for a while, he saw something strange and wanted to surface again. Perhaps, it was more exciting on the surface. Very soon, Suyu floated up. A moment later, Suyu appeared. At this time, he didn't turn into a stream of water, but turned into a humanoid creature. A small horn vaguely appeared on his forehead. Mountain-breaking ox, a mountain-breaking ox in human form. He was very familiar with the mountain-breaking ox race, cultivation techniques, natural talent skills, as well as the power and smell of blood essence. He was very familiar with them. After floating out of the water, Suyu floated in the air. At this moment, there was a vast expanse of blue waves in front of him. The surroundings were the same, and there wasn't even an island in sight. In the sky, stars dotted the sky, and it looked very beautiful. All around, the sea breeze blew, and it was also very comfortable. However, in this comfort, there was hidden danger. This, Suyu was very clear about. This place was still very dangerous. It was his first time coming to the sea, and he was a little not used to it. In the sea, it was also slightly difficult for him to determine the direction, and he somewhat lost his sense of coordinates. Relying on his powerful ability to distinguish, he still accurately determined the direction. He continued to fly forward. This was the East Sea area, and he would probably be able to reach Heavenly Cloud Island after flying for a few thousand kilometers. It was easy to find Heavenly Cloud Island. Heavenly Cloud Island shone with red light all day long, and it could be considered a relatively famous island in the East Sea coastal area. Wung, the sound of air being torn rang out. Suyu quickly descended, and in the blink of an eye, he was about to enter the sea. At this moment, a rainbow flew across the sky. A Sun and Moon Supreme Being didn't even pay attention to him and directly crossed over. Suyu cursed in his heart. So what if it was a sun and moon? I have killed many sun and moon moons. They actually flew over my head. Alright, if they flew, then so be it. I won't bother with them. Is it possible to meet a sun and moon so casually in the star sea? Suyu felt a little strange. It couldn't be, right? A sun and moon was a supreme being, and they were the top combat power of any race. Not to mention the one guarding the passage, he had only entered the sea for a short time, and he had already met a sun and moon. How casual. And this was just the beginning. After a while, there was the cry of an eagle. A moment later, a giant eagle with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters flew over. There was a person standing on the head of the giant eagle, and it wasn't a human. Suyu didn't dare to sense it, but just from a glance, he felt that it shouldn't be a human, and he didn't know which race it was. Boundlessly powerful, that giant eagle was probably at the Sun-Moon tier. This humanoid creature stood on the giant eagle's head, looking down at the sea. He also saw Suyu, but directly ignored him. Purely judging from his aura, he was actually slightly stronger than Minghe. The giant eagle flew over Suyu's head, its claws glinting coldly, and actually had the tendency to descend and grab Suyu. The humanoid creature on the head shouted softly, "Hurry up, it's just a stupid cow, what's so delicious about it?" The eagle's cry sounded again. This giant eagle obeyed its master's opinion, and didn't descend anymore, quickly breaking through the air and leaving. Yes, it had originally planned to catch Suyu and eat him. After being reprimanded by its master, it also gave up on this idea, and quickly left. Meanwhile, Suyu's head was covered in sweat. What the hell, this giant eagle was probably at the third tier of the Sun-Moon tier, and that elite, Suyu was still far away from the other party. He didn't sense it with his detection jade, but the other party was at least at the 7th or 8th tier of the Sun-Moon tier. F***ck, were experts worthless now? What was going on? Also, he felt that the direction they were heading wasn't that far from where he was. Suyu guessed that they shouldn't be heading to Xianxia Island, but that route might lead to 9-Star Island. F***ck, this is so dangerous. Suyu was terrified. Just now, the word tribulation in Shenwen had been jumping intensely. A sun and moon tier, this wasn't the ancient city, and there was no interference from the sun and moon dead spirits. If such an elite really found him and caused trouble for him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Did he have to rely on luck to go out? If I had known, I would have just sneaked back into the human race. This was too dangerous. Also, they didn't look like humans, and there were so many alien race elites, Suyu thought to himself. And in the next moment, he instantly fled. Not long after, a muscular man like a giant mountain stepped on the sea, and when he saw Suyu fleeing, he smiled and said, "Really, the blood of the mountain-breaking cow race is quite good for building one's foundation and body. Forget it, I won't chase you anymore." That muscular man was very big, but at this moment, Suyu, who was fleeing, was surprised. He turned his head and wanted to curse. It wasn't some giant race, it was the human race. He wouldn't be wrong about the aura of the human race. F***ck, he was almost caught by a human elite. As for that giant, he didn't know him. It seemed that he was also at the Sun-Moon tier, very strong and very ostentatious. That giant walked on the sea, bringing up towering waves. Soon, in the void, a giant dragon shuttled over, its voice loud as it shouted, "Qin Hao, what are you doing?" That giant was actually Qin Hao, Qin Fang's uncle, the son of the great Qin king, the general of the vanguard camp. Previously, when Qin Fang was surrounded, he didn't come, but now, he came to the Star Sea. Qin Hao didn't speak, and a long spear stabbed into the sky. There was a loud boom, a giant dragon fled, a clear bloody hole appearing in its abdomen. Qin Hao looked up at the sky, looking at the fleeing giant dragon, looking around coldly. Soon, it turned into a faint smile. "I don't want to do anything. I heard that the heroes of the Infinite Realms are all heading to 9-Star Island, so I'm going to join in the fun, lest you guys are too lonely." When he finished speaking, a long spear pierced into the water, stirring up the Star Sea. The sky and earth were turned upside down, waves surging into the sky, one after another, the great sea demons fled. Qin Hao casually stabbed with his spear, killing a giant golden fish. Flames instantly appeared on the long spear, starting to burn. As it burned, he smiled and said, "The heroes of the Infinite Realms are all coming. Without my human race, wouldn't it be lonely? Everyone, let's meet again at 9-Star Island." When he finished speaking, he ate the big fish while stirring up the waves, but his speed was extremely fast, bringing up towering waves as he walked towards the 9-Star Island region. Qin Hao. At this moment, Suyu was also surprised. This person wanted to go to 9-Star Island. No, many people wanted to go. F***ck, what the hell? I wanted to go here. Now that a bunch of Sun Moon and Sun Moon have gone, why would I still go? Suyu was speechless. He observed from afar, carefully looking around. What was going on? Why was everyone running towards 9-Star Island? Could it be that something good had appeared, everyone was going to fight for it? Suyu fell into deep thought. What good thing, should I go? Even an expert like Qin Hao had gone. That expert riding the giant eagle had probably gone there as well. Also, did the giant dragon that was seriously injured by Qin Hao's spear run over there? Could it be that an earth-shattering treasure has appeared? Suyu didn't know. At this moment, he could only take it one step at a time. He would go to Heavenly Cloud Island first and observe the situation. As for the others, if it really couldn't be done, then he would retreat. Of course, if it was a battle between the Sun Moon and Sun Moon, then he would observe the situation and see if he could find riches amidst danger. This was a very normal way of thinking. In a battle between experts, as geniuses, shouldn't they go and profit? If they were killed, then they wouldn't be geniuses anymore. If they weren't killed, then there were naturally benefits. If geniuses didn't go to the chaotic and dangerous lands, then there was no point. If it really couldn't be done, then if the battle here was too dangerous, then he would find an ancient city to play and see if he could turn back and kill a group of enemies. I have to kill them after I achieve my Tao. Also, the Ice God race, the Thunder God race, the Three-Eyed Demon race, the Six-Winged God race, the Silkworm Dragon race, the Black Armor race. I have to kill them all. So you did some calculations. It had to be said that he had many enemies. This didn't include those small races that he didn't have a deep memory of. He had killed too many people in the ancient city. Even if these people's races didn't find Suyu for revenge, Suyu would still find them. Not to mention others, but the Six-Winged God race. Suyu hated this race the most. So troublesome. Suyu pondered. Who should he disguise as? It would be best if there weren't many of them, but they were strong and wouldn't cause trouble. The ancient race is the best. After thinking for a long time, Suyu suddenly had an idea. He hadn't seen many ancient races. Not to mention the little furball, he had also seen an Iron Eater. This should also be an ancient race. They were very powerful. The Iron Eater from the Great Ming Constabulary was at the peak of the Mountain Sea realm, but the sun and moon couldn't hurt it. This was very terrifying. Iron Eater, maybe I can disguise as one. I just don't know how many of them there are. Will they cause trouble for me? If there were too many of them, then their deterrence wouldn't be strong. If there were too few of them, it would be troublesome. If there was one more, that race would pay attention. That's not right. There are humans. There are 3 small Iron Eater right now. How about I pretend to be that Iron Eater's son? Suyu muttered in his heart. If the Iron Eater really did find him, then, should he say that he was that Iron Eater's son, a wandering genius of the Iron Eater race? With these thoughts in mind, Suyu temporarily decided not to disguise himself. He would first go to Heavenly Cloud Island. After walking on the sea for a long time, Suyu didn't encounter any other experts after Qinhao. It was unknown whether it was because they didn't want to walk the same path as Qinhao, but some of the experts changed paths and avoided him. Perhaps Suyu had deviated from the route to Nine Stars Island, and thus avoided all of the powerful experts. After that, everything went smoothly. They didn't run into any suns or moons, but they did run into a few mountain and sea greater demons. Fortunately, not all of the mountain sea demons were crazy. Some of them ran into Suyu, but they quickly avoided him. Some of them chased after him for a while, but then Suyu quickly fled, and didn't continue the chase. Off in the distance, an island with red light piercing through heaven and earth appeared. That was Heavenly Cloud Island. Heavenly Cloud Island was very, very large. Although it was called an island, in truth, in the Starry Sea, any continent could be considered an island. The main reason was that the Starry Sea was so large. Heavenly Cloud Island was probably more than 3 million square kilometers in size. However, there were many islands of this size in the Starry Sea. A circular island with a radius of 2,000 kilometers. On Heavenly Cloud Island, there was also a realm entrance. However, the realm entrance wasn't very strong, and it was relatively neutral. In fact, Suyu was also familiar with this race. It was the Radiant Bird race. He had learned the purifying essence technique from this race. It could purify vital energy. The Radiant Bird race was a peaceful race. Of course, they had no choice but to be peaceful. They were weak, but because they were a race of doctors, when there were wars between different races, some of the Radiant Bird race's experts would help treat some powerful experts. Their lives were not bad. Although some races had designs on them, they couldn't openly attack them. Over the years, they had managed to make a name for themselves on Heavenly Cloud Island. At this moment, on Heavenly Cloud Island, there were also many experts from small races. They didn't dare to go directly to Nine Star Island. The center of Heavenly Cloud Island was where the passage to the Radiant Realm was. In recent years, the Radiant Bird race had built a large city called Radiant City. This large city was open to the public. The Radiant Bird race had used this island and the city to make a lot of money. They had also cultivated some top geniuses, but compared to the geniuses of the large races, there was still a big gap. In the past few days, as the experts of the various races gathered, the atmosphere in this large city, which had been peaceful for many years, became a little tense. However, the radiant bird race was used to it. Every 10 years, there would be such an unforeseen event. That was because if they continued forward and past Nine-Star Island, they would be within the range of the Starry Mansion. Under such circumstances, Suyu came to Heavenly Cloud Island. The moment he set foot on the island, Suyu felt a power of light. Vaguely, it was the power that seeped out from the Radiant Realm. It felt pretty good. Suyu judged that the Radiant Realm might also be infiltrating this island. Once this island was included in the range of the Radiant Realm, the foreign races might have some suppression. The other party's sun and moon might be invincible here. It had to be said that even small races had their own plans and calculations. Anyway, Suyu didn't feel any suppression. Maybe the infiltration power wasn't strong, or maybe, because he was a human, he couldn't feel any suppression. In the center of the island, there was a huge city. Near the city, there were some towns and villages. He didn't know if it was built by outsiders or if it had always existed. When the battlefield opened 1,000 years ago, there were actually some native races living here. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Skyhunter Pavilion to survive. According to the records, the Skyhunter Pavilion might have been living here after the battlefield was sealed in ancient times. An existence as ancient as the ancient city, Suyu didn't care about this. Walking on the ground, he felt more at ease. Although he could turn into water, there were too many dangers in the water. He would encounter the entrance of some small world. Suyu sensed it several times along the way. He was nervous and not at ease at all. The entrance of a small world was usually guarded by the sun and moon. If he accidentally broke in, he might be killed by the sun and moon. The Calamity Shinwen also played a great role this time. When encountering some danger, it would warn him in advance. This natural Shinwen gave Suyu the feeling that it was much more important than the other Shinwen. Suyu stepped onto the island. Not long after, a radiant bird flew over. One had to admit that this radiant bird looked very good. It emitted a faint light, its body was smooth, and its posture was elegant. It looked as if it couldn't bear to hurt anyone. The most important thing was that it was a female bird. Dear esteemed guest, are you going to Bright Light City? Esteemed guest. Suyu, who was disguised as a member of the mountain-breaking bull clan, was overflowing with Ling Yun's aura. He was indeed an esteemed guest. After all, he had an invincible being, which was much stronger than the Radiant Bird clan. Suyu nodded slightly. Are there any of my clansmen on Skydawn Island? No aristocratic experts have arrived yet. The Radiant Bird quickly said, in the past few days, there have been some experts and geniuses from various clans on the island. If esteemed guest enters the city, please be calm. There is a special arena in the city for sparring. The female bird said a few words and quickly said, if esteemed guest enters the city, if you have any needs, you can find the Bright Light Clan's patrol team to solve them. Bright Light City welcomes experts from various clans, but I hope that the experts of various clans can maintain some restraint in Bright Light City. The Bright clan is weak, and it's not easy to build a city. The little bird cried bitterly for a while. Very quickly, it inadvertently revealed that the Radiant tribe had 3 sun and moon immortals guarding the city. There was also a sun and moon immortal who was the highest. Generally speaking, it was a warning not to cause trouble. Although small clans were weak, the rear was their headquarters. The experts of the clan could come to help at any time. Suyu listened for a while and was too lazy to say more. Small clans were like this. They couldn't wait for everyone to not fight in their territory, for the Radiant Bird race to be able to build a city in the Star Sea and occupy a large island. Their strength could not be considered weak. At least, they had more prestige than the giant crab race, who had built a pitiful crystal palace that was not even as big as a village. After the female bird finished speaking, she quickly flew away. It seemed that she was going to welcome the next guest. Suyu did not care and quickly flew toward Bright Light City. It seemed that a lot of people had come to Bright Light City recently. He wanted to see if there were any acquaintances. Although most of the acquaintances had died, weren't there still a few who were alive, for example, Daochun, the little golden dragon, and the others? Weren't they all alive and well? After flying for a while, he arrived at Bright Light City. The island overflowed with red light. while the city overflowed with white light. The entire large city was shrouded in white light. The bright Lightbird clan might have already spread the power of the realm into this city. It seemed that they had some plans for building the city. When he landed, there were several bright Lightbirds in human form guarding the city gate. Their strength was not weak. Among them, there was even a Mountain Sea Realm bright bird wearing white armor. Seeing Suyu, they were not surprised. The island was surrounded by the people of their clan. They had already been notified in advance that experts of the mountain-breaking Ox clan had come. Before the sun and moon arrived, there was no need to pay too much attention. What surprised Suyu was that there was a golden notice hanging at the city gate. There was actually a portrait of him on it, yes, a portrait of a human, and his original appearance. Suyu, human, Ling Yunjing. If you discover Suyu's whereabouts, inform the Bright Light City God and Demon Consulate at any time. If the information is correct, you will be rewarded with 10 wisps of heaven and earth profound light and 100 heavenly essence fruits. F*CK, how generous, it was just informing them of his whereabouts. It did not even mention killing Suyu or capturing him. Just informing the God and Demon clans had such a high reward. Even Suyu himself was tempted. Damn, they were really generous. Most importantly, what was the meaning of hanging a notice here? Did they know that I was coming here? Suyu wasn't the only one who was looking at the notice. There were quite a few people who were looking at it. Some of them glanced at it, while others laughed with their companions. If we find Suyu, we'll be rich. Their companions warned, mind your own business. This is a conflict between the major clans, and you're going to snitch. Heh, do you really think the human race won't care? Aren't you afraid that you'll lose your life in the next moment? This was not a matter that could be casually snitched. Once discovered by the human race, they wouldn't say anything, but did they need a reason to kill a snitch like you? Did you really think the God and Demon clans would protect you? A few creatures besides Suyu discussed among themselves. They were just watching the show. If they really saw Suyu, they might not dare to snitch on him. And at the city gate, Suyu was not the only human. At this moment, there were actually other humans. There. Someone saw the notice and snorted coldly. He glanced at the Mountain Sea Realm Radiant Bird and sneered, do you think the human race has no experts stationed here? The Radiant clan is really bold. Be careful that some invincible human passes by and cleaves your city in half. The Mountain Sea Realm expert frowned slightly and said in a low voice, it's not the Radiant clan that hung it. Please understand my clan's difficulties. This notice was jointly hung by the God clan and the Demon clan. All the major islands in the Star Sea have it. The human ignored him. With a sneer, he directly entered the city. The Mountain Sea Realm of the Radiant Bird clan felt somewhat helpless and didn't say anything. They were also in a difficult position to be sandwiched between the major clans. If the God clan and the Demon clan wanted to hang it, would they dare to refuse? But if they hung it, that human would be dissatisfied. What could they say? As for Suyu, he didn't care too much about this. He casually looked around and entered the city. No one stopped him or charged him. It was just a notice. What could it do to him? What was the use of hanging a human's portrait? If they could really discover his true appearance, they wouldn't need to snitch on him at all. They could easily catch him. However, he could see some things. The human race wasn't considered powerful in the Star Sea. At least, they weren't as powerful as the gods and demons. Otherwise, this notice would have been chopped down instead of continuing to hang here. Obviously, the humans here weren't as powerful as the gods and demons. Mingguang City was huge. Upon entering the city, there was a clamor. Weapons used by the ancient invincible, excavated from the depths of the Star Sea, priceless, for sale for 50,000 drops of essence chi liquid. Map of the Star Mansion, maps of all 9 floors, come quickly. Does anyone want a fragment of the ancient emperor's cultivation method? At the entrance, both sides of the streets were filled with people, no, all kinds of creatures of various races. These guys clearly had a plan by choosing to set up stalls at the city gate. People coming and going had to pass through the city gate, and there might be some noobs, perhaps he could trick a few. Otherwise, when people entered the city and became familiar with each other, it would be difficult to trick them. Suyu glanced at a random place. It was the one who had just sold the ancient invincible weapon. Suyu glanced at it. It was an ape-type demon beast. Humans generally called these non-humanoid creatures demons. The ape held a fork in its hand. It looked like a harpoon. It looked simple and unadorned. Suyu glanced at it, his eyes shining, and at this moment, the fork suddenly shot out a beam of black light. Boom! Suyu's Seavel trembled. The ape suddenly looked at Suyu, sneering. Mountain Ox Clan? Why, you still don't believe me? I said it was a weapon used by the ancient invincible. Naturally I wouldn't adulterate it. Did you see? The treasure has a spirit, automatically counterattacking. This is a sign that only heaven-grade weapons have. Suyu was a little surprised, a little puzzled. Indeed, only heaven-grade weapons had a certain degree of spirituality, with the ability to counterattack. For example, the 100 Dao Pavilion. This thing was really a heaven-grade weapon used by the ancient invincible. Don't fool around. 50,000 drops of essence chi liquid was not cheap. It was more than 100,000 human merit points, more expensive than ordinary earth-grade weapons, but heaven-grade weapons, and ancient ones at that? Why was it so cheap? But this counterattack, what was going on? He just investigated it himself. He secretly observed some of the stall owners around him. His father had once said that it didn't matter if you didn't understand, as long as the people around you understood. Just like his father buying vegetables, he didn't understand either. When he first came back to take care of Suyu, the vegetables he bought were the worst. Later on, his father understood. It was simple. He just had to follow a group of middle-aged aunties who seemed to be well off but could only be considered middle-class and picky. Rich people might not know how to buy vegetables. Those who were poor would always buy inferior ones. Middle-class people, picky, and older. In this way, the things they bought were most likely correct. At this moment, Suyu himself did not understand. But he could learn from others. He observed the stall owners around him. Some of them curled their lips, some were dismissive, and some just ignored him. As for some of the customers, some were surprised, and some looked playful. With that, Suyu understood, something was wrong, but where was the problem? Suyu was sure that the ape didn't tamper with this weapon. He was also a weapon-forging master. Even if it was an ancient weapon, he could at least see if someone tampered with it. As soon as he entered the city, Suyu was a little interested. He walked directly toward the ape. This ape was not weak. It was at the peak of Lingyun realm. Suyu glanced at it and was slightly surprised. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he saw a small tuft of golden hair on the ape's head. This was a rare ape, the celestial spirit monkey. This clan was also very strong. At least stronger than the mountain-breaking bull clan. There were many branches of the ape clan, which was a large clan. The celestial spirit monkey clan seemed to have 2 or 3 invincible realm experts. There were many invincible realm experts in the entire ape clan. Wan ranked 12th. He didn't make it into the top 10, but the gap was not big. When the ape saw Suyu sweep over its head, a trace of arrogance appeared on its face. What are you looking at? You want to rob me? I can beat you. Suyu was speechless. Did I say rob you? Can I have a look at this weapon? Suyu pointed at the fork. The ape sneered and said, Can you afford it? Do you have to buy it? If you can't afford it, get lost. The ape was very arrogant. Suyu said, If it's really something good, I will naturally contact the experts in the clan. If it's not, it's fake and a lie. Should I alarm the elders in the clan for a piece of trash? Lie to you? The ape looked unhappy and said, Why would the celestial spirit ape clan lie to you? Suyu was silent and said again, I want to see it. Can I see it? Forget it if I can't. Look, I'll show you. As soon as he finished speaking, he handed the fork to Suyu. Suyu stretched out his hand to take it. Halfway through, he said, Put it down first, I'll take it myself. The ape looked speechless as he placed the fork on the ground. There was a stall on the ground that was made out of some unknown beast skin. There were some miscellaneous items on the stall, all of which looked quite ancient. Only then did Suyu slowly pick it up and touch it. That touch made him frown slightly. The material was not good, he had high standards. This thing was actually not bad. It was close to the sturdiness of an earth-grade weapon. However, he could forge it himself, so he naturally did not think much of it. After touching it, it was not as strong as the boots he forged. It did not feel good at first glance. Can I inject primordial chi? Yes. Suyu injected primordial chi and the fork flashed. The next moment, a dark light attacked Suyu and the Sea of Will. Suyu was holding the fork at this moment and his heart stirred slightly. He saw some light flashing on the fork. Suyu quickly checked it. Soon, he found some clues. Soon, Suyu came to a conclusion. It's an ancient weapon. It's nonsense that it's invincible. According to its grade, it should be an ancient mystic pinnacle weapon. This dark light is an imprint of a formation. Thoughts flashed through Suyu's mind. Interesting, the ancient forging method is different from the current one. This weapon has some formation attached to it. Ancient formation, this thing was not a powerful weapon, nor was it a treasure with a spirit. It was the rejection of the formation. The original owner was dead, but the formation was still operating, continuing to reject the aura of outsiders. Formation, adding a formation to a weapon. Thoughts flashed through Suyu's mind. It was not that no one had mentioned and studied this forging method. However, the results showed that adding a formation to it was not very effective and would often cause a rejection with the weapon. There were actually god formation masters in the human race too. In the past, there were blacksmiths who invited god formation masters to forge together, but most of them did not succeed. This weapon was quite useful as a reference. It was rare that the ancient array formation could still be activated even now. It was normal for the weapon to be of good quality and still be usable after so many years. However, the formation could still operate, which meant that the formation had not collapsed. Furthermore, it might have a source of power. What was the source of power? There should be something in the weapon as a source of power. Suyu examined it carefully for a while and the ape said impatiently, "Are you done?" Suyu looked up and glanced at him. He thought for a moment and said, if the ancient invincible used this weapon, he would have been killed long ago. Are you sure he used this? The ape said angrily, are you buying it or not? How do you know it's a mystic weapon? You can tell that the ancient weapon is different from the current one? Are you an earth or heavenly weapon master? Suyu frowned. Are you sincerely selling it? I'm interested if you're sincere. If not, forget it. At this moment, he was somewhat interested in this weapon. There were a few key points. First, the forging method. Second, the principle of the formation. Third, the source of power. To be able to operate for so many years, it seemed like a formation that could identify the owner's aura was operating. The source of the formation's power was likely the blood essence of the original owner. Yes, that was what Suyu thought. Or the original owner's Shunwen, human forging method, like Zhaoli, the original owner might have fused one of his Shunwen into the weapon. Therefore, the formation that could identify the owner's aura was still operating. Ancient Shunwen or ancient blood essence, interesting stuff, 50,000 drops of essence chi liquid. Buy it or not? The ape said unhappily, even if it's not a heavenly weapon, it's an earth weapon. If you say it's a mystic weapon, it must have dropped in level after so many years. It didn't absorb enough essence chi and didn't nourish it. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Yes, he almost forgot, after all, countless years had passed, it was still at the peak of the mystic weapon level. It might have been an earth weapon back then, and it might not have been weak. If it was nourished, it might really be able to recover to the level of an earth weapon. Of course, because this weapon had a formation that rejected people who weren't its original owner, ordinary people wouldn't be able to nourish it. Had there been no weaponsmiths in Wan who had seen it, if a weaponsmith saw it, he would be interested. Of course, there was no need to talk about low-level weaponsmiths. High-level weaponsmiths, such as earth-level weaponsmiths, should be interested. Suyu glanced at the ape and said, an earth weapon isn't too expensive. 10,000 drops of essence chi liquid is definitely enough for a low-level earth weapon. 20,000 drops for a mid-level earth weapon. 30,000 to 50,000 drops for a high-level earth weapon. You're asking for 50,000. Do you think this is more valuable than a powerful earth weapon? The ape frowned and glanced at him. You're interested? How much do you want? Suyu hesitated. With his identity, it wasn't appropriate for him to take out too many resources from Ling Yunjing. After thinking for a moment, Suyu said, 10 drops of first-layer Mountain Sea Realm blood essence, scram. The ape was infuriated. Unless the blood essence of a first-layer Mountain Sea Realm cultivator was from a god or a very powerful race, the blood essence of an ordinary race wouldn't be worth much. 1,000 merit points was the limit, and not many people would buy it. Mountain Sea Realm cultivators had limited demand for the blood essence of weaker races. God or demon realm cultivators could buy it, and an unmarked blood essence meant that it wouldn't make it into the top 100. Otherwise, it would have the blood essence of someone like Xianxia. 10 drops was worth 10,000 merit points at most, or about 3,000 drops of essence Qi liquid. The ape was naturally unhappy. Meanwhile, Suyu stood up and shook his head. This is the price. This is enough to buy a top-grade dark weapon. I've looked at it, and there's a high chance that it won't be useful. However, it's an ancient weapon, after all, and there might be some forging techniques that could be used by some weaponsmiths. What he had said was exactly what the monkey was thinking. He said gloomily, it's really a good thing. I dug it out in a small space. That space was definitely the space where a great elite had passed away. At the very least, he was at the Sun-Moon tier. Those guys don't know what's good for them. I asked a weaponsmith before, and he said it's worth at least 50,000 drops of essence Qi liquid. Suyu laughed, and said, then why didn't he buy it? The ape said angrily, he said he was going to gather money to buy it, and wouldn't take advantage of me. In the end, he never returned. He must have died in a crisis, or he would definitely have sold it. Suyu judged his words and felt that they were half true. There might be such a person, but 50,000 drops of essence Qi liquid. Suyu didn't think it was worth it. Moreover, even if there really was such a person, he wouldn't take the initiative to offer a high price. Suyu quickly said, even if there really is such a person, there's a high chance that he's deliberately deceiving you so that you won't be able to sell it at a high price. Otherwise, I don't think it's the first day you've sold it, and you wouldn't have kept it until now. The ape was silent. After a moment of silence, he said, your price is too low. It's fine to buy a current dark weapon, but this is an ancient dark weapon. It could be an earth weapon or a heaven weapon, first layer of the Mountain Sea Realm, and from a weak race at that. I can kill it myself. He wasn't bragging. There was a high chance that the other party could kill it. However, killing a Mountain Sea Realm cultivator was somewhat dangerous. Suyu could kill it himself, but would he have to kill a Mountain Sea Realm cultivator every day? That's all I have. If you don't want to sell it, then forget it. I'll look at other things. At this moment, Suyu was interested in these roadside stalls. He actually saw ancient weapons. Of course, he was bragging a little, but the things he saw were real. Perhaps he could even see some other good things. As for his foresight, he had good foresight. At least he wouldn't be deceived. He could still tell if some cultivation techniques or weapons were good or bad. The ape watched helplessly as he got up and left. 10 drops of Mountain Sea blood essence. Buy it. The price had shrunk by more than 10 times, what he said was true. A weaponsmith said that he was willing to pay 50,000 drops of essence Qi liquid, but he didn't have that much money. Then, the person was gone, unless that bastard was lying to him. Of course, he had already guessed that it was a swindler. That old swindler might have been lying to him. He had also seen other weaponsmiths offer prices, but the price they offered was lower than what Suyu offered. The human race only had 30-odd earth weapon masters. In the entire universe, there weren't many races that had more earth weapon masters than the human race. Even if all the earth weapon masters in the entire one were added together, there might not be more than the number of invincible ones. Encountering an earth weapon master was often more difficult than encountering an invincible one. That was because invincible ones would come out, while earth weapon masters were usually treasures and wouldn't come out. The weaponsmiths he had encountered were usually not of very high levels. The ape cursed in his heart. Should he sell it or not, it was still a gain. He couldn't use this ghostly weapon at all. It wasn't suitable for him either. Who would use a fork? Sigh. The ape cursed again in his heart. He cursed that old bastard for lying to him. Otherwise, he would have sold it long ago. He wouldn't have waited here until now. At the same time, Mystic Armor Realm, near the realm passageway. An old man's nose twitched. He looked in the direction of the star sea. What a deep resentment. Who was it that kept cursing him? It probably had something to do with him. After thinking for a moment, he seemed to have thought of something. That monkey? The old man thought for a moment. Was it that monkey? That's right. That monkey's fork wasn't bad. But that monkey had a problem. He insisted on using primordial chi liquid. Who the hell had so much primordial chi liquid on him? Wasn't he going to borrow some from Qingguang to buy more? Who the hell knew that something like Suyu would happen halfway? He had no choice but to come to the mystic armor realm and wait there. That monkey wouldn't sell it, would he? The old man thought to himself. It couldn't be, right? No one would buy it, right? Before I left, I said not to sell it without 50,000 drops of primordial chi liquid. That fork is pretty good. There should be an ancient Shenwen in it. It might be the sun and moon Shenwen. It keeps running. 50,000 drops of primordial chi liquid is a good deal. The key was that he didn't have any primordial chi liquid. Which eternal realm cultivator would use that thing? The old man muttered to himself. Stupid monkey, I wanted to trade with you with an earth soldier, but you didn't know what it was and insisted on saying it was fake. Go to hell, if not for my friendship with that old man from the celestial spirit ape clan, I would have killed you with a slap. Forget it. So be it. Ordinary earth soldier masters wouldn't be able to dismantle it. The old man stopped thinking about it. He would go take a look when he had the chance. In the next moment, a powerful willpower covered the area in front of him. In front of him, there was an unguarded passageway that shook violently. A moment later, a cold voice came from the passage. Tianju, what are you trying to do? The old man said faintly, nothing. Peel off your skin and I'll try forging a divine weapon. I've always felt that your skin is the best material to forge a divine weapon. I haven't forged a divine weapon yet because I don't have enough materials. Mystic armor, think about it. Tianju, do you really think you can do whatever you want? I don't think so. The old man laughed. There are so many experts in Wan, how can I be unbridled? The origin demon race, the primordial god race, and the ancient immortal race are much stronger than me. How can I be unbridled? But mystic armor, I still have a way to deal with you. If you don't believe me, come out and I'll forge you into a divine weapon today. In the passageway, the profound armor king was silent for a moment, then said in a cold voice, so you killed my clan's genius, killed my clan's mountain sea sun moon, and so did Xingping. The ones who suffer have always been my clan's people, must you do this? The heavenly forging king said indifferently, you asked for it. You can provoke anyone, but you provoked the human race. Do you really think that the immortals, demons, and the other great races will stand up for you? Profound armor, the rafter that rots first. If you want to die, I will grant your wish. The profound armor king sighed, don't force me, I really will join the immortal clan, don't regret it at that time. Regret? The old man smiled and said, I don't regret it. If you join the immortal clan, I will kill my way into your profound armor realm and forge your entire clan into weapons. It just so happens that my human race lacks some powerful weapons, natural armor. If you don't join the immortal clan, I will consider killing you alone. In the passageway, the profound armor king sighed again and ignored him. There was no way to say it. This time, not only had he suffered heavy losses, he had even been blocked by this fellow. In a short period of time, the profound armor clan could forget about leaving the realm. Hong Kai and the others. They had also lost their minds. Why did he provoke the human race? Didn't he know that Heavenly Forging had always wanted to forge him? Now, he had given this fellow a chance and an excuse. Right now, this fellow was blocking this place every day. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still a little afraid, he would have really charged in and forged himself. In this world, he was not afraid of the Heavenly Forging King. But once he left the profound armor world, he would not be able to defeat this fellow without the help of the domain. So you did not know about the situation in the profound armor world. He was about to go to the next stall. Behind him, the ape gritted his teeth and said angrily, come, I'll sell it to you. I don't want it anymore. As Suyu spoke, the ape suddenly grinned at bare one's teeth. His eyes were fierce as he looked at him. Are you going to buy it or not? You actually don't want to buy it after I offered the price? Are you courting death? Broken Mountain Ox, do you think I can't do anything to you? The ape's eyes were fierce. You dare to play with me, so you laughed dryly and said, Buy. I just feel that. Actually, 10 drops of mountain sea blood essence is a bit of a loss. It was a deal, so he had to hang him. If he agreed to buy it, this fellow might come up with something again, so you turned around and took out 10 drops of blood essence of the first level of the mountain sea realm. He was from the iron wing bird race, trash race. The ape was also somewhat disgusted and cursed in his heart. Damn it, what trash. He was still confident that he could kill the first level of the mountain sea realm of the Ironwing clan. Forget it, he couldn't use it even if he smashed it in his hand. After all, it was mountain sea blood essence, and it had some value. He really couldn't use it. He had already wasted a few days. There was no need to waste more time on this thing. He took the blood essence and threw it to Suyu. He said angrily, You got lucky. If that old liar hadn't died, I would have sold it long ago. Damn it, that old liar must be dead. He deliberately offered a high price to him. He even lied to him by exchanging an earth weapon for it. What was that thing? It was just a stick, and he held it lightly in his hand. He asked that guy to show him the inscription, but that old liar insisted that the inscription on the weapon he forged was restrained, and that the inscription would appear when he dripped his blood to recognize the owner. F***CKU, liar, he even tricked me into dripping my blood. Maybe he wanted to scam me for some curse technique. If not for the fact that he couldn't see through that guy's strength, that old guy probably feared him. Ling Yin was at his peak, and they might have fought. So you didn't care about all this? He was secretly delighted. He had found something good the moment he arrived. How rare, it was just 10 drops of trash mountain and sea blood essence. This ancient weapon, not to mention other things, was worth the money just to learn the forging method. If it was as he guessed, with the blood essence of ancient experts or things like Shinwen as the energy source for the array formation, he would make a huge profit. 50,000 drops of primordial qi liquefied water was really worth it. At this moment, as a blacksmith, Suyu had picked up a bargain for the first time. He felt that blacksmithing was not bad. At the very least, weapons were one of the more common types of weapons that were traded. As for himself being an earth weapon master, Suyu didn't care about this. It was relatively easy for him to enter the earth weapon realm. He always subconsciously forgot that there were actually very few earth weapon masters. Strictly speaking, his identity as an earth weapon master was really worth more than an ordinary sun or moon. As soon as he entered the city, Suyu picked up a bargain. He was in a good mood and continued to look at the other stalls. When he saw the cultivation technique of the guy who was selling the so-called ancient emperor cultivation technique, Suyu wanted to curse his mother. F***CKU, do you think I'm an idiot? Suyu had mastered too many cultivation techniques. With just a glance at the beginning, he could recognize some things. This should be the cultivation technique of the earth ginseng race. It was a very weak race, but it was somewhat special. When this race's cultivation technique was cultivated, there would be some reflection of light. In fact, this was a cultivation technique used to attract a spouse. It was rather deceptive. Attract a few female earth ginseng for you to play with. He dared to use this to deceive people. Suyu thought about it. F***CK, perhaps I can even create a fake cultivation technique that is more realistic than this one to deceive people. Not to mention, his ability to forge was definitely better than this guy's. Perhaps, he could really give it a try. It wasn't just cultivation techniques. For example, it was actually easier for him to forge weapons. Although Suyu had not forged an earth weapon, he felt that he had the ability to do so. As for the inscription, it was easy to forge. It was fine as long as it was illusory. The inscription was real, but it was very illusory. It might shatter upon collision. Or he could just use the grafting method, graft 2 dark weapons and sell them as earth weapons. Suyu rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Perhaps, he could really give it a try. Swindle a large number of heaven and earth treasures and then run? Perhaps it really works. Now that the Starry Mansion is about to open, there are many people here. Everyone might really have obtained some good stuff outside. Fishing in troubled waters, I might really be able to swindle a large sum of money. Swindling people. Suyu was a professional. The capital that he had built up was obtained by swindling people. He had swindled Zhou Pingxing and the rest. In his first swindling, Suyu had earned tens of thousands of merit points. So many merit points, some people might not be able to earn in their entire lives. Now, there were many experts in the yuan, and they were all rich people. Perhaps, he could go back to his old trade. Suyu did not lack anything else, but he had his eyes on some things, such as the heaven and earth dark light. This thing was sold in the Sky Hunter Pavilion, but it was too expensive, even Suyu could not afford it. He had the sun and moon blood essence, and a portion of it was hidden in Broken Sky Valley. And in his storage ring, there was actually a sun and moon Tiani divine race corpse. But these things were not easy to sell, and Suyu could not bear to sell them. He still needed the sun and moon blood essence. Why don't I start with swindling people? Suyu touched his chin. He was still very good at faking things. The key was, how to sell them, and to whom, how to gain the trust of others, how to get away after swindling people. Forging cultivation techniques or weapons will do. Trash cultivation techniques and weapons are not worth much. If I forge a heavenly weapon or a heaven-class cultivation technique, it's best if it's an ancient cultivation technique or a breathing technique, it's definitely worth a lot of money. To whom? To geniuses. Of course, geniuses were rich. As for experts, forget it. If they were too strong, Suyu was afraid that others would see through him. As for weapons, without an Earth Soldier Master, it would be difficult to see through him. What he was afraid of was that the forged weapons were too strong and would arouse the suspicion of an Earth Soldier Master. No, Suyu looked at the fork in his hand. He actually wanted to take it apart to take a look, but if he did, he could not bear to. It was a bit of a waste. If he took it apart, what if he used this material and melted it down? How about using a real ancient weapon to forge a new ancient weapon? Suyu murmured in his heart. Perhaps it was possible. Even an Earth Soldier Master might not be able to see through it. Ancient weapon, ancient cultivation technique, ancient shenwen, ancient corpse, it's best to make a set. That way, I might be able to obtain even greater benefits. Suyu licked his lips. If there was an ancient city token from the inner ring, F*CK, that would be flawless. An elite from ancient times who held an ancient city token died somewhere, but his weapon, cultivation technique, ancient city token, and even the shenwen were all left behind. How valuable would that be, if it was an ancient elite of the Sun-Moon tier? At the 9th layer of the Sun-Moon tier, it would be a small matter for him to sell it for a few million human merit points, right? No, the meritorious service of the human race had underestimated the experts of the myriad races. I had to sell heaven and earth mysterious light, at least 100 wisps. Suyu secretly bare one's teeth. If he wasn't strong enough, then he would deceive him. He wouldn't feel the slightest guilt deceiving one. It would be best if Dao Qing and the others bought it. Acting, that's not enough. It's best to bring a few people, go out to sea, discover a collapsed ancient space, and have internal strife. I kill my opponents, but leave one alive. I let that guy go, and then sell it myself. That guy comes back to life, and then, that's the real thing. Thoughts rose in Suyu's mind one after another. Acting, of course he had to do it well. If he could really deceive 100 wisps of heaven and earth mysterious light, it wouldn't be a problem to add 15 castings to his physical body, right? On average, it would be more than 6 wisps per castings. At that time, his physical body would be above 40 castings. If he could really reach 42 castings, then Suyu's physical strength, he quickly calculated. F*CK, it was definitely close to 100,000 apertures of power. Suyu's heart stirred slightly. How many sun-moons would I have to kill to obtain so much heaven and earth mysterious light? To buy from Sky Hunter Pavilion, I would have to kill 10 sun-moon first-layer experts, 100 drops of sun-moon blood essence for 100 wisps. Rather than killing 10 sun-moon, I might as well deceive one. If I'm not strong enough, I'll make up for it with trickery. If I succeed, I'll be rich. Suyu secretly calculated. At the same time, he could also attract some enemies over. At the same time, he could also see what was going on here and why so many experts had gathered. Maybe, it has something to do with me. At this point, even his portrait could be seen at the door. How could Suyu not have some thoughts? Perhaps it was because of him that so many experts had been attracted. There were probably many people who wanted to kill him. How about going to 9-Star Island? Suyu's eyes moved slightly. On 9-Star Island, there is an ancient city. If I hold an auction there, I can also kill a few people? This time, he had a lot of enemies. Even if they were not enemies, many of them were here to kill him. Forget it, the ancient city is too obvious. Don't suspect me, but the ancient city is auctioned, then it's very safe. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Suyu's mind. Because he had bought an ancient weapon and saw someone selling fake ancient emperor cultivation techniques, Suyu suddenly thought of his old trade, trickery. For cultivation techniques, Suyu was confident that others wouldn't be able to tell that he was a fake. In any case, he couldn't just sell the cultivation techniques to everyone. Otherwise, there would be no value in selling them. As for weapons, he could use the shell of an ancient weapon and modify it slightly. How many people would be able to tell? It would be best if he could move the ancient formation in the fork and make it reflect automatically. Even Suyu had almost been fooled. I can consider this plan. He had come here to become stronger, not to kill people. If he could become stronger, it didn't matter what methods he used. Perhaps other people would think that he was here to kill people. No, I won't kill people. I'm lying. Do you think that I, Suyu, am a fool? Who knew how many people were watching me now? I'll swindle a lot of people, and then I'll leave this place. When I reach the 40th layer of body forging, I'll be able to fight against 7th layer mountain and sea cultivators. No, when that time comes, my fleshly body will be as strong as 7th layer mountain and sea cultivators. I should be able to devour the blood essence of 9th layer mountain and sea cultivators, or even 1st layer sun and moon cultivators. I might even be able to fight against some trash sun and moon cultivators. One idea after another appeared in his mind. The outline of a plan began to form in his mind. Trickery. There will definitely be a lot of people with sharp eyes. I don't have to show them all the cultivation techniques, but as for weapons, if they show up at the high or peak earth class, it'll be a bit troublesome. And the ancient city medallion. Are all ancient city medallions the same? It'd be best if they fit the style of that era. Maybe I'll need some ancient clothing. That's not difficult. I saw some on the street stalls. It'd be best if I could find a small space that really collapsed from ancient times. Right, didn't this ape say that he dug out the weapon from a collapsed space? Suyu looked around. He had to find a place to rest, think about it, and perfect his plan. Most people wouldn't be able to produce 100 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. Don't draw the invincible over, only great powers would buy them, very, very great powers. Such as the immortal dragons. Also, the sun and moon 9 layers should be very important. For example, a cultivation technique that everyone can use, or something like the origin orifice reversal or the breathing technique. Suyu's heart stirred. He had the capital to fake it, otherwise, it wasn't like everyone didn't have ordinary ancient cultivation techniques. Origin orifice reversal, breathing technique. Suyu's eyes flickered. This was more in line with his goal. Then let me do the greatest scam in the Myriad realms? Suyu murmured to himself. If he succeeded, wouldn't the race that had been tricked by him chase him to death? Who cares? In Bright Light City, Suyu continued to wander around. At this moment, because he wanted to deceive others, he paid special attention to those ancient items. This was because in the Starry Sea, he would often encounter the collapse of some small ancient spaces or secret realms. There were actually quite a number of ancient items obtained. Most people, even if they found these small spaces, would usually only take away some of the practical things. They would rarely take away other things. There were many people setting up stalls in the city. Apes were not the only ones selling ancient weapons. However, most of them were fake. In any case, Suyu felt that his level of counterfeiting was definitely much higher than theirs. Especially weapons. As an earth weapon master, Suyu really looked down on them. Do you think I'm a fool who dares to pass off as an ancient divine weapon for sale? Suyu purchased some inexpensive items from the ancient era. For example, a set of cloaks. They were not expensive. They were genuine ancient items, but their grade was not high. There were also a few sets of cultivation techniques, which were also genuine ancient cultivation techniques. So you took a look. Some were written in the languages of various races. There were also a few written in a special language. Just like places like Heavenly Destroyer City, one would know what the name of the city meant when one saw it, but one would not actually be able to read the words. I can learn about this. So you fell into deep thought. Cultivation techniques recorded in the languages of various races were generally limited to a certain race. However, those recorded in this special language were generally more widely used. Of course, the few books he bought were useless. They were just some special tricks. In the modern era, they had already been eliminated. Not everything was as strong as the ones from the ancient era. After buying some things, Suyu asked the patrolling Radiant Bird team about a suitable place to stay. Soon, he headed toward the place where he would be staying. Bright Light Restaurant. It was a relatively well-known resting place in the city. The environment was beautiful, and it was made up of many independent small buildings. However, the lodging fee was not cheap. 50 drops of liquefied Xianxia for a day was not something that ordinary people could afford. The people staying here were all famous experts of various races. Suyu rented it for 10 days and paid a total of 500 drops of liquefied Xianxia. He could be considered rich and overbearing, Suyu had quite a lot of essence energy liquid. After killing so many people, he did not have to worry about any implications with the essence energy liquid. Essence energy was the same in the Myriad worlds. Led by a radiant bird in human form, Suyu walked into the small building. He entered the building. Suyu closed the door and sat on the chair, thinking about his plan. If the plan succeeds, then we have to think of a way out. At that time, some elites of the Sun Moon tier would definitely be drawn out. This was inevitable. As for Invincible, it was best to trade in 9-Star Island. Invincible would not go there. If he did, the 9 realms would have to be wary of him, breaking the balance and causing the 9 realms to retaliate. Furthermore, I might have to display my cultivation technique on the spot. At that time, a lot of people might notice it. Why don't we just find an organization to represent the auction, such as the Hunting Sky Pavilion? The Sky Hunting Pavilion seems to have a very good discernment ability, Suyu fell into deep thought. Perhaps he could cooperate with the All Heavens 10,000 Treasure Tower. This organization was not weak. The key was that this organization was established by the great races of gods and demons, and had nothing to do with humans. In the end, he was tricked. If others could not find Suyu, they would naturally have to find trouble with the All Heavens 10,000 Treasure Tower. To prevent a backstabbing. In addition, I have to think of a way out, then I can implement the plan. Suyu thought for a while. Before implementing the plan, he would first study the ancient weapon he had obtained. Soon, the fork appeared in his hand. Suyu observed for a while and frowned slightly. It was not easy to dismantle it. It's one, and the formation is embedded in it. If it is forcefully destroyed, this ancient weapon may be destroyed. Thinking of this, Suyu quickly explored the small building. He also swept around the Shenwen with the word Tribulation. No one was monitoring. Soon, he walked into the cultivation room of the small building, preparing to dismantle it. If it did not work, he would forcefully dismantle it. It was actually not a big deal to dismantle it. In the cultivation room, Suyu tried his best to be careful. His weapon forging skills were considered rather brilliant. He had obtained the inheritance of the 2 powerful weapon forging factions of the human race, the Heavenly Forging lineage and the Zhao family's weapon forging techniques. If Zhao Li's father had not died, he would probably have long become a heavenly weapon master. Later on, Zhao Li and Zhao Tianbing even made improvements on the original Zhao family's weapon forging techniques. This also allowed Zhao Tianbing to step into the ranks of peak Earth-grade weapon forging masters very early on. As for Suyu, he had received the inheritance of these 2 systems. His weapon forging strength was rather good. When the word fire appeared, Suyu hesitated for a moment and began to burn. After a while, the weapon melted slightly. Suyu took out the God-expanding hammer and knocked for a while. That night, Suyu was busy with this. Gradually, the fork was dismantled by him. Soon, it was divided into 2 main bodies. One was the outer shell, and the other was the array formation inside. The only special characteristic of this weapon was the array formation inside. So you had more or less understood the reason for the existence of the array formation. It was used by the original owner for personal use. It was somewhat different from modern weapons. The existence of the array formation meant that the weapon could only be used by the original owner. If others seized it, they would not be able to use it or could only destroy the weapon. The outer shell could still be used as a weapon. So you took out the array formation core and began to fiddle with the outer shell. Soon, he successfully assembled a new fork. So you injected primal chi. This time, there was no array formation or obstruction. Soon, 97 golden patterns appeared on the weapon. However, more than 20 of them were slightly cracked. Suyu was surprised, 97 golden patterns. He was indeed surprised. This meant that this fork was a high-grade earth-grade weapon in the past. This fork is amazing, Suyu was extremely surprised. 73 was an earth-grade weapon, 82 was mid-grade, 91 was high-grade, and 100 was a peak earth-grade weapon. This fork was actually close to the peak earth-grade weapon. Good stuff. It's at least a mid-stage sun-moon weapon. The Mountain Sea realm usually used early-grade earth-grade weapons, and that was only for the rich. The early Sun-Moon realm usually used mid-grade earth-grade weapons. The mid-Sun-Moon realm usually used high-grade earth-grade weapons. The late Sun-Moon realm usually used peak-grade earth-grade weapons. The prerequisite was whether one had money or not. If this fork can be repaired and nurtured for a period of time, there is hope for it to recover. However, it's not a small problem. I need some ancient materials. Modern materials may not work. After tens of thousands of years of not maintaining it, it's actually a little rotten, Suyu glanced at it and shook his head slightly. It was not worth it to maintain it. The cost was not small. If he was not a blacksmith and could repair it, it would be worth it to spend tens of thousands of merit points to find an earth-grade weapon master to repair it. However, Suyu was an earth-grade weapon master, so there was not much point in repairing it. It's not a low-grade weapon. That's a good thing. Suyu was delighted. It didn't matter that the shell was close to the peak earth grade. Although it was rotten, it didn't matter whether it could be used or not, as long as it could be seen. If that's the case, it's simple. I don't need to graft too many inscriptions. To avoid being seen through, I just need to mix in one of the 10 inscriptions. Suyu thought for a while and decided that this could be done. Soon, he threw the shell to the side. This thing was good. Just this shell alone was worth 10 times the value of the 10 drops of Mountain Sea blood essence, more than 10 times, but this was not what Suyu wanted. At this moment, a small dot of light appeared in front of him. This was the core of the fork, a miniature array formation. Suyu probed with his willpower. Rumble, a jet of black light shot over, Suyu's eyes moved slightly. Sure enough, it was the same as before. This array formation was still working. This array formation was still operating. Perhaps it was stronger than before, and its counterattack was stronger. But now, its counterattack was only equivalent to the Soar realm. The source of power. Suyu did not feel that this array formation was absorbing the surrounding origin energy. There should be something maintaining this black light. Perhaps its counterattack was extremely strong in the past. Suyu carefully examined and identified the array formation. He did not know much about array formations. He was afraid that if he dismantled the array formation, he would destroy the things inside. Moreover, Suyu wanted to use this array formation again. Array formation. The principle of array formations is actually similar to the Shinwen combat technique. It is a combination of points. If I dismantle a point, perhaps it will work. As for the failure of dismantling, if it really failed, then forget it. Suyu did not care anymore. His heart was itching. In fact, he really wanted to know whether the source of power was blood essence or Shinwen. Only these two could maintain the operation of this array formation for a long time, and it had a great relationship with the original owner. The probability of blood essence was not too high because blood essence was harmful to the body. The probability of Shinwen integrating was not low, and that was what Lao Zhao did. Suyu probed with his willpower, constantly causing the black light to counterattack. After a few hours, Suyu was sweating profusely. Suddenly, he chuckled, and his willpower penetrated again, forcibly extinguishing one of the light spots in the miniature array formation. Rumble, there was a burst of explosions all around him. The array formation suddenly dissipated. The next moment, it revealed the thing that was surrounded by the array formation, Shenwen. Yes, Shenwen. At this time, Suyu confirmed his speculation. It was a Shenwen, a very strong but also very weak Shenwen. The strong part was that the aura that this Shenwen overflowed gave Suyu the feeling that this Shenwen was probably a little weaker than Yubadian, and it was stronger than the others he had seen. At least the 7th-tier sun and moon. Suyu took a look and then shook his head. Too weak. After so many years of consumption, this floating Shenwen gave him the feeling that it would shatter with a touch. Suyu quickly took out some heavenly yuan qi and wrapped it around the Shenwen. And this Shenwen, as if it had encountered a good rain, quickly devoured the heavenly yuan qi, and its aura became stronger. Before this, it was probably not as strong as Soar. At this time, Suyu took a closer look. It was a pity, it was actually the Protoss Shenwen, F*ck. If it was the human race, he could actually nourish it and recover it. Just like last time, he could use it as a temporary Shenwen. However, the Protoss Shenwen would be shattered if it entered his Sea of Will, it was so weak. At most, it could help him nourish the Shenwen. Reverse, this was the meaning of this Shenwen. It meant to counterattack. This was also why Suyu had previously probed the situation of the dark light counterattacking. The main function of this Shenwen is probably not to recognize its owner, but to reflect damage. Suyu's eyes lit up. He had to say that the original owner of this ancient Shenwen was a person with ideas. Reflect damage, weapons would naturally come into contact. Once they collided and merged with this Shenwen, the person fighting with it would definitely be reflected by the array in the weapon. In the past, the Shenwen, which was probably the 7th-tier sun and moon, would probably have a very strong rebound force. If it encountered someone of the same level, the other party might suffer double the damage when the weapon touched. This Shenwen is a little interesting. Suyu observed it more. It didn't matter if he couldn't use it. He could use the characteristics of this Shenwen as a reference. In addition, he also wanted to see if there was much difference between the ancient Shenwen and the modern Shenwen. He had seen the Protoss Shenwen before. In fact, there was one in Hong Tan's laboratory in the mortal realm. Suyu carefully examined it. Not to mention other things, this Shenwen had been passed down for countless years. Not to mention other things, just its aura alone had a kind of ancient charm. One look and one could tell that it was from a long time ago. If this thing really recovers, it will also be a powerful Shenwen. It's difficult to use it. First, it can be used to self-destruct, provided that the compatibility is high. Second, it might be able to open up a new mystic realm. A rebound mystic realm? Suyu shook his head. According to the characteristics of this Shenwen opening a mystic realm, it didn't seem meaningful. It could still recover. Use willpower to nourish it, or use heaven's origin qi to nourish it. Suyu fell into deep thought. Maybe he could nourish it a little to make this Shenwen stronger. In this way, it would be quite useful to implant it into a physical body or a weapon. Physical body, Suyu murmured. It would be best if he could get a fake physical body. No, a real one would also work. It would be best if it was a Sun-Moon tier Protoss. Yes, I have a Sun-Moon tier Protoss at the 8th layer, Suyu murmured. Soon, he shook his head, reluctant to give it up. No, it's still possible. I should be able to extract blood essence now. I'll extract more than half of it, no, 90% of it. A Sun-Moon tier Protoss at the peak of extreme weakness can still maintain its physical body at the 8th layer after countless years. It's normal for Shenwen to decline to the level of Shanhai or Ling Yunjing, so you could be considered to have put in a lot of effort. He might be able to use the corpse of this Sun-Moon tier Protoss. No sacrifice, no gain, he only needed blood essence. Extract 90% and leave the rest in his body. He could still maintain the pressure of the 8th layer of the Sun-Moon tier. After countless years, it could still maintain the 8th layer of the Sun-Moon tier. That would be incredible. Back then, it would at least be in existence at the peak of the Sun-Moon tier. However, the corpse has to be old, too fresh, also, after old. Suyu's heart stirred. Old was actually very simple. Corrode it with death chi for a period of time, and it would naturally be old. It could also make the original aura of the corpse indistinguishable. Did dead spirits exist in ancient times? If so, it would be even more realistic. This one might have died in a great battle with the dead spirits in ancient times. The Tiani Protoss at the 8th layer of the Sun-Moon tier. After old, I'll install a Shunwen, get an ancient weapon, and some other matching set, so you calculated for a moment. He had really put in a lot of effort this time. Such a set would cost more than 20 wisps of heaven and earth mysterious light. The main thing was that the corpse of the 8th layer of the Sun-Moon tier, so you had to leave at least a drop of blood essence in it. 1 drop of blood essence from the 8th layer of the Sun-Moon tier could easily exchange for 10 drops from the 1st layer of the Sun-Moon tier. In addition to the Shunwen, the ancient weapon, and an ancient cultivation technique. F*CK, if he didn't sell 200 wisps of heaven and earth mysterious light, so you felt that it was not worth it, since he had been cheated, and spent so much at the cost price, and spent so much effort, risking his life. If he didn't get more than 10 times the profit, why would he fake it? So you rubbed his hands. Under such circumstances, would anyone still doubt him? What a joke. The corpse that had been corroded for countless years still had the power of the 8th layer of the Sun-Moon tier. How could this be fake? Who would fake it with the corpse of the 8th layer of the Sun-Moon tier? The key was, where would he get the corpse of the 8th layer of the Sun-Moon tier? If he had the ability to kill, who would care about lying? Would Woody set up a huge scam for a few hundred wisps of heaven and earth mysterious light? It wasn't that boring, it was a complete set. Even Woody would have a headache just by preparing other things. Not everyone had the ancient Shinwen. Not everyone had the ancient weapon, and not everyone had the powerful weapon either. Many thoughts flashed in his mind. Suyu was delighted. The more he thought about it, the more perfect his plan was, the more credible it was. The corpse of the 8th layer of the Sun-Moon tier, coupled with the corrosion of the death aura, an ancient city token, the ancient Shinwen, the weapon, and the powerful ancient cultivation technique. If he still doubted it, there would be no justice in the world. Now, I lack a way out. How could he cheat it? How could he ensure his own safety? How could he escape unscathed? Once these points were completed, he didn't have to worry anymore. With these thoughts in mind, Suyu didn't care anymore. He quickly started to forge the fork. He had to change its appearance. That ape recognized the fork. What if it saw through him? Did the ancient Tiani race exist? It should. He had to investigate this. If it didn't work, he would destroy the characteristics of the Tiani race. What kind of weapon did this race like to use the most? Bow, that made sense. The archery skills of this race were still very strong. I have to investigate. In the history of the Tiani race, the primitive race has always existed. The Tiani race might not be the same. It wouldn't be good if I made a big mistake. Soon, Suyu packed up and walked out of the small building. He was going to check the information. At the same time, he could make some contact with the All Heaven's 10,000 Treasure Pagoda or the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. These guys had scammed him of many treasures previously. The price was frighteningly black-hearted. It would be good if he could scam them. In addition, was his current identity as a member of the mountain-breaking bull race useful? This was a problem that needed to be judged later. If someone bought his information from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion and the Heaven Hunter Pavilion couldn't provide it, would there be a problem with his identity? It would be best if it was an existing identity. Moreover, that guy couldn't die yet. However, it would be best if he captured him and then temporarily impersonated him. Dragon, immortal, celestial, or fiend are all fine. But since I want to sell it to outsiders, it's best if I'm rebellious and do things my own way. Too many thoughts arose. In other words, this race was very powerful, but they lacked resources, so they could sell things out. At this moment, Suyu vaguely thought of a few people. Anyone on the heaven roll would do. These guys were used to doing things their own way. It wasn't strange for them to sell things to outsiders. Even if the things were very precious, these geniuses were arrogant and unruly. Capture a heaven roll powerhouse and then impersonate him? Suyu cursed in his heart. The difficulty was too high. Strictly speaking, he wasn't the weakest on the heaven roll. He was one of the few that ranked near the back. For example, Zhang Wushuang was an existence that could kill sun and moon. Profound. Infinity was about the same. Moto was considered weak, but his cultivation level was low. He could also fight against sun and moon. If I can't do it on the heaven roll, I can do it on the earth roll. It's best if it's the kind that invincible won't care about you. Soon, a few people appeared in Suyu's mind. The first one was the floating earth spirit. A guy from the Five Elements race. The Five Elements race wasn't weak. If this guy roamed outside, invincible might not care about him. If he obtained something good, the Five Elements race might not have the ability to keep it for themselves. So, it was normal to sell it to outsiders. The second one was the little golden dragon. Invincible's descendant looked very arrogant and vengeful. If he obtained something good, he might not give it to the dragon race. But the premise was that Invincible from the little golden dragon's family wouldn't personally force him to give it to him. The third one was Tian Duo, a genius from the original demon race, also a descendant of Invincible. However, the original demon race fully supported Moto. Tian Duo wasn't very valued in the race, including his ancestor. He heard that even his ancestor didn't go during the change in the ancient city last time. The demon king who went to save Moto. But with his identity, other than his ancestor, if other demon kings came, they wouldn't be able to rob him directly. These were the guys he knew. They were all quite suitable. The most suitable was actually Moto. If this guy really wanted to sell something, even the demon king wouldn't say anything. 9-Star Island. These guys might all be here. But it's not easy to capture them. There might be people watching the change. If something happens to a genius, it'll be very troublesome. I have to go to 9-Star Island. Just capture and not kill. Capture one first, capture one and have a chance to escape. With this identity, at least for a short period of time, no one would dare to attack them. The plan was getting more and more perfect, it was just that it wasn't easy to operate. It was fine. The harder it was, the safer it was, and the more realistic it was. As for whether people would know that he could become a mutated race if he pretended to be one of them. Nonsense, everyone knew, ever since he disguised as Chui Lang, everyone knew his level of disguise. There was Shenwen who changed his appearance and aura. When he disguised himself, it was hard to tell the sun from the moon. It wasn't like no one knew this. Knowing was one thing, but it was useless if he couldn't discover it. However, his previous plan of pretending to be a genius to prepare for the future was a bit difficult to implement. Let's go to 9-Star Island to find my old friends. Let's see who's alone. We'll capture them first. Suyu was confident he could capture Tian Duo, the little golden dragon, and the floating earth spirit. The dragon race was nearby. Forget it. The little golden dragon was last. He was afraid that the dragon race would come directly. The floating earth spirit and Tian Duo, even if these two invincibles came, it would take time. I still have to find a safe place to take out the corpse of the sun and moon 8th layer, extract the blood essence, and then do the old corrosion. In the next few days, Suyu didn't leave Mingguang City. He looked up information, looked up documents, and bought information. He spent a lot of money. He had also restored that ancient divine character. The little fur ball had wanted to eat it several times, but it had been beaten up by Suyu every time. What did it want to eat? Now that it had eaten it, it was just an ancient character with a slightly rotten smell. In exchange for a large amount of heaven and earth mysterious light, would he be afraid of not having something to eat? Heaven and earth mysterious light was not expensive, it was just a drop of the blood essence of a sun and moon first layer. A sun and moon first layer monster could be killed for at least 10 wisps. This was an ancient peak sun and moon 9th layer powerhouse. Would it be enough if he didn't sell the full set of equipment for dozens of sun and moon first layer? If he didn't get 300 or 500 wisps, he would feel a loss. An ancient peak sun and moon 9th layer was comparable to 30 to 50 sun and moon first layer, right? Moreover, heaven and earth mysterious light didn't have to be obtained by killing people. It was something that could be captured in the endless void. The sun and moon just needed some time, and the powerhouses of the big races didn't care about time. Suyu began to prepare. He began to prepare. At this moment, on 9-Star Island, which was 10,000 miles away from Heavenly Cloud Island, it was very lively. Peerless prodigies appeared one after another. The possibility of Suyu appearing here also caused a heated discussion. Many people went around to investigate the situation. Outside Nine-Star Island, the Sun and Moon monarchs stared at those geniuses, but they didn't enter the island. However, there were battles these few days, and the geniuses kept fighting. However, they didn't find any trace of Suyu. On Nine-Star Island, many geniuses roamed around, challenging others. The challenges here were not sparring but life and death battles. If one survived, they would be lucky. If one died, there was nothing they could do about it. If one's luck was bad, there was nothing they could do. Suyu didn't appear, but those geniuses didn't care too much. They didn't have to keep an eye on Suyu. Just as Suyu was thinking about how to trick people, over here, it was extremely lively, and battles continued. Outside the island. Above the sea, a huge battle was erupting. It wasn't loud, but there was the sound of weapons colliding, a loud rumbling sound rang out, a saber light illuminated the void, and in the next moment, a spear shadow followed closely behind. In front, several figures were pierced through. In the next moment, there was a roar. A fist shattered the saber light, but it was sent flying by the spear shadow, piercing through the body. Huang Ting. Qin Feng. Tian Duo spat out blood and looked at the two people opposite him. Huang Ting chuckled and said, Tian Duo, not bad, your strength has improved. You can actually fight me to a draw. Impressive. Tian Duo, Lingyun 7. Huang Ting had already stepped into the 6th level of Lingyun, and Huang Ting was a famous genius of the human race. Previously, when Lingyun 7 was only at the 5th level, he killed a 2nd level Mountain Sea. At this moment, it was already very good that Tian Duo could fight him to a draw. Of course, Tian Duo was 1 level higher than him, Lingyun 7. Beside him, Qin Feng looked calm and ignored Tian Duo. Instead, he looked at Madonna in the distance, a little wary and a little shocked. He forced himself to be calm and said, Madonna, you want to kill us? You can try. Madonna glanced at him, but did not look at him. He was extremely indifferent. Kill you? You think too highly of yourself. Last time, I chased you and played with you, but Qin Feng actually stepped into the Lingyun 7, and he was about 30% stronger than before. He might be able to deal with a 4th level Mountain Sea, but, to him, he was too weak. He had no interest in dealing with him before, let alone now. He did not look at Qin Feng at all, and even ignored Huang Ting. Instead, he looked behind them and said calmly, Sir, are you willing to play with me? At this moment, the void rippled, and a figure appeared. He did not look old, but in fact, he was not that young. He was a human powerhouse. Qin Feng tilted his head, and his heart stirred. Big brother Zhu. Zhu Guanshan, the grandson of the great bright lord, Zhu. Tiandao's son, the eldest son. For humans, he was really not young. At this moment, he had the strength of a peak Mountain Sea. This was an invincible direct descendant, at the peak of the Mountain Sea, while Madonna was only at the peak of Lingyun. Zhu Guanshan appeared, walked out of the void, and said with a smile, Madonna? I've heard a lot about you. Forget about me, the Ming constabulary is not good at fighting. If you want to fight, sure, fight it. As soon as he said this, a figure appeared. A big round ball with dark circles under its eyes appeared. An Iron Eater, Zhu Hongliang's Iron Eater was brought by him. Zhu Guanshan said with a smile, the Ming constabulary is just here to take a look and look for Suyu. When we see him, we'll ask him to surrender himself to the celestial race and admit his mistake. We're here for peace, not to fight. As soon as he said this, he threw another black thing. Madonna subconsciously took a step back. Soon, in the void, countless giant ants appeared. Around them, powerhouses appeared one after another. A Sun and Moon powerhouse shouted coldly, People of the Ming constabulary, put away this thing. Zhu Guanshan said with a smile, Don't be nervous, this is the 3rd generation, I can still control it a little. Didn't this Madonna want to attack me? I have no choice but to protect myself. I can't beat him. Don't look at me just because I'm at the peak of the Mountain Sea, it's all because of the resources my grandfather gave me. He sighed and said, In order to protect me, the Ming constabulary still has powerhouses here. I won't fight, you geniuses can fight. As soon as he said this, another powerhouse appeared, someone cursed in a low voice. F*CK, General of the Heavenly Law Army, that was not all. In the next moment, another person appeared. General of the Iron Cavalry of the Ming Constabulary. Soon, another person appeared. Shadow, 3 Sun and Moon Generals. Yes, they were all Sun and Moon Generals. General of the Heavenly Law Army, General of the Iron Cavalry, Commander of the Shadow Guards. If these 3 were all captured, the military of the Ming Constabulary would probably be leaderless. Crazy. Were the people of the Ming Constabulary so afraid of death? In order to protect a crown prince, several generals of the military had come, Zhu Guangxin said with a smile. I really have no intention of becoming enemies with you. I'm not a genius. You can continue the battle of geniuses, just don't involve me. Madonna, you're a genius, I'm not. You have invincibles in your family, and so do my family. There's no need to fight with me. Madonna did not say anything. He turned around and left. Get lost. King went out with 3 Sun and Moon Generals. Even if you search the heavens, you probably won't be able to find him. What's there to play? Just as Zhu Guangxin said, he was not a genius, and he did not need to take risks. He only came with 3 generals. Why don't you try and beat him? If it weren't for the fact that his father still had to stay in the Ming Constabulary, this guy might have even brought his father here. All around, the powerhouses dispersed. Soon, Huang Tang and Qin Feng looked at each other, cupped their hands at him, and quickly left. They did not come here to use Zhu Guangxin's power to show off. They came to kill, to be killed. You have 3 Sun and Moon Generals with you. What's the point of fighting? Zhu Guangxin smiled. Really? They run fast. Good. Don't bother me. I'm just here to check the situation and find out when the Starry Mansion will open. Thank you, generals. The 3 Sun and Moon Generals didn't say anything and quickly disappeared into the void. Are you convinced or not? Our Ming Constabulary is like this. Without geniuses to fight, the Crown Prince can bring 3 Sun and Moon Generals with him when he goes out. Only King Ming isn't here recently. Otherwise, if he brought King Ming here, believe it or not, someone had done this before. For example, Zhu Tiandao. Years ago, someone who went to the battlefield of heavens had brought his father there. Zhu Tiandao was ignored in the one. People didn't think he had a chance to prove his Dao. It had a lot to do with these things. It was an old tradition. There was someone who was even more ruthless than Zhu Guangxin. He had really brought his father as a guard. In the one, few people were more afraid of death than him. Even the powerhouses in the Wan nation despised him. Battles continued near 9-Star Island. Xianxia Island was relatively quiet, but there were people constantly going out to the Star Sea to try their luck and find a good fortune. Most of the time, they would never return. Perhaps they would die, or fall into some small world, or fall into some ancient space. After a few years, they would come out again. Such situations had happened before. In Bright Light City, Suyu had finished his preparations, and the disguise of the ancient weapon was almost complete. Now, he was only missing the corpse. Suyu was worried that people would notice the corpse of an 8th-layer Sun-Moon cultivator when he extracted its essence blood in the city. At this moment, Suyu was preparing to leave. He would find a place where there was no one to extract the blood essence. He would also fake the corpse. He checked the information. The Tiani divine race existed in the ancient times as well. Moreover, they had produced top-notch experts. There was a legend of the Tiani divine race in the ancient times. One of the experts of the Tiani divine race wielded a curved bow and killed an invincible expert. Since there was an ancient Tiani race, it was no surprise that they had appeared. It's time to leave the city. Suyu had stayed here for a few days. According to human time, it was already July 25th. August 1st was the first day of school for new students. And this time, the opening of the multiple divine rune academies was a sign of chaos. There wasn't much time left for him. Even if Suyu wasn't clear on the situation, he still knew that once the multiple divine rune academies opened, the Great Xiao Mansion would soon enter a world of chaos. I have to hurry, Suyu thought to himself as he walked out of the building. It was still bustling outside. There was a hubbub of voices. This was the island closest to 9-Star Island. Everyone was paying attention to the situation there, and there were even people going between the two sides. Last night, a great battle broke out in the sea near 9-Star Island. Zhan Wushuang of the god race, and Xian Wuji of the immortal race. Damn, is this still the mountain and sea realm? The sky fell and the earth cracked, and the sun and moon lost their light. Both of them are stronger than the sun and the moon, right? Those two are strong, but the way I see it, the netherworld realm's Elysian moon is even more powerful. She's only in the 6th tier of the mountain and sea realm. Yesterday morning, she fought a heavenly dragon tribe expert at the peak of the mountain and sea realm, and used her nether death divine art to kill him. That's when Long Yingyue showed up. That strong? A peak mountain and sea realm heavenly dragon can kill the sun and the moon, right? Doesn't that mean Elysian can kill the moon and the sun? Isn't that even stronger than Zhan Wushuang? She's only at the 6th mountain and sea realm. That's hard to say. They haven't fought before, so how would I know? The onlookers were very excited as they discussed among themselves. Geniuses, both geniuses, Elysian race. Mingyu from the underworld was currently ranked 4th on the Heaven Steel, and was a 6th tier mountain and sea expert. The day before, he had killed a heaven dragon at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. After all, the heaven dragon tribe was on the same level as the original devil tribe, the original god tribe, and the ancient immortal tribe. A peak expert of such a race had been killed by someone who was 3 realms above him. Moreover, it was a battle between someone at the peak of the mountain sea realm and someone at the 6th stage of the mountain sea realm. This was even more shocking than the battle between Zhan Wushuang and Profound Everlasting. That human Qin Feng is also very powerful. He has reached the 7th layer of the Lingyun realm. 2 nights ago, at Billows Gorge, he killed a 1st layer mountain sea realm expert of the Thunder God clan with a single spear strike. He is also a top expert who fought against the God clan. No wonder he made it onto the heaven list. Qin Feng? He's still a little lacking. He can't compare to the Heavenly Abyss tribe's cursed soul, who is at the 3rd layer of the mountain sea realm. Previously, he killed a genius from the Taowu tribe who was ranked 26th on the Earth ranking. His opponent was at the 5th layer of the mountain sea realm. The battles continued, and geniuses died. The Heaven Hunt list had changed a lot recently. Many geniuses had been killed. Similarly, after killing these geniuses, the other geniuses had also benefited greatly, and their strength was constantly improving. Yesterday, they might be tied, but a day later, they might surpass them. The battles of geniuses were extremely dangerous. Killing was the best way for geniuses to improve. You kill me, I kill you. Either you die, or I die. Suyu listened silently. Soon, he heard news of another acquaintance. Huangting from the human race has been being chased since 2 days ago. That guy is out of luck again. He actually provoked a madman from the Blood Fire Devil tribe. 3 of their mid-mountain sea realm experts are chasing him. I wonder when he'll die. On the human side, Suyu hasn't appeared, and Suyu isn't here. The highest ranking is Qin Feng. Who said that? Isn't there Lu Wenyan? Nonsense. He's already so old, and he's still hiding in the human side. Huangting was being hunted again. Suyu was speechless. Why the hell were you being hunted every day? The Blood Fire Devil tribe was indeed crazy. Suyu knew that. How did Huangting provoke them? Suyu laughed inwardly. These crazy fellows. Kill, or be killed, the pursuits of geniuses were indeed different. Killing geniuses of the same level might be the fastest way to improve. Erupt in killing, and rise in battle. He also heard the news from Madonna. The former number 1 genius on the heaven list had gone to cause trouble for Xian Wuji and Zhan Wushuang. They were both at the 6th or 8th level of the mountain and sea realm, and he, a mere 9th level Ling Yun, had gone to cause trouble. He didn't know if he would be killed. This had nothing to do with Suyu. In short, the battles on 9-Star Island never stopped. It didn't matter whether Suyu was there or not. The geniuses on the list were all fighting. Moreover, there had been more fortuitous opportunities recently. The Starry Mansion was about to open, and a large amount of origin chi leaked out. Willpower surged, and someone even found an ancient dragon blood tree on the sea. This thing was of great help to the dragon race. The dragon blood fruit was of great help to the dragon race's Ling Yun's origin chi transformation. It could allow the dragon race to undergo the highest level of origin chi transformation. For this ancient tree, the dragon race had sent a sun-moon expert to hunt it down. In the end, the person who found the tree had long known the danger and sold it to the original demon race for 10 drops of sun-moon mysterious yellow liquid. The experts of the original demon race were haggling with the dragon race. This also tempted Suyu. If they could find the ancient dragon blood tree, then it was normal to find a shattered space. But he had to protect it, he had to have a strong enough identity. The dragon race wanted to rob the person who found the ancient tree. He was said to be a mountain and sea realm expert, but it was useless. He could only sell it to the original demon race, and the original demon race was willing to buy it because they wanted to quickly obtain the ancient dragon blood tree and control the dragon race. Otherwise, they might not have spent money. The person who found the 10 drops of sun-moon mysterious yellow liquid was hiding now. Perhaps he had been killed by the original demon race. The original demon race and the dragon race didn't fight, but were haggling. This was their confidence. The original demon race was very strong. Did the dragon race dare to fight the original demon race? It was normal for geniuses to kill each other. Once the sun-moon battle broke out, it was likely to quickly set off an even more intense battle, so now the dragon race had to obediently buy it. Would the original demon race agree if they didn't earn 10 times? 100 drops of sun-moon mysterious yellow liquid was comparable to 300 wisps of heaven and earth mysterious light. It was just an ancient tree. Although it was very powerful, was it stronger than his ancient quasi-invincible realm? Was it more valuable than his ancient quasi-invincible realm corpse? Sure enough, the big races were rich, except for the human race, their foundation was too weak. More than 300 years ago, the human race had only stabilized. Their development time was too short, and they had to rely on robbing heavenly essence fruit trees. Look at the celestial race. Anyone went out with some heavenly essence fruit. They couldn't compare, Suyu was also envious. F***ck, they were all very rich, things like mysterious yellow liquid and other strategic resources were all taken out for trade. The dragon blood ancient tree was also a good thing. It could help the dragon race's vitality transform. Once he finished forging his body, he had to consider what to use to help his vitality transform. Of course, that was still early. Now, Suyu had only completed 27 casting. Of course, 28 casting was also fast. These few days, he had consumed a lot of heavenly essence, and with the help of the breathing technique, his cultivation speed was still quite fast. Logically speaking, the later it was, the more difficult it was. Suyu wasn't much different, but the consumption of heavenly essence was very high. At this rate, when he finished 28 casting, Suyu might not have money to use. He also used a part of heavenly essence to nourish that ancient Shenwen, so that this Shenwen could recover its power and strengthen itself. At least to the level of mountains and seas, or even the sun and moon, to show the strength of this corpse. After countless years, his Shenwen could still maintain the sun-moon tier. One could imagine how strong it was in the past. The cost of forging was getting higher and higher. In order to make a fake, Suyu didn't care about the cost. In truth, this couldn't even be considered a fake. It was a genuine 8 heavenly sun-moon corpse, and it still had remnants of essence blood. It was a genuine ancient high-grade earth step weapon, and it was a genuine 7 heavenly sun-moon divine rune. This couldn't be considered a fake. It could only be said that it was slightly packaged, so you didn't think too much. Soon, he walked out of Bright Light City. Out of the city, he sneered inwardly. There were still people watching him. These guys probably found out that he had spent money to buy information and intelligence in the past few days. Added with the fact that he had bought Monkey's ancient weapon and stayed in the expensive small building, Suyu had indeed spent a lot these few days, so it was normal that these guys were watching him. Although Ling Yunjing's mountain-breaking bull was one of the top 100 races, it could at most display the strength of Ling Yun's 5th or 6th heavens. Was Ling Yunjing considered an elite here? Yes, but not at the top. Although this place couldn't compare to 9-Star Island, there were still mountains and seas. Suyu walked forward, heading toward the estuary. Gradually, he found out how many people were following him. There were 3 groups of people. The first group had 3 people. 2 were in the late stage of Ling Yun, and 1 was in the middle stage. The second group had 4 people, all in the late stage of Ling Yun. The third group had 1 person, because it was a mountain sea. They weren't together. Suyu judged through the sensory jade that these groups of people weren't together. Perhaps they didn't see each other, or that Mountain Sea might have found out and was hiding with the intention of killing him. Second layer of the Mountain Sea, not weak. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Suyu cursed inwardly. Not bad, I just happened to be running out of blood essence, and I needed it to extract heaven's origin energy. You guys delivered yourself to me, saving me the trouble of looking for it myself. In the Star Sea, it wasn't just one or two people doing this. Many people were doing it, so it was normal. With a tail, Suyu entered the sea. The Star Sea was still rippling, and the waves were sweeping. The origin energy was getting denser. As he neared Heavenly Cloud Island, he could often see some Soar Realm cultivators fighting with some demons under the guidance of their elders. Suyu didn't go near, but quickly flew toward the distant sea. He seemed very vigilant. Along the way, he even stopped a few times to look around, and his willpower spread out, as if he was checking if anyone was following him. After flying for more than an hour, they had already flown a few hundred miles. Only then did Suyu stop, and he thought to himself, these guys are really patient. They are all following me, however, they didn't make a move. There was no one here, and they still hadn't made a move. He didn't know what they were waiting for. Could it be that they discovered each other and didn't dare to act rashly, so you didn't have time to waste on them? He still needed to find a place with no one to extract blood essence and fake corpses. On the sea. Suyu shouted, those who are following me, it's time to come out. Do you want to continue following me? How dare you, my mountain-breaking bull clan is one of the top 100 clans, and there are invincible clans in the clan. How dare you follow me, aren't you afraid that my mountain-breaking bull clan will cause trouble for you? No one answered. Suyu shook his head. They thought he was testing them, alright, I won't play with you anymore. He used his sensory jade to probe again. There was no one else within 1,000 meters, and there was a high chance that there was no one outside 1,000 meters. There was no movement from Xinwen. Even with a Mountain Sea following him, there was no movement. Alright, this way then. He would get rid of that Mountain Sea first, and the remaining Ling Yun wouldn't be able to outrun him. Suyu's physical strength had reached the level of close to 30,000 apertures, which meant that his speed, explosive power, and resistance had almost reached this level. He was actually very strong, comparable to Mountain Sea. It was just that the geniuses he usually encountered were just some strong clans. At this moment, Suyu suddenly broke through the air. His speed was astonishing, the void trembled, and in the next moment, a fist suddenly fell from the sky, a loud rumbling sound rang out, a cheetah appeared. Its entire body was pitch black, and its movements were extremely fast. Its claws clawed at Suyu, boom, Suyu punched out, directly shattering the cheetah's claws. Impossible. The cheetah was shocked and furious. It was at the second level of the Mountain Sea realm, and its opponent was Ling Yun. How could it be? Its claws were strong, yet it was shattered by a punch. This wasn't Ling Yun. No, this didn't seem to be someone from the mountain-breaking bull clan, that wasn't right either. It seemed to have been a mountain-breaking strike just now. Furball, get to work. Hurry up, don't let him escape. So you couldn't be bothered with the cheetah. In his mind, the little furball quickly escaped. Its speed was boundless, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the Sea of Will. It was also a member of the Lingyun ancient clan, and an extremely special one at that. It was too easy for it to deal with those of the same level. In the void, miserable screams could be heard, but no movement was heard. As for Suyu, he punched out again. Just as the cheetah wanted to escape, a huge hammer smashed down, boom, a violent boom exploded in the cheetah's Sea of Will. Suyu's punch landed. With a boom, the cheetah's head exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. Trash. Suyu shook his head. He recognized this clan. The Shadow Cheetah was ranked in the top 1,000. The clan had a 9th-level Sun-Moon expert overseeing it, but it wasn't invincible. This was a trash clan. A 2nd-level Mountain Sea Realm expert was even easier to kill than Lei Ju. As expected, the gap between the strong and the weak was huge. Trash with less than 100 apertures enlightened. Suyu shook his head again. This was probably a weak Mountain Sea, with about 20,000 apertures of power. Other than being fast, it didn't have a powerful cultivation technique, a powerful body, or a powerful weapon. Its killing ability wasn't strong either. It was fine to kill some Ling Yun, but when it encountered Suyu could just use his body to hammer it to death. He was too lazy to waste time. He smashed the Sea of Will with a single hammer. He collected its corpse. There wasn't even a storage ring. Trash, poor bastard, other than a body full of flesh and blood, there was nothing good. Suyu quickly flew in other directions. At this moment, there was an additional group of vegetative people. 7 of them, not one less. The little furball appeared and flaunted its prowess. It stacked the 7 Ling Yuns together, and its ball-like face was full of smiles. It also exerted its strength, so you couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. His willpower erupted, and with a boom, killing intent erupted. The 7 vegetative people died one after another. In the next moment, the accumulated rewards appeared. A cloud appeared between heaven and earth. The big one landed on Suyu, and the small one flew to the little furball's head. Actually, the reward was not bad. Killing a second-level Mountain Sea Realm expert was a huge leap. However, at Suyu's level, the so-called not bad reward was only SOSO. In fact, killing geniuses gave more rewards. For example, killing Madonna. Although the other party was only a 9th-level Ling Yun, killing him might give Suyu more benefits than killing Sun and Moon. This was also the law of heaven and earth. Therefore, on the battlefield of heavens, everyone liked to kill geniuses. The reward was actually not bad. Suyu got about 10 portions of heavenly origin energy, which was really a lot. Moreover, the rewarded heavenly origin energy was digested faster. Suyu's body rapidly absorbed, digested, and tempered. His body was slightly stronger, and the progress of 28 castes was accelerated. As for the little furball, it looked somewhat disgusted. It only got some willpower, but it felt very little. It reluctantly ate the willpower. It didn't taste good at all, so you didn't care about it. He cleaned up the battlefield and cleansed the blood chi. He killed people in the Starry Sea without making a sound. Unless one was on the ranking, no one would know that the boundless Starry Sea was the greatest graveyard. Everything would be washed away very soon. As for Suyu, he still cleaned the place to avoid leaving anything behind. At the same time, he burned the little furball and instantly entered his mind. Don't leave any aura behind. If the Heaven Hunter list catches it, it will be very troublesome. The people from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion are everywhere. The little furball's absence on the list had a lot to do with the fact that its aura had not been captured by the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion did not know of its existence at all. As for the Heaven Hunter list, it was unknown whether it was not strong enough, or it was damaged, but it could only rely on the Heaven Hunter Pavilion to capture auras and input information. Then, it could sense the other party in the battlefield of heavens. In fact, according to Suyu's judgment, the Heaven Hunter list was very terrifying. He killed people in the ancient city, and the ancient city was sealed. The Heaven Hunter list could still detect him. Logically speaking, there was no need for the Heaven Hunter Pavilion to capture auras one by one. Names might be needed, but aura should not be needed. Perhaps there was some problem that caused the automatic aura collection function to be broken. In his mind, the little furball said expectantly, "Then, when are we going to rob the Heaven Hunter Pavilion?" "No rush." Suyu smiled and said, "What's the rush? If it doesn't work, I'll get you to rob it." "I won't rob it. I'm a good person." "Good my ass." Suyu did not believe it. This race ate Shenwen, ate willpower, ate the Sea of Will, and he was considered a good person. Alright, the other party was not human. It did not matter whether he was good or bad. Let's go. Find a place, a safe place, and make a corpse. Suyu flew into the air and left. Not long after he left, a few figures appeared. They were all wearing masks, and the Heaven Hunter Pavilion was everywhere. A living being is dead. It should be Shanghai. There was a fluctuation of Shanghai's aura earlier. The few masked men quickly conversed, took out a device, and quickly captured the aura. However, soon, someone shook his head and said, "There is no aura left. It was probably disposed of." The victor is very vigilant. The leader, the white-masked man, nodded and said, "Very vigilant." I don't know who killed it. If it was someone on the list or someone who had appeared on the list, it would be displayed. I don't know if it was someone on the list who killed it. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion had a backup of the aura collected before. If it was tested, it would trigger some mechanism to identify the killer. It's too chaotic now. There are many geniuses on the list. Otherwise, the killer might be Suyu. But now, there's no way to judge. The white-masked man shook his head again. There was no way to judge. Otherwise, the killer might be Suyu. There was no other reason. That guy's killing intent was too strong. It would be strange if he did not kill when he was here. But now, there were too many people who were as murderous as Suyu. The pavilion wants us to find Suyu and hand over the list to him. That guy still owes us a 6th-tier Xianxia armor race corpse. That guy still has a few sun and moon corpses. They are all good things to trade. Unfortunately, he's gone. The few members of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion felt very regretful. This was a big customer, trading was one thing. In addition, all the powerful races were buying Suyu's information and whereabouts at an astonishing price. It was not just one, but many. If they sold it, Suyu could sell it for a sky-high price. However, that guy was very shrewd. He had long lost the list. Not only did he lose the ranking, but that guy might have also lost some external things. Otherwise, some invincible beings might still be able to find his location. In the end, even if he tried to find where the dead sun and moon were, he wouldn't be able to find them. There was always a strong interference. They did not know that the thing they were looking for was in the Broken Sky Valley. Not only was that place in the Sea of Desire plain, it was also the place where two powerful invincible beings fought. Everything was interfered with. Not to mention invincible beings, even a half-step emperor would find it difficult to find the location. Suyu, who was already far away, did not know any of this. However, he guessed that there were people from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion nearby. These guys came and went like ghosts. The next time he met them, he would kill a few of them first. Suyu was not the first to think of fishing for people from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. In fact, many people from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion died every year. For example, a Mountain Sea Realm member of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion had been killed by the Dark Shadow. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion usually did not care. If you sold someone else's whereabouts, it was normal for them to kill you. When they were needed, they were very important. When they were not needed, they would fish for people to kill. This was also very common. After flying for a while, he was far away from Heavenly Cloud Island and 9-Star Island. Only then did Suyu dive into the water and search around. If there was an entrance to a small world, it would be troublesome. He entered the water and turned into a waterman. Suyu quickly searched around. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, he used the detection jade and the Shunwen to sense. After confirming that there were no living beings and no entrance to a small world, Suyu quickly dove into the bottom of the sea. After diving for tens of thousands of meters, Suyu felt great pressure and stopped. It was about time. Actually, if he had nothing to do, cultivating at the bottom of the sea was not a bad result. The next moment, Suyu took out a corpse. The corpse was very big. As soon as it appeared, there was a rumble and the seawater boiled. All around, the oppressive seawater was directly repelled. 8th level Sun Moon. In order to surround and kill Xiao Long Wu, the Tianyi divine race had put in a lot of effort. They also knew that Xiao Long Wu was strong. Back then, they had sent a total of 5 high-level Sun Moon experts. Including the Tianyi sect master, there were 6 high-level Sun Moon experts. The 8th level was not the strongest, and there was a 9th level existence, such a powerful force, so many experts, but in the end, not even a hair on Xiao Long Wu was harmed. The Tianyi divine race had also suffered heavy losses. Before, Xiao Long Wu was also strong, but not so strong that he could kill so many high-level Sun Moon experts without being injured. Suyu looked at the huge corpse in front of him, shocked. So King powerful. The man was dead, but his aura was still as sharp as ever, slamming into Suyu's fleshly body over and over again. Suyu's fleshly body was now comparable to the mountains and seas, and yet, the dead expert's aura still managed to injure him. If he was still alive, it would be terrifying. Last time, Minghe was injured by Suyu's 2 peak Sun Moon Shinwen bombs, and then surrounded by the Sun Moon dead spirits. That was why Suyu did not feel it too clearly. Today, he felt some lingering fear, so dangerous. Last time, if not for the coincidence, he would definitely have easily killed him. So strong. Suyu sighed, quickly circulating the heaven-splitting saber chi. This thing could not be touched. Xiao Longwu killed it, and the saber chi contained it. If the heaven-splitting saber moved the corpse, it was very likely that the saber chi would kill him. And the moment Suyu circulated the heaven-splitting saber, a saber light surrounded Suyu, but it did not explode. At the same time, outside the sea of stars, Xiao Longwu suddenly looked towards the sea of stars, a little surprised. How daring, he really ran to the sea of stars. He was the person he killed, so of course he could feel where his saber chi was. The moment Suyu took out the corpse, he sensed something. After circulating the heaven-splitting saber, Xiao Longwu felt it more clearly. Why did you use the corpse of an 8th-stage sun-moon cultivator? At this moment, even Xiao Longwu was a little puzzled. Could he use it? The 8th-stage sun-moon cultivator was boundlessly powerful. This kid could at most fight the mountain sea realm and kill the sun-moon cultivators, but why did he use the corpse? Strange, he did not care anymore. Whatever, this kid was extremely daring. He had underestimated him in the past. Soon, he landed in a dilapidated city. It was very dilapidated, not in the Sea of Desire Plain, not an ancient city. Instead, it was a city that had been built for hundreds of years, but was about to be abandoned. He followed his senses, and in the blink of an eye, he entered a huge hall. At this moment, there were two people in the hall. One was the Liu family's eldest uncle, and the other was Liu Wenyan, who was seriously injured and suffering from a backlash. Uncle Liu had not sensed the arrival before and was instantly shocked. Soon, he looked at Xiao Longwu and heaved a sigh of relief. Greetings, Manor Lord Xia. Xiao Longwu glanced at the old man and sighed. You're too polite. If not for the accident, you and I would be in-laws. Hu Yu is not married yet. If the Liu family still has descendants and is willing to marry Xiajia, Hu Yu can continue to wait. Uncle Liu said softly, forget it, don't delay the child. The Liu family's direct descendants are only me and Wenyan now. Xiao Longwu sighed, looked at him, and said with some surprise, Mr. Liu. Have you recovered to the sun and moon level? Uncle Liu smiled. Not bad, my physical injuries are almost healed, but the Sea of Will still has some minor injuries. Let's wait for it to recover. It has recovered to the first tier of the sun and moon level. I am the third tier of the sun and moon level, still a little short. Xiao Longwu said in surprise, your injuries were very serious in the past. Eldest Uncle Liu smiled and said, this. I have to say that Wenyan has good taste, Liu Wenyan said weakly, my eldest uncle has recovered to the sun and moon level. So you made a technique and some heaven essence energy, which might be related to the celestial race's life force. Forget it, I don't care about this. I am in big trouble. I self-destructed the Shenwen, and exploded 4 of them. The Sea of Will is very turbulent. Xiao Longwu said in surprise, your injuries are not healed? I thought you were fine. So you also exploded 3, isn't he fine? Liu Wenyan wanted to cry but no tears came out, F***CKU, damn it, are you comparing me to him? Fine, the Sea of Will, am stronger and more stable than him, but self-destructing the Shenwen at the peak of the sun and moon level really hurt me, as for Suyu. Damn it, there must be something wrong with that kid's Sea of Will, he actually ran away alive and well, according to Liu Wenyan's judgment, with the strength of Suyu's Sea of Will, even if he reached the mountain sea realm, he would not be able to run away without lying in bed for a month. He also saw Ning and Yi Hongyan, which was why he ran away in advance. He thought that Suyu would run away with them, but in the end, Suyu ran away on his own. Not only did he run away, but according to Yi Hongyan, it was much easier than him. Yi Hongyan saw with her own eyes that Suyu turned into a gentle breeze and ran away. Yi Hongyan was his master's aunt, and she had come to Willow City to see him. She had looked down on him quite a bit, and said that he had lost face for his master. Suyu, after detonating his divine characters, had not only fled, but he had also fled so far that no one knew where he was. As for him, Liu Wenyan, he was so miserable. After running back to Willow City, he still had to rely on his invincibility to survive. These days, he had been lying in bed. How pitiful. Xiao Longwu was also surprised. He did not think much about it before. It was not that he did not think much, but he felt that Suyu was fine, and Lu Wenyan should not be in any trouble either. Now, it turned out that this guy was miserable. That kid Suyu actually had designs on the corpses of the 8 stages of the Sun and Moon realm. He even ran to the Star Sea area to have fun. That location might not be far from 9 Stars Island. Comparisons really could not be made. Lu Wenyan was too lazy to say anything. What are you doing here? Be careful not to be discovered. Leave as soon as possible and do what you need to do. Xiao Longwu smiled and said, no rush. I came to see you, and also to ask, now that you have broken the 5th generation of the Shenwen battle technique, when can you step into the Sun and Moon realm on your own? Lu Wenyan calculated. Half a year. I still have 7 Shenwen battle techniques. I'll keep one and break the rest to cultivate. Half a year later, I should be able to step into the Sun and Moon tier. Xiao Longwu was surprised, and he said, you've thought it through? You really want to break the cultivation? I've thought it through. Lu Wenyan said calmly, Master Shenwen battle technique was not passed to me to keep my hands and feet tied. I'll keep one as a memento. After all, there are still many people waiting for me. AI, it's a little late. Xiao Longwu shook his head. It would have been better if he had done this earlier. Now, he would only be able to step into the Sun and Moon tier half a year later, which was a little late. Lu Wenyan said in exasperation, when I step into the Sun and Moon tier, with Master's Shenwen battle technique, I can use almost all of my power. At least, I can fight against the 9 stages of the Sun and Moon system of the Shan Shenwen system. Even if I cultivate with all my strength, this is the most I can do. Is it too late? Your requirements are too high. The 9 stages of the Sun and Moon system of the Shan Shenwen system, Xiao Longwu shook his head. You are not Zhou Polong, and you are far from it. You can fight against others, but you can't beat Zhou Polong. Get lost, this guy's requirements are really high. Lu Wenyan ignored him, and asked, is there any news of Suyu? No, I haven't been following him. Xiao Longwu quickly said, but don't worry, he's doing better than you. He even took out the corpse of the Tiani god I killed in Dexia province. I don't know what he's planning, but he's very energetic. If he wasn't energetic, he wouldn't have taken out the corpse. Xiao Longwu looked at Lu Wenyan, who was lying on the ground. Forget it, worrying about others. Worry about yourself, that kid is definitely doing better than you. Lu Wenyan was also helpless. F*ck, comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. What was going on with that kid in the Sea of Will? 3 Shenwen battle techniques exploded, and he was actually fine. He couldn't help but be impressed. Master Shenwen battle technique was forcefully subdued by him, which was also very scary. Xiao Longwu did not say much, and quickly said, rest in peace and recuperate. I have something else to do. Half a year, right? Let's talk in half a year. I'll wait for you. All right. Xiao Longwu disappeared in an instant, and Uncle Lu did not even sense how he disappeared. He lamented, the number 1 expert below the invincible realm, my master is the one. Uncle Lu was speechless. Fine, whatever you say. You're even protecting your own nephew. In the Starry Sea, the Qi and blood shook. The god race of the 8th Sun Moon realm had extremely powerful Qi and blood, however, there was one good thing. Xiao Longwu's saber Qi suppressed the Qi and blood. Otherwise, Suyu might not have been able to extract it smoothly. How terrifying. Prefecture Lord Xia is also terrifying. Suyu sighed. He was really feeling a little emotional. How strong was Xiao Longwu exactly? An 8th Sun Moon realm expert seemed to have been killed by him with one saber strike. Suyu observed the fatal wound of the other party. The saber strike on the neck almost severed his head. However, the other party's injury should have healed after he died. The reason why it didn't heal was because of the influence of the saber Qi. Otherwise, even if he died, the other party's corpse should have healed. This was the Sun Moon realm. No, this was a peak Sun Moon realm expert, an 8th Sun Moon realm expert. The Sun Moon could be reborn from a single drop of blood. The premise was that the essence, energy, and spirit were still there. The Sea of Will was still there. Otherwise, rebirth from a single drop of blood would be a joke. Xiao Longwu's saber qi directly shattered the other party's Sea of Will and wiped out the other party's vitality. So you carefully used the highest grade jade bottle to store the extracted blood. Each drop of blood was placed separately. He also used the Yin word Shenwen to create a barrier to prevent the aura from leaking. He extracted it bit by bit. Soon, he extracted 9 drops of blood. The pressure on this corpse was much weaker, but there was a problem. Saber qi, so you had to get rid of the saber qi, otherwise, it would be very troublesome. It was obvious that he died in the hands of the heaven-splitting saber. Could it be an ancient heaven-splitting saber expert? *T. The saber qi is too strong. Suyu was helpless. I have to absorb it. Otherwise, I can't disguise myself. Suyu hesitated for a moment. He cultivated the heaven-splitting saber, and it was quite profound. Could he absorb Xiao Longwu's heaven-splitting saber qi? I'll give it a try. Earlier, I absorbed some of Da Xia of Gogirio's saber qi. Suyu tried activating the heaven-splitting saber and carefully absorbed a bit of the saber energy. Puchi. A bloody gash appeared on his body as the saber energy burst forth and collided with his internal organs. The 144 acupoints of Suyu's heaven-splitting saber absorbed the saber energy and suppressed it. Suyu bellowed, his blood boiling. Saber energy grinds my body, using it to temper his body was not a bad choice. At the same time, he could strengthen his heaven-splitting saber. Suyu absorbed and digested, it was just a tiny bit of saber qi. Xiaoqin spent more than 10 minutes before he barely managed to deal with it. When he saw that the deity corpse still contained saber qi, Suyu felt both joy and helplessness. What made him happy was that he seemed to be able to continue refining and absorbing. Unfortunately, he discovered that if Xiao Longwu were in front of him, one strand of saber qi would be able to finish him off very easily. *CK, the difference was terrifying, a saber from a long time ago, alright, a saber from more than a year ago. The saber energy had already annihilated an 8th stage Sun Moon cultivator. Now, there were only some remnants, yet it was so powerful. Was Manor Lord Xia really at the 9th stage Sun Moon? Even Suyu began to doubt it. Was the 9th stage Sun Moon so powerful? What an eye-opener. Just this strand of saber qi almost shattered his physical body with 30,000 acupoints. How strong was that all-out saber strike? He didn't dare to imagine it. In any case, it wasn't something that Suyu could imagine. Slowly absorbing, slowly digesting, strengthening himself, strengthening his physical body. Gradually, Suyu's expression became a little strange. At this moment, the essence qi in his 144 acupoints suddenly turned into the shape of a saber. What is this? How could essence qi have a shape? Suyu's expression was extremely strange. This thing was like a seed. Suyu controlled it slightly and instantly slashed out. In front of him, the huge pressure on the seawater was directly slashed apart by him, creating a crack. Huh? Suyu had a look of surprise. What was going on? It seemed to have become much stronger. He observed his acupoints again. Indeed, the essence qi in those 144 acupoints had turned into the shape of a saber. Suyu thought of something and quickly took out a booklet. This was the heaven-splitting saber art that Xiahou Yi had given him back then, and this heaven-splitting saber art was personally written by Xiao Longwu. Suyu had read it a few times, but he didn't see any mention of essence qi transforming into a saber. What the hell? Suyu quickly opened the booklet and glanced at it. His vision blurred, and at this moment, he actually entered the state of comprehending the text of will again. One had to know that he had obtained this booklet a long time ago. Logically speaking, it should have dissipated soon. And as his strength improved, the actually weak text of will could no longer allow him to enter this state. Ling Yun? The moment Suyu entered the booklet, Xiao Longwu's figure appeared in front of him. This was a phantom, a projection of will, not a real person. Saber qi transforming, stepping into Ling Yun, 9 transformations of essence energy. Suyu was extremely surprised. This was the second level of the cultivation technique. No, this was Ling Yunjing's 9 transformations art. The heaven-splitting saber did not teach him the body-forging art. Suyu thought that it was because Xianxia did not want to teach him, but now, that was not the case. Perhaps it was the body forging art. Xianxia felt that he was not strong enough and did not want to teach him. However, Xianxia had actually hidden the 9 transformations art in this cultivation technique, Suyu had actually been judged to have stepped into Lingyun. His essence chi had transformed. Actually, this was very normal. Suyu's physical body had long surpassed that of an ordinary soar. No, even a god fiend's physical body was not as strong as his. However, Suyu had never considered the matter of his 9 transformations art. This was because Suyu felt that he was still far from the 9 transformations art. In fact, his physical body, which was about to reach level 28, was much stronger than others at level 36. In addition, after absorbing a bit of Xiao Longwu's saber qi, it actually caused some changes to the essence qi in his 144 orifices. This was the embryonic form of the 9 transformations art. Suyu's eyes lit up. So, I can undergo the 9 transformations art in advance. At this moment, Xiao Longwu, who had just left Willow City, was stunned. He looked at the starry sea once again. What the hell? He had stepped into Lingyun, his physical body had entered Lingyun. How could it be so fast? Suyu, that kid, should at least have a physical body at level 36. How long had it been? Willpower aside, it was normal for him to progress quickly. After all, Suyu had opened many orifices, which could save him a lot of time. However, his physical body really needed to be forged bit by bit. Suyu's physical body was strong, and the forging process was even slower. Even if he had been using Godfiend blood essence, he had stepped into Soar in February. It was only the end of July now. It had only been 5 months, and he had completed the forging process. Xiao Longwu frowned slightly. Even if he was extremely talented and had unlimited resources, a physical body at level 15 in 5 months or more than 150 days, *T, could it be that the rewards for killing Sun and Moon were too high, so it caused the forging of the physical body to be completed in advance? It's a level 36 cultivation technique, right? He wasn't too sure, but it was possible if it was level 36. That was not possible. Could it be that this fellow's physical body was only at level 27? Xiao Longwu could not figure it out. After a while, he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that this fellow absorbed his saber chi and caused his essence chi to enter the 9 transformations art in advance? That was possible. After all, he had just taken out the corpse, but this fellow took out the corpse to absorb his saber chi. Was he crazy? He knew very well how strong his saber chi was. A moment of carelessness would result in his body shattering. Although they are both heaven-splitting sabers, my heaven-splitting saber is not something you can compare to. Xiao Longwu was also a little confused by Suyu. Was there something wrong with this kid's brain? In order to become stronger, he no longer cared about his life. He even dared to absorb anything. Forget it, he would ignore him. He still had many things to do. This kid had to pray for himself and live as long as he could. He wouldn't be able to walk far if he was supported by others. Xiao Longwu did not care anymore. As for Suyu, he did not think too much about it. At that moment, he had already seen Xiaojia's heaven-splitting 9 transformations. The so-called essence chi 9 transformations was to mutate and improve one's essence chi when one's body and acupoints were strong enough. Every time the essence chi mutated, it would make the essence chi more powerful and powerful. The same amount, the original essence chi damage would be 1. After one mutation, it could reach 1, 2, or even 1, 5. Under normal circumstances, a 10% increase after one mutation was considered normal. Of course, there were also trash. For example, a person who had opened up 36 apertures and had a physical body that had been forged 9 times using the most trashy techniques and blood essence. It would not be surprising for such a person to mutate once he reached Lingyun realm and increase his strength by 5%. So you could not be bothered to calculate how strong such a Lingyun would be, because it was not strong. Although he did not want to think about it, so you still calculated. A cultivator with 36 apertures, with 4 apertures combined, then at the 10,000 stones 9 layer. Damn, his strength would probably be around 50 to 60 apertures. At the 9 layer of the soaring sky realm, if it was 9 castings. Damn, it would at most be around 120. Of course, Soar had some other additions. Let's say he had 150 acupoints of strength. If it was Lingyan 9 changes, it could only increase by about 5% each time. After 9 transformations, it was too horrible to look at, more than 200 acupoints of strength. Suyu was bare one's teeth. He was thinking, was there really such a weak Lingyan level 9 in one? Stop messing around. Of course, it was not just that. A breakthrough in a big realm would have some additions. Suyu did not feel any physical strengthening because he was too strong. But if there really was such a Lingyan level 9, then it would only be about 300 to 500 acupoints of strength. Such a Lingyan level 9 still existed in theory. Of course, Suyu felt that the possibility was not high. To cultivate the most trashy cultivation technique no matter what realm, and still be able to enter Lingyan level 9, this was a god. You could enter Lingyan level 9, and it was the most trashy cultivation technique. That meant that your talent was passable. If it was passable, why didn't you change your cultivation technique? His own father was starting to open his acupoints, his body forging technique was also changing. Otherwise, his father would be a fighter with 36 acupoints opened. If he really cultivated the most trashy cultivation technique and reached Lingyan level 9, with 300 to 500 acupoints of strength, he would be able to poke him to death with one finger. There shouldn't be such a god in the myriad worlds, right? Suyu suspected that humans, for example, had 36 acupoints opened. But if they could break through in the later stages, they would usually open more acupoints even if it was difficult, or choose an 18 casting cultivation technique. In short, he had never seen a Lingyan level 9 with a few hundred acupoints of strength. He did not think about this anymore. Now that he had met such a godly person, he definitely could not kill him. He would keep him alive to admire him. Suyu was thinking about the Xia clan's Open Heaven 9 reforms. The 9 transformations of vital energy usually required some assistance. For example, the fruit of the ancient dragon blood tree mentioned before, or other similar treasures that could assist in the transformation of vital energy. The 9 transformations of vital energy was actually a process of incubation and rebirth. Take Suyu for example. This time, he used Xiao Longwu's saber qi as an aid to incubate his 144 acupoints of strength. It had not been reborn yet. The saber-shaped vital energy in his 144 acupoints was considered a seed. Once it was successfully incubated, it would shatter again and return to its original form of vital energy. But the quality would be greatly improved. Every time a genius underwent a transformation of vital energy, they would use an extremely powerful foundation item to incubate it. And this time, Suyu had unintentionally used Xiao Longwu's saber qi as a foundation item. This was really not something anyone could use. For example, when Xia Huyu reached the first level of Lingyun, he dared to absorb Xiao Longwu's saber qi. Before he could absorb it, his body would probably be destroyed by the saber qi. Suyu's body was comparable to the 3rd level of the Mountain Sea realm. If they were not of the same origin, the saber qi would not harm you at all. In fact, because it was of the same origin, it had been greatly weakened. Otherwise, Suyu's sun and moon body would not be able to withstand it. In that case, Prefecture Lord Xiao's saber qi has been used as a foundation item for the first transformation. Suyu murmured, "This is very strong, right?" He felt that it was very strong. Xiao Longwu was such a powerful person. His saber qi had given him the first transformation, and this was still not strong. After this transformation, would his 144 acupoints be able to unleash an incomparably powerful force? How much can the transformation reach? Suyu was not sure. The key was F*CK, I have 360 acupoints. This first transformation will transform 144 acupoints. What should I do? Also, after my transformation, will it be considered the first level of Lingyun's body, or the source body? Suyu felt a headache coming on. He felt that his power would become stronger, but it might cause him to lose control of his power and the acupoints to become unbalanced. This would be very troublesome unless the other acupoints also underwent a transformation. The key is that the first transformation of my 144 acupoints is based on Prefecture Lord Xiao's saber qi. For the transformation of the other acupoints, I have to find a power or treasure of the same level to carry out the transformation so that my power will not be unbalanced. Suyu wanted to vomit blood. F*CK. In that case, if I want to transform the other acupoints, I have to find a power level similar to Xiaolong Wu's, or that kind of treasure to absorb. Xiaolong Wu is considered to be quasi-invincible, right? If I want to open the acupoints of the god race to transform, I have to absorb the quasi-invincible power of the god race. If I want to open the acupoints of the devil race, I have to absorb the quasi-invincible power of the devil race. I have 360 acupoints, almost all the systems of several major clans. Doesn't that mean I have to absorb their power to complete the transformation? Stop it, of course. If Suyu wanted to balance the power, there was actually one more thing he could do: give up the transformation of the vitality now. It didn't mean that he had to continue. However, could he give up? He was not willing. What a powerful feeling. As a genius, if I don't practice the most powerful cultivation method, forge the most bodies, and transform the strongest vitality, can I still be considered a genius? Forget it, let's see the situation first. Suyu was not in a hurry. The transformation had not been completed yet. If it was completed, there was a way to remedy it. Look at the situation, see how much the power of these 144 acupoints had increased after the transformation. If the increase was not much, then there was no need to worry about whether to use this level of power to help him transform. Suyu didn't care anymore and continued to absorb Xiaolong Wu's saber qi. In the 144 acupoints, the saber-shaped vitality became stronger. Absorb again. Again and again, it seemed like it was breaking out of the cocoon and being reborn. This meant that the transformation of vitality could be completed at any time. Suyu was also puzzled. He hadn't completed the body forging, and you gave me the 9 transformations of vitality. So be it, but you only changed the vitality in 144 acupoints. Isn't this tormenting me? Also, does this mean that I can complete the 9 transformations of vitality while completing the body forging? In this case, once I complete the 9 transformations of vitality at the end of the body forging, I will directly become Lingyan's 9th realm. Next, I have to wait for the mountain and sea meridian fusion. Suyu fell into deep thought. That was most likely the case. In that case, he could actually cultivate Soar and Lingyun together. He didn't need to rely on the number of body forging to look at the realm. The key is, I have to transform all 360 acupoints. Otherwise, 144 will be strong, and the rest will be weak. Not to mention the imbalance of power, the meridian fusion will almost be impossible. Even now, it was a little troublesome. This was because when he reached Soar, it was actually 40 acupoints of strength fusion. He now had 9 acupoints, and each acupoint contained 40 acupoints. And the 144 acupoints were actually not evenly distributed among the 9 acupoints. At this moment, because some acupoints contained more heaven-splitting saber acupoints, the power was stronger, and Suyu felt a little unbalanced. I'm just here to transform a corpse. Suyu felt very helpless. He felt like he had gotten a bargain. It couldn't be helped. This was how geniuses were. Often, fortuitous encounters came knocking on their door. He really didn't intend to have his vitality mutate, but now, it was starting to change. Can you blame me? He could only say that his talent was too strong, and there was really no other way. He spent a lot of time absorbing the saber qi. As for Suyu's 144 acupoints, they were much stronger now. Before they completely transformed, Suyu felt that the power of these 144 acupoints was at least 10% stronger than before. This was not a transformation, of course, only these acupoints were strong. And these acupoints had gone through 27 body tempering. In fact, Suyu's strength had increased a little. This meant that these 144 acupoints had completed 28 body tempering ahead of time. He didn't care anymore. Suyu didn't care too much about being a little stronger. He began to reverse the flow of his essence aperture. The next moment, there was a deathly aura. Suyu rapidly began to corrode this corpse. There was still some essence blood in this corpse. This corpse was also very strong. The deathly aura corroded. Suyu couldn't corrode much in a short time. He used all his strength to corrode parts bit by bit, especially the face. It was best if the entire face was corroded to the point where it couldn't be seen, lest the Tiani celestial race recognized him. The deathly aura began to spread throughout the corpse. Just as Suyu used the deathly aura to spread throughout the corpse, deep under the sea, a silent ancient city was located in the deepest part of the sea. In fact, it wasn't far from Suyu, but it was too deep for Suyu to detect. At this moment, in that silent ancient city, a stone statue suddenly opened its eyes, it suddenly raised its head and looked into the sky. The next moment, the sun and moon rotated in its eyes, and space changed. "Dead spirit," it murmured. This was a stone statue that looked like a sea lion. The stone statue looked into the sky, a little stunned. Did the dead spirit escape? What a strange thing. Was it intelligent? No, it was very intelligent. Where did this 8th-tier sun-moon corpse come from to corrode? What was it doing? The dead spirit could not leave the ancient city. How did it get out? The stone statue was a little dazed. Perhaps it hadn't been awake for many years. It hadn't opened its eyes to look at the world, and it was a little dazed. The next moment, the stone statue's eyes turned cold. Dead spirit, a divine light flashed in its eyes, and it was about to explode with power to kill this dead spirit. At this moment, Suyu's Tribulation character pulsed in Shenwen, a little strange and fearful. What's wrong? At the same time, the small person in his heart instantly woke up. F***ck, what the hell? The small person made a general judgment in an instant. It cursed and quickly broke through the void of time, walked out of the heart, and stepped into the sea without Suyu seeing it at all. The next moment, it appeared at the entrance of the underwater ancient city. The stone statue instantly looked at him. He's not a dead spirit, the small person said. The stone statue looked at him, and then looked into the sky. The sun and moon rotated in its eyes, and time flowed backward. In the blink of an eye, the scene of Suyu reversing his primordial aperture and turning into a dead spirit appeared in its eyes. Looking at the small person again, the stone statue's voice was a little mysterious as it slowly said, "I feel the smell of Xianxia and Yunxiao. Yes, I just left from their side." "He is a living person," the stone statue murmured, looked at the small person, and said in a strange tone, "Your descendant?" "No, I picked him up on the road." The stone statue's eyes widened. "You can pick up such a person on the road?" How many years had passed? Could it be that there were such people outside now? How magical. Opened the heavenly cycle acupoints, opened the 5 elements divine art. I think he learned the ancient casting method of the Iron Eaters. Are they all like this now? The stone statue hadn't woken up for too many years, there was no other way. This ancient city had sunk. It had sunk since ancient times. For countless years, the stone statue hadn't woken up. Even if an invincible found him, they wouldn't take the initiative to chat with him. They would just sweep past him. These ancient cities shouldn't be entered for no reason. There was no point in entering anyway. The stone statue was puzzled. Now, the world had changed. Were there such geniuses in the outside world? There weren't many who had opened the heavenly cycle acupoints in ancient times. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been an ancient emperor to congratulate him. This was a treatment only peerless geniuses had. The small person was also puzzled. How long have you been asleep? How long? The stone statue was dazed for a moment. The sun and moon rotated in his eyes, and time flew by. After a while, he murmured, "How long? Too long. The last time I saw Xianxia and the others. 8,000 tides have passed, right?" He didn't remember too clearly. He just calculated. He didn't know how long had passed in his sleep, but he had a vague impression that more than 8,000 tides had passed. Perhaps, more than 9,000, who could remember so clearly? The next tide is coming. He looked above the sea, and the small person quickly came to a realization. The next tide is coming. You mean the starry mansion is about to open? That's a long time, 80,000 to 90,000 years. One tide meant one opening of the starry mansion. Once every 10 years, 80,000 to 90,000 years, it was indeed astonishingly long. This was also the small person's first time learning that the ancient city had existed for so long. No, the ancient city might be even longer. The person in front of me said the last time I saw him. Perhaps the ancient city had already existed before we met. He wanted to ask a few more questions, but the stone statue said softly, "I'm going to sleep." The human above rarely transforms death energy. It's very dense, and it's still weak. Once it becomes strong, it might open a dead spirit channel. Without the suppression of the holy city, he will be targeted by the dead spirit race. With that, the stone statue closed his eyes again and fell asleep. I'm sleepy. Go back to sleep. Seeing that he fell asleep again, the small person had no choice but to return to the air. Returning to the original place. The small person was helpless. Suyu had already taken the corpse and ran far away. In fact, he only communicated with the stone statue for a moment. He ran so fast, this guy's senses were extremely sharp when he encountered danger. He actually ran hundreds of miles away in a short while. Fortunately, he was originally rooted in his heart, so he could sense his aura. A moment later, the small person stepped through space. It encountered Suyu, who had turned into a stream of water. Without a sound, it entered his heart again and hid there. And Suyu, at this time, was completely clueless, running very fast. Just now, the word tribulation in Shinwen jumped violently. A disaster was imminent. Run. His speed was very fast. After running for hundreds of miles, Suyu turned back into his human form, panting violently. Damn, what happened just now? It felt so dangerous, his heart stopped beating. It was too horrifying, so horrifying that his word tribulation in Shinwen almost broke. Invincible? Suyu's heart palpitated. This was definitely invincible. Was there an invincible staring at him just now? He even wanted to attack him, just staring at him wasn't a big problem. He had also encountered 3 invincible. If there wasn't too much malicious intent, the word tribulation in Shinwen didn't jump. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him just now. Damn, who wanted to kill him? The invincible of the enemy race. Then why didn't he kill him? Don't say that he ran fast. What a joke. No matter how fast he was, could he be faster than an invincible? In front of the sun and moon, he could still hide. In front of an invincible, whether he was invisible, changed his identity, or hid his aura, it was useless. An invincible could see through him directly. Of course, the premise was that the other party would investigate him. If they didn't, it would be difficult to see through him. Obviously, that invincible just now, most likely saw him and looked deeply. Who did I meet? Suyu wanted to cry. Although he didn't die, he seemed to be targeted by an invincible. Speaking of which, it was difficult for others to see an invincible. They might not meet one in their lifetime, but Suyu had met many. Not to mention others, he had seen the 3 invincible of the human race. When he first arrived at the battlefield, the great Qin king might have seen him. In fact, he had also met the Daxia of Goguryeo, the great bright lord, the big hairy ball, and several stone statues. Suyu had met more than 10 invincible realm experts in total. Suyu waited for a while. The word tribulation in Shinwen didn't jump anymore. Suyu sighed. Forget it, he couldn't run away. There was nothing he could do if he was targeted. It might have been lured by the corpse of the sun and moon. After all, it was the corpse of the 8th layer of the sun and moon, and its aura was still very strong. At this moment, the corpse was in his storage ring. The face was corroded by the death aura, and it was a little rotten. There were also some black spots on the body. This was not old enough, so you hadn't finished processing it, but it didn't matter. He could just do it a little later. After that, he would find a cesspit and bury it for a few days. Ancient corpses should more or less have a stench. He just didn't know if there was a cesspit here. There was a high chance that there wasn't, so he could find a mud pit. He didn't have the slightest reverence for the sun and moon of the god race. The corpse was almost done. The ancient weapon, Shinwen, clothes, were almost done. Next, it was best to find an ancient space that was about to collapse. Then, he would lure some people to explore with him. It was best to disguise as someone. I have to go to 9-Star Island and catch a genius. I heard that Tian Duo is here, and the little golden dragon is also here. I'll catch one of them. The dragon realm is too close. It's best to catch Tian Duo. In fact, it was also possible to catch the floating earth spirit, but he didn't hear that guy coming here. That guy was also from the earth race, so it was very likely that he didn't come. After all, this place was all ocean. So you didn't think much about it. He would catch a genius first. If he didn't catch one, it would be difficult for him to escape. If he caught one, he couldn't kill him. If he killed him, his name would be gone, and that would be troublesome. If the descendants of the invincible were killed directly, it would also attract the attention of the invincible. And just as Suyu was thinking about this, 9-Star Island. A small mountain suddenly shrank. In the mountain, some experts who were exploring were shocked. Before they could say anything, golden light flashed. It was incomparably sharp, and rays of golden light pierced through their bodies. In the next moment, the small mountain shrank and turned into an earth person. The floating earth spirit killed many people, and clouds descended from the sky. Suddenly, he was a little wary and looked around. It didn't seem too safe. Who was looking for trouble with him? Facial features appeared on the floating earth spirit's face. It was a little strange. I came very secretly. Was I targeted by someone? It felt like there was a little danger. Forget it, I'll quickly change places. Everyone knows that I'm from the Earth race. If they want to catch me and deal with me, they have to do it on the ground. I'll go play in the water, not on the ground. You guys wouldn't have thought that an Earth spirit like me would go play in the water, right? As for Moto's previous wild guesses, let him guess. Anyway, I won't admit it. I'm a native. If I go to the water, I won't encounter anyone who wants to deal with me, right? With some comfort, the floating earth spirit quickly flew toward the sea. It didn't stay on the shore. Recently, the water was also good. It would be good if you could pick up a 5 elements fruit tree for me. I also want to have some Xianxia transformation. That dragon blood ancient tree was discovered too early. That guy picked it up and actually wanted to sell it. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't sell it. It's such a valuable thing, speaking of which, I'll sell it for more money. It's too cheap, the experts of small races are so pitiful. If it were me, no one would dare to force me like this. My 5 elements race is also a strong race. There are also invincible ones in the race, not just 1 or 2. There are more than 10 who can combine the 5 elements. Of course, they haven't combined the 5 elements yet. Even so, the floating earth spirit still had confidence. Look, last time I was trapped in the ancient city, an invincible ancestor came to rescue me. This isn't a treatment ordinary descendants of invincible ones can have. Tian Duo is a powerful expert of the original demon race, but he didn't see any invincible ones coming. He just took advantage of Moto. With the last incident as a foundation, the experts of the races didn't dare to force it too much. Of course, if he was killed by a genius of the same rank, then there was nothing he could do. A genius killed by a genius was no longer a genius. The 5 elements race wouldn't waste too much resources and energy on him. If he couldn't even defeat someone of the same rank, who else could he fight? Count on him to revitalize the 5 elements race. Maybe in your next life, the floating earth spirit didn't think anymore. It quickly ran to the seaside. The next moment, it turned into an earth human, entered the water, and instantly disappeared. I'll run, it's dangerous on the shore, maybe my old rival, the stone man, will come. That guy is very strong on the shore, but in the water, I can't kill him. In the starry sea, Suyu started heading toward 9-Star Island. The sea roared. The closer Xiaochen got to 9-Star Island, the denser the essence energy and blood chi became. Clearly, there had been many battles here recently. After traveling for a while, Suyu heard continuous explosions in front of him. Taking a closer look, he saw the 2 Lingyun realm experts fighting each other. Sensing Suyu's presence, the demon and dragon quickly looked toward Suyu. Yes, the demon and the dragon. In the sky, demonic chi filled the sky, and a huge dragon floated in the air. Recently, the demon race had been fighting with the dragon race a lot. The experts didn't fight, but the subordinates often fought. The main reason was because the dragon blood ancient tree was taken away by the origin demon race, and they were now extorting the dragon race for a sky-high price. Audacious! You dare to hide here and ambush us? The dragon and the devil had probably been fighting for a long time without a winner being decided. Now that Suyu had arrived, they didn't say a word and charged toward him. Suyu was speechless. Who the hell ambushed you? Really, you're crazy. You think I'm easy to bully because I'm in the 2nd stage of Lingyun. When the dragon and the demon arrived, Suyu wouldn't stand on ceremony. Since you came to me, I'll be responsible for sending you to heaven. Coincidentally, I haven't used the sky-splitting saber after it was strengthened. You too. A saber appeared in his hand, and Suyu quickly gathered essence energy. Sword-shaped essence energy instantly poured into the saber in his 144 acupuncture points that were transforming. Sky-splitting. A low roar sounded. The dragon and the demon were shocked. People from Dixia province? Huangting, that's not right. Huangting isn't here. Isn't he being chased by the blood-fire demon race? That thought flashed in a flash. In the next moment, a saber light flashed in front of him. PFFF, the dragon saw the demon's severed head, and the demon saw the dragon's body spurting blood. With one slash, the two Lingyun of the two powerful clans were killed in one slash. Suyu was also a little surprised by the power of this saber. He had only used the power of his fleshly body. Well, his fleshly body power was comparable to that of the mountains and seas. Combined with the heaven-ranked heaven-splitting blade, it was normal for him to kill both Ling Yunjing with a single blow. He quickly collected the corpses, cleaned up the battlefield, and burned the aura. Suyu quickly disappeared from the spot. After killing two powerful races, Ling Yun decided to flee as soon as possible to avoid being targeted. Suyu continued to fly toward 9-Star Island. After killing the two fellows, he quickly extracted their blood essence and burned their corpses. He did not plan to stay in the sea for long. He was going to 9-Star Island to inquire about the whereabouts of Tian Duo and the little golden dragon. Shenwen had always activated the word quiet to reduce the attention of others. Suyu continued to transform into a mountain bull and slowly flew above the sea. Keep a low profile, the mountain-breaking Ox clan was the best. They barely reached the standards of the top 100 clans and had an invincible clan leader. However, the overall strength of the clan wasn't too strong. This kind of clan wouldn't be underestimated, nor would they be feared. As he flew, Suyu was surprised. Another Ling Yun was targeting him. Did he come to seek death? That Ling Yun had been lurking at the bottom of the sea and had been following him. A demon in the water? He had not sensed it yet. At the same time, water rippled at the bottom of the sea. The floating earth spirit looked up. Mountain Bull. This race was very good. The blood essence of the Mountain Bull race was not cheap. Whether it was body forging or foundation establishment, the blood essence of this race was one of the most cost-effective ones. It was just that it was a little weak. Ling Yin was at the 2nd level, he might as well kill it. The floating earth spirit also sensed it. There was not much danger and it felt quite safe. However, it felt slightly familiar. Had I seen this bull before? The floating earth spirit could not remember. As an expert of the 5 elements race, they had some special abilities. Suyu had seen them before. When Wanzhu had ambushed him, the waterman had discovered the flaw in his identity. The method was very simple. The waterman was very sensitive to moisture in the human body. If he had just seen it and observed it, he would be able to make a general judgment no matter how it changed. The floating earth spirit had seen Suyu before. However, it had been a long time and there had been a lot of killing recently. How could he remember who he was with? He was essentially an earth spirit, not a water spirit. He just felt that he might have met this mountain bull before. Eat some beef to nourish your body. The floating earth spirit swam toward the water. There was a very strange phenomenon in the All Heavens battlefield. Suyu knew it from the first day he came here. It was very easy for geniuses to meet on the battlefield. Sometimes, two geniuses could be thousands of miles away from each other, but they would randomly step on a teleportation formation and be teleported to the same place. At this moment, the theory of geniuses meeting was in effect. Not long after the floating earth spirit left the island, it met Suyu. The floating earth spirit was prepared to have a sumptuous meal and eat a roast bull. As for Suyu, he was a little surprised. A Ling Yin followed him, and then he discovered that his Shenwen character was jumping slightly. This meant that there was a certain level of danger. What a joke, the current Suyu might not be able to kill Ling Yin like a dog, but it was very difficult for Ling Yin to make him feel danger. What did this mean? The genius Ling Yin, this was possible. A top-notch Ling Yin was still very strong. At this moment, both sides discovered each other. Suyu was puzzled. Who had he met? The floating earth spirit was thinking about how to eat the beef later. Should it be roasted or boiled? Both sides had their own thoughts. Gradually, Suyu flew toward an uninhabited place, slightly deviating from the direction of 9-Star Island. The floating earth spirit was also happy to do so. After a while, there was no one around. Suyu was calm and collected. That guy was getting closer and closer to him. He was so arrogant that he was only about 300 feet away from him. For strong people, this was not a distance at all. They were almost sticking to each other. They were in the sea area below him. At this moment, a strange wave of water rippled. Huge waves slapped against each other. In this wave, a special water current was crashing towards Suyu along with the waves. Water spirit, Suyu was surprised. Had he met the watermen? He was really surprised. The 5 elements race was very rare. At least, he hadn't seen many of them. So far, he had only met the floating earth spirit. At this moment, he had run into a water spirit. No wonder he had sensed it was very good at hiding. The water was the watermen's territory. The watermen were more suitable to live in the water than the dragon race. Lingyan 7, Suyu made a judgment in his heart. Without another word, he punched out, boom, an earth-shattering noise came out. Suyu's body trembled. He stepped on the water, which cracked. He took several steps back. He was shocked, so strong, his physical strength was comparable to the mountain and sea realm, yet he had not only failed to kill his opponent, he had even been knocked back several steps. Similarly, the floating earth spirit was shocked. What the hell, so strong, was this Ling Yun at the 2nd level? Nonsense. This was more like the 2nd level of the mountain and sea realm. However, he was a genius. It was not impossible for him to go against the mountain and sea realm, but that was not the point. If he really met someone at the 2nd level, he would not feel any pressure. It was not like he had not fought before, so he was not afraid. But what he was afraid of was that his opponent really was Ling Yun at the 2nd level. That would be truly terrifying. The power of Ling Yun at the 2nd level and the power of the mountain and sea realm at the 2nd level were completely different. Countless thoughts flashed through the floating earth spirit's mind. Ling Yun at the 2nd level. Who said that Ling Yun at the 2nd level could go against the mountain and sea realm? Vaguely, a few names appeared in his mind. Without hesitation, he turned into water and fled into the water. He was not at a disadvantage, but it was best not to fight with this guy. How could the mountain-breaking ox race have such a genius? Nonsense. Something was wrong. Run, he thought of someone, and it was a real person. He cursed inwardly. *T, did he run into that guy? That guy was very good at disguising himself. As for Suyu, he was also surprised and shocked to see his opponent turn into water, and the water he turned into had a yellowish tinge to it. Suyu was surprised and shocked. Then he suddenly thought of something. Have I seen him before? *T, this was not a pure water spirit. He thought of something, and without hesitation, he quickly turned into water and dove into the sea. At this moment, 2 streams of water were shuttling through the water like sharp swords. *T. It's really him. The floating earth spirit and the others felt like their heads were about to explode when they sensed the other party turn into water. It was really him. Suyu, what bad luck. It had sensed danger on the shore, and as soon as it entered the water, it had unexpectedly run into Suyu. Many people were looking for him, and it had run into him. Behind it, Suyu was shocked. Floating earth spirit, *T, I recognized it. It's actually the floating earth spirit. This guy can actually turn into water. But that was not the main point. The main point was that this guy was very strong. His attack of the 2nd tier of the mountain sea realm had not only failed to injure him, but he had even been repelled. The main point was that Suyu had thought that he had not come and had wanted to look for him. Also, this guy might have discovered his identity. Suyu did not dare delay. Although the voice transmission amulet here was blocked, and it was difficult to transmit, if this guy shouted or exploded, it could easily attract experts. *T, this was an unexpected encounter. Suyu was not fully prepared. He had thought that this guy was just an ordinary genius, but it turned out that he was not. Moreover, the floating earth spirit was too decisive. It had fled without saying anything. Suyu swallowed a drop of blood essence. He was not afraid of the floating earth spirit if he relied on himself. However, he had to end this battle quickly. He had to use his full strength to quickly take him down. This time, he swallowed a drop of blood essence of the 6th tier of the mountain sea realm, from the Yunhu clan. The Yunhu clan was very fast. Even in the water, Suyu quickly erupted. Boom, a powerful aura covered the area in front of him, the floating earth spirit turned into water and slowed down. He was shocked. The strength of the sixth tier of the mountain sea realm. Without any hesitation, he shot a series of razor-sharp rays of golden light behind him. At the same time, he swiftly sent a telepathic message to Xianxia, "Brother Waterman, no, Brother Su, you can go your own way, and I'll go mine. There's no need for us to kill one another." Boom, mountain smashing strike. This was the innate skill of the mountain smashing strike clan. Suyu could not be bothered to say anything. He struck out, and the wave surged to the sky. The floating earth spirit quickly soared and ran out of the water. Bang, the seawater directly exploded. The floating earth spirit no longer hoped for luck. A genius had met a genius. If they did not fight, there was no point in saying anything. "I am not to be trifled with." Sor turned into a beam of golden light and shot towards Suyu. Suyu struck out with his palm, which contained powerful willpower. However, the Five Elements race was a civilization master, and the floating earth spirit was also powerful in terms of willpower. The golden light collided with the palm force. Rumble, Suyu Seavil shook violently. The floating earth spirit was the same. Soon, it turned into a huge mountain and smashed towards Suyu with a rumble. In the next moment, raging flames rose to the sky, burning the sea. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged dozens of blows. Suyu had devoured blood essence and was powerful, but his opponent was a civilization master, a five-element civilization master, and had many tricks up his sleeves. Air escape, water escape, metal kill, fire burn, Suyu snorted. This guy might have been hiding his strength in the past. With his strength, he was actually ranked at the back of the earth roll. Lingyan 7 could already defy the 4th or 5th tier of the mountain sea realm, and he could even fight Suyu, who was at the 6th tier. This guy didn't seem to be any weaker than Qin Feng of the human race. Suyu growled. "Five elements magic, don't I know it?" In the next moment, two beams of golden light intertwined in the air. The other party had already seen Suyu turn into water. No matter how much he turned into metal, it didn't matter. Shenwan was special. Rumble, both of them exploded with the power of the mountain sea. After all, Suyu's body was strong. With a loud boom, the floating earth spirit turned into an earthman, and yellow liquid flowed out of his mouth. That was an injury. The floating earth spirit was shocked and cursed loudly. F***ck, this guy is so strong. He felt that he was very strong. To be honest, if he really encountered the Madonna before his advancement, although he was no match for him, he didn't think that he would definitely die. But now, before he even fought with Madonna, he was already suppressed by Suyu. The floating earth spirit stopped fighting. Without another word, he turned into water again and fled. As he fled, he didn't forget to spit out the yellow liquid, which he instantly burned. At the same time, Suyu also did the same. Flames rose, the void was burned until Origin Chi exploded. Boom. A loud explosion sounded. When these two fought, they didn't forget to clean up their traces. Suyu didn't want to expose his identity, and the floating earth spirit obviously didn't want others to see through him, such as his five elements fusion. Guesses were just guesses. No one could prove anything. The floating earth spirit also sensed this and quickly sent a voice transmission. "You keep your identity a secret, and so do I. Stop fighting, I still have a big move. If we continue fighting, we'll be discovered or the people from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion catch up. It won't do us any good." "You really hit it well," Suyu said coldly. "Why don't we find a place with no one and have a fight to the death?" "Suyu, don't go too far. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" The floating earth spirit growled, turned around, and water appeared. Five elements purgatory. With a low shout, countless water surged towards Suyu from all directions. At the same time, water plants in the water attacked Suyu like long whips. Gradually, a cage was formed. It enveloped Suyu within. Fire was lit in the water in the cage. Suyu had a strange look in his eyes. Interesting, after killing the floating earth spirit, he might obtain something unexpected. This guy seemed to have five elements fusion. Five elements purgatory? Suyu observed carefully. Suddenly, he appeared and reached out. He grabbed the gradually shrinking cage with one hand. With a creak, the golden light was extinguished, the water plants were broken, and the water was dispersed, the floating earth. Spirit was shocked. Impossible. No matter how strong the 5 elements Xianxia of the human race was, it wouldn't be that easy to break through his 5 elements purgatory. This was the 5 elements of heaven and earth, the source of the 5 elements. Suyu's willpower wasn't as strong as his. Gold Slay. Buzz, in the water, countless golden lights shot toward Suyu. Suyu wielded his saber and slashed. Heaven-splitting saber exploded. At this moment, the power of the essence blood was still present. With this slash, the sea was split open, the floating earth spirit turned into water and tried to escape again. However, with a pft, it was enveloped by the saber light and cut into pieces. The next moment, countless water currents converged, forming a complete stream of water. You can't kill me. The floating earth spirit transmitted again. So you couldn't kill him, so you didn't say anything. Can't kill you? Do you think I'm stupid? The water was cut off, and the sea of wool was definitely injured. Do you really think you can match me? Fight. The two were locked in combat. At this moment, Suyu could already sense that someone was coming. A level 5 mountain sea realm powerhouse was rapidly approaching. The floating earth spirit also sensed it and shouted, "Do you want to expose yourself? Run separately." Run? Suyu's eyes were gloomy. Let's join forces and kill him. Don't think of running, you can't escape. The floating earth spirit cursed, damn it, I'm so unlucky. Why did I meet this guy? The next moment, the heaven-splitting saber chi covered heaven and earth. At the same time, the 5 elements purgatory appeared again. In the air, the level 5 mountain sea powerhouse who had just flown over was suddenly covered by a barrier. He roared and punched out, but he couldn't break the barrier. At this moment, Suyu's saber slashed down, mixed with the power of the god-expanding hammer. The strike caused the opponent to tremble. The saber slashed down, and the level 6 mountain sea heaven-splitting saber directly cut the opponent in half. Blood splattered across the sea, the mountain sea powerhouse's corpse instantly transformed into a huge snake. Even in death, he didn't understand. How did he die? He had actually sensed that there were 2 Ling Yun. They looked strong, but when the 2 of them fought, they restrained each other and didn't cause too much of a commotion. He wanted to take advantage of the situation. Who knew that he would die just like that? The floating earth spirit couldn't help but curse. He quickly fled. Suyu's saber slashed apart the 5 elements purgatory. As for the corpse, the 2 of them didn't even look at it. They just wanted to run. The floating earth spirit said as he ran, "Go collect the corpse, or both of us will expose our strength. Let's stop fighting and clean up the battlefield." That made sense. Although Suyu wanted to kill him, it really wasn't that easy. He quickly collected the corpse and burned the void. At the same time, a cloud descended. Both Suyu and the floating earth spirit gained something. The floating earth spirit cursed inwardly. You killed him, not me. Why did you give it to me? At this moment, on the heaven hunting list, the floating earth spirit, which had been ranked lower, suddenly rose in rank. Earth ranking, floating earth spirit, 5 elements race, Ling Yun 7. Battle record, assisted in killing level 5 mountain sea. The floating earth spirit didn't look at the list, but he still cursed. I don't want to go up, at least not now. Damn it. Normally, he only killed the weaker ones. He didn't even want to provoke the stronger ones. Now, he was instantly ranked 5th on the earth ranking. Currently, first place was the Heaven Abyss race's cursed soul, second was Lu Wenyan, third was Qin Feng, and fourth was Huang Ting. He was only below them. As for the dragon races Long Zhan and Long Wuyo, although they had killed Sun and Moon, they were still ranked below him. The floating earth spirit was already aware of the changes on the list. He quickly shouted, "Suyu, must you fight to the death? Soon, everyone will know that I'm fighting someone. I brought the heaven hunting list with me, so I'll soon be tracked down. Do you want to die with me? I'll lose the list." "I won't lose it." The floating earth spirit took out the list and quickly fled. He shouted, "Not only will I not lose it, I'll also use the list to contact others. Suyu, if you keep chasing me, I'll give up and wait to die with you." Suyu took human form and looked at him deeply. "You're very strong. Even if you can't beat level 7 mountain sea cultivators, you can still fight level 6 mountain sea cultivators. Even Qin Feng might not be able to defeat you. He can only fight level 4 or 5 mountain sea cultivators now. Qin Feng had also reached Lingyan 7, the floating earth spirit might even be stronger than Qin Feng, such a guy could be considered his home ground in the water, and it was very difficult to kill him. But, that didn't mean he couldn't be killed, Suyu snorted, and his young orifice opened halfway, saber chi surged, the floating earth spirit was shocked. In the next moment, he quickly said, "There's no enmity between us. Let's talk this through. Suyu, don't insist on fighting to the death. It's meaningless. My 5 elemental race and your human race aren't enemies," Suyu said indifferently, "be my captive. Lose the list, and I'll consider not killing you." *CKU, what genius would become a captive, that was putting their lives in the hands of others? Unless, there was really no other way out. The floating earth spirit scolded, "Don't go too far. I'll really inform the heaven hunting pavilion. Even if you can kill me, you can't do it in one move. Right now, countless people are looking for you. Suyu, do you think you can quickly escape after killing me?" As the two of them ran and chased, Suyu was incomparably fast. The floating earth spirit was also astonishingly fast in the water. Suyu had a strange look in his eyes. "How did you achieve 5 elements as one?" "5 invincible patriarchs left imprints in my body. Suyu, do you think you can kill me? I'm the hope of the 5 elements race. If you kill me, the invincible patriarchs will definitely act." "You overestimate yourself," Suyu said coldly. "If you die, you're no longer a hope. No genius is a genius when they die." "No problem," the floating earth spirit scolded inwardly. "Am I not dead yet?" The next moment, he suddenly took out something that shook the sea. It was a wooden spike. He held the spike and quickly aimed it at Suyu. "Suyu, you're courting death." This pressure was very strong, Suyu was shocked. With a low roar, he opened most of his young orifice and quickly devoured a drop of blood essence at the 7th level of the mountain and sea realm. In the blink of an eye, his body cracked. Suyu devoured another drop of blood essence, roared, and slashed with his saber. The saber light covered the entire sea as it slashed toward the floating earth spirit. This slash was too strong, Suyu opened half of his young orifice and devoured a drop of blood essence at the 7th level of the mountain and sea realm. Then, he unleashed the power of the 7th level of the mountain and sea realm. As he slashed with his saber, his body began to crack. There was no way Suyu could withstand such powerful physical strength. At the same time, the floating earth spirit's wooden spike shot toward Suyu. Boom, the rich wood spiritual chi instantly covered the saber light, and with a bang, the saber light exploded. The floating earth spirit's face fell, and he cursed inwardly, "Holy shit, this guy was too terrifying." 7th level of the mountain and sea realm. However, even a 7th level mountain and sea realm cultivator would be done for. He couldn't withstand a single attack from the wooden spike. A beam of light shot toward Suyu, even though his physical body had reached the 7th level of the mountain and sea realm. Suyu's eyes were wild as he quickly assessed the situation. Inside his heart, the tiny person woke up again. "Holy shit, who did I provoke this time?" But at this moment, Suyu was very calm. He had a way to deal with this, and not just one. The first was to fully open his young orifice and explode with power to devour the blood essence of the sun and moon. If he collided with the wooden spike head-on, there was a high chance that his physical body would collapse, but there was hope for him to survive. The second was, the 5 elements divine art. He could sense a dense life force from the wooden spike, as well as a familiar power. The power of the 5 elements. This wooden spike was similar to Jiao Xian's immortal talisman, and it might also have been created by an invincible hand. The 5 elements divine art might be able to resolve this. Suyu felt a familiar power. Should he destroy his physical body, or take a gamble? Of course, he would take a gamble. The 5 elements divine art came from the 5 elements race. The skilled were bold. Soon, he had the golden book in his mind. This wooden spike was a willpower attack. Even the peak sun and moon realm Yi Badian and Shenwen couldn't fight against the golden book, and this was no exception. The next moment, the 5 elements divine art activated. 180 divine orifices quickly formed a large net. a wave of the five elements' power quickly enveloped the wooden spike. Wang, the two willpowers collided. Suyu roared and directly enveloped that powerful force, dragging it into the sea of will. The moment it was dragged into the sea of will, all 180 divine orifices lit up. Wang, the sea of will trembled, but Suyu rapidly devoured and converted that powerful life force. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of life force emerged from his body. The injuries on his physical body recovered in the blink of an eye. With a loud rumble, his physical body stepped into level 28 under the intense tremor. At this moment, the floating earth spirit's expression changed drastically. What the hell, was it devoured by Suyu? Just as he was about to escape, Suyu quickly appeared in front of him. The floating earth spirit cursed, and without a second word, a small sword appeared in his hand again. If you insist on a life and death struggle, can you still withstand one attack? Use the wooden spike. Very soon, the wood spirit patriarch of the five elements race will sense it. You want the invincible realm to kill you? Suyu was slightly shocked. He looked at him and said deeply, your foundation is really deep. It's already not bad to have one descendant of the invincible realm, but you actually have more. With that said, Suyu suddenly spewed out all the power that he had just absorbed. In the sea, countless water plants grew wildly. This power was very strong. However, once the invincible realm came, it would quickly track down Suyu. Suyu quickly escaped at an extremely fast speed, disappearing on the spot in the blink of an eye. Very soon, he turned into a dead spirit, the deathly aura grinding the remaining life force in his body, colliding with each other and rapidly refining Suyu's physical body. This was the power of the invincible realm. Moreover, the life force and the dead spirit force happened to clash. Under the intense clash, his physical body was rapidly refined. Suyu's body trembled again, and with a boom, 29 casted was completed, and the two powers quickly reached the point where they could wear each other down. After dissolving the powerful power in his body, Suyu once again turned into a human. The deathly aura dissipated, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye, burning his aura along the way, completely disappearing near the sea. The floating earth spirit, in shock, wiped the non-existent sweat off his forehead. The waterman held the small sword tightly. This was a treasure given to him by the metal spirit patriarch for protection. He was not sure if it could deal with Suyu, too terrifying. Of course, it was something given by the invincible realm for protection. It could not kill the invincible realm, and it would be difficult to kill the sun-moon realm. However, under normal circumstances, those below the third tier of the sun-moon realm would be injured if not killed by the wooden spike, but Suyu did it. How did he do it? How did he devour the wood spirit force? Shocked, the floating earth spirit did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly threw away the ranking list and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Suyu was really savage. The floating earth spirit felt that if he encountered someone at the 7th or 8th tier of the mountain sea realm, he would be able to kill him, but now, he had lost a wooden spike, and he had not killed Suyu. As expected, geniuses were the most difficult to kill. None of the geniuses on the heaven list were easy to deal with. He fled for a long time. Suddenly, a voice rang out in his mind. Floating earth, do you still need help? The wood spirit patriarch, he did not know what method the other party had used to transcend the void and communicate with him. The floating earth spirit quickly said, no need. The opponent has run away. Patriarch, your wood spirit spike was used, but you did not kill him. It is difficult to kill the sun-moon realm. Be careful. The opponent has destroyed the wood spirit force, and there is no way to track him. Don't provoke the sun-moon realm. I saw the change in the ranking list when you killed the 5th tier of the mountain sea realm, but don't try to kill the sun-moon realm. If you use external force to kill them, it will be difficult for you to get on the ranking list. The floating earth spirit wanted to cry, go away. The patriarch probably thought that he was dealing with the sun-moon realm. Nonsense. It was Ling Yun. What sun-moon realm? Patriarch, it's not the sun-moon realm. A powerful fiend god at the peak of the mountain sea realm has some tricks. It's Ling Yun, the first on the heaven list. Suyu, the connection was severed. The wood spirit patriarch might not be able to maintain it for long, or he might have been shaken. In any case, the connection was severed. The floating earth spirit coughed up blood. The Sea of Will was in turmoil. The pressure it had to bear was great when communicating across realms. The Wood Spirit Patriarch might still be in the Five Elements realm, and it was not dead yet. The other party might not have come to the All Heavens battlefield. The Patriarch is probably stunned too. The Floating Earth Spirit complained. He had said that this thing could kill the Sun-Moon realm, but it had not even killed a single Ling Yun. It wondered if the Patriarch suspected Mu Xing. The Floating Earth Spirit did not dare to be careless, and continued to flee. How unlucky, he had gained nothing. He had lost a wooden spike, and the Five Elements race's Patriarch had given him one. Now that he had used up all five, he had no one to rely on. It was very difficult for an invincible to stand up for him, unless an invincible came to kill him, otherwise, geniuses usually had to seek their own blessings. This time, he had used one, and there were still 4 left. He had roamed the All Heavens battlefield and encountered many enemies. This was the first time he had used it, and the results were barely satisfactory. How unlucky! The Floating Earth Spirit was depressed, and it wanted to cry. Why did it have to encounter that guy? It had almost been killed, it was too dangerous, one of the 5 life-saving opportunities had been used. The Floating Earth Spirit coughed up blood. Suyu also frowned. How difficult to kill, damn it, none of these descendants of Invincible were good people. All of them had hidden great killing weapons. Of course, if these great killing weapons were given to him, there was no need to complain. He was actually not bad. The great killing weapon he had used to kill Sun and Moon was also Yubation's. It was given by Lu Wenyan, and it could also be considered an inheritance. Fortunately, that power actually helped me reforge my body twice. So you could only comfort himself that it was not for nothing. At the very least, that powerful life force had helped him complete 2 reforging of his body, which was not bad. Moreover, his young orifice was half opened, and the injuries caused by devouring the 7th-tier mountain sea cultivators were rapidly recovering. It was not bad. The Floating Earth Spirit knows that I'm here. Suyu frowned. How troublesome, looking at that guy's situation, he might have some life-saving methods that Invincible had given him. 5 Elements Divine Arts, Suyu's eyes flickered. The Floating Earth Spirit might have 4 more of these things. Not bad, I have my eyes on you. 1 could help me reforge my body twice, and 4 would be 8 reforging. Moreover, there was a large amount of power that he did not have time to absorb. Otherwise, there should be more. I can't devour 2 at once. I'll explode, but 1 is still possible. The 5 Elements Divine Arts seems to be very compatible with the power of the 5 Elements race. This was the first time Suyu had used the 5 Elements Divine Arts. It felt good. The Floating Earth Spirit can help me reforge my body 8 times at least. It would be best if it could give him 1 strike at a time. Suyu licked his lips. Floating Earth Spirit, I have my eyes on you. Since you have such a good thing, and it seems like you can't kill me, then I will go snatch it. Floating Earth Spirit. Suyu murmured. This guy had hidden himself quite well. He had to be careful not to let him sell his whereabouts. He had to stay as far away from this place as possible. Suyu felt somewhat regretful that he hadn't been able to kill the Floating Earth Spirit or catch him. There was nothing he could do about it. Life wasn't going according to plan, there would always be some regret. Helpless as he was, Suyu could only think of another way. At present, that guy was definitely very vigilant. He might not be able to catch him even if he tracked him. I'll go look for Tian Duo and the little golden dragon. Now that the Floating Earth Spirit was on guard, it would be very difficult to encounter such a good opportunity again. And that guy really had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. The little golden dragon and Tian Duo. I'm afraid the little golden dragon has quite a few tricks up his sleeves. Tian Duo might have fewer tricks up his sleeves. So you didn't dare to underestimate that dragon. It was said that an invincible dragon had appeared for it. Its grandfather was an invincible golden dragon, and also the great elder of the Golden Dragon clan. On the other hand, Tian Duo was a 17 or 18 generation descendant of a demon king. Although he was also an invincible descendant, their relationship was quite distant. Gods and devils lived for a long time, had many descendants, and had a long legacy. In Tian Duo's generation, unless one had a particularly powerful talent, one might not even see an invincible. This was the norm. But in any case, he was a descendant of an invincible, so his identity was still somewhat useful. My main target is still Tian Duo, so you thought that the little golden dragon might have a way to contact an invincible. The dragon realm was very close, so it was very dangerous to target the little golden dragon. After fighting with the floating earth spirit, Suyu became a bit more vigilant. Suyu, you're not that strong, you killing the sun and moon was just an accident. It was because of the right time and place, because of the 5th generation Shenwen. You're not the sun and moon, and you can't kill the next one. At most, you can wrestle with the 7th tier of the mountain and sea realm. Compared to the sun and moon, the 7th tier of the mountain and sea realm is just trash. Suyu, look at yourself clearly. At most, you're trash comparable to the mountains and seas. Don't think too much. There are many suns and moons here, so don't think you're very strong. Suyu secretly warned himself, stop being so arrogant. After killing a few mountains and seas and a few sun moons, he had become very arrogant. In fact, he didn't even think that the geniuses of the God and Devil clans counted for much. But the truth was that a trash earth sprite had almost killed him. There were many geniuses above the floating earth spirit. According to Suyu's thoughts, the floating earth spirit should be ranked higher than Huangting at the very least, right? Could Huangting kill someone in the 4th or 5th layer of the mountain sea realm? No way. Suyu, who was on guard, pondered for a moment, then quickly transformed into an iron-winged bird, the mountain-breaking ox. Suyu had thought that he was keeping a low profile, but in the end, he realized that he was wrong. The mountain-breaking ox's blood essence was so fragrant that it was probably not his idea to break the mountain-breaking ox alone. The floating earth spirit might have been attracted by the mountain-breaking ox. No wonder Suyu hadn't met the mountain-breaking bulls in the vast star sea. Even Heavenly Cloud Island didn't have any mountain-breaking bulls. They probably didn't dare to go out alone. Ironwing was trash enough, right? Ling Yunjing's Ironwing had some strength, but its blood essence wasn't worth much. Now, no one would have any designs on him, right? Suyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief, low profile. Now that his whereabouts were exposed, he didn't know if the floating earth spirit would spread the news. He had to be careful. 9-Star Island. It was much bigger than Heavenly Cloud Island. Here, the entrance of the 9 realms radiated. The entire island was also divided into many regions. Although it was called an island, it was really big. In the human realm, it couldn't even compare to a large mansion. There was more than one city on 9-Star Island. There were many cities. Among them, the 9 realms each had their own city. The 9 realms then joined forces and built a huge city in the center of the island that didn't involve their realm entrances. It was called 9-Star City. Apart from these cities built later, there was also an ancient city on 9-Star Island. Of course, not many people went to the ancient city. However, it wasn't that there weren't any. If they met an enemy that they couldn't defeat, many people would hide in the ancient city. There were many living beings on the entire island. Because the entrances of the 9 realms were all here, countless living beings from these small realms moved to 9-Star Island. 9-Star Island was close to the Starry Universe Mansion, so the vital energy there was much denser than in the 9 realms. Every 10 years, 9-Star Island would reach a peak, and it would be very lively. Geniuses from all walks of life would gather. This place was different from the Sea of Desire Plain. The geniuses there were mainly Soarling Yun, and they were rare even in the mountain and sea seas. On 9-Star Island, other than the rare invincible ones, the sun and moon were common. In recent days, there were even more battles, and the residents of 9-Star Island had seen enough of the excitement. This trip to the Starry Universe Mansion would probably be very exciting. This was just the warm-up. There were still many geniuses in the Wan, but some of them didn't come to the All Heavens battlefield. Not coming to the All Heavens battlefield didn't mean that they were weak. In some small realms, some geniuses had already started to fight in the realms. In some ancient clans, some geniuses who were cultivating in seclusion also started to come out. The Starry Universe Mansion was about to open, and now, just the exploration alone had already reached as many as 9 levels. With Soar as the foundation and Ling Yun as the main, the mountain and sea seas were also not rare. The more powerful the genius, the higher the level they entered, and the more dangerous it was. The older, the stronger, and the more dangerous it was to enter. This was one of the greatest fortuitous opportunities in the All-Heavens battlefield. There were people who obtained great fortuitous opportunities here, and their divine orifices became one in a day, and they set foot on the sun and moon. There were people who picked up heavenly weapons here, and controlled them to cut down the sun and moon to obtain fortuitous opportunities. There were also people who instantly changed Xianxia 9 times, using ancient treasures as the foundation. In short, as the Starry Universe Mansion was about to open, the experts of the various races gathered near 9-Star Island. Originally, everyone might come at the end of the year, but this year they came a little earlier. This had something to do with Suyu. No, it had something to do with Moto Na. That guy was the first to inform those geniuses on the heaven list. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many geniuses gathering on 9-Star Island in an instant. On the All-Heavens battlefield, the law of convergence of geniuses would cause some geniuses who originally didn't want to come to involuntarily have some thoughts. If they go, then I have to go too. Along the way, Suyu also saw many fights. As expected, as he transformed into the Ironwing race, there were fewer people looking for trouble with him. It wasn't worth it to look for trouble with the weak. Killing the weak races wouldn't benefit much. It was unknown whether this was the tragedy or fortune of the weak races. At least, many geniuses disdained to kill the elites of these weak races. Landing on the island, chaos broke out continuously, and the fights were endless. Suyu tried to avoid them as much as possible. After landing on the island, there were more sun and moon tiers here. Just from what he knew, there were at least 20 sun-moon tier elites of the various races gathered here. There were even some in the late stage of the sun-moon tier, such as Qin Hao and the elite riding the giant eagle he saw last time. Most of these people gathered in 9-Star City. As for the other cities, they were partially affected by the region power of the various realms, which made these sun and moon tiers feel a little uncomfortable. Moreover, it was actually not safe to be at the doorstep of others. These 9 small realms all had a 9th-tier sun-moon tier overseeing them, and some had more than one. Once they attacked at the region passageway, they could perhaps display battle prowess close to invincible. Thus, unless it was absolutely necessary, the other sun-moon tiers didn't want to go there to avoid causing trouble. The entire 9-Star Island wasn't completely chaotic. 9-Star City was under the management of the Thousand Territories Alliance. The 9 realms were actually also considered members of the Thousand Territories Alliance. In the city, it could barely be more peaceful. Under normal circumstances, they would give the Thousand Territories Alliance some face. In any case, there were hundreds and thousands of races united. Although they might not be united, in the face of strong races, the Thousand Territories Alliance could generally unite. If they didn't unite, the small realms would be invaded. In the 4 war zones of the north, south, east, and west, the small realms within the territories of the 4 great races were almost all conquered. This was also one of the reasons why the Thousand Territories Alliance rose so quickly. Now, the Thousand Territories Alliance lacked only a group of elites that possessed a certain level of invincible battle prowess within their own realms. Suyu had learned all this before. Thus, although he hadn't been to 9-Star Island before, he wasn't unfamiliar with it. At this moment, Suyu wasn't traveling alone. He spent 100 drops of origin chi liquefied water and followed a team. This was a team that specialized in such transactions. Receiving people into the city, entering 9-Star City or any other city was fine. They charged a certain fee. Their main job was to ensure the safety of some people on the way to the island. Their main members were experts from some weaker races, or even some experts from the 9 realms of 9-Star Island. They were responsible for helping people deal with any troubles they might encounter along the way. For example, Suyu's team was made up of a 6th-tier Mountain Sea Realm expert, 2 1st-tier Mountain Sea Realm experts, and 10 Lingyun experts. 13 experts were responsible for receiving people at the entrance of the island. This team, including Suyu, and not counting the escorts, had a total of 30 people. Each person had 100 drops of origin chi liquefied water, so 3,000 drops. If they were fast enough, they could reach 9-Star City in one day. In fact, they earned quite a lot. 3,000 drops of origin chi liquefied water was close to 10,000 human merit points, divided among 13 people. Of course, they still had to pay some to the Thousand Territories Alliance. On average, each person would earn nearly 500 merit points. It was still quite profitable, making a trip every 3 days, Suyu calculated. He could earn thousands of merit points in a month, more than he could earn as Galao in the human realm. Of course, it was also very dangerous. In this place, danger was everywhere. Moreover, this was a chance to earn money once every 10 years. Usually, there weren't that many people entering the island. Most of the people in the team were from some weaker races. Some were Soar, some were Ling Yun, and some were not from the Mountain Sea realm. As long as a Mountain Sea realm cultivator didn't cause trouble, nothing would happen to him. If something did happen, the guards couldn't do anything about it. So you even saw a Xianxia realm cultivator. To tell the truth, other than in the army, it was rare to see a Xianxia realm cultivator roaming outside. Especially in the Star Sea, it was one thing for him to roam around in other places, but for a Xianxia to come to the Star Sea. Seriously, Suyu even suspected that he was in disguise. It wasn't just Suyu. Even the 6th-tier Mountain Sea realm cultivator, an expert from the Heavenly Eagle tribe, looked at the Xianxia realm cultivator suspiciously as he led the team on their way. And in the team, the Xianxia realm cultivator still had a tail behind him. Feeling somewhat helpless at being stared at, he said, "Seniors, don't look at me. I really didn't hide my strength. Even if I did have strength, I would hide as Soar or Ling Yun. Who would hide as a Xianxia realm cultivator in the Star Sea? That's even more conspicuous than the Mountain Sea realm. I'm from the Luoyu tribe, a cultivator from the Pyrolite Mountain realm. A few days ago, experts fought and entered the Pyrolite Mountain realm. We cultivators guarding the realm passage were afraid of being dragged in, so we had to escape to save our lives." The Heavenly Eagle tribe leader was surprised. Pyrolite Mountain realm? Who fought into the Pyrolite Mountain realm? The passage to the Pyrolite Mountain realm wasn't here, but it wasn't too far away. It was also guarded by a Sun and Moon realm. What about the Sun and Moon realm guards? The Luoyu tribe youth shook his head. I don't know. They're very strong. Our experts guarding the passage also ran away. However, one of them should be a human, and the other might be a demon expert. They're both late-stage Sun and Moon realm experts. Because our Sun and Moon realm guards were late-stage, they ran away in fear. Hearing this, the others in the team became interested. Someone interrupted, the Pyrolite Mountain realm isn't weak. Although the Luoyu tribe isn't invincible. There are a few small tribes in the Pyrolite Mountain realm. There are also a few Sun and Moon realm experts in the 9th layer. Who is so daring to fight into the Pyrolite Mountain realm? Human. Could it be that Lord Qin Hao of the Great Qin residence killed his way into the Pyrolite Mountain realm? Demon. Could it be an expert of the Origin demon race who dared to fight Qin Hao? Or an expert of the Blood Fire demon race? Is the fight over? Did anyone die? These people discussed animatedly, and Suyu was also somewhat surprised. He knew about the Luoyu tribe in the Pyrolite Mountain realm. He had checked before. It seemed that he had been killed by this tribe. They had a cow's tail and chicken's wings. They were a neutral tribe and rarely left the Pyrolite Mountain realm. Had someone killed their way in and forced them to flee? How tragic. Speaking of which, he hadn't used the Luoyu essence blood before. He didn't know what the Luoyu tribe's essence blood could do. However, this tribe wasn't strong and probably didn't have any special skills. However, the Luoyu tribe's flesh could detoxify and was a good thing. Since these people were talking about this, Suyu naturally said, I heard that the Origin demon race and the dragon race are fighting. For that dragon blood ancient tree, the demon race, is provoking enemies everywhere. As expected, the demon race is domineering. The leading Shanghai scolded, don't talk nonsense. The demon race is strong. If a passing demon race hears it, they won't mind. Be careful of encountering the experts of the Blood Fire demon race. That's a madman. You're saying bad things about the demon race? Do you want to die? Suyu smiled and said, please forgive me, Lord. I don't mean anything else. I just admire the strength of the demon race. Lord, many geniuses of the demon race came this time, right? I'm not interested in the others, but on the demon race's side, Lord Madonna is extremely strong. He has always been number 1 on the heaven list. Lord, have you seen Lord Madonna in 9-Star City? At the mention of Madonna, everyone fell silent and looked at the Shanghai Heavenly Eagle. Hearing this, the heavenly eagle also had a fearful expression. He said softly, I was lucky enough to see him once. He's very, very strong. Although I'm at the 6th level of the Mountain Sea realm, in front of Lord Madonna, I don't even have the desire to fight. I only feel that he's extremely strong. So you secretly ridiculed. Was it that exaggerated? He had seen Madonna before. Of course, he was quite far away. It couldn't be that exaggerated, so you wasn't interested in Madonna. What he was really interested in was Tian Duo. However, Tian Duo wasn't very famous, so he had to guide him. So you waited for that guy to speak for a while before sighing. The geniuses of the origin demon race are so strong. I wonder if we'll see any geniuses after entering the city this time, especially the geniuses of the origin demon race. Apart from Lord Madonna, I wonder how strong the other geniuses of the origin demon race are. The origin demon race is strong, so of course there are many geniuses. Apart from Lord Madonna, the most active one right now is probably Lord Tian Duo. Someone in the team said. So you secretly applauded. Good job, good teamwork, so you also added, Lord Tian Duo. I know about this too. Lord Tian Duo has also entered the Earth ranking, but his ranking is a little low. I took a look, before he could finish, someone interrupted, that was before. It's not low now. A few days ago, Lord Tian Duo entered 12th place on the Earth ranking. That's already very impressive, 12th place on the Earth ranking? So you looked surprised. I haven't had a chance to look at the heaven hunting list for a while. Lord Tian Duo has already entered 12th place. Of course. A few days ago, Lord Tian Duo killed a 2nd-level Mountain Sea realm powerhouse. Coupled with the deaths of many people on the Earth ranking, Lord Tian Duo has risen very quickly. Indeed, many had died, the 72nd place on the Earth ranking. So you had killed quite a few people. Jiao Xian was 1, and Mintian was 1, and Daochun was on the heaven ranking. However, his ranking had fallen recently, so you didn't notice. Speaking of which, Suyu was actually quite familiar with the top rankers on the Earth ranking. Of course, he hadn't seen Cursed Soul in 1st place. Tian Duo had already entered 12th place. His rise was indeed very fast. It seemed that guy had been very active recently. Lord Tian Duo is also in 9-star city? Yes, but he goes out every few days. He lives in the demon race's embassy. You won't see him even if you go there, Suyu nodded. Staying in the demon race's embassy, I understand. Going out every few days, I also understand. This information came easily, but its accuracy couldn't be guaranteed. Suyu said enviously, Lord Yun, are there many Sun-Moon race powerhouses in 9-star city? Do you think there are any Sun-Moon race powerhouses who accept disciples? The elite of the Heavenly Eagle race was speechless. Don't think about it. There are at least 8,000 people who think the same as you. Who has the time to pay attention to a small races? Sun-Moon tier, of course there are many Sun-Moon tier elites. My race also has a Heavenly Eagle elite at the 3rd level of the Sun-Moon tier in the city. I have no way to see him. A giant eagle at the 3rd level of the Sun-Moon tier, Suyu's heart moved. He recalled the giant eagle he encountered when he first entered the Star Sea. It almost ate him, and it was carrying an extremely powerful elite. Suyu hurriedly said, a great elite at the 3rd level of the Sun-Moon tier? Lord, your race has a Sun-Moon tier elite guarding 9-star city. This is too fortunate. Xianxia of the Heavenly Eagle race shook his head. Don't think too much. Of course our race has a Sun-Moon tier elite, but that one. Forget it, we can't form a relationship. Just like your Iron Wing race, there are also elites serving the God race. Can you form a relationship with the God race elite? I can't, Suyu was gloomy. He understood, and said, Lord, you mean? Senior Heavenly Eagle is following an elite? They're all at the 3rd level of the Sun-Moon tier. Which lord is worthy of the Heavenly Eagle race's senior following? Xianxia of the Heavenly Eagle race side. Of course there is. The 3rd level of the Sun-Moon tier is heaven to us. But for the elites at the peak, it's nothing. The senior of my race is following an elite who has left his name on the Dao verification roll. Lord Gushan of the Ancient Giant race. Ancient giant race. Suyu's heart moved again. He knew of this race. It was an ancient race. The ancient giant race was extremely powerful. Suyu knew people from the giant race. Back then, Hong Tan had captured 3 Shanhai. One of them was from the giant race, Zhu Shan of the mountain giant race. The other 2 were Shuiyu of the bloodthirsty race, and One-Eyed of the demon eye race. Zhu Shan was only a member of the mountain giant race. Compared to the ancient giant race, there was a huge gap. Even so, the mountain giant race's individual ranking was not low, and they were powerful. According to the entire giant race, the giant race was also extremely powerful. They were not inferior to the 5 elements race. Now, Suyu finally knew the background of that person from last time. The ancient giant race's elite, Gu Shan, an almighty at the 9th level of the Sun-Moon tier, the Dao verification roll was probably the All Heaven's Treasure Tower's ranking. Suyu asked curiously again, "My lord, this Dao verification roll, how many elites are there?" "Last time I went to the All Heaven's Treasure Tower to ask, but they didn't sell it to me, saying I didn't have the qualifications to buy it." Suyu looked depressed. Shanhai of the Heavenly Eagle race laughed. "Of course. Unless you step into the Mountain Sea realm or are a genius on the heaven hunting roll, otherwise, this roll will not be made public. After all, it involves a group of almighties who are about to prove their Dao. If it spreads too far, no matter whose ranking is high or low, it may cause dissatisfaction. Because of this matter, the All Heaven's Treasure Tower has been attacked several times by several Sun-Moon almighties. Sun-Moon almighties who were about to prove their Dao. It was fine if they didn't care about you, but if they really cared about you and you still gave them a ranking, consider yourself lucky that they didn't hack you to death." The All Heaven's Treasure Tower had a strong background, otherwise it would have been demolished long ago. Suyu was quite interested and whispered, "My lord, this roll, do we have a chance to buy one?" Yin smiled and nodded slightly. "Yes, but don't ask me. I don't dare to sell this thing. If you go to 9-Star City, you can buy it from the Heaven Hunting Pavilion. If the All Heaven's Treasure Tower doesn't sell it, they will sell it. If they sell it, they will say it was done by the All Heaven's Treasure Tower and it has nothing to do with them." The Heaven Hunting Pavilion guys are deliberately slapping their faces. Suyu was surprised and a little speechless. The Heaven Hunting Pavilion was actually selling the All Heaven's Treasure Tower's roll. He was just thinking when Yin said again, "This is very normal. The All Heaven's Treasure Tower is still selling their Heaven Hunting roll. Branch rolls are hard to come by, but everyone also hopes to get news as soon as possible, such as which genius is on the roll, which genius has fallen. The Heaven Hunting Pavilion's branch roll, ordinary people can't get it, it's harder to get it than the Dao Proving roll. The All Heaven's Treasure Tower also sells their roll, of course, there's no special use." Suyu nodded again, "I've learned something new. They're undermining each other, got it. I'll go buy 2 rolls later." Recently, he didn't dare to carry the Heaven Hunting roll's branch roll, so he wasn't too clear about the specific situation, it was all some hearsay. Looking at the latest battle results of the geniuses was also good, to make a basic judgment of their strength. As for the Dao Proving roll, he also wanted to take a look, mainly to see if Xiao Longwu was ranked first, the most promising Sun-Moon 9th layer in the Myriad worlds. Also, look at old Zhu, to boost his confidence. Old Zhu might not be on the roll, a lowly Sun-Moon 9th layer. There should be a lot of Sun-Moon 9th layers in one, not to mention others, in the 36 prefectures of the human race. Almost all the prefecture lords were at the Sun-Moon 9th layer. There were also old people like Qingmo of the Great Tang Prefecture. There were many Sun-Moon 9th layers in the human race. Suyu conservatively estimated that there were no less than 50 of them, that was the least. There were dozens of prefecture lords in the 36 prefectures. There were also some commanders of elite armies, such as prefecture lords like Zhou Polong, and some seriously injured old people, and in one, the races that didn't have an invincible realm master would more or less have a Sun-Moon 9th layer. Not counting the large races, just the small races alone should have hundreds of Sun-Moon 9th layer, right, adding on the various large races. Suyu felt that it was normal for there to be more than 1,000 Sun-Moon 9th layer experts. Of course, most of them stayed in their own realms. For example, in the 9 realms of 9-Star Island, there were more than 10 Sun-Moon 9th layer experts, but none of them would come out. Within the realms, they were nearly invincible, able to fight invincible existences. If they came out, they would be invincible and could easily kill them. With so many Sun Moon ninth layer experts, Suyu felt that Xiao Longwu might not be the first. There might be stronger ones. At least, Xiao Longwu didn't seem to have killed any Sun Moon ninth layer experts, but he did kill some Sun Moon 8th layer experts. Usually, it was fine if he didn't count, but now that he did, Suyu felt helpless. There were too many One experts, too many experts. There were too many Sun Moon 9th layer experts, there might not be a One race. In any case, Suyu didn't count. There were thousands of races, big and small, and the weaker ones usually had a few Sun Moon 9th layer experts. The large races had hundreds or thousands. If he really counted, there were at least tens of thousands of Sun Moon 9th layer experts in Wan. There were also hundreds of invincible realm experts. There might even be more: gods, demons, immortals, humans, dragons. These strong races had more than 300 invincible realm experts. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was so lowly. Just this, what was there for him to be arrogant about? There were too many Sun Moon 9th layer experts to count. The Mountain Sea realm experts he killed could be an overlord in a small realm, but in the mortal realm, he was just a Galau. What did he count for? No one understood Suyu's thoughts. If they knew, they would probably scold him to death. What was he pretending for? The Heaven One had been passed down for so many years, and there were countless living beings in the Wan realm. Those who could cultivate to the Mountain Sea tier were really 1 in 100 million. Those who could cultivate to the Sun Moon tier were even rarer. They were all accumulated over time. He, a 19-year-old human, was actually using these invincible Sun Moon 9th layer experts to calculate his own strength. As they walked and chatted, their speed wasn't slow. On the way, they encountered a few battles, and Ling Yun led them away. Even if it was only Ling Yun who was fighting, he also took a detour. There was no need to get involved, there was also no need to show off. There were too many elites in Ling Yunjing. Ling Yun was first and second on the heaven ranking, and there was also a large group on the earth ranking. Killing mountain seas was like playing around. Not every Ling Yun was inferior to a mountain sea. To survive in the heaven battlefield, the first rule was to be tactful. If you didn't, no matter how strong you were, there would be people who could suppress you. So you also observed along the way, memorizing the route, and making preparations for escape. If the scam was activated, he might have to run quickly afterward. It was better to investigate the situation first, lest he ran the wrong way and delivered himself to the enemy's doorstep. Impersonator, tentatively Tian Duo. In fact, the floating earth spirit was better, but Suyu didn't catch him. This was very troublesome. Now, Suyu didn't even want to catch him. He wanted to kill him to keep his identity a secret. Just as Suyu was thinking, a battle broke out in the distance. Everyone looked over. Ing Yin glanced over and quickly said, "Hurry up and leave. It's Shirzun of the Stone Golem race. The one fighting him isn't weak either. I'm afraid he's also a genius on the heaven hunting list. AI, even Mountain Sea can't do anything against these geniuses." Very helpless words, Shirzun. Suyu's eyes flickered. He recognized this stone golem. Back when Absolute Thunder had chased him, this stone golem had seen Absolute Thunder and beaten him to the point where Absolute Thunder had no choice but to take a detour. Absolute Thunder was Ling Yun level 9, but Shirzun Ling Yun 7 could suppress Absolute Thunder, and Absolute Thunder had killed Mountain Sea. One could imagine that Shirzun was also an extremely powerful genius. In the air, the stone golem was incomparably violent. He allowed his opponent to attack him. With each punch, the sound of air exploding filled the world. One punch after another, as if there was no end to it. A moment later, the expert who was fighting him quickly fled. As for Shirzun, he quickly followed, though his speed was a bit slower. Ing Yin waited until they were gone, then breathed a sigh of relief. There are too many geniuses here. Shirzun is ranked 13th on the Earth roll, one rank lower than Tian Duo. I've observed his opponent, and he should be ranked 15th on the Earth roll, Fu Shan. He's a branch of the giant tribe, not a primordial giant, but a dragon force giant. Rumor has it that he's a descendant of the giant tribe and the dragon tribe. The crowd gasped in amazement. So you didn't care too much about this. Instead, he cared about some gossip. It was said that Shirzun had a bad relationship with the floating earth spirit. Whenever he saw the floating earth spirit, Shirzun would pick a fight. Suyu was surprised. Was the floating earth spirit no match for this guy, or was he just pretending to be weak? Shirzun was strong, but when he punched out just now, Suyu felt that in terms of physical strength, Shirzun was actually weaker than him. Furthermore, he had exploded with the power of the 6th level of the Mountain Sea realm, but still hadn't been able to kill the floating earth spirit. As for the 7th level of the Mountain Sea realm, he would have to deal with the wooden spikes later. Shirzun, thoughts flashed through Suyu's mind. He and the floating earth spirit were sworn enemies. Was this all an act or was it real? If it was real, perhaps this Shirzun could restrain that guy. One was a clay person, and the other was a stone person. The attributes of these two were somewhat similar. As he thought about this, a huge city appeared in the distance. He had arrived at 9-Star City. It was very big. Suyu didn't care about the size. The Tribulation character in Shinwen pulsed slightly. From the looks of it, there were many people in the city who were a threat to him. And just as he was thinking about this, there was a loud explosion in the sky above the city. A huge white dragon and a fiery demon god collided. Long He, are you buying it or not? If not, scram. The ancient fiend celestial snorted coldly and punched out. As for the white dragon, it swept out with its tail. Pressure shook the heavens. Long He said angrily, Dao, don't go too far. You bought the ancient dragon blood tree for 10 drops of Sun Moon Mystic Yellow liquid. We'll buy it for 10 times the price, and you still won't agree. Humph. 500 drops, not a drop less. Damn it. The two experts' pressure covered the heaven and earth. At this moment, another giant source shouted, the two of you, fighting in 9-Star City is a bit too much. Both of you are experts of powerful races. Do you want to make a fool of yourself in front of the juniors? On Suyu's side, Ingyin of the Heavenly Eagle race didn't dare to speak. He transmitted his voice, the demon race and the dragon race are fighting because of the ancient dragon blood tree. This expert who came later is the city lord of 9-Star City. In fact, he is a member of the Thousand Territories Alliance's Elder Union. He is very powerful and is also a late-stage Sun Moon expert. The beings of the smaller races were all trembling in fear. As soon as he arrived, he saw 3 late-stage Sun Moon cultivators. He was both excited and apprehensive. Didn't they come to the All Heavens battlefield and 9-Star Island to see the experts? Today, they had seen enough. Geniuses on the list, Sun Moon experts, divine demons, dragon immortals. They were excited and nervous, but Suyu didn't care too much. Late-stage Sun Moon experts. I've seen many. These 3 don't seem to be as strong as Ming He from back then. They are also not as strong as Mo He from the Origin Demon race. Similarly, they are not as strong as the primordial giant that Suyu saw before. Suyu watched for a while and felt that they wouldn't fight. Sure enough, under the persuasion of the 9-Star City Lord, the demon and the dragon quickly descended and disappeared. Suyu took a deep breath. Exciting, I like it. I saw the confrontation of the sun and the moon as soon as I arrived. This place is more exciting than the ancient city. Suyu had been to Bright Light City, and the difference between 9-Star City and Bright Light City was huge. For example, at the city gate. Once they reached the city gate, they had to pay a fee to enter. 10 drops of primordial chi liquid. The guard at the gate glanced at these people and directly charged them. Moreover, it was the side door. As for the main gate, seeing Suyu and the others look over, the guard directly said, the strong are respected. The top 100 races enter for free through the main gate. Don't say that the Thousand Territories Alliance looks down on others. The Thousand Territories Alliance isn't even one of the top 100 races. Even their own people have to go through the side door. It was that simple. The hierarchy was strict. Without money, how could they maintain the operation of the city? This city was built by the Thousand Territories Alliance. The guard quickly said, when you reach the Mountain Sea realm, regardless of race, you can also go through the main gate. This is mainly for your safety. The guard said calmly. Don't look at me like that. The experts of many powerful races have bad tempers. It's fine when they reach the Mountain Sea realm, but if they don't, they will feel uncomfortable walking with the fire porcupines. Accept your fate. In the Wan Heavens, if you weren't strong enough, your race wasn't strong, and your background wasn't strong, then accept your fate. It was that simple. Even if the others were a little uncomfortable, they accepted their fate and paid the fee. And so you also paid the fee. The entrance fee. What else could he say? Even the people of the Thousand Territories Alliance had to pay and go through the side door. There was nothing he could say. Who asked him to be a trash iron-winged bird? Fortunately, he was slightly stronger than the fire dolphin race. This race was the real trash. After mocking himself for a while, Suyu entered the city and saw a powerful figure appear on a tall building in the center of the city. His voice reverberated in all directions. From now on, no living beings are allowed to set foot on the 9 floors of the 810 doors west of the Starry Mansion. With just this sentence, Suyu was still a little confused. What was going on? Suddenly, a god appeared and said that no one was allowed to set foot on the doors. What did he mean? Was it related to the Starry Mansion? He was a little confused. He wasn't the only one. Some of the living beings beside him who had entered the sect with him were also confused. Ying Yun, who was leading the team, was about to leave. He sighed, shook his head, and sent a telepathic message. Next year's trip to the Starry Universe Mansion will be less of a chance for us. Seeing that they were still at a loss, he said again, the Starry Mansion is very special. The number of people who can enter is limited. They are divided into 4 sides, and each side has 9 levels. There are 810 doors, and 1 living being can enter each door. In addition, there is a special passage in the Starry Mansion that can allow 360 living beings to enter. A total of 3,600 living beings can enter if they join forces. Now, the Protoss have directly occupied the 810 portals in the west and are not letting anyone else enter. It seems that they have completed the cleanup and blockade. Suyu was surprised. Was there such a thing? True, there was indeed a limit to the number of people who could enter. As far as he knew, the Ming Constabulary only had 10 slots, and the Dexia province had 20 slots. The Dexia province was one of the top 3 great constabularies of the human race, and it only had 20 slots. The Ming Constabulary wasn't weak, but it only had 10 slots. The human race only had a few 100 spots. On average, there were only 360 spots for every 10 prefectures. Did that mean that they didn't get as much as the god race? The Protoss had directly occupied 810 of them. Of course, they did not exclude the possibility of giving some slots to the smaller races. After all, there were smaller races that depended on them. Just as the Protoss finished speaking, someone in the void said lightly, the Protoss are really fast. They have sealed the west door so quickly. With that person said lazily, since the Protoss have said so, I will also say one more thing. The 810 portals in the south belong to the demon race. No living being can step in. The 810 portals in the north belong to the celestial race. The 810 portals in the east belong to the human race. The first 3 were fine. Once this was said, an expert in the void shouted coldly, since when did the human race want all the portals in the east? The 810 portals in the east belong to the human race, 300 to the dragon race, 300 to the dragon race, and the rest will be divided equally among the top 100 races. Suyu was actually still a little confused, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a little annoyed. Why couldn't the human race be divided into 810 portals? The immortals and demons each occupied one side. Only the human race's side was blocked the moment they opened their mouths. Suyu felt angry, but the next moment, he felt a little depressed. The human race admitted defeat. The next moment, the person who had spoken earlier said with a smile, forget it, then the 400 portals in the east belong to the human race. The rest will be divided among everyone. The expert who had retorted earlier said coldly again, can the human race get 400? The human expert who had spoken laughed again. I represent the War God Temple, not the Seeker Realm. These 400 portals belong to the War God Temple. The Seeker Realm can fight for it yourselves. If you don't accept it, the Great Qin Monarch and the others will come looking for you. Also, don't tell me that I represent invincibility. I'm not invincible. It's just a general division now. When the day comes when the portals really open, it will depend on everyone's ability. In the void, the experts conversed. The others in the city watched the show. It was happening again, every 10 years, it had to be staged. As for Suyu, he did not care about this. What he cared about was the situation on the human race's side. If the war god temple alone occupied the spots, what about the seeker realm? The human race was still arguing about dividing the all heavens battlefield. Suyu was speechless. Forget it, he could not be bothered about this. But he felt like he was being laughed at. The war god temple and the seeker realm were the two sacred lands of the human race. The immortals, gods, and demons could all be united, but the human race had to divide them. And from the looks of it, no one said anything was wrong. Clearly, this was not the first time. The infighting has reached the all heavens battlefield, Suyu cursed inwardly. Disgraceful. In fact, he still had some expectations. It was just a smokescreen. In reality, the two sacred lands were just confusing their opponents. But after thinking about it, forget it. Screw you, it might really be a big fight. Before the Starry Mansion opened, the human race's momentum had weakened a little. Not only that, but the moment they entered the city, under the watchful eyes of everyone in the city, the human race was not united. In any case, Suyu was speechless. He did not know what Wudi was thinking. He only knew that there was a problem on the human race's side, a very serious problem. It was so serious that even though the human race was also the overlord of the East and had many invincible beasts, they did not have as many slots as the other powerful races. Not only that, no one dared to refute the words of the gods and demons. The human race's words were like bargaining. How embarrassing. No matter how much Suyu hated some people in the human race, when he came to the all heavens battlefield and saw the existence of one and the desolation of the small races, he was still a little proud of the human race's strength. Look, the human race is very strong, invincible, overlord of the East, but now, he suddenly felt like he had been beaten back to his original state. He was thinking too much. The human race was not as strong as the other races. The gods and demons all suppressed them, and the dragon race dared to challenge them. They usually clamored about the human race, but in reality, the gods and demons were first class, the human race and the dragon race were second class, and the top 100 were third class. Those who were inferior to the top 100 weren't even third class. The human race was just a second-class race. There was still a sense of disparity. Suyu felt a little depressed and disappointed. In the human realm, he had actually been very excited when he heard people talk about it. For example, the gods and demons were killed in Xianxia province, the Great Qin prefecture killed the celestial fairies, and the various mansions suppressed the Wan, but when he came here, he realized that it wasn't so awesome. The gods and demons and the other large races just didn't want to fall out with the human race now, lest they suffered too much loss. In reality, they still felt superior to the human race. They were just waiting for an opportunity, but the human race was fighting for survival. For example, if these races wanted to kill Suyu, no one would stand up for him. Everyone wanted to kill him, so the human race had nothing to say. But if the human race's invincible beasts wanted to kill Moto Na, the demon race would definitely erupt. If they died in the battle of geniuses, would the invincible beasts try to kill him? This was the demon race's dominance. The celestial and celestial races were similar. Even the dragon race was more respected than the human race in the one because the dragon race was also protective, but the human race was the only one who couldn't. At this moment, Suyu was a little depressed and empty. He heard the human powerhouse speak on behalf of the war god temple and was refuted by the strong races, but they didn't dare to fight back. He was still very disappointed. Of course, he knew that the human race was not as strong as them. Not only that, but there was also some internal strife. They deserved to be bullied, Suyu cursed in his heart, they deserved to be humiliated in the Wan. Not only that, but there was also an invincible spy. They deserved to be humiliated in the Wan, just as Suyu was thinking about this. In the city, one floor of a tall building was booked. Zhu Guang drank his tea and said with a smile, "Who was that from the War God Temple?" Aning quickly said, "Jean Shirley from the War God Temple." "The one from the Great Gold Mansion?" "Yes." Zhu Guang nodded slightly and sighed. Then, he said with a smile, "This guy is really soft-tempered." Fortunately, it wasn't Xiao Long Wu and Qin Zhen. Otherwise, there would have been a fight just now. The Heavenly Law Army General said lightly, "It's not that he's soft. He's not as strong as those two. Also, the attitude of the Seeker realm has been unclear recently. This time, they didn't even send anyone, me. Zhu Guang said with a smile, I'm one of the 9 family heads of the Seeker realm. Why didn't I send anyone? The few of them were stunned. Zhu Guang smiled and ignored them. At this moment, when the noise had died down, he said in a loud voice, the human civilization master will be given 200 slots. The Seeker realm wants them. Don't refuse. Don't talk about me. I don't care. Go and argue with the king of Great Zhou. After saying that, he didn't care anymore. It has nothing to do with me, and Ning looked at him in surprise. Your Highness, if the Seeker realm wants you to fight for a slot, why didn't the others come, just saying. Zhu Guang said indifferently, even if the king of Great Zhou hears this, so what? If the Seeker realm doesn't want a slot, do you think the War God Temple will give it? I said 200. Does the king of Great Zhou think it's too much? Moreover, it's hard to say if he can get that many. I'm just saying. What's there to be afraid of? He smiled foolishly. I'm just saying, even if I lose, I won't lose, as for the king of Great Zhou and the others knowing, so be it. I'm one of the 9 family heads. The other Seeker realm people didn't come, but I came. If I make my stance clear and ask for 200 slots, who would say no? Aren't you afraid of being despised by the civilization masters? At this moment, Su Yu also heard this voice. He was surprised, this voice was a little familiar. He had seen Zhu Guang before. At this moment, he suddenly thought of who it was. He was surprised and suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Ming constabulary sent someone. Zhu Tiandao's eldest son came. He represented the Seeker realm and asked for 200 slots. Even though the total sum of the Dongshu clan's resources couldn't match up to those of the other clans, it was still a total of 600 Dongshu clans. Even if they could obtain the Dongshu clan's resources, they would still be able to earn some face for themselves. It was just that they couldn't bring themselves to say that the entire Dongshu clan belonged to the human tribe and that no one else could refute them. He did not have enough confidence. The person from the War God Temple who spoke previously did say that but ended up being slapped in the face. This made Su Yu feel helpless. Embarrassing, the other minor clansmen besides Su Yu did not care about this and started discussing. They've taken it all again. Sigh, it's too difficult for the minor clans. It seems like we can only fight for the remaining doors and special passageways. They've already decided on it this year. They're not giving us any hope at all. Isn't it like this every time? It's fine. At that time, the various races will force the human race to give up some slots. It'll be good if the human race can get 300 to 400 slots even if they can't get 600. Don't forget, there's still the dragon race, ancient race, and the other top 100 races. It's still difficult. One by one, they were discussing. At this time, Su Yu heard someone say, I heard that if you take the ancient city token and enter through the special passageway, your chances are very high. I wonder if there are any ancient city tokens for sale and what's the price? There are, but the price is too expensive. At this time, it's even harder to get a token. Ancient city token, Su Yu had a strange look in his eyes. I have it, not only do I have it, but I have a lot of it. Of course, there was nothing good about it. The best was the ancient city token that allowed one to enter the 16th ring. It wasn't anything good. Teacher Lu seemed to have gotten a few better ones and ran away. He killed a large number of sun and moon dead souls and took away some better ancient city tokens. So you did not ask about this. The ancient city token could allow one to enter the special passageway. Could it be that the function of the ancient city token was to allow one to enter the special passageway? Su Yu was not clear about this. He would know after asking around. It seemed like there were many people who knew about it. This was normal. After all, the 9-star city was a place that came once every 10 years. 10 years to many people was just the blink of an eye. Some experts might have been here for the past 10 years and hadn't left until now. Zhu Guangshan is here, so you did not care about that anymore. Instead, he thought of this person. Wasn't this person at the Seeker realm? Why did he come here this time? Was it because of the Xingyu matter, or was it related to him? Could it be that he wanted to save him? It was useless. the human race did not have enough invincible experts to intimidate everyone. What was the use of relying on the Ming constabulary? Could it be that the Ming king wanted to help? It was useless too, there was only one invincible expert. What could that represent? Suyu sighed in his heart. He would remember the favor of the Ming constabulary. If Zhu Guangshan was not here for him, then forget it. If he was, then he should leave as soon as possible. There was no need to drag the Ming constabulary into this. If he really wanted to ask for help, Suyu would have left with An Ying and the others. He did not leave because he did not want to implicate others. Suyu was very realistic. However, deep in his heart, he still had a sense of loyalty. You treat me well, I treat you well, you treat me badly, I treat you even worse. It won't affect my plan. He did not care about this anymore. He wanted to buy 2 lists first and then look for an opportunity to capture Tian Duo. He had to carry out his plan. As for the rest, whether the human race was weak or not, whether the crisis was big or not, whether there was internal strife or not, did it have anything to do with him? Until now, on the human side, other than the Ming constabulary, no one seemed to have stood up for him. Oh, there was also a person from the Dixia province. Prefect Xing was here. Great Ming, Great Xia. Currently, he did not know what the Great Qin constabulary was doing. As for the other great constabularies and invincible experts, in any case, Suyu did not feel any special treatment from them. They did not have any intention of protecting him. He did not need them. If I have the ability, I will return the favor tenfold to whoever helps me today. As for the others, what does that have to do with me? Suyu did not think about others anymore. Even if the human race was really destroyed, he could find a small world and escape with his father and teacher. The 10,000 worlds were so big, he could just find a small world to hide in. With some stubbornness, Suyu no longer cared about it. In any case, the current human race, Suyu's attitude towards them was not much different from that of Wan. He was no longer that hot-blooded youth. He was disappointed again and again, especially when Zhu Tiandao told him that the human race did not lack a lot of Shenwen department civilization masters. Suyu knew that you may think you are very important, but in reality, you are not even worth a fart. Walking into the Sky Hunter Pavilion, Suyu was also very straightforward, directly saying, 1 Dao verification list. 100 drops of primordial qi liquid. Damn it, scam, the Sky Hunter Pavilion is a scam. Sooner or later, I will snatch all that you scammed me. Without any nonsense, Suyu did not take all the primordial qi liquid. He also took some source corpses and some randomly gathered materials, making up for 100 drops of primordial qi liquid. I am poor. Very soon, Suyu received a list, the kind that was crudely made, Dao verification list. The name was awesome, but the materials used were too trashy, not worthy of this list. On the title page, there was a simple introduction of the situation. There were too many experts in the All Heaven Wan, and it only represented one faction's opinion. The experts on the list might not be complete. Some of them lived in small worlds, and the ranking was only for reference. Through some simple battle records, as well as the information that they might have entered the Sky Hunter ranking in the past, it gave a simple possibility of Dao verification. The higher the ranking, the higher the probability of successfully proving one's Dao, and the stronger one was. First, Heavenly Curse, Heavenly Abyss race. Second, Long River, Fated race. Third, Empty, Space Ancient Beast race. Fourth, September, Iron Eater race. Fifth, Xiao Long Wu, Human race. Suyu was very surprised. It was very simple information without much introduction, just a name and a race. Xiao Long Wu was ranked 5th, the first few were not gods or demons like Suyu had imagined, but a few ancient races, and there was even an Iron Eater race. Suyu was not surprised that Xiao Long Wu was not ranked first. But the first few were all about to prove their Dao. Also, the Heavenly Abyss race actually had experts who were about to prove their Dao, and they were ranked first. Did this mean that they were quasi-invincible? He continued to read, and the list came to 100th place. He saw another familiar name, Zhou Polong, Human race, 97th place. Then, the last one was also familiar, Qin Jin, Human race, 100th place. There were a total of 100 names, and there were only 3 humans. The highest was Xiao Long Wu, ranked 5th. The other two were extremely far behind. As for the other 97, there were not many immortals or demons, but there were many experts from small races, and some ancient race experts. Suyu fell into deep thought. After a while, he understood and sighed. He understood a little. This all-heaven treasure tower was very likely created by the gods and demons themselves. Whoever of their race was about to prove their Tao might not have been recorded. The few humans listed were also well known to be about to prove their Tao. As for Zhu Tiandao, sure enough, he comforted himself that old Zhu was not on the list. Maybe he would be able to see old Zhu when he reached the 1000th place. There was no prestige. Xiao Longwu was ranked 5th, and even Suyu felt that it was high. It might be intentional. He wanted to kill Xiao Longwu. Also, the heavenly curse of the heavenly abyss race being ranked first might not be a good thing. Besides, Gu Shan, who rode the giant eagle previously, was really on the list, but his ranking was very low. He was Qin Zhen's neighbor, 99th place. In that case, Gu Shan's Sun Moon Triple Heavenly Eagle was considered poor. The second generation of Dixia province's mount already had Sun Moon Triple Heavenly Eagle strength, and it was of the dragon race. This Gu Shan did not have much prestige. This thing was just there to watch the show. At the All-Heaven Treasure Tower, Suyu spent all the miscellaneous items on him, and gave out some miscellaneous items to buy the latest heaven hunting list. As expected, there were some changes to the list again. The top 3 of the heaven ranking did not change, but Daoqing had fallen. The Nether race's Nether Moon had reached 4th place, Mysterious Wuji was 5th, and Daoqing had fallen to 6th place. It seemed that if he did not have any more achievements in the near future, he might fall again. And the Floating Earth Spirit had entered the 5th place. What was surprising was that the first place on the Huang list was actually Wu Qi. That was not all. So you actually saw another name that was frighteningly low-key. Huang list 359th place, Lu Hong. Dumbfounded, Lu Hong, someone with the same name, or was it really Lu Hong from Dixia province? Stop messing around, this guy could be on the list. This was the All-Heaven One list. Even though Suyu was an earth weapon master, he barely made it into the 360th place. What did Lu Hong do to deserve to be on the heaven hunting list? Achievements: killed Lingyan Quintuple Heavenly Eagle. Don't mess around. Lu Hong was only Lingyan Quintuple Heavenly Eagle, and he killed someone 3 levels above him. Lu Hong's age was actually not considered old. He was just 30, or was it 29, Suyu had forgotten. At this age, killing someone 3 levels above him was indeed promising to enter the list, but if he was a little older, it would be impossible. Lu Hong, Suyu took a look, Dixia province. The same name in Dixia province? It couldn't be. That was very likely to be the Lu Hong in his imagination. Damn, when I left, that guy was swindling people. How did he get on the list now? I didn't see it last time. It meant that he was on the list recently. That guy also came to the All-Heaven battlefield? Could it be, his scam was discovered and he was being hunted down? Suyu seriously suspected, because Lu Hong was not the kind of person who took risks. That guy, Suyu saw that he was overly cautious. He didn't know where he got the courage to go and cheat the descendant of the invincible realm. In addition, there was another genius on the list. Xian list 3rd place, Shan Xiong, Lingyan Quintuple Heavenly Eagle. Achievements: killed Lingyan 7. Shan Xiong was on the list before, but it was on the Huang list. This meant that Shan Xiong also came recently and even killed his way to the 3rd place on the Xian list. This guy wasn't that old. Achievements didn't mean anything. Achievements could be faked or hidden. Giving him the 3rd place on the Xian list meant that this guy was also very powerful and had crossed many levels. One by one, they all came. Suyu smiled. There were quite a lot of humans on the list. 630 spots. On the human side, there were a total of more than 20, close to 30 geniuses on the list, which was actually not low. However, compared to the gods and demons, it was still a little less. Alright, it would be interesting if they all came. Next step, catch them. Suyu made a decision in his heart. He didn't care about them and went to investigate Tian Duo's whereabouts first. Find Tian Duo, catch him, and then, start to bring people to explore, to kill. No need to explore, find a place with people. I will deliberately break the space. It is normal for a few to escape, it is not normal to bring people to explore. He corrected the plan again and again. So you started to walk towards the city. He activated the sensory jade. He was familiar with Tian Duo, so he could use the sensory jade to find him. This was the function that Hu Qi modified. Different people had different light spots. Perhaps he could directly find Tian Duo, who was currently living in the Demon Embassy. In the Demon Embassy, Tian Duo had just returned. In the past few days, he had been fighting with people, such as Huang Ting. In the end, that guy provoked the blood-fire demon race and was now being chased by them. He also went to find Qin Feng, but he was not as good as Qin Feng, and his arm was pierced by a spear. Fortunately, he ran fast, or else he might have died in Qin Feng's hands. Qin Feng, who had entered the Lingyan 7, was much stronger than before. After his Yuan Qi transformed again, this guy was even more powerful than before. He fought with Shizun and thought that he could win, but in the end, they were evenly matched. He fought with many geniuses and even met a person on the heaven list. A guy ranked 12th on the heaven list was punched until his bones were broken. Mo Duo just happened to pass by, and his opponent ran away, otherwise, he would have been killed, and all of this forged his reputation, and he killed his way to the 12th place on the Earth list. The Lingyan 7 realm, of course, compared to Mo Duo Na, who was at the same realm, he could not compare. However, he was now the genius with the highest ranking on the Earth list in the origin demon race. Did the ancestor not take him seriously? Was it not enough? He laughed self-deprecatingly. Perhaps, it was not enough. The family he came from was a large family. The ancestor had succeeded in proving his Tao for more than 5,000 years, and there were many descendants. By his generation, the family had long since become a super-large family. He was the strongest in this generation, but the generations above him all had mountain sea existences. Above them, there were also the sun and moon. No matter how talented he was now only Ling Yun, and he could only fight some low-level mountain sea existences. To the ancestor, there were more than 1 or 2 geniuses like him who had left the family over the years, unless they were on the heaven list. I will continue to become stronger, Tian Duo said to himself. They had come to the All Heavens battlefield with the determination to die, with the will to press forward with indomitable will. He would always be strong to the point that even the ancestor would take him seriously. And he would also be strong to the point that Moto would no longer be able to ignore him. Next target. The floating earth spirit. Tian Duo snorted coldly. That guy had actually come here, and he had even killed a 5th-tier mountain and sea. That was surprising, and he had instantly killed his way to 5th on the Earth list. He had fought Huang Ting, who was 4th on the Earth list. Their strength was similar, but Huang Ting was only at the 6th tier of Ling Yun. He had also fought Qin Feng, who was 3rd, and he was a bit stronger. As for the 5th floating earth spirit, he wanted to test the waters. Moto said that he had fused the 5 elements. Is it true? Tian Duo flipped through the information on the floating earth spirit again and again. He talked to the Hunting Heaven Pavilion and bought the information. Battles between geniuses were not about killing indiscriminately. Instead, they were about investigating each other's information and determining who was strong and who was weak before fighting. Floating earth spirit. Tian Duo murmured to himself. It's you. It's hard to track this guy's whereabouts, but it doesn't matter. I'll find you. So you wandered around 9-Star City for several days. He inquired about all sorts of information, including who the sun and moon of the various races were, how strong they were, where they lived. He also wanted to know if anyone had obtained anything good recently and how they sold it. As for Tian Duo, his whereabouts were not considered secretive. So you found out, there had been rumors recently that he wanted to challenge the floating earth spirit to a fight. He was the one who had spread the rumor, and it sounded like he wanted the floating earth spirit to take the initiative to seek him out. Suyu's heart stirred slightly. Floating earth spirit race. Floating earth spirit, I can also disguise myself. Maybe I can disguise myself as the floating earth spirit and appear in the sea region, deceiving Tian Duo. As for the real floating earth spirit, that guy was extremely sinister. It would be strange if he appeared when Tian Duo looked for him. What he was afraid of was that the floating earth spirit knew about it and guessed that he was the one in disguise. That would be troublesome. It's best if I can deceive the floating earth spirit too. But if this guy calls a few sun and moon to surround and kill me, then I'll be in trouble. Suyu sighed. Very troublesome, because he did not get rid of the floating earth spirit, he was in a lot of trouble now. Even if the floating earth spirit did not dare to appear, he could pretend to be him and capture Tian Duo. Tian Duo obtained the treasure and started to auction it. Would the floating earth spirit think too much? Damn it, it might think of that, that would be fatal. After capturing Tian Duo, maybe I can discuss with the floating earth spirit. Suyu's eyes flickered. I'll see. I'll capture Tian Duo first. Very soon, Suyu left the city. After choosing for a few days, he was in a sea region where there were not many people. He used the appearance of the floating earth spirit and fought with a demon beast in the sea region for a while before quickly disappearing on the spot. Not long after, news of the floating earth spirit's whereabouts reached Tian Duo's ears. A moment later, Tian Duo left the city. He went to look for the floating earth spirit. At the same time, Nine-Star City, in the only ancient city. The floating earth spirit was cursing and recovering its vitality. In the past few days, it was discovered by that stone golem and fought a few times. It was very troublesome, so it had no choice but to hide in the ancient city. The ancient city was still the safest, of course, it would only be safe if that bastard Suyu didn't come. Forget it, my luck hasn't been good recently. Suyu, that bastard seems to be looking for me too. I'll hide first and find an ancient house to stay for a few more days. There might be some benefits. A genius like me can only get some benefits in an ancient house. Outside, I'll leave him hanging for 10 days to half a month first. And at the same time, Shirzun also received the news that the floating earth spirit appeared in the sea region. Shirzun's mind was a little numb. In the sea region, it ran so fast. I chased all the way to the ancient city and thought that this guy hid in the ancient city. It actually ran to the sea region. Since that's the case, then I'll go find you. Do you think that the sea region can stop me? Floating earth spirit, you underestimate me too much. I'm a stone golem that isn't afraid of water. He turned and chased towards the sea region. The floating earth spirit must have used a smokescreen to deceive him. No wonder there was no sound these 2 days. It turned out that it ran to the sea region. Damn soil lump. At this moment, the floating earth spirit still didn't know that the stone golem chasing him had already run away. The relaxed floating earth spirit found an ancient house and recuperated while waiting for a fortuitous opportunity to appear. As for Suyu, he had already laid out an inescapable net at this moment. He was just waiting for Tian Duo to take the bait and officially start his deception plan. Sea region. Stars dotted the sky, and waves crashed. Tian Duo walked in the air, his eyes like torches, and on his forehead, the flame symbol was obvious. Origin Demon Clan, his fiery red hair draped over his shoulders, making him look exceptionally handsome. However, he lacked a bit of sunshine and had a bit more indifference. In the sea, some people saw him and quickly retreated. A genius of the Origin Demon Clan, an invincible descendant. Suyu felt that invincible descendants were worthless, even less after 3 generations. In fact, invincible descendants were golden signboards, and ordinary people did not dare to provoke them, even the Sun Moon clan. Small clans did not even have invincible descendants, so how could they dare to provoke them? Has anyone seen the floating earth spirit? Tian Duo asked. The Skyhunter Pavilion said that the floating earth spirit had lost its ranking and could not be found, so he could only look for it himself. Soon, a creature in the air said carefully, I think I saw it once in the northwest, but I'm not sure if it's the floating earth spirit. The floating earth spirit is of the earth spirit clan, but I saw him swimming very fast in the water. Tian Duo smiled, then there was no mistake, it was him. As expected, this guy might really have the 5 elements as one. No wonder his earth spirit clan dared to come to the water region. If the floating earth spirit could not move in the water region, it would be strange if he came to the water region. Now, it was not strange at all, and it could explain why this guy would appear in the water region. No wonder he could not find him, and did not even know where he killed the 5th-tier mountain sea realm. Many thanks. Not at all. The creature that replied heaved a sigh of relief, somewhat happy. To be able to talk to the Origin Demon Clan was enough to brag for a while. As for Tian Duo, he quickly flew toward the northwest. In the northwest, on a small floating island. Suyu turned into a clay man, hid his aura, and waited silently. He did not choose to release his aura openly, because he believed that Tian Duo would be able to find him. If he could not find him, Tian Duo would be an idiot. He had already exposed his tracks, and if he could not find him, this guy did not deserve to be on the ranking. Tian Duo. Tian Duo fought the floating earth spirit, and both sides were injured. The floating earth spirit retreated, and Tian Duo just happened to break open an ancient space, and took away the corpse of an ancient quasi-invincible being. Suyu silently calculated in his heart. It was a good plan. As for whether it would work or not, that would depend on luck. Also, did Tian Duo bring any Dao protectors? That shouldn't be the case. These fellows were all very arrogant and unafraid of death. Unless they were truly at the end of their rope, they wouldn't even ask for help. Forget it, I'll take a look first. Suyu continued to hide. At this moment, demonic energy rose in the surroundings. Tian Duo stepped through the air and looked around. The first thing he saw was the floating island. He frowned slightly and said coldly, "Floating earth spirit, come out and fight." "I found you." Silence. Tian Duo snorted coldly and punched through the air. Rumble, with a loud bang, the floating island shook and waves swept over. On the floating island, Suyu entered the bottom of the island. As a floating earth spirit, he would not take the initiative to fight. A floating earth spirit that took the initiative to fight was not a good floating earth spirit. Tian Duo frowned. "I really found you. Did you think I was testing you?" His eyes flickered, and a beam of demonic light shot toward the bottom of the floating island. "Floating earth spirit, do you think you can hide from me?" Boom, rubble exploded on the floating island. At this moment, Suyu entered the water and quickly transmitted his voice. "Tian Duo, what are you doing? We'll mind our own business. Don't look for trouble." With that, he turned into a stream of water and fled. Tian Duo's eyes lit up. Water escape. Floating earth spirit, you've really fused the 5 elements. No wonder you could kill a 5th-tier mountain sea realm cultivator. He was pleasantly surprised. Meanwhile, Suyu shouted coldly, "You knew that, yet you still dared to provoke me? Tian Duo, don't seek death." Tian Duo said excitedly, "I was looking for you." Killing a 5th-tier mountain sea realm cultivator was, of course, an assisted kill. Tian Duo's strength was slightly weaker than Qin Feng's. Qin Feng could probably deal with a 5th-tier mountain sea realm cultivator, while Huang Ting would have a hard time. The gap between Tian Duo and Huang Ting was not big. Although he was not confident in killing a 5th-tier mountain sea realm cultivator, the floating earth spirit did not kill it alone. Otherwise, it would not be ranked 5th on the earth list. In Tian Duo's view, the floating earth spirit with 5 elements fused should be as strong as him. It was the opponent he needed the most. This was the kind of opponent he dreamed of. "Don't even think of running," Tian Duo shouted. Suddenly, a flame rose from his forehead and shot out. With a rumble, the seawater in front of Suyu was evaporated. "You think I'm afraid of you?" Suyu shouted. Rays of golden light pierced through the air from the water, boundlessly sharp. "Kill." Tian Duo was not shocked. Instead, he was delighted. It really was him. The earth spirit with 5 elements fused. How interesting. He did not use a weapon. He stepped into the air and punched out. Bang, the golden light and the fist collided. The golden light was dispersed, and the fist was bleeding. Tian Duo did not care. Overjoyed, he quickly charged toward Suyu. This was how it should be. "Tian Duo, you just have to make life difficult for me." Tian Duo could not be bothered. "Nonsense. I came to find you to make life difficult for you. We're both geniuses. Don't you know why I came to find you? Kill if you can. Fight if you can't. It's that simple." Explosions rang out. The more Tian Duo fought, the more delighted he became, and the more shocked he became. So strong, the floating earth spirit with 5 elements fused was stronger than he had imagined. Water arrows, earth defense, metal slaying, fire burning, above the sea, 2 geniuses, one in the water and one in the air, fought fiercely. In all directions, some experts who heard the commotion did not dare to approach. Many people watched the battle from afar. In the distance, someone exclaimed, "Floating earth spirit. 5 elements fused into one. Is the 5 elements race preparing to unify again? No wonder he can rank 5th on the earth list. He's really strong. Tianduo is not bad either. Tianduo is not bad, but he is from the origin demon race. He is naturally strong. The earth spirit is not as strong as the origin demon race. Therefore, the floating earth spirit is ranked 5th, while Tianduo can only reach 12th. At this moment, an angry shout came from afar. 5 elements purgatory. In the next moment, countless water plants grew in the water, turning into long whips that wrapped around Tianduo and dragged him into the water. Then, the other 4 races attacked. Earth walls, wooden whips, sea of fire. Instantly, they formed a huge cage. As for Tianduo, he punched again and again, causing the 5 elements purgatory to tremble. So you dragged Tianduo deeper into the sea. The onlookers sighed again. He's playing to his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. I don't think Tianduo can win in a fierce battle in the water. He might even lose. This 5 elements purgatory is a trap technique, and it looks very powerful. Tianduo is trapped. They watched the battle from afar, not approaching. In a battle between geniuses, approaching would be looking for trouble. Perhaps the geniuses would give up on fighting each other and join forces to kill them. The people here were all Lingyun and Mountain Sea tier cultivators. Soar had long since fled, and there were no Sun Moon tier cultivators nearby. Even Mountain Sea elites were not confident that they could defeat these 2 geniuses if they joined forces. This was also the reason why Suyu chose to fight here. Suyu used the 5 elements purgatory and dragged Tianduo into the water. He continued to dive, however, Tianduo did not panic. As a top-tier elite, such a small matter could not stump him. In truth, Suyu's 5 elements purgatory was not as powerful as imagined. It was inferior to the floating earth spirit. More importantly, his willpower was not as strong as the floating earth spirit. The floating earth spirit was a pure civilization master, and its willpower was stronger than Suyu's. When Suyu used it, it could not be considered the real deal. Even so, Suyu did not use his physical body and was evenly matched with Tianduo. This also proved that if the floating earth spirit went all out, Tianduo would not be his match. Floating earth spirit, do you think you can defeat me with this? Tianduo sneered. Demon descent. Tianduo roared, racial skill. In the air, it was as if an ancient demon god had descended, instantly merging into his body. In the next instant, demonic chi surged, and Tianduo's physical body was instantly strengthened by 30%. Hung long, a punch, the innermost whip of the 5 elements purgatory broke. Suyu was shocked. Demon descent was this strong? It instantly increased the other's strength by at least 20%. F*CK, I don't know, I can do it too. If I had known, I would have used it too. Also, the god race had a divine transformation talent. He did not use it. Suyu had used the immortal race's innate skill, but he hadn't used the demon race's and god race's innate skills. On one hand, Suyu wasn't used to using their innate skills, and on the other hand, he felt that at his level, these innate skills weren't very useful. But at this moment, seeing that Tianduo was much stronger, Suyu's heart moved. This seemed to be a very special talent skill. It seemed to be summoning an ancient demon god. Of course, it was definitely not a real ancient demon god. Maybe it was an imprint left by an ancient demon god in the heavens that was summoned into their bodies. At this moment, Tianduo, who was using demon descent, was very strong. He punched again and broke the 2nd level of the 5 elements purgatory. He looked coldly at Suyu. Is this all you can do? It was not enough. When I break the 5 elements purgatory, it will be time to take your life. Boom. Like an ancient demon god, Tianduo did not use any weapons. He just punched and bombarded the 5 elements purgatory. At this moment, Suyu was constantly dragging him down, constantly releasing the power of the 5 elements to strengthen this temporarily built 5 elements purgatory. Strictly speaking, if he only had the power of a civilization master, Suyu would not be this guy's match. He would break the 5 elements purgatory sooner or later. Of course, it was hard to say. Suyu still had many tricks up his sleeves. The god expanding hammer was useless. Shenwen's battle techniques were useless. He could only use the 5 elements God technique and Shenwen to deal with this guy. At this moment, Suyu's physique was 29 caste. Just the power of his apertures alone had exceeded 28,000 apertures. Not including the addition of Shenwen, the half-opened yang aperture, the eruption of blood essence, or anything else, pure physical strength, coupled with the 144 apertures that were about to change, Suyu's physical strength had reached 30,000 apertures. Tian Duo in the state of demon advent was also very powerful. His physical strength had roughly exceeded 30,000 apertures. Every punch caused Suyu's sea of will to tremble. But this was not enough. Is this your strongest state? What other tricks do you have? Suyu saw demon advent and some of the devil race's devil's origin demon technique. Was that all? Was there anything else? He knew all of these. Since he was going to disguise as Tian Duo, he had to learn some of his battle techniques, including his fighting style. This was the reason why Suyu kept dragging him. Otherwise, if they met and went all out, Suyu was confident that he could cut him down with one slash. Suyu continued to drag him, constantly shooting out water arrows and bursting with golden sword gleams, charging into the 5 elements purgatory to kill Tian Duo. Tian Duo seemed to be endless, only one punch, shattering everything. Suyu cursed inwardly. How direct. Was it that simple? Didn't this guy have any other tricks? Alright, it was normal for some people to like to specialize in a certain path. Alright, if that was all, there was no need for him to learn at all. It was all very simple. He knew all of them, Suyu dragged him tens of thousands of meters into the sea. He suddenly said, Tian Duo, do you have to go against me? I can summon the 5 elements old ancestor. I still have the divine talisman he gave me. Do you have to force me to kill you? Tian Duo's expression changed slightly. In the next moment, he said coldly, floating earth spirit, can you only rely on these external forces? Shameless, Suyu snorted. You chased me. Tian Duo, leave now and I won't argue with you. Otherwise, unless you summon your old ancestor or have a way to resist the 5 elements divine talisman. I don't want to kill, so don't force me. Do you have such things? If not, then it would be easy. If so, then he would test it. These geniuses always brought along killing weapons. He had to be careful. Tian Duo's face was cold as he continued to punch. Floating earth spirit, win me first. Summon invincibility? Doesn't invincibility need time? Use the 5 elements divine talisman. Are you stupid enough to say it yourself? Do you think I'll give you a chance? His chi and blood surged. With a roar, he quickly broke through the remaining 5 elements purgatory. As long as he killed the floating earth spirit, the 5 elements old ancestor would not dare to cause trouble for the original demon race for a dead genius. Do you really think you can scare me? Kill me first, Rumble. He punched at Suyu, who had turned into a waterman. As for Suyu, he judged it and cursed inwardly. If you don't have it, then so be it. How dare you be so arrogant? Come to think of it, I haven't tried Emolin either. How about? I give it a try too. I have to take this guy down so he can't use the talisman. In the air, Suyu silently held a drop of blood essence in his mouth. 6th level Mountain Sea Realm. His yang acupoint was also half open. The acupoint that Emolin wanted to use also slowly opened. Suyu was worried that he would kill his opponent with one punch. 6th level Mountain Sea Realm blood essence, half-opened yang acupoint, strength Shenwen, and Emolin, he wouldn't kill this guy, right? That would be troublesome. Tian Duo, let me ask you something. Tian Duo frowned and punched again. Boring, trying to disturb me. Really? Let me ask you, can a 7th level Mountain Sea Realm kill you with one punch? Tian Duo snorted. You can try. Even Heaven Roll's 12th Ao Yun couldn't kill me with one punch. So you understood, amazing, I remember now. This guy was hit by Heaven Roll's 12th rank, but only his muscles and bones were broken. He didn't die and quickly recovered. In that case, I can't kill him with one punch, his defense is very strong. Heaven Roll's 12th rank Ao Yun, although he hasn't reached the 7th level Mountain Sea Realm, he has the battle prowess of that level, which is not much different from Suyu's current state. In that case, I can't kill him with one punch, of course, it doesn't matter if his body explodes. It's best if he's seriously injured. Thinking of this, Suyu gave a low roar. Blood essence entered his abdomen, his young orifice opened halfway, and he used the strength character, the vibration technique, and the demon advent. In an instant, a shadow fell into his body from the air. Suyu's strength instantly increased by a notch. As for Tian Duo, his expression changed. What? The ancient demonic shadow, the demon advent, how could this be? In the next instant, an incomparably powerful aura erupted. At the same time, above his head, a huge hammer with an incomparably powerful vibration force smashed down. Boom, the hammer and the fist descended at the same time. As the hammer descended, Tian Duo had no time to defend against it. His qi and blood erupted to the extreme, and his demonic qi boiled to the extreme. With a furious roar, he defended against that punch, an incomparably powerful punch. Boom, as the punch descended, so did the hammer. Tian Duo's Xiaowu trembled, and he instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. His demonic qi dissipated, and he roared in despair. Boom, Suyu's fist landed, and with a bang, his chest was directly punched through by Suyu. The power of the vibration exploded, and all the bones in his body broke. In the blink of an eye, Tian Duo was completely limp like meat paste. As if he had no bones, his bones were all broken by Suyu's incomparably powerful vibration force. As for Suyu, he was greatly alarmed. Don't die. Tian Duo's eyes dimmed. He looked at him, somewhat stupefied. What happened to me? This is not the floating earth spirit. As he was thinking, Suyu suddenly hammered him again. Just faint. Little furball, get to work. Hurry up and seal off his Sea of Will. Don't let him send any news out. In the next instant, a furball appeared and squeezed into his heavily injured Sea of Will. As soon as the furball entered, it saw a drop of blood floating in the Sea of Will. It quickly swallowed it, and then quickly transmitted its voice to Suyu. He still has a drop of blood essence in the Sea of Will. He wants to burn his blood essence to find his parents. Despicable, the furball was very disdainful. He actually hid his blood essence to find his parents. Shameless. As for Tian Duo, at this moment, he was almost unconscious. He looked at Suyu with dim eyes, and large mouthfuls of blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. Su. You. He looked at Suyu. At this moment, he finally thought of something. This was not the floating earth spirit. This was Suyu. That hammer was obvious. It was just that he did not have time to think about it previously. At this moment, his mind was muddled. As for Suyu, he thought about it and quickly said, how about this? Don't be afraid, don't die. I'll break your body. It's too big to hide. I'll seal off the Sea of Will for you. You'll still be alive. If I'm in a good mood, I won't kill you. Don't be afraid, don't resist. Tian Duo did not have time to think. With a boom, his body was completely broken. In the next moment, a small light ball appeared. That was his Sea of Will, and at this moment, there was a small ball in the light ball. That was little Furball. As for Suyu, his eyes flickered. Furball, swallow it into your stomach. Don't digest it, don't eat it. Then, you can enter my Sea of Will. This way, even if Invincible could detect their location, he and Tian Duo would be one. He quickly collected Tian Duo's broken body and blood, and quickly burned his aura. Not only that, at this moment, Suyu kept erupting with demonic energy and the power of the 5 elements. Overturning rivers and seas, it made people feel that there were 2 experts fighting here. As for little Furball, it quickly swallowed Tian Duo's Sea of Will. Although it wanted to eat it, it did not. It also knew that Xianxia was preparing to trick more delicious food. It would not eat this guy now. After it tricked more delicious food, it would eat this guy's Sea of Will. Demonic energy and the power of the 5 elements continued to erupt, stirring up waves in the depths of the sea. The waves were getting bigger and bigger, so you quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Then, he transformed himself, gradually turning into Tian Duo's appearance. Not only that, he was also extracting Tian Duo's blood essence. He also wanted to pry into Tian Duo's memories. He had to go deeper into disguise. Of course, there were flaws, and he had to be careful of touching the Invincible in his memories. Otherwise, it would be easy to be discovered. Suyu quickly transformed. Soon, his demonic energy was monstrous. devil inception art activated, on his forehead, a flame symbol appeared. This was very difficult to disguise. It had to be naturally formed with the opening of the glabella aperture. His aura was restrained, and his willpower was completely restrained. As for his physical body, Tian Duo was Lingyan 7. Suyu's aura was not at the 7th tier, but his physical body surpassed Tian Duo's. Suyu considered for a moment, then quickly pretended to be weak. He was injured in the battle with the floating earth spirit, and his aura was unstable. I can't be seen by Invincible, he will know it's fake. I can't let Skyhunter Pavilion collect my aura a second time. Otherwise, I might be seen through. Of course, Skyhunter Pavilion would not be so bored as to collect the aura of experts that they had already collected. That would be very boring and a waste of energy. They already had Tian Duo's aura, so there was no need to collect it a second time. Skyhunter Pavilion itself would have a hard time distinguishing him, but Skyhunter List could. Suyu was worried that Skyhunter List would be able to see through him. He continued to create the illusion of a great battle. At this moment, the little furball had also swallowed the light spot. This way, it could prevent Tian Duo from causing trouble in the Sea of Will, or contacting Invincible. Little furball, if he wakes up, immediately shake his Sea of Will. It's fine as long as he doesn't die. Got it. The little furball swallowed the Sea of Will and quickly entered Suyu's Sea of Will. At this moment, even if Skyhunter Pavilion or Invincible came to investigate, Suyu would still be with Tian Duo. After settling this, Suyu quickly swam deeper. It was time to start the next plan. The ancient space was broken. Tian Duo fought with the floating earth spirit, broke an ancient space, and found the corpse of a quasi-invincible realm expert. Everything could be done in a logical manner. Outside, there should be people watching the battle from a distance, but they didn't dare to use their willpower or interfere with this battle. As long as he could disguise himself well, no one would suspect anything. He had to let them see the scene of the ancient space being broken. It would be best if he only took some important things and left some rubbish ancient objects. These days, Suyu had been making preparations, and he had bought a lot of these ancient objects. Of course, he also did some simple destruction and modification to avoid being recognized. In fact, the most important thing in the whole plan was the space fluctuation of the ancient space being broken, which was the most difficult to fake. Suyu searched for a long time, but he didn't find the ancient space. He had no choice but to find a way to make a fake ancient space. Shatter the Shenwen, yes, shatter a Shenwen with space attributes. Suyu had one, a beast Shenwen. This was something that only a beast tamer could draw. Suyu didn't know how he drew this thing. This thing had its own space. After breaking, it should form a kind of space fluctuation, pretending that the ancient space was broken. The beast Shenwen was also at the peak of the 3rd rank. The ancient space was fragile, and the fluctuation should not be much different from the peak of the 3rd rank. In addition, after it was broken, the traces would quickly disappear, so it could be disguised. Suyu cursed in his heart. This was the first time that his Shenwen was broken. Whatever, this time, he lost a peak 3rd rank Shenwen. The price was getting bigger and bigger. If he didn't give himself enough benefits, it would be a big loss. He continued to dive. The battle continued. The power of the 5 elements and the demonic energy were entangled. At the periphery, the onlookers didn't dare to get close. They were all shocked by the strength of these two. Even after fighting for so long, their auras were still incomparably powerful, comparable to Shanghai. As expected of geniuses on the Earth list. And at this moment, in the depths of the sea, a faint spatial fluctuation could be felt. It wasn't too strong, but everyone could feel it. At the same time, a loud roar rang out. Mine. It was Tian Duo's voice. Floating earth spirit, how dare you? Demonic descent. Boom, in the void, another ancient demonic god phantom appeared and instantly descended. And at this moment, an incomparably powerful demonic energy surged. Tian Duo, you dare to embezzle. At this moment, an incomparably powerful aura overflowed. Tian Duo's voice rang out again. This? Invincible. No, quasi-invincible. In the surroundings, the experts who heard this suddenly fled. What was this? What a powerful aura, what a powerful pressure, and just as they fled, in the sky, a huge figure appeared. Tian Duo appeared. He was incomparably powerful, holding the huge corpse in his hand. With a roar, he smashed his fist down, overturning the rivers and seas. The entire sea region was hit by this punch, causing the water to boil and waves to surge. In the depths of the seawater evaporated, revealing a shadow. It was a native. The native suddenly spat out a mouthful of soil liquid, which instantly evaporated. Then, he roared, "Tian Duo, you want to take it all for yourself? Impossible. Everyone, listen up, Tian Duo has obtained an ancient invincible corpse, and an ancient heavenly soldier. I saw an ancient cultivation technique and ancient Shenwen." Boom, Suyu attacked crazily, punch after punch. The next moment, Suyu roared and forcefully kept the corpse in the air into his storage ring. Without a word, he fled in a frenzy. He fled towards the depths of the sea. At the bottom of the sea, a ripple followed. It seemed to be the floating earth spirit, which roared, "Leave the ancient invincible corpse behind. Tian Duo, you can't escape." In the blink of an eye, the two figures disappeared. Soon, they completely disappeared without a trace, and everyone had seen the powerful pressure from the corpse just now. In the next moment, several figures appeared and dove into the water, diving frantically. Below, the sea currents were fluctuating violently. A small space was still spinning, devouring the seawater. However, the space had already shattered and was rapidly disappearing. Nearby, a large number of ancient artifacts were scattered. Heavens! Ancient space. He's been dead for countless years. Did you guys feel the aura of the corpse just now? I felt it. So powerful. He's been dead for countless years, but he still maintains the pressure of a late-stage sun-moon cultivator. Those people were shocked. An invincible corpse, an invincible cultivation technique, and a heavenly soldier. The battle between Tian Duo and the floating earth spirit had actually destroyed an ancient space. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed. He had picked up a quiver of arrows. A large number of people quickly gathered in the surroundings. They all looked at him. The person was shocked, and he hurriedly said, "I only picked up this one. This should be a quiver used by an ancient expert." After saying that, he quickly opened the quiver. At this moment, several ancient arrows appeared. Someone in the surroundings hurriedly said, "Quick, check what grade it is." The person hurriedly examined it and casually infused some vital energy into it. In an instant, 82 golden patterns appeared on the ancient arrow, and then 10 of them shattered. 72 golden patterns were left behind, dumbfounded, shocked. An ancient earthly weapon, and a mid-earth grade one at that. What a joke! Bows and arrows were generally consumables. Heavens, what did this mean? This meant that in ancient times, this expert used a mid-grade earth-rank weapon as a one-time consumable. Of course, it seemed like too much time had passed. This mid-grade earth-rank bow was broken, but this was still a peak mystic rank weapon. There were 4 arrows in total, which was comparable to an earthly weapon. Earthly weapons were rare even in the mountains and seas. Not every mountain and sea had an earthly weapon. But now, he had only picked up a few random things. At this moment, Xianxia, who had picked up the quiver, immediately flee. He did not expect that a random quiver would contain 4 mid-earth grade arrows. These things were even more valuable than earthly weapons. Flee. At this moment, someone said in shock, that corpse was carrying a longbow on its back. Shocking. If the arrows were mid-earth grade, then what about the bow? Was this an archer from ancient times? Was he invincible? If he was not invincible, even the sun and moon immortals would not be willing to use mid-earth grade weapons as consumables. At this moment, a few people quickly chased after the fleeing person, while the rest quickly rummaged through the remains. No matter what it was, they took it away. Someone even picked up an ancient city token, but it was not the type from the Grand Inner Ring. His eyes were filled with joy, and he quickly took it and fled. Chase. The space has shattered, and the main reason is that the corpse was taken by Tian Duo. Tian Duo took away the corpse of an invincible ancient expert. News after news spread like wildfire. Those who did not obtain any benefits all flew towards 9-Star Island. A great fortuitous encounter, an unbelievable fortuitous opportunity had appeared. Heaven-grade weapons, ancient cultivation techniques, invincible corpse, and many treasures had been taken by Tian Duo of the Origin demon race. And now, the floating earth spirit had fought with Tian Duo and fled, disappearing into the sea region. Before long, the entire 9-star island was in an uproar. The battle between Tian Duo and the floating earth spirit had shattered an ancient space, and within it was a complete corpse of an invincible ancient expert. According to the bystanders, even though the corpse had been dead for countless years, its aura was still overwhelming. It was an expert of the ancient archery path, carrying a heaven-grade longbow on his back. The arrows were all mid-earth grade. Perhaps it was just a consumable that had been picked up by a lucky person and fled. A bystander with good eyesight swore, "It's very likely an expert of the ancient Tiani race, the one who killed the invincible ancient expert." At that time, the space shattered, and the world changed color. Even though it had been dead for countless years, its aura surpassed that of the sun and moon immortals. The heaven-grade weapon seemed to be in a deep slumber at that time, but it exploded with shocking killing intent. I also felt Shenwen's aura. The other party might still have Shenwen in the Sea of Will. The Sea of Will might not have shattered. The news spread rapidly, and the entire 9-star island was shaken. After a while, the experts of the origin demon race quickly walked out. Before long, the experts of the various races disappeared from the shore. This thing must not be taken by the origin demon race, the corpse of an invincible ancient expert. In all these years, no race had obtained the corpse of an invincible ancient expert. Even if the human race had an invincible ruin, no one had seen the corpse of an invincible ancient expert. At this moment, even the human race could not hold back. Zhu Guangshan quickly said, "Investigate. Go after Tian Duo and the others. We must snatch it. This corpse of an invincible ancient expert. Even if it isn't invincible, it's definitely a top expert." It was not just Zhu Guangshan. All the experts of 9-star Island, the nearby Heavenly Cloud Island, and the surrounding seas gathered here. Perhaps obtaining the corpse was the hope of attaining the Tao, an invincible ancient expert. Even if there was nothing, a corpse and a heaven-grade weapon were worth these sun and moon immortals risking their lives for. At the same time, So you took out Tian Duo's ranking. It shook violently. Tian Duo, sell it to the Sky Hunter Pavilion, 100 drops of black-yellow liquid. No, 300 drops. Suyu threw down the ranking. He laughed. 300 drops. Damn, they were really rich. That was equivalent to 900 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. Of course, he had to be careful not to be found out to be fake. He would not trade with them. The Sky Hunter Pavilion was too mysterious. Suyu quickly fled. He would not return for now. He would wait for the news to brew for a day or two before returning. Sea region. At this point, there was still a huge loophole. Floating Earth Spirit. Not being able to capture the Floating Earth Spirit was Suyu's biggest regret, and it also left a huge loophole in his plan. If he was not careful, the Floating Earth Spirit would appear or expose him, and Suyu would be in great danger. While hiding his tracks, Suyu was thinking about how to solve this huge loophole and trouble. If he did not solve this problem, Suyu did not have the guts to complete this transaction. Of course, he pretended to be the Floating Earth Spirit and fought with Tian Duo, and the Floating Earth Spirit did not get any benefits. Perhaps it was deliberately framing him. This point might not be believed, but once it was mentioned that Tian Duo might be Suyu, even if they did not believe it, they had to check to be at ease. Floating Earth Spirit. Suyu cursed in his heart. How troublesome. He was about to have a huge harvest, but now, he still did not dare to go to 9-star City. How troublesome. Again and again, Suyu shook his head. Before the plan started, he knew that the Floating Earth Spirit was a loophole, but he could not do anything about it. Because Suyu could not find the Floating Earth Spirit, that guy was also missing. As he was thinking, Suyu's eyes moved, and he was about to dodge. Behind him, a muffled sound came. Tian Duo, where did the Floating Earth Spirit go? Behind, a figure shot over, and the rumbling sound was endless. Shirzun's speed was not slow, and he had been chasing. At this moment, he only saw Tian Duo, but not the Floating Earth Spirit. He immediately said angrily, "Where is he? Damn it, he runs so fast. He tricked me 2 days ago, and I thought he was hiding in Xinghong Ancient City. I did not expect him to come to the sea, and now he ran away." Suyu originally wanted to run, but at this moment, his eyes moved slightly, and he said indifferently, Shirzun, you also fought with the floating earth spirit? Shirzun's muffled voice sounded again, and he said angrily, that shameless guy, his escape technique is too fast. I clearly forced him into the ancient city, but he actually ran away. Did he escape the ancient city? He was also confused. The ancient city's entrance was fixed. Could it be that he did not notice when the floating earth spirit escaped? That was possible. Then, he said angrily, this shameless person, he finally revealed his ambition this time. 5 elements as one. No wonder you wanted to snatch my stoneman's heart. I'm afraid you wanted to perfect your heart of 5 elements. My goodness, so you immediately understood why Shirzun and the floating earth spirit were pestering him. The floating earth spirit was indeed ambitious, perhaps because the heart of 5 elements was not complete, he actually wanted to see Shirzun's stoneman heart. Strictly speaking, the stoneman was a member of the earth spirit clan, a mutated earth spirit clan. Of course, so you did not know the specifics. The stoneman race was very strong. They weren't considered ancient races, but they were still in the top 100 races. There were invincible beings in the race. So you instantly captured a few pieces of information. Firstly, the floating earth spirit had encountered Shirzun before. Secondly, the floating earth spirit might still be in the only ancient city on 9-Star Island. Thirdly, Shirzun had come specifically for the floating earth spirit. He didn't seem to be interested in fighting with Tian Duo. Perhaps he didn't even care about the Invincible Realm's corpse, or perhaps he didn't have the confidence to take down Tian Duo. The floating earth spirit was in the ancient city. Suyu's eyes flickered slightly. He pretended to be calm and said, that fellow is indeed troublesome. Shirzun, you might not be able to beat him. Shirzun said gloomily, he's countered by me. Why would I be afraid of him? He's from the earth spirit clan. His strongest earth escape, earth defense, and earth attack are all ineffective against me. Even if he fuses the 5 elements, he's mainly the earth spirit. Why would I be afraid of him? He wasn't afraid of the floating earth spirit at all. He and the floating earth spirit weren't playing house. They had fought to the death many times. Although the floating earth spirit was strong, it couldn't do anything to him. Instead, it was beaten until it ran away. This was the restraint between races. Even if the 5 elements really fused, Shirzun wasn't afraid. Looking around, Shirzun said coldly, Tian Duo, remember to inform me when you meet him. I'll go find him. He can't run. Finishing, he was about to leave. Meanwhile, Suyu said quickly, Shirzun, were you nearby when I fought with him just now? What's wrong? Shirzun said angrily, it's all because of you trash. You ran away for a lousy ancient site. If you keep him busy, I'll definitely kill him when I get there. Killing the floating earth spirit isn't stronger than killing a mere ancient site? Stupid. Finishing, Shirzun left through the air. I saw the ancient corpse, but Grandpa sure doesn't care. I want to kill the floating earth spirit. Compared to killing the floating earth spirit, everything else is trivial. Suyu was speechless. I thought you didn't see it. In the end, you saw it and ran away so quickly to focus on killing the floating earth spirit. This is true love. It's good that you ran away, so you didn't want to complicate matters. His heart stirred slightly. My relationship with the ancient city is really hard to shake off. The floating earth spirit might be in the ancient city. Then I'll go to the ancient city to find him. It's best to get rid of this guy. Even if I can't get rid of him, I have to trap him in the ancient city or not give him a chance to come out. That guy probably didn't bring the ranking list. In this case, it'll be hard to contact the outside world. As long as I trap him in the ancient house, that guy won't be able to send messages out. When I'm done, he can come out or not. Thinking of this, Suyu quickly covered himself with a robe. I'll cover myself first, and at this moment, in Tian Duo's storage ring, a voice transmission talisman vibrated. Suyu took out the voice transmission talisman and frowned slightly. This thing is a little troublesome. A voice transmission talisman needs a frequency to be activated. Without a frequency, you can activate it, but you can't send messages, because you don't know your own voice transmission frequency. Fortunately, I don't have to reply to anyone now. He opened it and glanced at it. The Devil Race's voice transmission talisman is quite high-end. The messages are all preserved and can be read quickly. He quickly glanced at the guy who just sent him a message. There's a label. It's from an elite called Dao. Dao, Suyu's heart stirred slightly. He knew this. On the first day he entered the city, the dragon race and the origin demon race had a dispute. That Dao and a giant dragon had put on a show of a great battle. Dao, an elite of the origin demon race, level 7 Sun Moon tier. Tian Duo, where are you? This is the message Dao sent to Tian Duo. So you can't reply. To reply, he needs to know his own voice transmission frequency and the other party's voice transmission frequency. This is also a way to prevent people from being killed and using voice transmission talismans to frame others. Suyu doesn't know Tian Duo's voice transmission frequency, nor does he know Dao's voice transmission frequency. Naturally, he can't reply. Voice transmission talismans are good stuff, but in the past, there have been cases of people phishing with voice transmission talismans. Now, it's improved a lot. Dao, Suyu's heart stirred slightly, but he ignored him. And at this moment, the voice transmission talisman vibrated again. Tian Duo, return to 9-star city as soon as possible. No one will rob you, but it's best to trade it with the devil race. It's very hard for you to keep it. Madwa, Suyu looked at the label and was slightly surprised. Madwa and Tian Duo are still in contact. I thought they wouldn't have any contact at all. Suyu frowned slightly and quickly sent a voice transmission to Little Furball. Deal with Tian Duo and ask for the voice transmission frequency. If you get it, I'll let you eat something delicious. That's right, if Tian Duo replied now, his identity might be even more confirmed. Of course, it's fine not to reply. Tian Duo has obtained a great opportunity, so it's normal not to reply. However, it might be useful to hide his identity. While wearing a black robe, Suyu quickly moved toward the ancient city while asking Little Furball to find a way to deal with Tian Duo and force out the voice transmission frequency. The devil race seems to be very concerned. Even Madwa asked him to trade the item to the devil race. Suyu didn't reply. Soon, Dao sent another voice transmission. Tian Duo, many strong people are looking for you. You're in danger. Come back, we will protect you. You can trade it to the devil race or return to the devil world and offer it to Demon King Raid. It's better than being taken away. Demon King Raid. Tian Duo's ancestor. Whether he sold it to someone else in the devil world or offered it to his own ancestor, the devil race could accept it. What they were afraid of was being taken away. That would be a loss. This was an ancient invincible. Fine, it was rumored to be the corpse of an ancient invincible. This might be the only ancient invincible corpse that still existed. Even if it wasn't invincible, it was at least quasi-invincible. It had extremely high research value. There was also ancient Shenwen, ancient heavenly soldier, and even some other things that were related to ancient secrets. In short, this corpse was very important. The devil race and other races were all looking for Tian Duo. There was also a group of people looking for the person who was present at the scene, as well as the guy who picked up the ancient divine arrow. At the scene of the ancient space created by Suyu, there were many elites investigating. At the bottom of the sea, one elite after another arrived at the place where the great battle took place. There were many Sun Moon tier elites, including a white-masked man, a golden elite, one from the Heaven Hunting Pavilion, one from the All Heavens 10,000 Treasure Tower, and some elites from other races. The vortex that shattered the space had already disappeared, but the spatial fluctuations still existed. A top elite investigated and said indifferently, "There is a space that shattered, but maybe because it was too long ago, the shattered area is not large." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed. The seawater disappeared, and he instantly grabbed out a piece of broken armor. He looked carefully, identified it, and said indifferently, "It's something from the ancient era. The original material should be Earth rank, but after the space shattered, it was completely shattered." As he spoke, he sighed, "Time is merciless. Even in a sealed ancient space, without anyone to maintain and nurture it, the earthly soldier is also useless." At this moment, another elite stepped in and said indifferently, "There is the smell of death aura. It seems that there might be a trend of turning into a dead spirit before death, but for some reason, it stopped." As soon as these words came out, a demon elite was shocked. "The ancient elites can reverse the death aura transformation?" Our demon emperor once said that the ancient invincible warriors might have all been turned into dead spirits. Even the corpse was turned into dead spirits. Could it be that the one here didn't succeed? Why did the corpses of the ancient invincible warriors disappear? According to the deduction of several experts who had lived for a long time, there was a high probability that they had been turned into dead spirits. Of course, there were no traces of those ancient invincible warriors in the world of dead souls, but some of them existed. The demon emperor and the god emperor had actually entered the world of dead souls, and even prepared to bring back some of the ancient invincible warriors. Could it be that it's not invincible? If not invincible, then it's a quasi-invincible warrior's corpse. I heard from those onlookers that when the space shattered, there was the overflowing pressure of the sun and moon. How many years has it been since it died? One by one, the elites quickly made a judgment. And the white-masked man from the Skyhunter Pavilion looked for a while and said, "There is a part of Tian Duo's aura remaining, but not the floating earth spirits. This little guy is very cautious. Both of them have lost the ranking, and it's difficult to track them now." If they couldn't find the person, there was no point in saying anything else. And the demon elite said coldly, "So what if we found it? That is a genius of the origin demon race, and also a descendant of Demon King Raid. You still want to plot against the demon race? How dare they?" And at this moment, an expert of the dragon race said coldly, "If Tian Duo can't be kept, then it naturally doesn't belong to the demon race. Dao, according to what you said, your ancient dragon blood tree should also be returned to the dragon race. Of course, if they snatched it, it would belong to them," Dao snorted coldly, sulking in his heart. These guys would probably have no scruples for this thing. Of course, as long as Tian Duo returned to their side, it wouldn't be a big problem. Would they dare to attack the demon race's camp? That would be a real declaration of war. Now, because Tian Duo ran away without a trace, once he was encountered and killed, there was no way to explain it. He sent a few more messages to Tian Duo, which meant that Tian Duo was in the surrounding area. Otherwise, the voice transmission talisman wouldn't be able to be sent too far. However, Tian Duo didn't reply. This idiot. Dao cursed in his heart. You are the descendant of Demon King Raid. No matter what, the demon race won't rob you. They will more or less give you some benefits, and you can even offer yourself to Demon King Raid. Now, this kid isn't replying. What does he mean? Take it for yourself. Is there any use in swallowing this thing? Be it an invincible corpse or a quasi-invincible corpse, you, a Ling Yun, can't digest it at all. Furthermore, the value of this corpse is greater than its own value. Ancient quasi-invincible and invincible corpses are more valuable than the current ones. Dao cursed again and again in his heart, quickly ordering the other demons to find Tian Duo. They must not let the powerhouses of the other races discover Tian Duo in advance. Killing Tian Duo was a small matter, losing that corpse was the real loss. One powerhouse after another left quickly. Very soon, the others left. That dazzling golden all-heaven Myriad treasure tower powerhouse said with a smile, "Heaven Hunter Pavilion, don't you guys have a ranking position? You can't even find him? Deaf?" The white-masked man said coldly, "Didn't you hear me? The other party lost the ranking." The dazzling golden powerhouse sneered and said very quickly, "Looks like the lucky chance this time won't be your Heaven Hunter Pavilion's turn. Maybe, it can still land on my Myriad treasure tower in the end." As soon as he finished speaking, the other party disappeared. The white-masked man could not be bothered with him. He continued to investigate for a while and frowned slightly. Very soon, he took out a book and wrote quickly, "There is indeed a shattered space, and there are ancient relics. The intensity of the space shattering is not great, the seawater is turbulent, and the relics cannot be searched. The fragments have disappeared." Very soon, a line of words appeared in the book. "Can you confirm the identity of the remains?" "Can't be sure." The white-masked man continued to write, "There is a trace of the pressure of about the 8th layer of the sun and moon in the space, and there are some remnants of the aura of death. It may have been corroded by the aura of death. According to witnesses, the remains carried a longbow on their back. The style and color of the longbow can be recorded? No details. Black, about 30 feet long." Very soon, another line of words appeared in the book. "Track Tian Duo and the floating earth spirit. If it's a transaction, we can offer a high price." The pavilion will quickly search for ancient information to confirm the identity of the remains. Using the bow and arrow, we should be able to find out the specific identity. A powerhouse who used the bow and arrow was at least quasi-invincible, or even invincible. It could be from the Tiani divine race. This information was enough for them to track down the specific identity of this ancient corpse. Of course, whether they could find out anything depended on the completeness of the hunting sky pavilion's information. The white mask continued to write, encountered Tian Duo. Do you want to kill him and obtain this item? Kill him when there's no one around. If we can't guarantee that we won't be discovered, we'll trade. The Sky Hunter Pavilion was not a pushover either. No one knew. Naturally, it was robbery. If someone saw it, then it was a deal. The Hunting Sky Pavilion sold intelligence, and they also did some assassin business. They also traded some valuable items. They still had to have a good reputation. Of course, if no one saw it, then they would not be considered to have no reputation. One knew about this. However, it was useless even if he knew. Under normal circumstances, the Hunting Sky Pavilion was still reliable. Moreover, there was no evidence to prove that the Hunting Sky Pavilion was a traitor. At the very least, it was better than the way some small groups ate. They could also take out real money to trade. The white-masked man did not ask any more questions and quickly left. He had to find Tian Duo or the floating earth spirit. Recently, a lot of people had lost points. At the same time, in the endless void, in a palace floating in the void, Elder Faceless shouted, "It's fine. Stop all other work and search for information. Compare the identities. Use a bow and arrow. 9-layered sun and moon to eternal realm. He might be an expert of the Tiani divine race. He has a heaven-ranked bow. Use earth-ranked arrows." After Elder Faceless finished speaking, the masked men who had no other tasks quickly began to search for information. After a while, a masked man reported, "Elder, according to the current information, there are 6 people who fit the description. First, King Yi of the ancient times, an expert of the Tiani divine race. He was in the eternal realm. He used a heaven-ranked bow, but his arrows were also in the heaven realm. Second, the 6th patriarch of the Tiani divine race. He was known as the sky-shooting monarch. He was in the eternal realm. He used a divine bow to kill an eternal realm warrior. That doesn't fit the description. Third, Heavenly King Splitting of the ancient times. He was a mixed blood of both the Tiani divine race and the human race. Fourth, one by one, the identities of the suspects were found. Elder Faceless checked and frowned slightly. Something's not right. I know some of these people. We can eliminate some. Continue to search for other information. There are not many who fit the description. Yes. The Hunting Sky Pavilion began to search for information that had not been recorded. Elder Faceless thought for a while and shook his head. Forget it. He would search slowly. If it did not work, he would get the corpses and compare them slowly. Tian Duo, where would that fellow go now? Would he leave the Starry Sea and return to the demon world, or would he stay in the Starry Sea and continue to stay? Elder Faceless thought for a while and quickly said, "Pay attention to the demon's whereabouts. Tian Duo has not shown up yet. He might abandon the demon world and take the harvest alone. The demon world might use the blood essence to track his whereabouts. Tian Duo was not without family. Perhaps someone from Demon King Raid's faction would come soon and use the blood essence to locate Tian Duo. They could not let Tian Duo come into contact with the demon world first. Otherwise, he was an invincible descendant of the demon world. Once that happened, it would be very difficult to obtain this batch of things. At this moment, everyone was searching for Suyu's whereabouts. Of course, it was Tian Duo. As for Suyu, he rushed directly to the ancient city. The ancient city was relatively safer. Great Star Ancient City was the closest ancient city in the vicinity. Suyu's speed was very fast. He did not fly directly over carelessly. He covered his tracks. It was not until night time that Suyu saw a huge ancient city thousands of miles away from 9-Star City. The style was similar to that of other ancient cities, with a slight difference. In other ancient cities, such as Sky Destroyer and Cloud Sky City, Suyu did not see a moat, but this Great Star Ancient City had a moat. It surrounded the city wall, giving Suyu a very dangerous feeling. In the moat, the aura of death filled the air. This ancient city seemed to be heavily corroded by the aura of death. He did not know if it was because the dead spirits in the city were stronger or because of other reasons. Suyu landed. At the city gate, a group of living dead in armor looked at Suyu silently. Living dead. The reason why Suyu called them that was because these people's aura of death was too heavy. It gave Suyu the feeling that they might soon turn into dead spirits. He had seen many generals guarding the city in Sky Destroyer City, such as Sky Gate. They looked dead, but there was still a bit of a living person. The guards of Great Star Ancient City, however, were very dead. Suyu had some understanding of this ancient city. The city master was an elite from the dragon tribe, and he was in the 9th level of the Sun Moon tier. Moreover, he was not an ordinary member of the dragon tribe, but a very rare member of the dragon tribe, the dark demonic dragon. It was said that it was a hybrid between the dragon race and the demon race. There were very few dark demon dragons, and they were not very popular with the dragon race. This dragon city lord was said to have fallen out with the dragon race in the past, betrayed the dragon race, and became the city lord of Great Star Ancient City. In these years, the dragon race had not come to find trouble in the ancient city. Suyu generally knew some information, and the guards of this Great Star Ancient City were also very overbearing. There were even records of them going out of the city to kill experts, which had a lot to do with the city lord. The dark demon dragon was also very overbearing. Therefore, it was better to be careful here, and not be killed by the city lord of the 9th level of the Sun and Moon realm of the dragon race. That would be troublesome, and there were not many people in this ancient city. At night, the death aura was extremely dense, and no one would come. At the huge city gate, other than the guards, Suyu walked in alone. Some people inside could not bear it and walked out. Seeing Suyu walking in, no one cared. There were always some people who were skilled and bold, and entered the city in the middle of the night, not afraid of the dead spirit, not afraid of death, but there was no other way. Suyu, who had been to 2 ancient cities, knew the ancient city quite well. If he was the floating earth spirit, he would definitely not be in the periphery. Starting to look within the 18th ring, that was right, apart from the residents, other people's check-in was recorded and displayed. Within the 18th ring, there would not be too many non-residents. The floating earth spirit is not weak, but at most, it will stay between the 18th ring and the 12th ring. I'm afraid it does not have the ability to enter deeper. It's possible to stay, but I might not get any benefits. Suyu made a general judgment. The ancient house was very mysterious, and even his sensory jade could not detect the situation inside. Otherwise, it would be very easy to find the floating earth spirit. The other party must be here. Shirzun said that he went in and did not come out, so it was very likely that he had not left. After all, Shirzun had just left the ancient city not long ago. At this moment, many people were probably looking for him. That Dao had already sent him a few voice transmissions, but Suyu did not have the time to pay attention to him. As for Moto, he only sent a voice transmission once and then did not send another one. Now that Suyu had entered the city of death, the voice transmission talisman was intermittent. If the death aura was slightly denser, he would probably not receive any voice transmissions. If the voice transmission doesn't work, the demons might determine that I have come to the ancient city. Of course, it is also possible that I have entered the Starry Sea. In any case, this place might soon attract experts. He had to find the floating earth spirit as soon as possible and solve this loophole. On the street, there were dead spirits passing by, and Suyu quickly avoided them. There were guards patrolling at night, and Suyu did not clash with them. He quickly left, avoiding contact with them. The houses of the 5 elements race, perhaps this was more suitable for the floating earth spirit. Suyu narrowed the range of his detection again and again. The skilled were bold, and there was almost no one on the street in the middle of the night. This was also suitable for Suyu's detection. Suyu kept searching around, and when no one was paying attention, he would turn into a dead spirit and find the floating earth spirit. This was more convenient. In the city, it was fine as long as he did not attract the attention of the city lord. Soon, Suyu found a place with no one and activated the sensory jade. The word tribulation was activated in Shinwen. Soon, when there was no movement, he quickly turned into a dead spirit. At this moment, in the city lord's residence. In the rear hall, a stone statue opened its eyes. As soon as the stone statue opened its eyes, a small person walked over in the air and looked at the stone statue with a helpless expression. Passing by, not a dead spirit. Special cultivation method. The stone statue looked at the small person silently. After a while, it said, "The one from the Sky Destroyer ancient city who created chaos, Suyu? Senior knows him? I am in the holy city, and nothing in the holy city can be hidden from me. Some living beings mentioned him a few days ago." The stone statue said woodenly, "Sky Destroyer has a good temper, but I have a bad temper. Don't cause trouble. Otherwise, I will punish you." The small person thought about it and said, "The half-emperor of the God-Eater race told him to cause trouble. He wanted to lure out invincible civilization masters of the powerful races and devour a few to give his descendants a chance to gain experience." The stone statue's eyes moved slightly, and it looked at Suyu. The next moment, it saw through his sea of will and saw the little fur ball lying on the hammer. The half-emperor of the God-Eater race told this human to cause trouble. He did feel some weak power from the little fur ball. It did not come from the half-emperor, but from Sky Destroyer. Sky Destroyer might have protected this little God-Eater before, in order to lure out God-Eater powerhouses and devour them. The stone statue fell into deep thought. After a moment, it said coldly, "Who are you? I have never seen you before. Senior has not seen all the worlds in the universe. Your will avatar is about to dissipate. If I make a move, you won't be able to stop me." The small person nodded, "I can't. Not to mention dissipating, even if it doesn't dissipate, I won't be able to stop Senior. I was entrusted by the Great Qin King, the Daxia of Goguryeo, the Great Light King, and the Great Zhou King to protect this person. This person is the disciple of the Silkworm Destruction King and the Heavenly Forging King." He said a lot of invincibility in one breath, and then said, "He also obtained the inheritances of the Great Song King, the Great Han King, and many other human kings." The stone statue silently sensed. Yes, he also found some weak eternal auras. There were a lot of them, and they were very mixed. They were the invincible inheritances of Shenwen or cultivation technique inheritances. Among them, the saber energy inheritance was even more powerful. His saber was learned from Xiao Longwu? Yes. The stone statue was silent. That was Xiao Longwu's saber, not Xiao Wushan's. This stone statue could tell that he had seen the Daxia of Goguryeo and Xiao Longwu. A very troublesome person, he had many invincible inheritances on him. He opened his mouth again, "It's fine, don't give me trouble." After saying that, he closed his eyes. Forget it, he was too lazy to care anymore. This was really troublesome. There was still the God-Eater Demi-Emperor. The God-Eater Demi-Emperor had lived for too long, so long that the stone statue was now thinking, was the God-Eater Demi-Emperor still the one from back then? If it was, this guy had lived for a frighteningly long time. Even heavenly annihilation gave him face, so he might be the one from back then. Now, the old clam actually gave birth to a pearl and had a descendant. This was really strange. Was he going to die, give birth to a child and carry on the inheritance? He didn't understand this situation. The small person dissipated and returned again. However, after walking out a few times, there were already signs of dissipating. He felt very helpless. He was too good at causing trouble. He had already seen quite a few stone statues. How long had it been? 1 or 2 more times, and he would completely dissipate. The current Suyu was also not the Suyu from back then. It was very difficult to leave a mark silently. Suyu wasn't clear about the communication between the stone statue and the small person. In any case, he had never interacted with the stone statue before. The only time he did, the other party didn't say anything, so Suyu thought it was an opportunity in the ancient city. In the city, Suyu, who had turned into a dead spirit, continued to search for the floating earth spirit's whereabouts. He quickly searched from the 18th ring to the 12th ring. Not counting the residents, there were a total of 62 houses occupied by living people. It was too many. Clearly, there were many experts living in them. If one wanted to live in the 18th ring, they didn't have the confidence to do so unless they were at the Mountain Sea realm. In other words, there were 62 living beings comparable to Mountain Sea realm experts living in these rings. Under normal circumstances, these people will leave in 3 days at most. During the day tomorrow, some people might come out, and I can eliminate some. So you thought that in this way, he would be able to eliminate most of the people in 3 days at most. But 3 days was too long. Floating Earth Spirit. Damn it, so annoying. Suyu was very helpless. He hadn't been able to kill the Floating Earth Spirit, which made him very uneasy and troublesome. If he didn't resolve this hidden danger, his plan to cheat this time might be greatly disrupted. I really hope this guy encounters an opportunity in the house and locks me up for 8 to 10 days. If that was the case, he could brush his sleeves and leave. 8 to 10 days was enough for him to complete the transaction. What he was afraid of was that during the transaction, that guy suddenly appeared, so you continued to search. Forget it, continue to search. He turned into a dead spirit and began to deliberately knock against some doors. Some people ignored him, while others berated him. There were even experts who directly opened the door to check, and when they saw a dead spirit wandering around and knocking against a wooden board, they ignored it. The dead spirit was restless? Who cares? The target range gradually narrowed. 40 rooms, 30 rooms. When the sky was about to brighten, so you quickly found a house to hide in and turned into Tian Duo again. When the sky brightened, he began to deliberately search the vicinity of those rooms again. Some people left, some went out, and some continued to close their doors. The outside world was already in an uproar as everyone went to find Tian Duo. As for Suyu, he was not in a hurry. In one day, he eliminated 19 rooms, leaving only 11 rooms. If the Floating Earth Spirit was within the 6th ring, then it would be in these 11 rooms. One of them would definitely be him. At this moment, the Floating Earth Spirit was indeed in one of the rooms. It felt a little uneasy and a little dangerous. What's going on? Has Shirzun found me? I'm already in the ancient city and have entered the house. Can that lump of stone still find me? The Floating Earth Spirit was very frustrated. Why did it keep feeling a little dangerous? How troublesome. There was no opportunity in the ancient house either. Could it be that it had to leave this place? Leaving the ancient city might be even more dangerous. Suyu and Shirzun were both looking for it. It can't be Suyu, right? The Floating Earth Spirit thought silently. It couldn't be. How could that guy find it so quickly? No one knew that it was in the ancient city. With some frustration and uneasiness, the Floating Earth Spirit wanted to go out a few times but gave up on this idea. Forget it, it would wait and see. At this moment, there was some slight movement outside the door. The Floating Earth Spirit was extremely vigilant and kept silent. Outside the door, Suyu gently rubbed the wooden board. There was no movement, however, there was someone inside. This was the 7th room he had checked. He eliminated 4 of the previous 6 rooms. The remaining 2 were the same as this one. There was no movement or sound. There were still 4 rooms that he had not checked. If the remaining 4 were the same, then there would be 7 rooms that might be where the Floating Earth Spirit lived. So you continued to make that sound, the sound of claws rubbing against the wooden board. In the room, the Floating Earth Spirit was extremely vigilant. What was going on? Was there someone outside, or was there something outside? He was a little nervous. He had almost died in the ancient city previously. After a while, the movement disappeared. The Floating Earth Spirit heaved a sigh of relief but did not dare to open the door. Who knew what was outside? Just like that, after half an hour, there was another sound. Suyu was here again. Of the 7 rooms, 3 could not hold back. After he left, he opened the door to check the situation. None of them were the Floating Earth Spirit. Suyu did not stay nearby. Instead, he used the sensory jade to cooperate with his senses within 1,000 meters. When the door opened, these people naturally could not escape his senses. None of the 3 were the Floating Earth Spirit. In that case, they could only be in these 4 rooms. There would always be curious people who wanted to come out to see the situation. Even if they did not look now, when they felt that there was no danger, they would still come out to check. The target range was getting smaller and smaller. And the Floating Earth Spirit in the room was also very frustrated. What the hell, why was it here again? Who is it? The Floating Earth Spirit growled. Who was causing trouble? Damn it, could it be that some bastard was deliberately scaring it? I am the future leader of the 5 Elements race, how can you scare me? believe it or not, I will kill you." A small golden sword appeared in its hand. "Believe it or not, I will kill you." Outside the door, Suyu's movements froze. He smiled, the undead spirit smiled. "Floating earth spirit, I found you. This fellow was actually hiding here." The voice was a little different, but it did not matter. This voice was the floating earth spirit's. At this moment, Suyu heaved a huge sigh of relief. This fellow should not have gone out. That meant that his matters might not have been leaked by him. As for him impersonating Tian Duo, there was a high chance that he did not know. "Floating earth spirit, I found you." "Very good." A smile appeared in Suyu's eyes. This was the final flaw. The floating earth spirit's voice came from inside the door. Suyu was delighted. This was the biggest flaw in his plan. After dealing with the floating earth spirit, the only thing he was afraid of was the invincible descending. But in 9-Star Island, the invincible wouldn't come unless something big happened. Knock, knock, knock. Suyu knocked on the door again. Inside, the floating earth spirit was irritated. "Again, so annoying. Who is it? What do you want? Aren't you afraid of death?" He shouted and took out the small golden sword, aiming at the door. "Believe it or not, I'll stab you." The sun and moon had to think of a way to save themselves. Of course, killing people in the ancient city wasn't a good choice. He didn't want to do it here unless it was absolutely necessary. But something was knocking on the door. This was a ghost city, and he was still a little afraid. At this moment, Suyu stopped knocking and took out an ancient city token. He had many ancient city tokens, but the best one could only enter the 16th ring. Luckily, the floating earth spirit entered the 16th ring. Since it wouldn't open the door, then he would force it in and kill the floating earth spirit. With the appearance of the ancient city token, Suyu injected death energy. Outside the door, the invisible barrier seemed to have opened up. Inside the room, the floating earth spirit felt a great sense of danger. Even though Suyu used the word quiet, the floating earth spirit felt a great sense of danger. The small sword in its hand was ready to attack. At this moment, the floating earth spirit felt the door tremble. It shouted, "Who are you? Do you want to die? Can you take an invincible attack?" Damn it, this was opening the door, forcing it open. The other party was either a powerful dead spirit or someone with an ancient city token, and a very powerful one at that. The sound of the door opening was a little quieter. Suyu's heart moved. Maybe, he could trick one of those things, but he was afraid he couldn't hold on. It should be possible, right? The 5 element spell was very powerful, and seemed to have the same origin as that thing. Last time, he had absorbed the wooden thorn by force. But this time, the distance was too close. Suyu was worried that he wouldn't be able to digest it in time. After thinking for a moment, Suyu hesitated and soon made up his mind. "We have to go in the Sea of Will," he instructed Little Furball. "If I can't withstand the absorption, you absorb some of it. That thing counts as a willpower attack. You can absorb it, do you understand? It smells so good, but so dangerous." The little hairy ball mumbled. It was indeed fragrant, but it also discovered the danger. Last time, it didn't dare to eat it. It's enough as long as it's fragrant. It's better to die in an explosion than to be killed yourself, right? The little furball nodded thoughtfully. Alright, that makes sense. After reminding the furball for a while, Suyu continued to open the door. At this moment, the door was slightly opened. At this moment, a powerful force of the 5 elements surged out from behind the door. The floating earth spirit was reluctant to use its little sword directly, so it tested the waters first. Suyu instantly recovered his physical body, pushed open the door, and punched out. A loud rumbling sound rang out. Suyu instantly entered and closed the door in one smooth motion. He was very familiar with closing the door to beat the dog. Last time, he had done this in the Heavenly Destroyer City. The floating earth spirit's 5 elements purgatory instantly appeared. He wrapped the outsider within. It felt very strong, but not to the point of being unrivaled. Once the 5 elements purgatory appeared and trapped the other party, he instantly recognized the other party. Tian Duo, no, he was shocked. The demonic energy was strong. It looked like Tian Duo, but he was an expert of the 5 elements race, and he had fought a life and death battle with Suyu before. In an instant, he screamed, "Suyu! Damn, it was this guy, he could even find this place. Without a word, the little sword appeared. At the same time, Suyu's eyes lit up. The next moment, a small flame appeared, and then a lump of earth appeared. Suyu was shocked. Damn, you must be crazy, using so many invincible divine talismans at once. It wasn't that he hadn't considered this before. In an instant, a strong corpse appeared in front of Suyu. Yes, that was the corpse of the Sun Moon 8th layer. Suyu used it as a shield. Although he was dead, he had been very strong when he was alive, so he could still block a few attacks. This thing was even stronger than ordinary earthly soldiers. Instantly, the floating earth spirit felt the pressure. That immense pressure made him want to kneel on the ground. He was terrified. Damn, what is this? He raised a few things and aimed them at Suyu, shouting, "What do you want? Do you want to die? You think you can stop me with just a broken corpse?" Suyu, after a while, said, "Why not use them one by one? F*CKU, am I stupid? Last time I used a wooden spike, it was absorbed by you. This time, I know it's you, and I still use one. What if it gets absorbed again?" He raised 3 divine talismans and aimed them at Suyu, shouting in a low voice, "Even if you have this broken corpse to block, at least 2 of the talismans can pass through. Can you block it? I still have one. Suyu, do you really want to force us into a life and death struggle?" He still had 4 divine talismans, but they were all life-saving items. If he used them all at once, he would also collapse. Besides, could he kill Suyu even if he used them all? It was hard to say. Suyu's situation was special. He was not very strong, but this guy seemed to be able to restrain his divine talismans. Not restrain, but more like he was accommodating them. This made the floating earth spirit speechless. Was it because of Suyu's 5 elements Shenwen? Unable to figure it out, he was in a difficult position. As for Suyu, he was also helpless. This guy actually did not use them one by one. This was a bit difficult. Suyu maintained his composure, holding the corpse as a shield. Smiling, he said, "Floating earth spirit, how about this? Let's make peace. Give me 2 divine talismans, and I won't trouble you anymore." "Suyu, do you think I'm stupid?" the floating earth spirit said gloomily. "Do I look like a fool? Also, why was this guy pretending to be Tian Duo?" At this moment, 1 man and 1 earth were less than 10 meters apart. Suyu was wary of his divine talismans, while the floating earth spirit was also worried that it would not be able to kill him after using up its divine talismans. For a moment, both of them were hesitant. In the Sea of Will, Suyu kept urging, "Furball, can you eat one?" If he ate one, Suyu would be more confident in dealing with the floating earth spirit. "He'll die from overeating." The furball refused. He would really die from overeating. Too strong, Suyu was helpless. This ancient race Ling Yun was really useless. Then quietly eat all his willpower. The activation of the divine talismans requires strength and willpower. If I eat his willpower, he won't be able to activate them at all. No divine talisman could be activated on its own. It needed its master to activate it. The furball might be able to do it. The furball also thought about it and felt that it was worth a try. Eat his willpower. As long as it was near the divine talismans, Suyu continued, just eat the willpower around his divine talismans so that he won't be able to activate the divine talismans in an instant. It has to be fast. Let's work together to finish him, alright. The furball also felt that it was worth the risk. If it succeeded, then it would be able to eat and drink well. The man and the ball reached an agreement in an instant. Meanwhile, Suyu said, "Floating earth spirit, don't be agitated. You may not be able to kill me, and I may not be able to deal with you. I've come to you this time because I have something to discuss with you. I don't want to hear it. Get out." The floating earth spirit said warily, "I've already contacted the invincibles in my race. They'll be here soon. Suyu, don't make a mistake." Suyu laughed. "This is an ancient city. Last time, so many invincibles didn't dare to enter the ancient city. I heard that they only wandered around the periphery. Your 5 elements race's invincibles dare to come. Who are you trying to scare?" The floating earth spirit was speechless. "You've been looking for me. What do you want?" "To cooperate." "To cooperate?" "Yes, it's like this. I'm going to trap and kill Madonna. I need your help, Bullsh *T. The floating earth spirit almost vomited blood. Are you kidding me? Alright, if this guy still had Jibation Shenwen, he might really be able to kill Madonna. But why would you kill Madonna for no reason? Do you have a deep grudge against him? Between geniuses, most of them fought with their own abilities. Otherwise, who wouldn't have some trump cards, even if Suyu used Jibation Shenwen and killed the opponent? So what? He wouldn't get much benefit, and it would cause the invincibles of the demon race to keep chasing him. As he spoke, the little furball appeared without a sound. The floating earth spirit was slightly shocked. The next moment, he let out a low roar and was about to activate the divine talisman to kill Suyu without saying anything. His sense of danger was very strong. As soon as the furball appeared, he sensed danger. Although he didn't see anything, he felt a faint fluctuation. An incomparably sharp sword energy appeared, and in the next moment, a powerful flame rose. The floating earth spirit was just about to activate the third jade talisman when the lump of earth was suddenly shocked. The lump of earth couldn't move, he was terrified. Without saying anything, he activated a water god talisman in his mind and instantly wrapped himself in water. Then, he punched out and blasted the invisible furball away. The next moment, the lump of earth activated again and instantly formed a patch of yellow soil. The floating earth spirit was a little crazy and helpless. He jumped into the yellow soil. The yellow soil and the water instantly fused. At this moment, Suyu didn't have time to care about him. Flames rose, and the sword energy was sharp. He activated the 5 elements divine technique and used his 8th level sun-moon body to block part of the killing intent. The remaining part seeped over, and the flames instantly burned his body. Suyu let out a roar, and a large amount of heavenly essence chi erupted. Flesh rebirth, the sword energy was forcibly absorbed by the Sea of Will, and it set off shocking waves in the Sea of Will. This guy was too sharp. At this moment, the floating earth spirit had completely turned into a fixed lump of earth. He didn't tell Suyu that not all of his 5 elements divine talismans were offensive. Among them, the water, earth, Shenwen, and Shenwen were all defensive. Otherwise, he would have activated all 4 Shenwen at once. At this moment, the remaining water and earth divine talismans were activated, forming a huge defensive layer of soil. The floating earth spirit hid within. This was a choice he had no other choice, but he sensed danger. He had no choice but to do this. The floating earth spirit had solidified himself. This way, even if Suyu was still alive, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him unless the sun-moon high gravity came to break this defense. And he had used so many talismans. The 5 elements race's patriarch should have sensed it and might come to save him. Of course, he was in the ancient city, so he might not come. The floating earth spirit was helpless. At this moment, he sealed himself in the soil and looked out. He wanted to see if Suyu was dead. 2 talismans really couldn't kill him? I don't believe it. Alright, he soon believed it. He really couldn't be killed. Suyu's flesh and blood were burned, but he continued to regenerate. Not only that, Su. You quickly left the house and closed the door, avoiding some of the flames. Outside, on the street, Suyu continued to absorb, using the 5 elements divine technique to devour the power. His 180 divine orifices absorbed the power, the sword chi, the flames, and little furball had returned to the Sea of Will. It was a little dispirited. It had just been punched by the floating earth spirit and was in great pain. At this moment, it carefully ate a bit of the flames and quickly rolled around on the ground. It smelled good, but it hurt, so you continued to wear down the power. While no one was paying attention, he entered the house again to prevent others from sensing the large amount of energy here and coming to investigate. The flames and sword chi continued to attack his body and the Sea of Will. His 180 divine orifices shone even more brilliantly. Absorb, devour, large amounts of willpower were absorbed by him. Even the divine orifices of the celestials he had discovered were rapidly opening. Devour, his body was also continuously strengthening. Of course, the prerequisite was to consume large amounts of heaven essence chi. So you didn't have much heaven essence chi to begin with. At this moment, under the intense consumption, he was about to run out. In the house, the lump of earth was still there. At this moment, the floating earth spirit was trapped within. He had sealed himself up. And this time, no old ancestor communicated with him. This was because he was in the ancient city. Invincible couldn't travel through space and time to come over. He couldn't even spy on him unless he came personally. About 2 hours later, Suyu opened his eyes, his throat hoarse. He laughed and looked at the lump of earth. You couldn't kill me. The floating earth spirit's face appeared on the lump of earth. He sighed. You don't know the 5 elements, Shenwen. You know a special technique that might be from the same source as us. Suyu, right? He had lost the bet. Suyu hadn't used the 5 elements Shenwen to resolve it, but a very special technique. As Suyu circulated the technique, the floating earth spirit realized something. Perhaps this was a god incantation related to the 5 elements. He didn't say much. Suyu's injuries weren't light, but they weren't fatal. He could recover. He was very troublesome. Even so, the floating earth spirit wasn't willing to admit defeat. He said, you can't kill me. 2 invincible god talismans fused with water and earth to form the strongest defense in the world. Only an invincible can break it and kill me. Suyu, if I die, the 5 elements invincible will come to kill you. You won't get anything by killing me. Instead, the entire 5 elements race will take revenge. I am their hope, you should be able to see. At this point, he couldn't help but ask, why do you have to kill me? Mother *Ker, what kind of hatred do we have? In order to kill him, this guy had taken great risks and chased him all the way to the ancient city. He was too vengeful. Suyu thought about it and said hoarsely, it's not that I have to kill you, but you might expose my identity. F***CK, F***CKU, the floating earth spirit was about to collapse. Are you serious? If I'm worried about this, I've been wronged. Don't bullshit. You're not after my heart of 5 elements? Then what? The floating earth spirit collapsed. You don't even know about the heart of 5 elements and you're here to kill me? Then are you jealous of my talent? Haha. Or are you after my beauty? Suyu ignored him. Crazy, I'm after you, jealous of you. I really didn't want to expose my identity. At this moment, in the Sea of Will, the 2 forces were still erupting. However, most of them had been worn down by Suyu. The corpse of the Sun and Moon Stage 8 elements had been damaged a lot, but corpses of the Sun and Moon Stage 8 elements had the ability to heal themselves even after death. Suyu didn't care too much. This kind of injury was quite good. It covered up the single injury from Xiao Longwu's killing. Later, he would use the death energy to corrode it and make it look more realistic. This time, his physical body didn't improve much. He didn't have as much life force as the wooden thorns. However, this wasn't Suyu's main gain this time. Instead, the Sea of Will had been forcefully blasted open and expanded a little. Including the 32 god apertures in the cultivation technique he had obtained from the celestial race, 16 had been opened, half. The 180 god apertures that had been opened felt much stronger now. There was also a sharp power and a flame power. Of course, this power had to be worn down in case the patriarch of the 5 elements race discovered his location and chased after him. The Sea of Will had benefited greatly. It was just that there were some injuries that needed some time to heal. As for his physical body, he didn't gain much this time. He had only completed 30 casts. It wasn't of much use, so you finally knew that his wishful thinking had gone awry. Unless the floating earth spirit's wooden thorns contained a large amount of life force, it would be able to help him forge a better physical body. Among the 5 elements race, perhaps only the wood spirit race could help him forge a better physical body. 30 casts of physical body, calculating it, his physical body strength had officially exceeded 30,000 god apertures. It was just that it hadn't reached his expectations. Out of the 4 divine talismans, 2 were used by this guy for defense, and the other 2 only increased his strength by 1 cast. Of course, after the Sea of Will was repaired, his willpower would increase greatly. Moreover, if Suyu's Sea of Will was only comparable to Ling Yan's peak, after being expanded this time, it was truly comparable to the mountain sea realm. It was about the same as when Zhao Li hadn't broken through. And Zhao Li had spent many years to achieve this. Suyu silently absorbed the last of the power. After a moment, he stood up and punched the lump of earth. There was no movement at all. Suyu wasn't surprised, but he asked curiously, floating earth spirit, you trapped yourself to death. Invincible and unable to enter the ancient city, didn't you kill yourself? The floating earth spirit didn't speak. Why do you care? I'm happy to do it, damn it, if you didn't force me, why would I do such a thing? He quickly said, what's that thing that's devouring my willpower? Shenwen, or is it a monster? What a strange thing, this time, he felt threatened by this thing, so he had no choice but to quickly activate the divine talisman. If he delayed any longer, he was worried that he wouldn't even have the ability to activate the divine talisman. Now, at least he had sealed himself. At least Suyu couldn't break through this defense, Suyu ignored him and tried again. The 5 elements Shenwen appeared. Fire burned, saber slashed, but he couldn't break it. He tried to use his 180 divine orifices to absorb the 2 powers. After the water and earth merged, he couldn't absorb it. The floating earth spirit said calmly, I know that you might have the ability to absorb energy, so I used the power of water and earth to seal myself. This way, my power will mutate and you won't be able to do anything to me. Suyu laughed, you are very stubborn. You are still so arrogant in such a state. As he said that, he smiled and said, I can roughly see that this seal is something that even you can't break. However, it won't last for long. It will dissipate on its own in about a month or so. The floating earth spirit didn't speak. You are right. In a month, I will be able to go out. Within a month, there would definitely be experts from the 5 elements race coming to save him. Even if the invincible ones didn't come, the sun and moon would come. Suyu sneered and said, in your dreams. While your 5 elements race has no experts to save you, I will send you to a dangerous place. A dangerous place? The floating earth spirit said leisurely, you can't take me out of the city, the invincible ones of the 5 elements race will come quickly. If I don't leave the city, where can you send me? Where can I send you? Suyu laughed, I will send you to the city lord's mansion. In the city lord's mansion, that dark demon dragon is very domineering. If I use you to smash him, do you think he won't kill you? Using a lump of soil to smash people was a good choice, the floating earth spirit said indifferently, you don't dare, and you won't. Suyu, you've been looking for me all this time because you're afraid I'll expose your identity. But if I go out, this seal can seal my body, but it can't seal my voice. Soon, everyone will know that you're Suyu. Even that dark demon dragon can't kill me instantly. The moment I break the seal, it will be enough for me to shout to the whole city. Suyu nodded. There was nothing wrong with that. This fellow was a bit difficult to deal with. Right now, he couldn't break it and take it away. It was quite troublesome. However, it could be locked in the house. Once the door was closed, the 5 elements race wouldn't be able to enter. Of course, he had to be careful that someone used the ancient city token to open it. Unless, he sent this fellow to an ancient house in the inner area and locked him up. Suyu's heart stirred slightly, floating earth spirit, do you want to live or die? You can't kill me. The floating earth spirit was wary. Suyu laughed, are you sure? I still have a 5th generation Shinwen token. Are you sure I can't kill you? Alright, he wasn't too sure. The floating earth spirit was helpless. He actually felt that Suyu was dead, but he couldn't guarantee it. After a moment of silence, he asked, what do you want to do? Nothing, just cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. Suyu grinned, you are a person with great luck. It will be very difficult to kill you. I can feel it. If I kill you, I might offend the entire 5 elements race. I can feel it too. The 5 elements race will probably send someone to save you, but you are locked in the ancient house and they can't enter. So, you can only save yourself. When the power of the seal dissipates, you can open the door and leave. I've checked, even the aura of death can't penetrate this seal, right? The floating earth spirit was depressed. Was that really it? Was it fine as long as he didn't let me out? What was Suyu doing? Suyu couldn't be bothered to say more. I will move you to the inner ancient house. When you go out, I will lock the surrounding sound transmission. Don't think about calling for help. It's useless. Floating earth spirit, if you want to live, then behave yourself. How about that? The floating earth spirit quickly said, Suyu, we have minded our own business. You have always been the one causing trouble for me. If you don't want to die with me, I naturally don't want to die either. That's for the best. I've already said that killing you is not the goal. I need you to cultivate in seclusion for a month. Xiu laughed, but he was wary. There were risks. What if this fellow broke the seal on his own? From the looks of it, he could only seal himself. Who knew if he was faking it? Actually, it was best to let the little furball guard it. However, with the little furball guarding it, Tian Duo Siavul would be in the ancient house. Once the demons found him, they would easily notice something amiss. Xiu glanced at the lump of earth and thought, perhaps he could add a little seal. At least for a few days, this fellow couldn't come out. By the time he came out, his business would be done. Who cared about him? Without another word, Xiu quickly sketched out a 5 elements purgatory. Then, a shadow barrier enveloped him. Soon, all kinds of methods were used. First, he would move this fellow. Move to the inner area. Even if the 5 elements race knew he was here, they wouldn't be able to find him and save him. Moreover, the other party might only have a rough idea of his position. In the ancient city, they might not know exactly where he was. Let them find him. The floating earth spirit definitely had great luck. At least, that was what Xiu thought. At this juncture, the other party could still protect himself. This kind of person was too hard to kill. Even Moto and the others would be hard to kill. Who didn't have some life-saving skills? However, Xiu didn't care. Hard to kill was just relatively speaking. At the invincible realm, there was no Lingyun mountain sea that was hard to kill. At the end of the day, he was still not strong enough. If he was strong enough, he could directly break the seal and kill this fellow with one slap. Soon, Xiu turned this sealed lump of earth into a big black ball. The next moment, he walked out of the ancient house with this big black ball and quickly walked toward the inner area. At night, there was no one outside, even though Xiu had caused quite a commotion. He kept walking toward the inner area. Soon, Xiu entered the first ring. He tried to push the houses one by one. Some houses were hard to enter even if there was no one inside. Some could be entered, but those that could be entered were usually occupied by people. There was a high chance that there were no opportunities. There was only danger and death in these houses. Xiu pushed dozens of houses. Finally, one was pushed open. There was no one inside. He locked the floating earth spirit inside. If the floating earth spirit didn't open the door, people outside couldn't enter. Unless the other party had an ancient city token of the first ring. After hiding the big black ball deep in the ancient house, Xiu set up some simple small traps around, including a few weapons. Once the black ball broke, the weapons would explode. He could feel it. This way, he could prevent this fellow from escaping without him knowing. The floating earth spirit wrapped in the shadow barrier couldn't transmit its voice. He was helpless. What was this guy doing? He had no idea where he was and how dangerous it was. Also, this guy was chasing him, pretending to be Tian Duo, and just took out a powerful corpse. What was going on? He, who couldn't find out more information, made up his mind. If he escaped this time, the next time he met this guy, he would just run. Also, the 5 elements patriarch's divine talismans didn't work. From the looks of it now, it would be best if they were offensive divine talismans. Previously, it was better to have defensive talismans. This time, the floating earth spirit regretted it. If the 4 divine talismans were all offensive, maybe Xiu would be dead. Of course, Xiu thought it was hard to kill, and it also thought Xiu was hard to kill. Even if they were all offensive, it might not be able to kill Xiu. Trouble, and that thing that suddenly swallowed his willpower, what was it? He thought of some legends and wasn't too sure. That race hadn't disappeared. Could it be that the legacy of that race had appeared, and it had hooked up with Xiu? What else could it be besides the God-Eater race that could swallow his willpower without a sound? He sucked in a breath of cold air. This race was the natural enemy of the 5 elements race. It was because the 5 elements race was a civilization master. Even if the patriarch encountered their invincibility, he could only run for his life. Against the God-Eater race at the same level, the 5 elements race would almost certainly die. They couldn't resist. Xiu didn't care about this. Very soon, everything was arranged. With some helplessness, he walked out of the ancient house and closed the door. At this time, he couldn't go in himself. Just now. When they went in together, he could still enter. Now that there was someone inside, unless the floating earth spirit opened the door itself or forcefully opened it. But Suyu clearly didn't have the ability to forcefully open the innermost ancient house. Everything is ready. He took a deep breath. At least now, everything was considered perfect. Then the plan of swindling could officially start. He had to settle everything before the floating earth spirit came out and then run. It's been 2 days. It should be ready. Suyu thought to himself. There was a heaven hunting pavilion branch in the city, and a heaven's myriad treasure tower branch. Why not auction it in the ancient city? There was no way to make a move here, so it was the safest. Previously, he didn't want to auction it in the ancient city. Now, it seemed that the ancient city was more suitable for him. The sky was bright. Not many people cared about the scene that happened in the ancient city last night. At night, it wasn't strange for anything to happen in the ancient city. And when the sky brightened, the ancient city was in an uproar. Yes, at the city gate, Suyu walked in openly. Some residents and some people who were taking refuge saw Suyu. No, they saw Tian Duo. And now, the entire 9-star island knew that he had obtained benefits and was looking for him. Suyu actually ran to the ancient city. Was he here to take refuge? At this moment, there was no need for Suyu to look for him. Several experts from the Heaven Hunting Pavilion, Heaven's Myriad Treasure Tower, and Thousand Territories Alliance rushed over. Suyu didn't waste time and said coldly, "Tell everyone that I want to auction the corpse of the ancient invincible, including the cultivation technique, ancient Shenwen, and ancient heavenly weapon. I don't want anything else, just resources, all kinds of natural treasures. The day after tomorrow, I will auction it in the ancient city. If you think you can kill me in the ancient city, you can come and try." At this moment, a white mask suddenly said, "Is that really the corpse of the ancient invincible?" Suyu said indifferently, "Whether it is or not, you can judge for yourselves. However, there's one thing I have to say. The most important thing this time isn't the corpse. To me, the most important thing is the ancient cultivation technique. I discovered a huge secret. This ancient invincible cultivation technique doesn't require the use of acupuncture points. It only requires breathing. This means that any race can cultivate it." Ancient breathing technique? At this moment, rapid breathing sounds came from the mouths of several people. Breathing technique, the expressions of several experts changed. The next moment, someone rushed out of the city and quickly transmitted his voice. The ancient breathing technique that had disappeared had appeared again. Even Suyu was surprised. Why were they so excited? Did they know? That was good. Knowing was better than not knowing. Suyu took a deep breath. Whether or not he could make a fortune depended on the following auction. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Tian Duo was going to auction the corpse of the ancient invincible in Great Star Ancient City. Once the news came out, the entire 9-star island was shocked, and a large number of experts rushed to Great Star Ancient City. Inner area. At the entrance of a huge ancient house, the white-masked man spoke again. "Demon Monarch Tian Duo, even if you are not willing to sell to Hunting Sky Pavilion can act as your agent for this auction. We can definitely get a higher price." On the other side, a dazzling golden powerhouse smiled and said, "Demon Monarch Tian Duo, hand it over to the All Heaven's Myriad Treasure Tower for auction. It won't take too long, at most a month. We will invite the powerhouses of all the races in the universe for this transaction." Time was needed. The day after tomorrow was too rushed. No one did things this way. Even if the invincible rushed here from the realm, it would take time and he had to communicate with the 9 realms. The time given by Tian Duo was too short. A large number of experts had not arrived yet, so it was difficult to sell it at a high price. Even if there was an agent, it was not the person himself, so it was difficult to have the courage to offer a high price. Inside the house, Suyu opened the door and looked at the experts surrounding him. He said lightly, "No need, I need to get what I need as soon as possible. If it takes too long, I'm afraid it won't be able to be auctioned." Some people did not understand what he meant. The next moment, an incomparably valiant figure descended with monstrous demonic aura. Tian Duo. This expert came from the demon realm. His pupils were green, and he looked cold and coquettish. He looked at Suyu and said in a low voice, "Why are you auctioning it?" Demon King Raid has sent word for you to return to the demon realm. Dao, so you recognized this guy. It was the guy who fought with the dragon race last time and the guy who sent him a voice transmission. At this moment, Dao was furious. Of course, he was also very depressed. Tian Duo actually wanted to sell this thing without communicating with them. So you frowned slightly and said lightly, I'm auctioning something that I obtained myself, Lord Dao. This is my own opportunity. Dao was a little annoyed. He looked around and saw that the door was open. He wanted to enter the house to talk to Suyu, but Suyu blocked the door, ready to close it at any time. Dao was speechless, he could only berate him telepathically. Do you know how precious the ancient breathing technique is? Don't you understand how important this ancient remains is? Whether you sell it to the devil world or offer it to Demon King Raid, we will not treat you unfairly. Tian Duo, do you really want the devil race to despise you? Suyu's eyes turned cold. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he replied, Sir Davo, so what if I don't mistreat him? If I want to catch up to Madonna, will you provide me with enough resources and opportunities? So what if the devil race despises us? Suyu said coldly, as long as I become stronger and become the next Madonna, my ancestor, the demon race, won't care and continue to accept me. Lord Davo, am I right? Davo was speechless. You still want to catch up to Madonna? He knew that the youths of the demon race all had this ambition, but, was there really hope? Davo said telepathically again, this thing is very important to the devil race. Tian Duo, name a price. As long as it's reasonable, the devil race will buy it. This is better than selling it to other races. Suyu was silent for a while before quickly replying, 1,000 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light, 500 drops of sun lunar mystic yellow liquid, 9 types of Xianxia foundation treasures. Davo's expression changed again and again. You're crazy. Don't tell me you want to reforge your body and transform Xianxia again? These things that Suyu wanted were very important for body forging and the 9 transformations, but they were not very helpful for entering the Mountain Sea realm. Of course, the Sun Lunar Mystic Yellow liquid was very helpful for strengthening the acupoints. Too much, this was really too much, Suyu said telepathically, and this is the friendship price I'm offering as a fellow devil race. If Lord Davo can't even satisfy this, then I have no choice but to sell it to other races that can afford it. Daver cursed inwardly and quickly transmitted his voice, your rad family will send people here soon. Tian Duo, I know that I can't persuade you, but if your rad family sends people, if you still insist on going your own way, you should think about it yourself. People from your own family are coming, and you still want to sell it? So you ignored him and quickly said loudly, the transaction will be based on heaven and earth mystic light, sun lunar mystic yellow liquid, and 9 transformations foundation treasures. Also, if the devil race participates in the auction, they can pay 10% less than the other races. This is the concession I'm making for the devil race. If the devil race can't take out what I need, then Juan can buy it. Davo wanted to say something but stopped. He sighed and was speechless, since Tian Duo said so. What else could he say if the devil race bought 10% less? For these prodigies, they had even betrayed their own race to become stronger. If Tian Duo was really desperate, what could he do even if he didn't give it to the devil race? He could understand what Tian Duo was thinking. He was suppressed by Madonna and desperately wanted to surpass Madonna. These prodigies of Madonna all had their own opportunities. Madonna might have forged his body more than 36 times. He might have enlightened more than 100 times. When he reached the 9 transformations, he might have reached the peak of the 9 transformations, even if they were of the same race, even if they had the same cultivation method, Madonna was still stronger than everyone else. This was the difference between prodigies. As for Tian Duo, he might not have forged his body 36 times. When he reached the 9 transformations, he might not even reach the peak of the 9 transformations. This was also normal. Davo didn't know much about these prodigies. Perhaps Tian Duo wanted to get enough good things to recultivate his body. No one knew. Not only that, Suyu said coldly, to prevent too many people from gossiping and disrupting the auction, anyone who wants to participate in the auction will have to pay an entrance fee. In the city, someone said softly, entrance fee? How much? Suyu said coldly, it's free. Anyone who wants to participate will have to send an imprisoned mountain sea cultivator. If anyone wants to snatch it, I'll kill that imprisoned mountain sea cultivator and die with him. Of course, as long as everyone follows the rules, nothing will happen. Tian Duo, without waiting for anyone to refute, Suyu said coldly, shut up. If you don't want to participate, scram. I need a guarantee. I don't need the so-called rules or race's reputation. In the heavenly battlefield, even people of the same race can kill each other, let alone outsiders. When the time comes, I will hold the auction in 2 rooms. Those sealed mountain sea cultivators will enter my room, and the others will participate in the auction in the other room. Once the deal is done, it will be best for us to smoothly take over. If anyone wants to cheat me, then don't blame me for dying together with them. Silence. Some people felt helpless. How ruthless, this guy was quite ruthless. What he meant was that if there was an accident, he would kill all those mountain sea cultivators. That would attract a large number of mountain sea cultivators and even the dead spirits of the sun and moon. If it was like the ancient city of annihilation, once the dead spirits of the sun and moon were drawn out and the city was sealed, it would be another massacre, mountain sea as the entrance fee. This price was extremely shocking. Someone said faintly, mountain sea cultivators of the same race, or random mountain sea cultivators as the entrance fee? Suyu said lightly, up to you. When I kill, I don't care if they are of the same race or not. If there is no accident, I won't be stupid enough to take the initiative to kill and cause chaos in the ancient city. And at this moment, a domineering voice sounded, Tian Duo, in the auction in the city, you collect the entrance fee, and I collect the land fee. 30% of the auction proceeds belong to me. The next moment, a figure silently appeared on a roof. He wore a black robe and was incomparably domineering. 30% of the income. As soon as he opened his mouth, the dark demon dragon was the city lord of this place. And soon, on the streets, from all directions, a group of guards swarmed over, all of them filled with an incomparably dense death aura. Some people cursed inwardly. This guy had come to meddle again. Suyu frowned slightly, City Lord, isn't 30% too much? Too much? The dark demon dragon said indifferently, if it's too much, then don't auction it in the great star ancient city. On account that you are a descendant of Demon King Raid, otherwise, you won't be able to leave this city. Suyu cursed inwardly, not daring to be too strong, afraid that it would be sensed. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, fine, but City Lord needs to provide me with a large amount of Heaven's Origin energy. I need to stay in the city for a long time. At this moment, there is no Heaven's Origin energy left. Once I get the item, I won't leave the city. I'll find an old house and cultivate in seclusion. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave the ancient city. If City Lord agrees and protects my safety, 30% is fine. The City Lord of the Dark Demon Dragon clan smiled and said, then it's settled. As soon as he finished speaking, a storage ring flew over. So you didn't dare to take it. From a distance, he used his will to control the ring to stop. Don't fool around. Don't think I don't know that this thing is up to no good. The word tribulation was jumping in Shenwen. So you quickly examined it and found that there was some Heaven's Origin energy imprisoned inside. It was a very violent kind, different from the Heaven's Origin fruit. It was naturally formed Heaven's Origin energy, and most people used this kind. As for the Heaven's Origin fruit, the Heaven's Origin energy was much milder and easier to absorb. So you checked it and found that it was stingy. It probably had less than 20 servings. His Heaven's Origin energy was almost completely exhausted. It didn't matter. He still had blood essence. He could refine it later. Let's stabilize the City Lord first. As for the Dark Demon Dragon, he probably wasn't afraid that Suyu would go back on his word. In the city, where could Suyu go? After the auction, Suyu himself said that he didn't dare to leave and would stay here for a long time. This was normal. If he went out, wouldn't he be afraid of being robbed? In that case, he still needed to rely on the ancient city, so naturally, he had to pay the price. As for the corpse, the Dark Demon Dragon wasn't interested, mainly because it was difficult to keep it. Now that all the major races were watching, he wasn't invincible. Even if in the city, with the help of the undead, there was hope that he could fight an invincible one, but, with the help of the undead, he was just a puppet. There was no need to become enemies with all the major races for something that he couldn't use. In the city, Suyu was laying out the conditions for all parties. the news quickly spread everywhere. What Suyu wanted, how to carry out the auction, what the tickets were, all quickly spread. On the way from 9-star city to Great Star Ancient City, Zhu Guangshan cursed and quickly said, "Aning, go catch that Shanghai. This guy has so many requirements to sell." Aning hurriedly said, "Your Highness, are we participating in the auction? Could they afford it? Did they have heaven and earth mystic light, sun moon mystic yellow liquid? Even if they did, would there be so many?" "Stop joking. The human race was very poor, their accumulation was too short. As for the ruins, they had excavated many of them. The key was that the things excavated from the ruins had been used. Otherwise, the human race wouldn't have so many experts now. Although the Ming constabulary was rich, they only had ordinary resources. These strategic treasures were rare in the Ming constabulary." Zhu Guangshan said helplessly, "No matter what, we have to take a look. If it really doesn't work, we have to cause trouble and not give the other races a chance to obtain it." Ancient breathing technique, ancient invincible corpse. I have actually heard of this ancient breathing technique a few times. It ignores race and talent. The main function of the breathing technique is to strengthen talent, physical body, and even willpower. Originally, you were only suitable for 9 castings. If you cultivate the breathing technique, you might be able to cultivate to 18 castings. This is the supreme cultivation technique in ancient times. Casting the body was not something that could be done casually. Just like opening the aperture was not something that could be done casually. Many people had an upper limit and a limit. Of course, Suyu had never experienced it before. That was why he was a genius. Most geniuses were called geniuses because they had something that surpassed ordinary people. Otherwise, how many descendants of invincible existences would lack resources? Cultivation still depended on one's talent. Zhu Guangshan had indeed heard someone mention this ancient breathing technique before. He quickly asked, "I wonder what kind of breathing technique this is?" There are different types of breathing techniques. Some strengthen the internal organs, some strengthen the flesh, and some strengthen the willpower. The ones that strengthen the willpower are the most valuable. Dark Shadow actually did not understand this. He asked curiously, "Your Highness, where did you learn this?" Zhu Guangshan smiled and said, "I heard it from my grandfather. My grandfather once met an expert who knew how to breathe. Of course, he wasn't from the human race. He was an expert from an ancient clan with incomparably powerful strength." "Ancient races have inheritances?" "Yes." Zhu Guangshan nodded. "It's rare, but some ancient races have them. They're all secretive. The ancient races are all very powerful." "Then the origin demon race and the primordial god race don't have them?" "These two were also ancient races." "Did they not have them?" "There should be, but not everyone can learn it and have it. Devil race demi-emperor and god race demi-emperor clans might have it, but ordinary devil kings probably don't. This was an ancient inheritance. Other demon kings probably didn't have it." Dark Shadow understood. It was indeed worth many people to take action to obtain it. It was used to increase one's potential. For example, Huang Tung's physical body had been forged 36 times, but that did not mean he had completed it. If he had, he would reach the 9th stage of Soar, and under normal circumstances, his acupoints could reach more than 11,000. The 9th stage of Soar might be able to match some weaker mountains and seas, but that had never happened before. Whether it was Huang Ting or Qin Feng, none of them had killed mountains and seas in Soar. Perhaps they didn't have the opportunity, or perhaps they weren't that powerful back then. Only after stepping into Ling Yun and transforming their vital energy did they have the opportunity to kill mountains and seas. Similarly, these geniuses were all secretive. No one knew how many times they had forged their bodies. Some geniuses might not be able to continue after 33 times. Physical bodies with breathing techniques might strengthen their foundations, allowing them to forge their bodies more often. As for Madonna, there was a high chance he had forged his body 36 times, or even more. No one knew this, so they could only speculate. Otherwise, there was no way he could be so powerful. Zhu Guangshan and the others ran towards the ancient city, and the experts of the other races did the same. The experts of the 9 realms on 9-Star Island were also rushing over. including the Lightbird clan on Xianxia Island and a large number of experts wandering around the sea. They all rushed over. Even if they couldn't participate, it was good to watch the show. Not many people had seen the corpse of the Invincible in the morning, let alone the ancient Invincible. The news spread like wildfire. It spread to the outside of the Star Sea. Humans, gods, demons, immortals, all the major races quickly received the news. The demon Tian Duo was going to be auctioned in Great Star Ancient City. The price was shocking. But the item was also shocking. According to Tian Duo, there was the ancient breathing technique and the ancient Shenwen. At this moment, people continued to seek refuge in Great Destruction Ancient City, which had just been peaceful for a few days. There were also people discussing this matter. Behind the city lord's hall, the stone statue was as quiet as ever, his eyes closed and petrified. Of course, everything was under his control. Nothing in this city could hide from him. At this moment, the stone statue suddenly thought of something when he heard the news. Someone seemed to have learned a little bit of the ancient breathing technique from him. When he heard the ancient city, breathing technique, ancient invincible corpse, he couldn't help but think of that guy who was extremely capable of causing trouble. Breathing technique, ancient invincible corpse, how could there be an ancient invincible corpse? The stone statue was speechless. Ancient invincible corpses didn't exist, so don't think too much. Ancient breathing techniques. Ancient breathing techniques weren't rare, but they weren't common either. Not everyone knew them, and it wasn't to say that any random ancient expert knew them. Those who knew them were mostly invincible during the ancient era. For example, I know AF * king breathing technique. The stone statue fell into deep thought. He heard a few familiar terms and felt that it was a bit strange. No way, Tian Duo. He also knew of that demon who was almost finished in the ancient city last time. Could he pick up an ancient corpse? Great Star Holy City, Great Star, he was familiar with it. Of course, it was many years ago, so long that people had almost forgotten about it. Could it be that something was going to happen over there this time? The stone statue thought in his heart and suddenly felt a bit of schadenfreude. If something happened, then so be it. My side was in chaos once, so it was better for your side to be in chaos too. It wasn't that I was incompetent, but that someone was too good at causing trouble. No one knew what the stone statue was thinking. These ancient city stone statues almost didn't know how to communicate with people. Even those puppet city masters didn't know that these stone statues were alive. Some knew about Invincible, but the ancient city didn't welcome Invincibles. Therefore, there weren't many who could communicate with these stone statues. More and more experts rushed to the ancient city, and a large number of geniuses also rushed there. And Suyu had been hiding in the ancient house, directly closing the door. No matter how the guy outside shouted, he didn't care. He was thinking of a way out. His previous plan might not be perfect enough. At the same time, he could also extract some heaven essence chi, in case there wasn't enough heaven essence chi. Perhaps he would stay in the ancient city for a while longer and then find a way to escape. If I really sell it, with so many things, there will definitely be people who will be interested, including the demons themselves. People from the Rad family. Suyu thought of this in his heart and continued to weigh the pros and cons. If there were too many people involved and they really sent him a large number of imprisoned mountains and seas, then he would kill them all and create chaos. The key was that he didn't have a teleportation talisman this time. How was he going to get out? Did he have to pretend to be a dead spirit? Suyu was helpless. If he had a teleportation talisman, he could escape at any time and leave easily. Unfortunately, the city master of Xinghong Ancient City didn't seem to be easy to talk to. If he went to the rear hall, there was a high chance that he wouldn't be allowed to go. Even if he went, he would have to be monitored. Be careful not to be killed by the other party. Although killing him might attract some dead spirits, the demon dragon might not care. If I kill the mountains and seas and attract the dead spirits, will the sun and moon dead spirits appear? If they do, the ancient city will be sealed. If there aren't many sun and moon dead spirits, it won't be too dangerous for those experts. 1 or 2 early sun and moon dead spirits, even if the city was sealed for 3 days, wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Of course, this time, Suyu didn't want to kill, but to create a chance for himself to escape. Then how could he successfully escape? How troublesome. He had actually thought about pretending to be a dead spirit for a long time, until everyone else left. However, dead spirits rarely appeared during the day, and after a long time, they would automatically disappear. In the end, all the dead spirits disappeared, and he was still there. That would be the biggest joke. He was the only dead spirit in the entire city. Even a fool would know that there was a problem. Unless he hid in the house during the day and came out at night to pretend to be a dead spirit. Then what if someone was guarding outside the city gate? Moat, Suyu fell into deep thought. This was also his previous idea. The biggest difference between Xinghong ancient city and other ancient cities was that there was a moat, or rather, a river of death aura. Suyu's previous idea was to enter the river, because the death aura was so thick, there must be something to do with the city. Suyu had also explored before, and there were indeed a few entrances in the city that could be entered into the river of death aura. But, the river seemed to be very dangerous. Suyu tried to enter once last night, but before he could enter, he was corroded by the death aura. Even if he was converted into a dead spirit, he was not a real dead spirit after all. Of course, that was also one of the ways out. In fact, there was still a way out. Suyu thought about it. If he really couldn't escape, then he would convert himself into an ancient city resident and hide in the city. The biggest advantage of the ancient city residents was that they were corroded and transformed by the death aura. Suyu was actually very curious. If he became an ancient city resident, could he still use the elemental orifice reversal technique? Could he successfully solve the problem of death aura? No one would think that he would be converted into a ghost city resident, but what if he was converted? Maybe. I can try it tonight. Suyu's heart moved slightly. The conversion would last for 3 days. Tonight, tomorrow night, and the day after tomorrow. If the auction was successful and he couldn't escape, then how about converting himself into an ancient city resident? Once the conversion was successful, he could hide anywhere he wanted, the dead spirits wouldn't kill him, and there were many residents in the ancient city. Even if others suspected that he was in the city, they wouldn't look for a resident's house, because it was useless. There were many residents, and it was useless to look for them. It was also easy to provoke the dead spirits. Moreover, in everyone's opinion, even if a genius died, he wouldn't be willing to be converted into an ancient city resident. That represented a dilemma of life and death, becoming the ancient city's puppet. In this life, he would be bound to the ancient city. Even until death, he would be an ancient city's dead spirit. I can try. In any case, even if the conversion is completed in 2 days, I can give up at any time. Suyu's heart moved slightly, and he began to wait for the darkness to descend. There was nothing to be afraid of, even if he really became an ancient city resident, then so be it. Weren't those city lords all ancient city residents? Sometimes, even the 9 layers of sun and moon had no choice but to compromise. Why should he, Suyu, care too much? The biggest problem for the residents was that once they left the city, the death aura would still exist and burn continuously. Very soon, it would take their lives. Suyu wasn't afraid. He still had a lot of methods. One of them was that even without the elemental orifice reversal technique, he could extract a large amount of heaven essence chi at any time to resist the death aura. This was something that others couldn't do. Late at night, Suyu opened the door. There was no one around. He didn't know whether they were hiding or there was really no one. Suyu quickly wandered around the city, constantly sensing the changes in the sensory jade. No one was tracking him. How was that possible? Suyu's heart moved slightly. These guys actually didn't monitor him, or were they all 1,000 meters away, or simply at the city gate? Anyway, in the ancient city, Suyu couldn't run away. If he was at the city gate, he could also prevent the death aura from invading. Suyu's heart moved slightly, and soon, he ran toward the city gate. Stealth, lurking. Soon, he reached the city gate. As soon as Suyu approached, he was secretly shocked. Damn, how ruthless. On his sensory jade, there were 8 sun and moon light spots, all outside the city gate. This meant that there were a total of 8 sun and moon guards outside the city. No wonder they couldn't be bothered to monitor him inside the city. On one hand, it was to dispel Suyu's vigilance, and on the other hand, it was to not alarm the dead spirits. With so many sun and moon outside the city, it would probably be difficult to get out, Suyu quickly hid in other places. There were a few openings in those places that led directly to the river of death aura. He looked around, no one was monitoring. However, the death aura was frighteningly strong. Even the sun and moon could be corroded to death here. I feel dangerous. Suyu shook his head, thought about it, and stayed in a small house nearby. Soon, he threw out a jade talisman with his blood on it. A moment later, a dead spirit appeared. The dead spirit took the jade talisman and, as usual, began to draw on the wooden sign outside the door. Suyu stared at the dead spirit, but the dead spirit ignored Suyu and continued to draw. After a while, half of Suyu appeared. It was not Tian Duo, but Suyu. It was his true appearance. Suyu's eyes moved slightly. This dead spirit, how did it see through him? How did it distinguish the true body? It was a very mysterious thing. Suyu didn't say anything. After the dead spirit disappeared, he quickly transformed into a dead spirit. Then, he began to inscribe death chi on the wooden sign outside the door. He changed the appearance of an ordinary person, not his own. In this way, even if the entire city was searched, the experts would not think that he could actually change the appearance of this wooden sign. In the next moment, Suyu's body shook. In the house, a large amount of death aura suddenly attacked. He could not resist it, and this death aura quickly invaded his body. His body was corroded, and in the blink of an eye, his body was lifeless. However, in this death aura, there was some vitality. While he was corroded, it did not kill him. Suyu had a strange look in his eyes as he looked at the old house. Where did this death aura suddenly come from? It was transforming his body. It seemed to make his body more in line with the standards of a dead spirit. Suyu's heart stirred, and he quickly reversed into a dead spirit. The death aura that merged with Suyu seemed a little confused, but very quickly, it merged with the death aura that Suyu had reversed. Suyu once again reversed into a human, and all the death aura was dissipated by him. Suyu swallowed some heaven yuan qi, expelling the death aura. After a moment, Suyu's eyes moved. In the old house, another wave of death aura shot out, continuing to transform him. Clearly, it might have sensed that he was not being transformed, so it transformed Suyu again. Suyu's eyes flashed, and he smiled. Interesting, in that case, as long as he left the ancient city, he would not be affected too much. Of course, if he stayed in the city, in the house, the death aura might continue to transform him. Thinking of this, he tried again. As expected, after he dissolved the death aura, not long after, the old house shot out another wave of death aura, persistently trying to transform him. Suyu grinned. This time, he really laughed. The death aura could be reversed, and the primordial orifice reversal technique still worked. When he used up a wave of death aura, the old house would shoot out another wave of death aura, persistently transforming him. The reason why it was 3 days was that after 3 days, he could completely transform himself into a half-dead spirit body. Yes, at this moment, Suyu generally understood that the ancient city's residents were actually considered half-dead spirits. After these people died, they might all become dead spirits. I might be able to reverse all of this. Everything. He had to wait for the 3rd day. If he could escape, then he would escape. If he couldn't, then he would transform into a resident and stay here. No. I might not be able to transform into a resident, Suyu murmured. If King forgot one thing, I can forge my own resident sign. If that's the case, why should I transform? Of course, if there was not enough blood essence to extract heaven yuan qi, he could try to transform. Normally, I could totally draw a resident's portrait on the sign outside my house. This way, it wouldn't arouse suspicion, right? He kept calculating in his heart. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Perhaps he could try forging dozens of signs in the city, and then randomly find one to hide. If someone found out that something was wrong, then he would directly transform into a resident. After thinking about it, Suyu quickly finished everything and returned to the house that he was in during the day. No one cared about him. As long as he didn't leave the city, it was fine. On the 2nd day, a large number of experts began to enter the city. Sun and moon were not rare, and experts from all the major races came. There was a continuous flow of people talking to Suyu outside the door, wanting to trade in advance. The Hunting Heaven Pavilion even sent a copy of the ranking list, hoping to communicate with Suyu in secret. Suyu did not stand on ceremony and directly accepted it. Anyway, he was here now. and the location was useless. He could just throw it away when he escaped. On this day, the aura of the sun and moon constantly came. Suyu even received an invitation from Zhu Guangshan to negotiate. The main constabulary was rich, and Zhu Guangshan meant that the main constabulary would offer a high price. This made Suyu very speechless. "Stop fooling around, you better scram. I'll sell it to anyone but you." The devil race, the celestial race, all sent people to contact him, but Suyu ignored them. The highest bidder would win. However, after asking about the price offered by the various clans, he had an idea in his heart. This night passed peacefully, and this night, Suyu once again tried to throw out the jade talisman and transform himself. Others did not dare to try it, but Suyu wanted to try it. If he really transformed into a resident, could he completely reverse the situation? If he could, perhaps he could use this opportunity to reach an agreement with the city lords of some ancient cities. Of course, this essence orifice reversal technique, unless it was absolutely necessary, Suyu would not reveal it. In Suyu's opinion, the ancient city had already become his best refuge. In the blink of an eye, the auction time that Suyu had set arrived, the third day arrived. End of chapter 410. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.